before turning her gaze toward the elevator. Let's stay focused. Her posture was sharp and disciplined. At her words, the team leaders snapped back to attention. Soon, a GN Entertainment employee arrived to guide Netflix Korea's group into the spacious lobby. The place they were led to was a large conference room. No one was there yet, and Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin pulled out a chair near the window and sat down. The staff accompanying her began taking out clear files and tablets they had brought along. But why had Netflix Korea come all the way to GN Entertainment? Judging by how prepared they were for the meeting, it seemed to be a more important matter than expected. Just then, slide. The glass door at the front of the conference room opened, and someone entered. Reflexively, Executive Director Lim and the employees stood up, and the moment they saw who had come in, Lim Hyun-jin's eyes widened. And for good reason. CEO Ha Seo-hwan. The person who entered was none other than the head of GN Entertainment, CEO Ha Seo-hwan. An entirely unexpected appearance from the top executive. On the other hand, CEO Ha Seo-hwan, wearing a full suit and flanked by secretaries, seemed to recognize Executive Director Lim. It's been a while. With his deep voice, he reached out his hand in a surprisingly friendly gesture. Lim Hyun-jin took his hand with a businesslike smile. Yes, CEO Lim. It's been a while. Internally, she thought. CEO Ha Seo-hwan hadn't changed. His charisma feels even stronger, though. Though he was smiling, a certain ferocity lurked beneath. Just as in the past, he still exuded the presence befitting the head of GN Entertainment. Because of this, the Netflix Korea employees were clearly flustered, and instead of taking the head seat of the shaped table, CEO Ha Seo-hwan sat across from Lim Hyun-jin. Executive Director Lim spoke first. I didn't expect you to attend this meeting personally. CEO Ha Seo-hwan calmly took off his suit jacket. There are lots of external meetings and business trips these days. Everyone's too busy. I'm the least busy, so I came. I see. Of course, Lim Hyun-jin knew full well that wasn't true. He wouldn't have shown up unless he was personally interested. CEO Ha Seo-hwan continued. I've heard you've started a project with Rojin. Please take good care of him. The pleasure is mine. Although the project Tale of the Strange Moon was still top secret, it seemed manager Kim Ki-baek had reported to CEO Ha Seo-hwan as well. With a composed smile, Ha Seo-hwan shifted the topic. So then, what's the reason Netflix Korea wanted a meeting with GN Entertainment? The project you mentioned with Rojin. You know the title, right? Tale of the Strange Moon. That's correct. And I assume you're already aware that it's a project aimed at the global market. Netflix Korea is putting a great deal of effort into it. I'd expect so. You're probably planning every detail of production, filming, art, sound, and so on, with meticulous care. Lim Hyun-jin nodded and got straight to the point. We'd like to propose that GN Entertainment produce the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon. CEO Ha Seo-hwan stared at her face for a few seconds, then tilted his head slightly. The main theme song. You're referring to the OST. We're thinking of something with a different flavor than your typical OST. A different flavor. For one, it's going to be used not just in Korea, but worldwide. It seemed Lim Hyun-jin had more to present in her briefing, but recalling Kang Rojin, CEO Ha Seo-hwan asked what he was most curious about first. Is the main theme song proposal based on Rojin, the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon? No. To be clear, it's in the form of a collaboration. Executive Director Lim quickly clarified with a serious tone. It's a proposal for Vanguard. Chapter 190, Activities 3. Lim Hyun-jin, the Executive Director of Netflix Korea, had a great interest in Hallyu Wave, Korean Wave. Not only K-pop, but also Korean content, food, clothing, cosmetics, and much more. As the head of Netflix Korea, it was natural, as the synergy would come from Korean culture spreading to the world. In any industry, when there is attention from the global audience, foreign consumers follow. For example, someone may fall in love with Korean food and become interested in Korean culture, or become intrigued by Korean makeup styles and gradually get immersed in Hallyu Wave. These days, promoting globally is also more flexible. In the past, there were few channels to introduce Hallyu Wave, but now YouTube is a core platform, and there are numerous other video apps, platforms, and SNS channels. That means the potential is limitless. As a result, Hallyu Wave was already exerting a typhoon-level momentum across Asia. In various ways, a few Korean idols had ranked on the Billboard charts, setting records, and K-pop concerts were being held quite frequently abroad, including in the United States. However, when looking at it from a global perspective, it still felt like a major hit was missing. At least, that's how executive director Lim Hyun-jin felt. It felt like the signature element that could truly captivate the world was missing. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more. If they could push a bit further and explode, it seemed like an enormous success was waiting, but for now, it remained subtle. Only when Hallyu Wave was properly sold could Netflix Korea flourish, and through the trickle-down effect, other industries would also gain global attention. If the path was properly cleared, Korean content would definitely be consumed globally. That was something executive director Lim often said, and she saw tremendous potential in Produce That 100. From the beginning, it received enthusiastic responses in Japan, and Lim Hyun-jin immediately launched Produce That 100 on Netflix Korea. Unfortunately, it wasn't launched globally, but Produce That 100 gave birth to another opportunity. It was Vanguard. Vanguard in itself had considerable power, but within it, the very protagonist Lim Hyun-jin had been looking for was hidden. That was Kang Rojin. Not just an all-rounder in terms of appearance, vocals, dance, and rap, but someone capable of mastering any form of content. K-pop alone was a strong enough weapon, but Kang Rojin could wield everything from visuals to content. He even possessed the acting ability to promote that content himself. Wasn't he the complete package to introduce Hallyu Wave to the world? And now, Rojin had become the lead writer of a major project at Netflix Korea. The first button had been fastened, and executive director Lim Hyun-jin's next step was, this is a proposal for Vanguard in the form of a collaboration. To recruit Vanguard. CEO Ha Seo-hwan, upon hearing this, found it slightly unexpected. So, they need our Vanguard. In movies or dramas, using an idol's OST wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. Moreover, in the form of a collaboration. If it wasn't simply suggesting that the artist Vanguard perform an OST, but rather approaching it as a form of collaboration, then the direction shifted a bit. It's the main theme song. Yes, but there's an aspect of promotion and marketing mixed in too. In other words, rather than Vanguard simply performing the OST for Tale of the Strange Moon, it would be a collaboration between Vanguard and Tale of the Strange Moon. CEO Ha Seo-hwan chose not to speak too soon and instead waited for the other side to reveal more information first. You're saying you want not just Rojin, but the entire Vanguard, in the form of a collaboration. I suppose some further explanation is needed. Of course. Lim Hyun-jin nodded with a business smile. As you've probably heard, we at Netflix Korea have started a project that will be launched globally. That project has been confirmed as Tale of the Strange Moon. We've been given a tremendous opportunity, and I have no intention of wasting it. With the board already set, I believe Tale of the Strange Moon must become the catalyst of Hallyu Wave. Korean culture is already drawing global attention even now, but there's still a sense of something lacking. Exactly. Put simply, you want to land a real, impactful blow. Executive Director Lim's smile deepened. Not just any impact, something beyond a syndrome-level phenomenon must emerge. Whether it's a trend, meme, or viral moment, Tale of the Strange Moon must spread among overseas audiences in the blink of an eye. And our Rojin is at the center of that. Yes, I believe writer Rojin has the full potential to detonate a nuclear bomb. Metaphorically speaking, but a group rather than an individual will likely add even more firepower. Hence, Vanguard, writer Rojin of Tale of the Strange Moon. His team, Vanguard, isn't that already eye-catching enough? After staring at executive director Lim Hyun-jin for a few seconds, CEO Ha Seo-hwan shifted the question. This collaboration, what does it entail? As you well know, CEO Nim, for example, idol and game collaborations, or idol and content collaborations. I see it as a format similar to branded content. As soon as he heard the proposal, CEO Ha Seo-hwan quickly ran the calculations. You want not only the lyrics and composition for the main theme song, but also the music video, I assume. While we could prepare the lyrics and composition on our end, ideally, GN Entertainment handling it would keep the flow consistent. The same goes for the music video. For reference, The music video is planned to be released before the official teaser or trailer of Tale of the Strange Moon. With the pieces of information falling into place, CEO Haseo Huan calmly crossed his legs. So overall, they've designed a mix between Tale of the Strange Moon and K-pop. A collaboration between Netflix Korea and Vanguard, or GN Entertainment. Hallyu Wave is the seasoning added to that. It's a direction no one has tried before. It also suits Vanguard's concept. The framework itself isn't bad. For a moment, a vision of the Tale of the Strange Moon music video unfolded in Haseo Huan's mind. A fusion of historical drama aesthetics and idols. From costumes to concept, sets, and more, a Korean-colored, dynamic version of Vanguard. If Vanguard takes the lead in promoting and marketing Tale of the Strange Moon, naturally, the buzz would amplify. Netflix Korea would also invest more attention. At that point, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin spoke again. If GN Entertainment takes on the concept, lyrics, composition, choreography, and music video, we need to finalize the main theme song first, since that will be made before anything else. She said it nicely, but bluntly put, she meant, let's hear the song first and then decide. That was only natural, so CEO Haseo Huan didn't read too deeply into it. His mind was already filled with vast possibilities. If this goes well, Vanguard could instantly become known worldwide. At the same time, in Japan, Kang Rojin had arrived in Japan around noon, and after a frenzy at the airport, Rojin and the GN Entertainment staff were able to board the van. Currently, vroom. They were on their way to the filming site for Like a Kaleidoscope. Rojin sat by the window, reading the script, and beside him, manager Kim Ki-baek looked down at his planner. Then, as something occurred to him, Kim Ki-baek turned his head. Rojin. Yes. Is the OST for Like a Kaleidoscope all prepared? Yes. Luckily, I finished it before filming started. When did he manage to finish that in the middle of everything? Manager Kim Ki-baek let out a faint, weary laugh. Rojin had always been busy, but lately, between the script reading for Blood Hunt and other Vanguard schedules, his workload had multiplied several times over. Yet, Kang Rojin had still delivered the OST without a hitch. His Japanese is practically native level, so that's understandable, but even though it's his first Japanese drama OST, he just whipped it up. Shaking his head slightly in disbelief, manager Kim Ki-baek continued. According to the schedule, the first shoot for Like a Kaleidoscope should wrap around 7 p.m. today. After that, we'll stop by a nearby sound studio to check the OST. Then, the flight back to Korea is at 8:40 p.m., so we'll have to move quickly. Yes, Manager Nim. Kang Rojin replied, then lowered his gaze back to the script. As he did, he recalled the completed OST for Like a Kaleidoscope. Everything was fully prepared. He had enhanced its perfection through AI automation, and had already learned the vocals. He had spent some coins, but that didn't matter to Kang Rojin at all. Composition is getting more and more interesting. Seriously, there's not a single thing that's not fun. Before long, Kang Rojin's team arrived at the set for Like a Kaleidoscope. It was a large-scale set, not much different from those in Korea, and as soon as Rojin's van parked, a few staff members came running over. Greetings in Japanese rang out immediately. Welcome, Rojin. After briefly greeting the staff, Rojin turned to look at Kim Ki-baek. Kim Ki-baek motioned with a hand gesture to do well. Soon after, Rojin followed the staff into the set. Rojin has arrived. Around 100 staff members of Like a Kaleidoscope instantly turned their heads toward Kang Rojin. Ooh, so that's him. Wow, that face is just unreal. Saying he's handsome doesn't even begin to cut it. Oh my god. Dozens of Japanese staff who hadn't attended the earlier script reading gaped with their mouths open, stunned by Kang Rojin's visuals and presence. Some even seemed frozen in place. It was a fully plausible scene, especially since recently in Japan, Vanguard's popularity was soaring, and their songs were dominating the music charts, which added to the effect. Among the staff, a man with a generally somber air was the first to approach Rojin. Finally, today is the day. It was Noguchi Ken, the main PD of Like a Kaleidoscope. Hello, PD Nim. Congratulations. Vanguard songs are really popular here in Japan. You'll be holding a concert here soon too. Yes, we're working hard on it. The moment PD Noguchi Ken stepped aside, The Japanese actors who had also been present at the script reading rushed over. They showered Rojin with greetings and questions. But the male lead of Like a Kaleidoscope, Endo Takuto, whose presence exuded a noble aura, was hello. The last to approach, gave a brief greeting, and then walked straight to his waiting spot. It seemed he was still dwelling on writer Rojin's remarks or directing during the script reading. Understandably, for Endo Takuto, it had been a pretty big blow to be critiqued in front of everyone. As he walked to his seat, he clenched his teeth hard. Just watch. Today, I'll deliver a performance so satisfying that no one will even be able to offer direction. Indeed, ever since the script reading with Kong Rojin, Endo Takuto had been diving deeper into the script. Although he was hurt, if that hurt fueled the lead actor's intensity, then for Like a Kaleidoscope and Kong Rojin, it wasn't a bad thing. Actually, it might even be for the better. That's how it looked, at least, to manager Kim Ki-baek, who was observing the situation from a slight distance. It's a bit annoying, but that much is nothing. An actor declaring he'll act with venom. Well, being a little curt could be overlooked. That was manager Kim Ki-baek's follow-up thought. However, if it crossed the line, he was also prepared to take appropriate measures. Soon after, Kong Rojin moved to the makeup team, and the other actors of Like a Kaleidoscope also hurried with their preparations. Filming was already underway, but with Kong Rojin's arrival, the shooting sequence had to be adjusted. PD Noguchi Ken and the staff moved to the set where Rojin's scenes would be filmed, and in no time, cameras, lights, and other filming equipment were set up. Meanwhile, the makeup team that gathered around Kong Rojin seemed a bit flustered. Seated in the chair, Rojin wondered what was going on. Is there a problem? Soon, the female staff member who seemed to be the leader of the makeup team smiled and spoke. Rojin-nim, just a moment. She stepped away from Rojin and gathered the team to explain the reason for their confusion. What do we do? He's already in perfect form. We can't touch anything. Same here. How do you lay a hand on that absurdly perfect face? Should we at least try the hair? It wasn't that they didn't want to do something to him. It was literally difficult to do anything. Of course, the character Rojin was playing, Murata Sho, already had a defined concept and costume. Murata Sho was a legendary #1 host. So he had to look gorgeously handsome with a touch of mysteriousness. The reason the makeup team hesitated was purely due to the handsomeness. Even the natural black hair, it looks just perfect right now to my eyes. He's just too handsome. Touching anything might ruin it. No matter what concept photo we compare him to, Rojin-nim's real-life looks are 100 times better. Wouldn't it be fine to just leave him as is without doing anything? An actor so absurdly handsome that no one wanted to touch him. This was a baffling situation, even for the makeup team. In the end, they sent an SOS to PD Noguchi Ken. PD Nim, we think Rojin-nim is best left untouched. He already surpasses the image of a legendary #1 host with ease. Even someone as experienced as PD Noguchi Ken, with years of work in Japan, found this situation completely unprecedented. Chapter 191, Activities 4. Still sitting in his chair, Kong Rojin sensed that something strange was going on. Isn't this a bit hectic? What's going on? What problem came up? First of all, the makeup teams who were supposed to do his makeup looked at his face, went to the PD, and didn't come back. Rojin picked up a hand mirror nearby, just in case. He checked his face reflected in the mirror. There didn't seem to be any particular issue. My face looks great today. Ever since he obtained the vitality booster, he no longer felt tired or fatigued. He was full of energy and vitality, and even his skin texture and condition were much better. Not to mention, his appearance stat alone was 150 points. With the passive Overwhelm, he had also elevated his aura. However, perhaps precisely because of that, Kong Rojin hadn't expected that being absurdly handsome might become a problem. Well, rather than a problem, maybe something else is happening. Still, the makeup team clustered around the PD looked serious, and PD Noguchi Ken blinked in confusion after hearing their reason. Because the actor is too handsome. It's intimidating to touch his face? Noguchi Ken spoke briefly with the makeup teams, then turned his head toward where Rojin was seated. He could see Kong Rojin sitting and looking into a mirror. Even though he wasn't doing anything in particular, his looks simply captivated attention. Soon, PD Noguchi-kin understood how the makeup team felt. I've never had this experience before, so I didn't even consider it. Before the filming of Like a Kaleidoscope, PD Noguchi-kin and the key staff had naturally held several production meetings to confirm the concepts and costumes of the characters. The same went for the legendary #1 host Murata Sho, whom Rojin was playing. At the time, they had added all kinds of eye-catching settings. But seeing Rojin on set, it's like none of it matters. Everything felt meaningless. This situation quickly spread among the cast of Like a Kaleidoscope through the staff. Huh? Because Rojinim is too handsome? Wow. This is the first time I've seen something like this. I'm in shock. You wouldn't find visuals like Rojinim even in Korea, and among Japanese actors, definitely not. So of course, there's no precedent for this. Among them was Suzuki Ri, who had also attended the script reading, had rosy cheeks, was an avid fan of Produce That 100, and a fan of Youngwoo. She sneaked a glance at Kong Rojin. If Youngwoo is like a handsome prince out of a comic, then Rojin is, I don't know. I honestly can't even come up with a comparison. And she fully empathized with the makeup team's feelings. I get the makeup team's dilemma. He's ridiculously handsome, so it must feel overwhelming not knowing where to even begin, right? It's similar to hesitating to touch a beautifully plated dish because it looks too perfect. On top of that, there's this subtle decadent vibe he gives off, and the aura in his gaze is no joke either. Honestly, he doesn't even need makeup or costume. Wouldn't it be fine to just start filming him as is? Soon, Suzuki Ri let out a quiet, incredulous chuckle. A ridiculously handsome actor getting filmed just as he is without any makeup. This is going to go down in the history of Japanese acting. At that moment, PD Noguchi-kin approached Kong Rojin, who was seated. In his hand was the character profile containing the concept and costume details for Murata Sho, the role Rojin was playing. PD Noguchi-kin alternated between looking at Rojin and the character profile for a moment. Then, Rojin, he spoke in rather serious Japanese. I'm sorry, but could you give us a bright smile? Smile? That wasn't difficult. For Kong Rojin, who had spent time in the idol industry, this was an easy request. Soon, Rojin flashed a bright smile. A natural smile that lit up his eyes. At that, PD Noguchi-kin weakly lowered the Murata Sho profile. This character profile is useless. Letting out something like a dry chuckle, PD Noguchi-kin explained the current situation to Kong Rojin. Now that he finally understood everything, Rojin smiled faintly, both outwardly and inwardly. It was a strange feeling, but a pleasant one. Being handsome is the best, yeah? What a thrill. Come to think of it, during Rental Lover 2, he'd heard similar comments from the makeup team. Even when his appearance stat was 100 points, it had been a burden. How much more now that it was 150? Anyway, Rojin responded in a slightly uplifted tone. Then, shall we try shooting as is? PD Noguchi-kin nodded. Yes. For now, we'll roll the camera without touching anything. In the end, Kong Rojin stood up without having touched a single strand of his hair or any makeup and moved toward the costume team. Then, a makeup team member spoke up with a slightly worried expression. PD Nim, should we at least do some basic makeup? PD Noguchi-kin shook his head immediately, as if to say it was fine. No. Inside, however, curiosity surged strongly. It's flustering because it's never happened before, but now that it has, I'm curious. Somehow, the set was organized, and about 40 minutes later, the actors, staff, and filming equipment were all in place. Then, one man walked in. It was Kong Rojin, dressed in a suit-style costume. PD Noguchi-kin, seated in front of the monitor, couldn't take his eyes off Rojin. He looks good. He already fits perfectly with Murata Sho. He called out to Rojin on set. First, we'll start with a camera test. It meant they'd start by filming Rojin's visuals, similar to a rehearsal. Even before Kong Rojin could settle into the mood of Like a Kaleidoscope's first shoot. SSSS. He gathered his emotions. To properly portray Murata Sho of episode 1 of Like a Kaleidoscope, titled The Vanished Women. Before he knew it, cameras surrounded Kong Rojin, and behind PD Noguchi-kin, who was at the monitor, actors including Endo Takuto had gathered. Soon, Kong Rojin's front and side visuals were displayed across multiple monitors. Quiet murmurs of amazement spread among the actors. Oh dash. Wow. The corners of PD Noguchi-kin's mouth curved upward. Even if we start filming just like this, it's more than enough. Endo Takudo, the male lead of Like a Kaleidoscope, muttered roughly to himself. How does someone with a crazy face like that also write so well and act well too? Unless he's some kind of cousin of God. How is this even possible? It was something akin to admiration. Meanwhile, in Korea, the first floor of GN Entertainment. It was the lobby of GN Entertainment, bustling with heavy foot traffic. Waiting sofas were scattered around, and the ceiling-mounted screens were broadcasting GN Entertainment's proud achievements. Of course, Vanguard was also playing. In a fairly large cafe on one side of the lobby. 2. Familiar individuals were seated across from each other. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin and CEO Hyo Kitae. Executive Director Lim had just finished a meeting with GN Entertainment's CEO Haseo Hwan, and bear-like Hyo Kitae had been waiting for her and had just met her. Hyo Kitae stirred his iced Americano and spoke. Executive Director Lim, you personally came to GN Entertainment, and it seems like it's for something important, right? Executive Director Lim nodded with a businesslike smile. It was an important matter. CEO Hyo should know too, but I'll let you know once it's finalized. For now, it was just a proposal, and nothing's been confirmed yet. At the word proposal, CEO Hyo Kitae picked up on something. If she came directly to GN to make a proposal, it has to be related to Rojin. He was curious, but CEO Hyo Kitae didn't press further. If it was related to Rojin, he'd find out eventually. There was no point in pushing here. Then, laughing heartily, he changed the subject. Haha, got it. The reason I stopped you before your return is because I also have a proposal for you. A proposal? Yes. To be exact, it's something that came from writer Rojin. Hearing Kong Rojin's name, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin's interest shot up instantly. Go ahead. CEO Hyo Kitae pulled out a notebook he had taken notes in. It's about Tale of the Strange Moon. Netflix Korea suggested doing it as a seasonal series. Right. Yes. You're probably thinking 12 episodes per season. If it's 2 seasons, that's roughly 24 episodes. As Lim fell silent, as if to say go on, CEO Hyo Kitae got to the point. Instead of that, what if you treat the 24 episodes as 4 seasons, with 6 episodes per season? 6 episodes per season. So instead of 2 seasons of 24, you're saying to go for 4 seasons. Yes. It seems writer Rojin prefers it that way. And the more I think about it, the more it seems like 6 episodes per season is better. Compared to 12-episode seasons, it drastically shortens the launch date, and the gap between seasons can be tightened too. Additionally, and this is just my opinion, the bear. No, CEO Hyo Kitae continued his briefing, but Executive Director Lim Hyunjin was already calculating in her head. 6 episodes per season. It's definitely not bad. The biggest concern with writer Rojin was that, due to his busy schedule, the script for all 12 episodes might be delayed, but this would offset that to some degree. Of course, she thought positively. It also speeds up production, allowing us to conduct promotions and marketing more aggressively, without gaps. The most enticing part was the shortening of time. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin's rough prediction was that, realistically, this project would be unveiled to the world around early next year. But if they rolled with Kong Rojin's idea, it could even be possible in the second half of this year. There was a chance it could launch before the year was over. Of course, the proposal she had made to CEO Haseo Hwan today could be a factor, but it wasn't finalized yet, and if GN accepted it, and also pushed things forward quickly, it could be integrated without issue. Soon, CEO Hyo Kitae closed his notebook and continued speaking. Writer Rojin has now started writing episode 2, and we need to decide this in advance so he can structure the ending of each season accordingly. So a quick decision would be. That sounds good. Before he could even finish speaking, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin made the decision. Let's go with 6 episodes per season. A few hours later, back in Japan. It was already past 6:30 p.m. Kong Rojin had completed the first shoot for Like a Kaleidoscope, and he was now in the van again to head to the next location. That was fun. The filming here isn't that different from Korea. If there is a difference, maybe the air feels a bit stuffier. This was Kong Rojin's first time filming a project in Japan. But the atmosphere wasn't much different from Korea, and he wrapped up the first shoot without any major issues. The next destination was a recording studio not far from the set. After that, he had to move quickly and board a flight back to Korea. So I have to go back and forth like this, right? It's totally doable, but under normal circumstances, it'd be pretty brutal. Film in Japan, then go back to Korea to handle Vanguard schedules, then return to Japan to film again. Repeat that at least 5 times. For anyone other than Kong Rojin, it would be an exhausting schedule. But Rojin somehow felt even more energized than when the filming started. Virum, the van took off. For reference, this was the end of the entire, like a kaleidoscope, shoot for the day, and in the van ahead of Rojin's were PD Noguchi-ken and others. For some reason, a few Japanese actors were also with them. About 30 minutes passed like that. Kong Rojin's van came to a stop in the parking lot of a fairly large building. Naturally, the other vehicles had arrived too. There was PD Noguchi-ken, the sound director, a few key staff members, Netflix Japan's executive director Tom Cavell, who had joined midway through the shoot, and about 5 actors including Endo Takuto and Suzuki Ri. Soon, as Rojin got out of the van carrying things besides his laptop, Kim Ki-baek called out to him. "Rojin." "Yes?" Kim gave a tired gesture and tapped the side of his neck. "Don't overdo it. Once you're back in Korea, there's a YouTube shoot and vocal practice too." "I know," Rojin replied with a smiling gaze. PD Noguchi-ken then led the way. "This way." A few minutes later, Rojin and everyone else gathered in a recording studio. The lighting was slightly dim. There was a soundproof booth with a mic, audio equipment, and instruments, including a keyboard. Though this recording studio was unfamiliar, the overall vibe felt very familiar to Rojin. Whatever the case, PD Noguchi-ken spoke to Kong Rojin. "Then, we'll leave it to you." Rojin nodded and walked toward where the sound director was seated. PD Noguchi-ken, executive director Tom Cavell, and the others stepped back. The Japanese actors did the same. Endo Takuto, with his arms crossed, quietly stared at Rojin. "He is the leader of Vanguard, right? I actually forgot he was an idol while acting with him. But wait, he's good at composing and writing lyrics too? Good enough to be in charge of the OST." The actors here were more familiar with Kong Rojin as a writer or actor. His idol background was relatively unfamiliar. Like Endo Takuto, some weren't interested in idols or simply lacked information. Only Suzuki Ri, who had watched Produce That 100, was sharp on that front. To hear one of Rojin's songs before it's even been released. This is kind of rare. Just then, after finishing a brief conversation with the sound director and finishing setup, Kong Rojin turned his head and spoke in Japanese. I did record it lightly in Korea, but I'll just perform it for you directly." In the eyes of Tom Cavell with his yellow curly hair, PD Noguchi-ken, Endo Takuto, and the other Japanese actors, anticipation and other similar kind of emotion began to rise. Manager Kim Ki-baek quietly swept his gaze across them. All their expressions are basically spelling out their thoughts. In contrast, Kong Rojin entered the recording booth casually. Wearing headphones, he nodded to the sound director outside the booth. Immediately, the ending main theme OST of Like a Kaleidoscope, composed and written by Kong Rojin, began to play in the recording studio. After the short intro ended, Rojin opened his mouth to the mic. Along with the lyrics in Japanese, Kong Rojin's calm vocal tone gently soaked into everyone's ears outside the booth. No one, literally no one, said a word. Or more accurately, no one could move. Even Endo Takuto. He simply listened, dazed and spellbound. Chapter 192. Activities 5. The title of the ending main theme OST for Like a Kaleidoscope, which was composed and written by Kong Rojin, was dreamlike. Of course, the title was also decided by Rojin. That dreamlike song spread throughout the entire studio. It began with the sound of a music box. A medium-tempo music box that was neither slow nor fast. It sounded somewhat sorrowful, and a slightly chilly atmosphere was mixed in as well. The music box sound brought out a strange or dreamy feeling. And then, as the piano came in, the intro gained strength. The piano was faster and heavier than the music box. As the two instruments merged, the OST dreamlike made listeners feel even more melancholic. It felt like, how should one put it, walking alone in a forest with no end in sight. The surroundings were dusky and mysterious. Following the piano came Kong Rojin's vocals. Rojin's voice blended with the atmosphere built up slowly, matching the strange rhythm. low and calm, but his voice itself captivated people. Gently spoken Japanese lyrics. With his eyes closed, Kang Rojin focused as he drew out the tone, and after he had sung a certain portion of the verse, the mysterious rhythm changed abruptly. The tempo suddenly quickened slightly, and strength was added to the piano melody. A kitschy melody. The tempo that was once calm quickened, and it felt like the once quiet forest had transformed into the feeling of being chased by someone. Matching the flow, Rojin's vocals also sped up. Naturally, he transitioned into the chorus. Kang Rojin nodded his head as he sang. Watching him inside the booth, PD Noguchi-kin was already captivated. Whether it was the quality of the OST dreamlike or Rojin's vocals, it sticks right in ears. Amazing. Anyone can tell this song is the OST for Like a Kaleidoscope. The melody is exactly the feeling I wanted. This is a level only the writer of Like a Kaleidoscope could reach. It was a quality that could only come from someone who, as a writer, could also compose, write lyrics, and sing as a vocalist. As expected, entrusting Rojin was the right answer. PD Noguchi-kin quietly lifted the corners of his mouth and looked to executive director Tom Cavell, who stood beside him, staring at Kang Rojin without so much as a blink. Sensing the gaze, executive director Tom Cavell already had his eyes widened to the fullest. Swoosh. He expressed his current feelings with a small gesture. A firm thumbs up directed at PD Noguchi-kin. He had expected it, but he didn't anticipate a song this fantastic. Internally muttering to himself, executive director Tom Cavell once again focused on Kang Rojin inside the booth. The song itself is one thing, but Rojin's tone is breathtaking. Including that, the key staff members of Like a Kaleidoscope were completely captivated by the idol Kang Rojin. They had become quite familiar with Rojin as a writer or actor, but this was the first time they had seen a moment of the idol Kang Rojin so directly. Being mesmerized was not a strange response, and it wasn't much different for Endo Takuto and the other Japanese actors. No, in fact, they were even more shocked. At that moment, as soon as Kang Rojin entered the second verse, he unleashed a high note like a horse breaking free from its reins. But soon after, as if it hadn't happened, he released a chilly tone again. The control of tempo and intensity was so exquisite that you couldn't take your ears off it. Endo Takuto's mouth slowly fell open. He's incredible. Setting aside the fact that Dreamlike was sensational from the intro that melted the ears, just by his expression it looked like he was singing effortlessly, yet Kang Rojin had completely seized everyone present. The energy was overwhelming. If the word overwhelm were to be visualized, would it be a moment like this? Without realizing it, Endo Takuto let out a faint hot dash of awe. Truthfully, until this moment arrived, he had harbored a bit of doubt. He wasn't exactly sure what kind of presence Kang Rojin had in Korea, but he was still a rookie who had debuted just over a month ago. And yet they had entrusted him with the ending main theme OST, not only as a vocalist, but for the composition and lyrics too. He wasn't pleased. Even though he had seen how Produce That 100 had been hot even in Japan in the past, and how songs from that time or Vanguard were now dominating Japanese charts, Endo Takuto hadn't really felt it personally, as he had little interest in the idol market to begin with. However, Endo Takuto's thoughts shattered easily now, completely broke apart. Should I say he's glowing or miraculous? Just by listening quietly, the world of Like a Kaleidoscope unfolded before his eyes. Every time Rojin's tone brushed past his ears, goosebumps rose on Endo Takuto's neck and forearms. How long has it been since I last felt this kind of emotion from someone's skill? Was it back when he was just a rookie? The last time Endo Takuto had gotten goosebumps from someone's acting was when he saw a performance by a veteran senior. That had been the first time in over 10 years. Watching Rojin now, who was singing passionately, Endo Takuto gave a faint smile. As expected, his presence soars the most when he's doing his main job. Other actors, including Suzuki Ri, were so absorbed in Kang Rojin's song that they couldn't even give any reaction. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who scanned them all, leaned his shoulder against the wall with a weary smile. Even in Korea, it's hard to find an idol who can compete with Rojin, so of course they're all shocked out of their minds. By now, SSS. As the melody of Dreamlike ended, Kang Rojin in the booth took off his headphones. When he looked ahead, Every person beyond the glass was making a strange expression. Those faces were ones Rojin had seen quite often. Looks like it went well. Honestly, I was confident. Filled with satisfaction, Kong Rojin asked everyone quietly in Japanese. How was it? Among the frozen group, PD Noguchi-kin reacted the fastest. Instead of answering, he expressed the overwhelming emotion he felt through his hands. Clap, 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 clap. Soon after, Executive Director Tom Cavell, the key staff, and the Japanese actors joined in the applause. Endo Takuto also clapped sincerely. Clap, 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 clap. Kong Rojin felt a wave of catharsis and shouted inwardly. Yes, that reaction hits the spot. So good. Later, having completed the demonstration of Dreamlike, Kong Rojin boarded a flight back to Korea. 4. Reference: the next filming of Like a Kaleidoscope was scheduled 2 days later, while Rojin, during the flight, opened his laptop to work on other projects. Vanguard, #1 on this week's Music Beat, sweeping music show trophies for 3 consecutive weeks. News about Vanguard was blowing up in Korea. #1 again, Vanguard achieves 3 consecutive weeks of music show wins and earns a triple crown. Breaking another record? Since debut, Vanguard has held first place on music shows non-stop. Their popularity keeps skyrocketing. News was out that Vanguard had been sweeping first place on various music shows for nearly a month. Though Vanguard was already running with unstoppable momentum, this was only the beginning. There were still promotion songs like Wind Veil and Flying Bell remaining. Then, on May 1st, 1 day later, Lim Hyun-jin, executive director of Netflix Korea, conveyed a decision regarding Tale of the Strange Moon to the senior staff. Tale of the Strange Moon will be structured with 6 episodes per season. At the same time, Kong Rojin received a call from CEO Hyo Kitae while on the move between schedules. Writer Rojin, I've conveyed what you mentioned to Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin. It's been decided that Season 1 will consist of 6 episodes. As soon as he heard it, Rojin's mind kicked into high gear. Really? Got it. Then I'll reconfigure it from 12 to 6 episodes. Since the structure per season would affect everything from the pacing to individual episodes, the faster pacing meant more would change. Whatever the case, Kong Rojin, along with Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung, was once again plunged into the swamp of schedules. From radio guest appearances to variety show tapings, event participation, and live broadcasts for fan interaction, today was going to be hectic from the morning. In between schedules, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung bombarded Kong Rojin with questions. Rojin, how was the filming in Japan? Filming? It was just SOSO. Nothing particularly different from Korea. Hyung. But still, you acted with Japan's top stars. That reaction's kind of dry. I don't know. Even if they're top actors in Japan, to me they just look like Japanese person 1, Japanese person 2. Alright, I did land a job because of my looks. Liar. Liar Hyung. Then the next morning, before Rojin headed to the airport for the second round of Like a Kaleidoscope filming, Kong Rojin and the Vanguard members gathered in a conference room. Manager Kim Ki-baek and other staff from the management team were present too, and not long after, CEO Ha Seo-hwan entered the room. Swish. As soon as he sat down, he nodded at Manager Kim Ki-baek. It felt like something had already been communicated, and Manager Kim Ki-baek looked at the Vanguard members and spoke in a bland tone. There's something I need to inform you all about. Soon, Kim Ki-baek's gaze landed on Kong Rojin. Currently, Rojin is working on a project as a writer with Netflix Korea. He explained about Tale of the Strange Moon to the members, what kind of work it was, how big the project was, and so on. When they heard that it would be launched not only in Korea but globally, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung's eyes widened. Then, all attention turned to Kong Rojin. Wow, Rojin, that's insane. Hyung, are you becoming a world-class writer now? The members didn't feel upset about why it had been kept secret. They simply expressed congratulations and surprise. Kong Rojin felt unnecessarily embarrassed. At that moment, Manager Kim Ki-baek continued speaking. Regarding Tale of the Strange Moon, Netflix Korea made a proposal to us, to Jian, and to Vanguard. A proposal? This was something even Rojin was hearing for the first time. When did this discussion happen? Was it while I was in Japan? Thanks to that, Kong Rojin's curiosity also exploded, and as Kim Ki-baek glanced at CEO Ha Seo-hwan, he tapped on a tablet he handed to the members. I'll explain as you look over this summary. He briefed the Vanguard members on the conversations and information shared between CEO Ha Seo-hwan and Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin. What Netflix Korea wanted, what kind of end product was expected, and so on. To summarize, Netflix Korea wants a collaboration between Vanguard and Tale of the Strange Moon, and they're proposing that we take charge of the main theme song, its concept, lyrics, composition, choreography, music video, and more. GN Entertainment didn't necessarily need to inform or get permission from Vanguard members about this proposal. However, CEO Ha Seo-hwan wanted to inform Rojin and the members in advance and hear their thoughts. One of the reasons was explained by manager Kim Ki-baek. For reference, if you accept this, the final product will be used not only in Korea, but in many countries overseas. It's clearly a large-scale proposal, and if we decide to move forward, you'll all need to participate in various aspects of production. In other words, Vanguard wouldn't just perform the collaboration, but would also take part in songwriting, composing, and choreography production. For example, Rojin and Sihu might take the lead on the composition. Soon, CEO Ha Seo-hwan slowly crossed his legs and joined in. It's a proposal worth wanting. Will you do it? Although Kang Rojin was already the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon, having his agency GN Entertainment and the members participate would be like gaining an army of allies. Either way, to Kang Rojin, being a writer or anything else was a side job. Vanguard was his main job. Soon, as the leader, Rojin shared his honest thoughts with the members. I'm in. It's not like stuff like this happens every day, right? Next was eldest Hyung, Sihu. It's totally unique. I want to try it too, especially since it's a project you wrote. The younger members, Kang Min and Do Kyung, quickly nodded. Rojin Hyung wrote it, and Vanguard is doing a collab? We can't miss this. This is crazy. It sounds awesome. After talking briefly with the members, Kang Rojin looked at CEO Ha Seo-hwan. We want to do it. A few days later, the 6th, the location was Netflix Korea. While Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin was preparing for a meeting, a ringtone went off nearby. Her phone was ringing. She checked the caller and smiled. Have they decided? The caller was CEO Ha Seo-hwan of GN Entertainment. Soon, she put the phone to her ear, and CEO Ha Seo-hwan's deep voice came through. Hello, Executive Director Nim. Yes, CEO Nim. Good morning. Through the phone, CEO Ha Seo-hwan delivered the final decision. Regarding the proposal you mentioned, our Vanguard will take it on. Meanwhile, GN Entertainment made a major announcement online. Official Vanguard Japan concert confirmed for Saturday, June 12th. Vanguard, currently sweeping Japanese charts, finally announces Japan concert date. Officially announced for June 12th/photo. Vanguard, official Japan concert date revealed, sets record for shortest time among domestic idols/photo. The date for Vanguard's Japan concert was confirmed. Chapter 193, Activities 6. The official concert date in Japan for Vanguard was announced by GN Entertainment. Since Vanguard was extremely hot topic, other reporters quickly spread the news. Issue pick on Saturday, June 12th. Vanguard will land in Japan. They reholding a Japan concert this quickly? Vanguard announces Japan concert date, earning yet another first. Fans of Vanguard were also busy sharing the news on SNS and community sites. Wow, a Japan concert within 3 months of debut. This is seriously insane. Guys, keep walking on the path of money. Hey, GN, when are you going to hold a Korea concert for Vanguard? But seriously, Vanguard's vibe is insane. How do I have to go to Japan? Right now, Vanguard has flipped the Japanese charts. Concert day gonna be chaos. Seeing them in person is seriously holy. I want to see the concert. Last time I barely made it to the pre-recording, but I almost proposed the moment I saw Rojin. GN seems to be doing good work. Lataliso, hurry up with the Korea concert too. I went to Japan last week. Guess I have to go again. While articles were popping up left and right, various domestic entertainment companies couldn't help but admire the news. Wow, Vanguard really is doing a Japan concert? When the rumors came out last time, I thought it was half fake news. That's what I'm saying, it's really impressive. If they debuted in April, that means they're doing a Japan concert in just 3 months? That's crazy. They're definitely setting a new record for the fastest overseas concert. The fastest before was over half a year, right? Most of the time, even fast ones take at least 6 months to a year. Even if Produce That 100 gave them a push, seeing them sweeping the Japanese charts now proves how huge their fan base is there. I'm jealous, really. There was no idol group moving at Vanguard's pace. While already showing massive power domestically, they now set a major first-time record with the fastest ever Japan concert. A Japan concert in just 3 months after debut. Usually, among domestic idols, even if they're popular, a Japan concert doesn't happen until they near their first anniversary. But Vanguard was holding one in just 3 months post-debut, an unprecedented and unparalleled record. Thanks to that, not only Vanguard fans but the entire entertainment industry was buzzing once again. However, GN Entertainment made it clear this wasn't the end and dropped an additional official announcement. A few hours later, official, Vanguard confirms Japan concert on June 12th. Venue is Japan's Saitama Arena. Vanguard's Japan concert venue is Saitama Arena. Maximum audience capacity of 35,000/photo. They revealed the concert venue to the world. Of course, GN Entertainment timed the announcement strategically, and Saitama Arena was among the largest concert venues in Japan. It could hold a minimum of 20,000 and a maximum of 35,000 people. Furthermore, this venue was familiar to fans who were a bit into the idol scene. It was already a concert hall frequently used by many domestic idols. Anyway, with Saitama Arena set as the venue for Vanguard's Japan concert, which could hold 35,000 people, the domestic media were astonished once again. Their debut showcase concert had drawn 20,000 people, but this Japan concert would be even larger at 35,000. The numbers were significantly higher. The interesting point here is the reaction from various media outlets who heard the news. 35,000 for a Japan concert? Well, it's Vanguard, so I think it's totally doable. They'll fill it easily. Their debut showcase with 20,000 seats sold out immediately after opening. Entertainment companies, broadcasters, and others in the industry were now viewing Vanguard very differently compared to their early debut days. The question had shifted from, can they fill 35,000 seats, to of course they'll fill it. 35,000 was undeniably a massive number, but considering how Vanguard was currently sweeping Japanese charts, speculation was rampant that they could easily pull it off. Whatever the case, the information about Vanguard's Japan concert was released simultaneously not only in Korea, but also in Japan, and both sides were overflowing with explosive reactions. In the meantime, Kong Rojin and the members were steadily handling their packed schedule. The Green Bee promotions were gradually coming to an end, and in particular, Rojin spent each and every day like hell, constantly traveling back and forth between Japan and Korea. Though he himself seemed perfectly fine, Rojin heads to Japan once again, flashing a smile to fans despite endless schedules/photo. What was especially impressive about Kong Rojin was how meticulously he managed his time. From the set of Like a Kaleidoscope to airplanes and cars, if he had any waiting time, he always worked on something. He had recently finished the OST for Like a Kaleidoscope, but still had an overwhelming amount of work left. After completing song number 4, he had begun composing and writing lyrics for song number 5, working on the Tale of the Strange Moon X Vanguard collaboration, writing the script for Tale of the Strange Moon, and more. On top of that, Kong Rojin was receiving numerous requests and proposals for songwriting and lyrics from various places lately. It was only natural. From Produce That 100 to Vanguard, veteran singer Park Hyun-young, and various OSTs for different works. Rojin had delivered results across the board, so the offers coming in were a natural flow. Manager Kim Ki-baek filtered through the first batch and then showed most of them to Rojin, who also needed time to review the incoming proposals and requests. Rojin occasionally felt a curious emotion about it all. Wow, this singer is asking me for lyrics? That's insane. Watching Kong Rojin not waste even a single second, the GN Entertainment staff who worked with him couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Where did Rojin go? He's in the car. The car? Yes. I was giving him some water earlier and happened to glance in. He seemed to be composing music in the car. He's composing during waiting time? Wow. Even in Japan, his routine doesn't change. I was surprised too. Usually, during breaks between shoots, people review the script, but he's doing other work without losing a single bit of his acting form. Honestly, he acts better than the other Japanese actors too, doesn't he? Totally. He's a genius who puts in insane effort. How can you compete with that? It's impossible. But is Rojanim really okay? Isn't he going to collapse at this rate? Well, manager Quebec said he's fine at least. The staff worried while watching Rojan, but Kong Rojan himself was utterly enjoying it. Having lots of waiting time when filming works is awesome. Later that afternoon, PD Noguchi Kin was watching Kong Rojan, now transformed into the legendary host Murata Show, intently through the monitor. Soon, a smile crept up the corners of his lips, and he shouted in Japanese toward Rojan, who was in the filming zone. Cut, okay. Great work, Rojan-nim. Kong Rojan bowed deeply to the 100-plus staff members. His filming for Like a Kaleidoscope had just ended. Thank you for your hard work. You've all worked hard. It was the moment everything came to an end. At the same time, in Han Seoryang's writing studio. In the living room of star writer Han Seoryang's studio, which was essentially the same as an apartment, a familiar woman was sitting across from her. It was PD Young Soo-ryong, with her frizzy brown hair tied back in a single line. Seemingly just arrived, steam was still rising from the teacup in front of her. She sipped the hot coffee and gave Han Seoryang a smile. I've decided to leave SBC. You've heard the rumors, right? Writer Han Seoryang slowly nodded and pushed her glasses up. Yes, I was actually planning to contact you. Honestly, I thought PD Young would become a CP at SBC, maybe even a senior executive at the desk. Did something happen? Not really. More like, just like you said, the network started giving me the look, hinting I should settle down at the desk. I did consider taking the desk position, but I got too antsy to sit still. So I just quit. How long were you at SBC? About 16 years? 17 years? I don't even remember anymore. Anyway, now that it's turned out this way, I guess I'll just keep directing outside until I'm old enough to retire. Watching PD Young Soo-ryong laugh so refreshingly, writer Han Seoryang thought to herself. 17 years of directing, she just set records with Rental Lover, and her filmography is full of hits. It's kind of a shame that someone of her caliber won't be sitting at the desk. PD Young Soo-ryong, after putting down her teacup, continued speaking. I came by partly to say hello, and also because I have something to discuss with you. Swish. She placed 2 stacks of paper she had brought separately onto the table. Since you're one of the CEOs of Culture Drawer, I wanted to return these scripts first. Scripts? Yes. These are the ones I received from writer Rojan in the past. I was planning to produce them, but with the way things are for me now, it's going to take time. They're scripts I'm really greedy for, but holding on to them any longer would just be selfish, so I'm returning them. Oh, I see. Writer Han Seoryang also knew a bit about these scripts. She had heard about them from Kong Rojan in the past. Thank you. I'll make sure they're properly delivered to writer Rojan. So I'm sure you've gotten offers from all over. How about our Culture Drawer? It's tempting, but I still prefer being on my own for now. I've been worn out by SBC for such a long time. I understand. Let me know if you change your mind. So what are you planning to do now? Crossing her arms and letting out a sigh, PD Young Soo-ryong replied. I've enjoyed unemployment enough, so I should start picking up work again. Maybe because I've been directing for so long, I keep hearing all kinds of things. I found a place I want to aim for. Oh, really? What kind of project? She smirked slightly. Wouldn't be fun if I told you right away, right? For now, it's a secret. Kong Rojan briefly flashed through Young Soo-ryong's mind. Monday, May 10th. The location was a quiet rural village somewhere in Gangwon province. The kind of place where old houses stood here and there, reminiscent of a hometown, each with large fields spread out in front. Among them, the house with the largest field had a filming crew of over 50 people settled in. That wasn't all. In the old yet nostalgic-looking house and the nearby storage packed with firewood and other items, small cameras had been installed, and drones with cameras buzzed through the air above. In front of the house, lighting and camera setups had already been completed. And there, 3 women, unmistakably celebrities, approached while chatting excitedly. So hot. It's only May, but doesn't it feel like summer? Anyway, is this the place? The vibe is great. Seriously, totally. That must be the potato field the staff mentioned. Ugh, this already feels tough. But isn't it kind of exciting? Feels like we've come to the countryside. The women were three popular actresses, one veteran who seemed the oldest, one with a mid-level career, and one who appeared to be the youngest. Among them, the youngest was a very familiar face. She wore a hat, but her long hair and the beauty mark next to her nose couldn't be hidden. It was none other than S-class top actress Choi Rina. Including Choi Rina, the three actresses dragged large suitcases to the front of the house and began talking to the staff waiting for them. The veteran actress was the first to speak. How did you even manage to find a place like this? The man who seemed to be the main PD laughed heartily as he replied, Do you like it? I do. But that potato field is huge. For now, it's just for display. Yeah, right. I can already picture us digging up potatoes. We'll see. So, when do we get to eat? You'll have to prepare it yourselves. Letting out a sigh like someone who'd done this before, the veteran actress turned to the other two actresses. Since it's the first shoot, should we look around the house first? The first to move was Choi Rina. The three of them explored the house where they'd be staying for about 30 minutes. It's bigger than I thought. There are a lot of rooms. They're probably not all for us. Some must be for guests. But I do like the spacious kitchen. This place is just like my family home. Rina, weren't you from Seoul? Nope. I used to catch frogs in the rice paddies and fields. That's a huge plot twist. Eek, look at this. There's firewood stacked up in the shed. Not long after, the actresses were once again standing in front of the staff, and Choi Rina rubbed her stomach with a distressed expression. I'm hungry. I saw there are some basic seasonings and stuff. Should we just mix soy sauce with rice and eat that? The main PD flashed a devilish smile. No way. Look around. This place is full of potatoes. The veteran actress let out a heavy sigh. See? I knew it. But still, isn't this too much for the first day? Then, suddenly, as if something came to mind, she got excited. When are they coming? The PD realized what she meant, but pretended not to know. Who? Why are you pretending you don't know? The articles are already out. The veteran actress fiddled with her phone and shoved it toward the PD. The article headlines were clearly visible. Rojin and Do-kyung confirmed as first guests of legendary variety show A Tranquil Day new season. Vanguard's Rojin and Do-kyung to appear on the returning A Tranquil Day. Official. The veteran actress questioned again. When are these noble gentlemen arriving? At that moment, the van carrying Kang Rojin and Do-kyung was vroom, speeding its way through Gangwon Province. Chapter 194, Activities 7. The van carrying Kang Rojin and Do-kyung was speeding down the highway. Do-kyung, the youngest of Vanguard, was looking at his phone with a dry expression, and Rojin, sitting by the window, had a laptop placed on a makeshift desk. His expression was focused. His hands were typing swiftly. Ta-da-da. He was writing episode 2 of Tale of the Strange Moon. Since the travel time alone took over an hour, Kang Rojin wasn't the type to waste this long break. Then suddenly, Rojin's hands, which had been moving busily, came to a stop as he moved the mouse. He paused working on Tale of the Strange Moon for a moment and opened a portal site. The search term, the variety show A Tranquil Day. A flood of articles and information poured out. It made sense. A Tranquil Day was a legendary variety show. The broadcasting station was the cable channel CVN. The main PD of A Tranquil Day was also considered a star PD like PD Woo Han-suk, and the show had already gone through 5 seasons, making it a long-running variety show. Season 1 had hit an impressive 20% viewership rating, and the following seasons consistently recorded between 10% to 15%. So it was only natural that each episode became a hot topic. The concept was divided into male actors and female actors, and this season 6 featured mainly female actors. The theme was simple: healing. The whole premise was for the cast to spend a few days in a tranquil location. But just stepping away from the bustling city and spending quiet time gave viewers a sense of relaxation, and there was entertainment in watching them light fires or cook and do everything by hand. As befitting its tremendous reputation, the guests appearing on A Tranquil Day were generally top tier, and the first guests for this season 6 were none other than Vanguard, Rojin, and Do-kyung. To appear on A Tranquil Day, first recording in May official. Specifically, it was Kang Rojin and Do-kyung. Rojin and Do-kyung appearing on A Tranquil Day was also a huge gain for Vanguard. Since A Tranquil Day was watched by such a wide range of age groups, it could further boost Vanguard's popularity. Moreover, every season of A Tranquil Day had been exported to several Asian countries like Japan and Vietnam. This season 6 was no different. It could also elevate Vanguard's international recognition in the future. Whatever the case, while Rojin was searching for A Tranquil Day, he shifted his focus to the fixed cast members. 3 top-tier female actors. In order of experience: Jang Seo-young Sunbi Nim, Seo-din Sunbi Nim, Choi Rina Sunbi Nim. Rojin had quite a history with Choi Rina outside of Rental Lover. However, Jang Seo-young and Seo-din were new to him. For Rojin, who was pursuing acting as a side job, while Choi Rina was familiar, Jang Seo-young and Seo-din were seniors with far more experience. In terms of impact or popularity, top actress Choi Rina was definitely the biggest. Still, Kang Rojin felt a bit nervous. Ugh, Choi Rina Sunbi Nim is fine since we worked together on Rental Lover, but the other Sunbaes are a bit intimidating. It was a huge relief that Choi Rina would be there. Even so, he had seen a lot of top actors during the script reading for Blood Hunt, so once he got there, he'd probably adapt quickly. Kang Rojin tried to do some mental preparation and was filled with emotion. Anyway, wow, I can't believe I'm going to appear on this variety show. In the past, Kang Rojin had been an avid viewer of A Tranquil Day. It was the variety show he used to watch lying in his room during his darkest times. He even enjoyed it enough to rewatch reruns when they came on while flipping channels. But now, he was on his way to film that very show as the first guest. He had even watched it just before appearing on Produce That 100, which made him even more excited. There's been a bunch of articles coming out about me and Do Kyung appearing. It really showed just how popular Vanguard had become, and the filming period for Kang Rojin and Do Kyung's appearance on A Tranquil Day was 1 night and 2 days. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he slept somewhere other than his home or the company. At that moment, Do Kyung, with an indifferent expression, spoke to Kang Rojin. I really used to love A Tranquil Day. Yeah? Me too. I'm nervous. Why do you think they picked us as the first guests? You must feel more at ease since you know Choi Rina Sunbi Nim. What about the other Sunbaes? Ugh, I'm nervous, and now I'm hungry. We'll eat before filming starts, right? Hyung, aren't you hungry? So-tiak. Yeah, I want so-tiak. Kang Rojin had recently learned something about Do Kyung. Although Do Kyung usually gave off a dry or indifferent vibe and was generally quiet, when he got nervous or anxious, he became talkative. And he spoke fast. Was it because he was a rapper? As if trying to suppress his nervousness with words, Do Kyung kept talking nonstop. But Hyung, are you good at cooking? From what I saw at the dorm, you didn't seem completely hopeless. I'm totally hopeless. Whenever I cook ramen, it turns into the Han River. The only thing I kind of know how to do is fry eggs, but I burn them all the time. Oh right, you know, Hyung, when the edges of the egg are a little burnt, it gives that fire-grilled flavor. Do Kyung rambled on like he was rapping, not even giving Rojin a chance to respond, while Rojin kept his gaze fixed on the laptop. Then Do Kyung realized he had been talking endlessly and made a sheepish expression. Sorry. Did I ramble too much by myself? Still looking at the laptop, Rojin shook his head casually. It's fine. I was just lost in thought. You can keep going. Narrowing his eyes, Do Kyung waved his palm back and forth in front of Rojin's laptop screen and whined. You cold-hearted leader. Around that time, the van they were riding in made a short stop at a rest area. The manager in the passenger seat turned around. It wasn't manager Kim Ki-baek, but another manager. Guys, is there anything you want to eat? With a faint smile, Kang Rojin made a request. 2. So-tiak, please. 1 for me and 1 for Do Kyung. Thank you. Okay. As the manager stepped out of the car, Do Kyung, though indifferent on the surface, gave Rojin a thumbs up with eyes full of emotion. As expected of our tsundere leader Nim, Kang Rojin could only let out a dry chuckle. Pick one thing to say and stick with it. A few hours later, around late lunchtime, before starting the filming for A Tranquil Day, Kang Rojin and Do Kyung met the main PD and other crew members. Hello, nice to meet you. The main PD and writers greeted Rojin and Do Kyung with enthusiasm. Welcome. What's that? Did you bring meat? Rojin was quick to answer. Yes. We saw a butcher shop on the way. Ah, is it not allowed to bring meat? No, no, it's fine. Gifts from guests are allowed. Seeing Du Kyung frozen stiff, the main PD chuckled more easily. No need to be so tense. Just think of it as relaxing and hanging out. Like you came back to your hometown. Du Kyung answered somewhat awkwardly. I was born in Seoul. Oh, still, I'll do my best. At what? Yeah, what should I do my best at? Pahaha. Du Kyung SSI's got a character. The PD's eyes moved over to Kong Rojin. Rojin SSI. Wow, your face is a masterpiece. Just having you on screen is enough content. I'll do my best with my face. Huh. Yes. Whether it was because the PD liked their characters. He couldn't stop smiling, and the female staff kept stealing glances at Rojin and Du Kyung, especially at Rojin, whose looks seemed to leave a strong impact. After receiving a brief explanation, Kong Rojin and Du Kyung clipped mics to their chests and got into the staff's van. Virum. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at a wide potato field and an old-looking house. Rojin and Du Kyung got off at a distance and began walking toward the house, pulling reasonably sized suitcases. Cameras quickly approached the two, and drones flew above them in the sky. Thump thump. As they got closer to the house, Kong Rojin felt his heart pounding. When they were about 10 steps away, someone suddenly came out of the quiet house and stretched out with a big yawn. Ugh. Yuni. Rina. We have to harvest potatoes. Oh. Then, noticing Rojin and Du Kyung, the woman clapped her hands in surprise. They're here. They really came. It was Seo Do-in, the second of the 3 cast members. She had short bobbed hair, was short in stature, and had a cute vibe. At her fuss, with a clattering noise, one more actress burst out. Oh my, you're here. Welcome. The actress with the longest career experience was Jang Seo-young. She was slightly chubby, had a permed bob, and gave off a warm impression. When Jang Seo-young and Seo Do-in approached Rojin and Du Kyung, the last to come out was a female actor with long straight hair, Choi Rina. She was wearing a floral patterned sun cap for farming. She looked slightly flustered the moment she saw Kong Rojin. Soon, the actresses helped Rojin and Du Kyung carry their suitcases and gathered in the shade in front of the house to continue with introductions. Rojin went first. Hello, I'm Rojin. I'm Du Kyung. Veteran Jang Seo-young shook hands with them enthusiastically, her expression filled with emotion. I know. Who in Korea doesn't know you too? Can we take some pictures together later? My daughter super loves Vanguard. Du Kyung answered quickly. Yes, I'll take even 100. At this point, Seo Do-in and Choi Rina were standing on either side of Rojin, and Seo Do-in looked up at him and exclaimed with genuine admiration. Whoa, Vanguard is right in front of my eyes. But Rojin SSI, you're really tall? Much taller than on screen. Right, Rina? Yeah, you're right. You look even taller than during Rental Lover. Kong Rojin smiled with his eyes and nodded. Yes, I grew a bit more. Have you been well, Sunbeam? Huh? I've been well. I've been enjoying Vanguard. What is this between you two? Rina, why's your energy suddenly like this? You're acting like a little girl. It's because it's awkward. Just awkward. But you two work together on Rental Lover, right? What's awkward about that? Taish, that's true, but still. Then Jang Seo-young took a step closer to Rojin. No, seriously. Rojin SSI, your face is just ridiculous. Shouldn't it be designated a national treasure or something? Camera. Zoom in on Rojin SSI. It's absurd, seriously. A few crew members with cameras zoomed in close to Kong Rojin. It was chaotic. That was what Kong Rojin thought. He had prepared himself, but the actress's energy was way higher than expected. Gotta stay sharp. And so, the actresses, Kong Rojin, and Du Kyung filmed for about 30 minutes in front of the house. If no one stopped them, it felt like it would just go on endlessly, and the one who broke the flow was the main PD standing behind the cameras. Rojin, Du Kyung SSI had so-tiak for breakfast and skipped lunch. Time to prepare lunch, right? Jang Seo-young clapped her hands together. Oh my, look at me, forgetting about food. Let's eat. We'll grill the beef we brought later at night. And for lunch, I thought we'd just make some simple potato fried rice. Oh, Rojin SSI or Du Kyung SSI, do you cook at all? She asked if they were good at cooking, but Du Kyung gave an unrelated answer. I'll work hard. Then her gaze moved to Kong Rojin. Recalling the time he used to live alone, Rojin answered lightly. A little. Just enough to cook for myself. I'll do my best to assist. But it seemed the actresses didn't even hear the word assist from Rojin. They got way too excited. Yeah, so you're good at cooking? Then how about you make lunch, Rojin SSI? We'll light the fire and do the rest. Just tell us what to do. Me? Yeah. We're all hopeless with our hands. This morning, Rena made soybean paste soup, but that wasn't doenjang soup. It was just soybean paste water. Yuni. What? I'm not wrong, Rena. Soybean paste water is a bit harsh. Yeah? Then just soybean paste. Sigh. The senior actresses laughed so hard they held their stomachs, while Choi Rena covered her face with both hands. Rojin glanced at Rena and thought it was unexpected. She's kind of different from how she was during Rental Lover. Feels more relaxed. But that wasn't the issue right now. The direction of the filming was heading somewhere strange. It was turning into a situation where Kong Rojin had to cook. Expectations were high for him. Naturally, he had imagined the sunbays would cook and he would assist, but suddenly he was pushed into the chef position. Just then, Choi Rena, having recovered her composure, took off her sun cap and asked, "What should we start with, Rojin SSI?" Veteran Jang Seo-young quickly nodded. Yeah, don't feel pressured, just decide everything one by one. Of course, among them, Jang Seo-young, who had children, was actually the best at cooking. But she seemed to be thinking about the screen time for the show. The main PD and the staff seemed to be thinking the same. There was no sign of stopping any of it. In the end, Kong Rojin, who had already scanned the kitchen and surrounding environment. Whatever, let's just make something. Made a decision. Then I'll keep it simple with kimchi fried rice, shredded potato stir-fry, and potato pancakes. Tea that's simple? Well, whatever, sounds good. Jang Seo-young Sunbi Nim and Du Kyung, please light the fire. Seo Da-in Sunbi Nim, could you peel the potatoes? Choi Rena Sunbi Nim, please help me. Soon, Du Kyung and the actresses moved quickly and efficiently. Du Kyung awkwardly followed behind Jang Seo-young as she headed to the storage, and when Kong Rojin entered the kitchen, Choi Rena, who came alongside him, handed him a towel and parted her lips. Rojin SSI, are you really good at cooking? Kong Rojin, now with the towel draped around his neck, answered. It was just a little hobby when I used to live alone, making food and stuff. Oh dash, I'm not that great, but it'll be more edible than soybean paste water. Seriously, the Yunis were lying. It was actually better than you'd think. Choi Rena, having gotten worked up, suddenly realized and cleared her throat awkwardly, and Kong Rojin responded. Guess I should start by harvesting the potatoes. But Sunbinim, please feel free to speak casually. At Rojin's request, clearly more comfortable with Choi Rena than the other actresses, she paused briefly before smiling. Should I? Should I? Yes, I'd prefer that. Too. Then, Rojin SSI. Wait, Rojin, you should talk casually to me too. Don't think of me too much as a sunbae. Can I really do that? Why not? We already worked on a project together, and if you don't, I feel like it'll keep being awkward. Wearing the straw hat they'd been given in advance, Kong Rojin smiled with his eyes. I'll do that, Nuna. In that instant. Choi Rena's brain froze. Chapter 195, Activities 8. What did I just hear? S-class top actress Choi Rena, whose brain just froze, stood still, locking eyes with Kong Rojin. At the same time, the same word echoed in her ears in Rojin's voice. Nuna, 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 as if it were reverberating. Soon, something surged within Choi Rena. What should she even call this emotion? It felt different from something rational, like falling for someone. If anything, it was closer to fangirling. The fangirl moment that Choi Rena had forgotten for a while during her time apart from Rojin had suddenly reawakened. From Produce That 100 to Rental Lover and even Vanguard, Choi Rena had unknowingly become drawn to Kong Rojin, and her fangirling intensified when they happened to shoot Rental Lover together. And now, that very favorite person just called her Nuna. How should she put this? It was like going to a fan signing event and having her favorite idol wave and call her Nuna. A wave of emotion crashing in, while she found herself even more enchanted by her favorite, Kong Rojin. That was exactly what Choi Rena was feeling. The only difference was that the location happened to be a variety show filming site. Seriously, he's a real charmer. Moreover, that Nuna came from a face so beautiful it seemed almost unreal. Choi Rina's heart pounded harder than ever. But within a few seconds, she regained her senses. There were too many eyes and cameras here. Hey, get a grip, Choi Rina. She barely managed to restart her brain, but that brief daze had probably already been caught on camera. Nothing she could do about that. So instead, she shifted her thoughts while looking at Kong Rojin. But somehow, he seemed softer. During Rental Lover, he had a bit more of a cynical edge. Of course, he still has a calm vibe. But anyway, I prefer this side. What am I even saying? Kong Rojin, looking at Choi Rina, wondered if he'd messed up. Crap, I thought we'd gotten a bit more comfortable, so I just said it. Was Nuna too much? But Choi Rina casually pointed at the potato field with her index finger. What are you doing? Let's go. Huh? Yes. Is it okay? Still, deciding to mix between Nuna and Sunbae, Rojin started moving. Just then, the second youngest actress, Seo Do-in, had just stepped into the kitchen and flapped her short bob as she made a fuss. Just now, Rojin SSI called Rina Nuna. Jang Seo-young and Du Kyung, who had been fanning the firewood, came running. Really? Is that true? The cameras quickly zoomed in. Choi Rina, flustered for no reason, flailed. So what? What? I told you we worked on a project together? We're close. But until just now, he was calling you Sunbi Nim. That was just because we hadn't seen each other in a while, and it was awkward. Also, because the unis are here. Veteran actress Jang Seo-young suddenly responded. Rojin SSI? Du Kyung SSI? Call me Nuna too. And immediately realized how that sounded. That's just embarrassing. Thus, the whole Nuna incident stirred up chaos for about 10 minutes before it finally settled down. Soon, everyone returned to their tasks. Rojin and Choi Rina began chatting as they harvested potatoes in the field. You did the script reading for Blood Hunt, right? Was Taesu Oppa to you? He asked me, so I answered appropriately. She was referring to Young Taesu, the male lead of Blood Hunt. Yes, Young Taesu Sunbi Nim was really nice. All the actors there are kind, and they're really passionate about acting. How was director Yoo Ji-hyun? He had amazing charisma. Mostly actor-related conversations. About 30 minutes later, Kong Rojin straightened his back. Phew, potatoes, this should be enough, Nuna. Still flinching at being called Nuna, Choi Rina followed behind Rojin. Yeah, let's go. The harvested potatoes were handed over to Seo Din, who had been waiting. While she peeled the potatoes, Kong Rojin gathered tools and seasonings from the kitchen, including knives and cutting boards. Choi Rina, seemingly incapable of cooking at all, simply watched Rojin. Rojin asked her, Sunbi Nim, have you never cooked before? Yeah, I can't cook. Then please slowly trim the carrots over there with the slicer. Like this. Yes. As Choi Rina trimmed the carrots with a crisp slicing sound, Kong Rojin, stationed in front of the cutting board, placed an onion on it. The next thing he reached for was a knife. Soon, 3 cameras gathered around Rojin. Regardless, Kong Rojin. Swoosh. He began peeling the onion with the knife. His movements were extremely practiced. In less than a minute, he had peeled several onions and placed the cleaned ones on the cutting board. Then, tack. He began chopping at a rapid pace. It was clearly the touch of an expert. The staff holding the cameras widened their eyes, and even Choi Rina, who had been struggling with the carrots beside him, openly exclaimed in awe. Wow, what? You're really good? Seo Do-in, who had just finished peeling potatoes, and Jang Seo-young and Du Kyung, who were stoking the fire, rushed into the kitchen again. The moment they saw Rojin's knife work, they were floored. That's not just casual-level knife skills. Right, Yuni? Anyone can see that his knife work is serious business. Wow. Hyung, you look like a chef. Kong Rojin kept his eyes on the onions he was slicing and gave a soft chuckle. I practiced knife skills before, just for fun. Back when Rojin had been going through a rough time, he had nothing but time. So he eased his loneliness and boredom with things like writing and cooking. It had been a while, so he thought he might make a mistake, but thankfully there was no issue. Tack. The cameras and the actresses watched his knife work for several minutes. Or more accurately, they were watching Kong Rojin as he chopped. No, this isn't okay. Rojin SSI, you can't be that good at chopping onions with that ridiculously handsome face. That's just cheating. Everyone seemed to agree with veteran actress Jang Seo-young's words. Even the dozens of staff members. The chaos that flared up again only calmed down after 15 minutes. And as Rojin cheerfully chopped potatoes, Choi Rina, still battling the carrots, muttered, "Rojin, seriously, when I look at you closely, I'm handsome, right?" Choi Rina crumbled helplessly at Rojin's sudden interruption. "Yeah. Huh. No, that's not what I meant. Thank you. Huh. I walked right into that." Meanwhile, Du-kyung was getting scolded by Jang Seo-young. "I mean, Du-kyung SSI? I told you to bring firewood, not a whole log." "I'm sorry." As the footage kept piling up from all directions, Rojin, having finished prepping the ingredients, stood up. I still think we need fried eggs to round out the side dishes." "Oh, really? Then I'll go get some eggs. There's a chicken coop out back." They even had a chicken coop? Kong Rojin stopped Choi Rina, who was about to put down the carrots. "No, I'll go." "No, please finish up the carrots. We're not finishing tomorrow, are we?" "No, we're not." Smiling as if he were joking, Rojin stepped out of the kitchen. He headed to the chicken coop behind the house. 2 cameras followed him, and the moment he saw the large coop full of chickens, he abruptly froze. He barely took a couple of steps, then locked eyes with a chicken and stopped again. "What is that thing?" Pointing at the coop with his index finger, Rojin turned toward the cameras behind him. "Is that really a chicken?" The staff holding the camera nodded. "It's a chicken? Why? Are you scared of chickens?" "No, not exactly. But that one's way too big to be a chicken." "Then what do you think it is? Isn't it an ostrich?" "Ostrich?" The camera staff burst into laughter. "Ostrich, seriously? It's a chicken. It's way too big for a chicken, though." Rojin cautiously moved again. Eventually, right in front of the coop, Kong Rojin exclaimed, "Wow, no, this guy's not okay. Look at his eyes. He's huge. You could ride him." He wasn't being a wimp. The chicken's eyes really were menacing. Rojin shot a pleading look to the staff, but the evil grins on their faces made it clear they weren't going to help. In the end, Kong Rojin had to admit it. "I'm scared of chickens, but the variety show world is brutal. Just look at those cruel staff. They weren't even thinking of moving from their spot." Cautiously, Rojin opened the coop door. Then, ugh, no, go away, no. Letting out wails, he somehow managed to get the eggs. Looking like a wreck, Kong Rojin closed the coop and muttered quietly to the staff, "That really is an ostrich." Afterward, following the ostrich incident, Kong Rojin quickly recovered his composure and started cooking. Soon, a delicious smell began to fill the air. In truth, Kong Rojin was quite skilled at cooking. He stir-fried over the fire and quickly whipped up shredded potato stir-fry. Then with a few flicks of the pan, the fried eggs and potato pancakes were ready. The crowning touch was kimchi fried rice. The kimchi stir-fried rice was made with kimchi that Jang Seo-young had brought from home, and the aroma was so rich that the staff were swallowing their saliva. Anyway, while it had taken over 2 hours to prepare the ingredients, completing the cooking and setting the table took less than an hour. The table was set on the wooden floor in front of the kitchen. Kimchi fried rice and side dishes were beautifully spread out on the wide table. The soup was the soybean paste soup that Choi Rina had boiled in the morning, or rather, the soybean paste water that Kong Rojin had resuscitated. SSS. A camera attached to a mid-sized Jimmy Jib captured the completed dishes. These shots would be used for inserts or the teaser. The hungry actresses, Rojin and Du-kyung, were all silently hoping the camera would hurry up and move out. "Please enjoy your meal." As soon as the Jimmy Jib pulled back, everyone grabbed their spoons and began stuffing kimchi fried rice into their mouths. The first to exclaim in delight was Choi Rina. "Amazing. This is delicious." Jang Seo-young and Seo Do-in followed suit. "This is seriously good. The sweet and salty balance is perfect. Whoa. Try the shredded potatoes and the potato pancakes, Yuni. This is unreal." Du-kyung was perhaps exhausted. He silently devoured the food and gave Kong Rojin a quiet double thumbs up. After the meal came a short break. During this time, the cameras weren't rolling. Rojin found it fascinating. This is how people get close in between filming. Even the senior actresses and the main PD, along with the staff, began chatting and hanging out. They took commemorative selfies and talked about Vanguard. The Vanguard Japan concert is causing a sensation. Yeah, I heard it's the shortest time ever after debut, and the first time too. Though he wasn't doing anything special, Kang Rojin enjoyed this moment. Just like the program's title, it truly was a tranquil day. They even enjoyed a light beer with grilled beef for dinner. Though it was a short time, everyone had become quite close, and the beef party lasted until fairly late into the evening. The one who signaled the end was Jang Seo-young. We have to harvest potatoes in the morning, so should we get to bed soon? The actresses who agreed said good night and headed to their rooms, and Kang Rojin and Do Kyung also lay down in their assigned room. Soon, Do Kyung, lying next to him, asked in a drowsy voice, "How was it, Hyung?" "It was fun. Come to think of it, I think this is the first time we're sleeping just the two of us." "Is it? What about you? How was today?" No answer came from Do Kyung. Turning his head, Rojin saw Do Kyung had already passed out cold. Letting out a faint laugh, Kang Rojin also gently closed his eyes, using the sound of insects as a lullaby. Chir-chir, what a nice sound. After about 40 minutes of rest, Kang Rojin quietly got up. He quietly picked up the tablet he had brought with him. SSS. He began working. The next day, the morning of the 11th, at Netflix Korea, Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, who seemed to have just arrived at work, sat down and turned on her laptop. The first thing she clicked was the production company list. It was time to choose a production company to partner with for Tale of the Strange Moon. As she briefly scratched her chin, she muttered under her breath, "Contacting a production company isn't the hard part." What she was struggling with now was choosing a PD to direct Tale of the Strange Moon. She opened the list of PDs to consider and let out a quiet sigh. There's no one who feels exactly right dash. The candidates that appeared on screen were all experienced. Still, for some reason, none of them appealed to Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin. Somehow, it just didn't feel like the right match for Tale of the Strange Moon. Should I redo the PD list? Just then, her phone began to ring. She picked it up without much thought, then paused in surprise. Huh? Why is this person? About 2 hours later, Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin opened the glass meeting room door. At the same time, the woman inside the meeting room stood up. A familiar face. Her frizzy brown hair was tied back in a single line. It was PD Young Soo-ryong. After shaking hands with Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, PD Young Soo-ryong smiled and said, "As I mentioned on the phone, I've come for an interview." Chapter 196, Activities 9. In a meeting room with a glass wall covered in posters from various works, two people were sitting across from each other. Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin and PD Young Soo-ryong. Executive Director Lim reacted with surprise to what Young Soo-ryong had just said and asked again. "So you mean, PD Young, you want to take an interview? Why? What about SBC?" When she first received contact from PD Young Soo-ryong, she wondered what it was about. The idea that Young wanted to attend an interview as a director was odd from the start. After setting a record for the first ever milestone with Rental Lover as a one-act drama and sweeping awards at the year-end awards ceremony, it was widely accepted that PD Young Soo-ryong would be promoted to a senior executive, possibly even a CP, at SBC. She was even speculated to become a director in the future. But now, suddenly showing up for an interview at Netflix Korea? Naturally, Executive Director Lim met her filled with curiosity. On the other hand, PD Young Soo-ryong, casually scratching her chin, remained calm. "Haven't you heard the rumors in the broadcasting industry yet?" "Huh? I've been a bit busy lately." "Did something happen?" "It hasn't been officially announced yet, but I've decided to leave SBC." "What?" Executive Director Lim's eyes widened instantly. As if to calm her, PD Young continued. "Well, that's how it ended up. Once I finish handing over my duties, the procedure should be done in about a month, so I'm basically unemployed already." PD Young Soo-ryong displayed her characteristic nonchalance, but Executive Director Lim's widened eyes remained unchanged. "This is quite surprising. I really thought you'd stay at SBC no matter what, PD Nim. There were various circumstances, but long story short, I just prefer directing simply. Anyway, I've been taking it easy for a while, but I figured it was time to start moving again. That's why I came." With a faint smile, PD Young Soo-ryong quickly shifted the topic. "I'd like to interview as the director for the project currently being prepared by Netflix Korea." Suddenly switching to a firm tone and straightening her posture, PD Young caught executive director Lim slightly off guard again. How do you even know about our project? It made sense. The project, namely Tale of the Strange Moon, was still top secret. To this, PD Young Surong brushed back her coarse brown hair and answered, "When you've been in the industry this long, you start to hear things from here and there. Of course, I don't know everything, but I heard Netflix is preparing a big project. Something like that." Oh. After hearing that, Executive Director Lim could mostly understand. In this entertainment industry, while you can hide things from the public, it's impossible to keep them 100% secret from the industry as a whole. True. We did send out quite a few feelers, starting from early writer agents to recent production companies and PDs. For someone like PD Young, she'd have heard about it somewhere. At this point, Executive Director Lim regained her composure. As expected of PD Young Surayong. "You're right. We've been preparing a large-scale project lately, which is why I've been so busy. But do you know what the project is exactly and what its centerpiece is?" "I don't know exactly, but I can roughly guess." "But you came to interview just like that?" PD Young Surayong shrugged. I've grown tired of the rigid directing environment at broadcasting stations. The constant interference from above and below, being told this doesn't work because of this, or that doesn't because of that. It's exhausting. You've been doing it for decades, so I understand. As you know, at a broadcasting station, the director has to handle everything from production to advertising, and it just drains all your energy. And that's why they're the slowest to respond to changing trends. Above all, I always wanted to work with Netflix someday. I've always been curious, what would that be like? Executive Director Lim slowly nodded. The freedom in directing must be the greatest appeal. After all, broadcasting stations are entangled with complicated interests. Anyway, it's interesting that someone of PD Young Surayong's caliber is going freelance. If I'd known, I would have reached out to her first. Across broadcasters, production companies, agencies, and OTT platforms, PD Young Surayong was naturally regarded as SSS tier. The same went for Executive Director Lim. She likely received many offers even before coming here. The only reason Lim hadn't contacted her was because she was still affiliated with SBC. Had she known about this move, PD Young would have been her top pick. She's a bona fide star PD. Not just rental lover, but many of her past projects were hits too. Come to think of it, every historical drama PD Young directed became a massive success. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin's lips slowly curled upward. "Would you like to take a look at the synopsis for our project? Does that mean I passed the document screening stage of the interview?" "Of course. You're not just anyone, you're PD Young. If you show it to me, I'd be happy to take a look. It's still strictly confidential. I'll keep it secret. Don't worry." Soon, a few pages of the synopsis were handed to PD Young Surayong, and she checked the title first. Tale of the Strange Moon. Just from the title, this is clearly a historical drama. Next was the writer's name, writer Rojant, but PD Young didn't seem very surprised. As expected, my guess was right. Rather, Executive Director Lim asked in surprise. "Guess? You already knew it would be writer Rojant." "It was just a kind of intuition, plus some added reactions from people around me. And I heard you went to GN Entertainment recently, right?" "Huh. Someone I know said they saw you there." "Why would Netflix Korea go to GN?" "The most likely reason would be writer Rojant. Plus, the atmosphere at Culture Drawer also hinted at it. More than anything, if it's Netflix Korea, which is probably the most trend-sensitive, wouldn't they want writer Rojant? Especially since Vanguard is flying high these days. You should have been a detective, PD Nim. I just stumbled into it." With a faint smile, PD Young Surayong turned her gaze back to the synopsis for Tale of the Strange Moon. At the same time, her heart was pounding without pause. Expectations and excitement were soaring wildly. A historical drama written by that writer Rojant? How could she resist? She read the synopsis with full concentration. A few minutes later, "This is insanely good. In the midst of being busy with Vanguard, has his sense as a writer been elevated even more? Truly impressive. If you were the director, how would you handle Tale of the Strange Moon?" PD Young Surayong, lowering the synopsis she had been reading, immediately began listing her thoughts. "I'd have to see the script, but for now, it's a fusion historical drama blended with fantasy. The way elements like shamans and monsters are mixed with a hint of horror is impressive. It feels like folktales might appear too. From the synopsis alone, it seems to aim for a Korean-style historical superhero genre. That means it should be written with a seasonal format in mind rather than a single shot. And if it's a seasonal series, then the characters need to be strong as well. Writer Rojin is great at building characters and using them effectively, so that should be fine, but the key would be the VFX team's capability. CG and visual effects need to be seamlessly integrated too. Avoid making it look tacky, and the monster or occult aspects need to be properly reinforced. All she had seen was the synopsis. Yet PD Young Soo-ryong spoke as if she could see right into Executive Director Lim's mind, without missing a beat. And her briefing continued on without pause, gradually captivating Executive Director Lim. This is the power of experience and of a star PD. It's no wonder every project she touches hits ratings gold. Her sense is sharp and her eye for detail is incredible. Come to think of it, it was also PD Young Soo-ryong who first discovered writer Rojin and started his debut project with him. Her understanding of writer Rojin is incredibly deep. The more she saw and the more she heard, the more PD Young Soo-ryong seemed like the perfect fit to direct Tale of the Strange Moon. After finishing her briefing, PD Young tapped the synopsis with her index finger. Now that I've read the synopsis, I'm dying to see the script. Could I maybe get a taste? Just a single page? With a look of certainty now in her eyes, Executive Director Lim said, "Not just one page, I'll give you the entire script." Huh? What? She reached out her hand to PD Young. "You've passed the interview. Please direct Tale of the Strange Moon." At the same time, filming site for A Tranquil Day. Around late morning, Kang Rojin and Do Kyung were busy digging up potatoes in the field. Of course, Jang Seo-young, Seo Do-in, and Choi Rina were doing the same. Today, Rojin and Do Kyung were scheduled to stay here only until lunch. They'd had a simple breakfast, and once noon passed, they would head to a nearby town for lunch and then say goodbye. Soon, veteran actress Jang Seo-young, who had grown quite close to Do Kyung, began nagging him. "Hey Do Kyung, don't just skim the surface, you need to dig deeper. Look at this, there are still so many potatoes left where you passed." "Roger, I'll focus more. You know, you're fine usually, but when you get nervous, your speech gets really stiff." "That's a misunderstanding." Do Kyung, now wearing his straw hat again, resumed digging up potatoes with effort. Watching him, Jang Seo-young chuckled, as if she found him cute. Do Kyung is really, how should I put it? He's handsome, but gives off that disobedient younger brother vibe, right? Do Kyung replied while still digging, as if correcting her. "I'm very obedient." By now, Kang Rojin, with a towel around his neck, was also diligently harvesting potatoes. Next to him was Choi Rina, panting beside him. "Rojina, why are you so tough? Aren't you tired?" "I'm fine." "Why? If you're tired, Sunbae, take a break." "No way, I can't lose to you." As Choi Rina suddenly sped up, Rojin smiled. At that moment, the main PD of A Tranquil Day shouted, "This looks great right now. Let's shoot the poster like this. Everyone, strike a pose with your potatoes." Kang Rojin and Do Kyung stepped out for a moment while Jang Seo-young, Seo Do-in, and Choi Rina continued with the poster shoot first. Then Rojin and Do Kyung rejoined. "Next, let's get some still cuts for episode 1. About 30 minutes later, the cast gathered around the monitor. The first to react loudly was Seo Do-in with her short bob haircut. "Wait, why does it look like we can only see Rojin and Do Kyung? Especially Rojin. You're just digging potatoes, so why is your face glowing?" Do Kyung, perhaps feeling a bit proud, chimed in. Even if Rojin Hyung were a potato, he'd still be handsome. Kang Rojin shoved Do Kyung's shoulder. "Don't turn me into a potato." After all the fuss, the morning schedule ended. Kang Rojin, Do Kyung, and the actresses changed into casual outfits and headed to town. Naturally, top celebrities showing up in a quiet village drew a crowd quickly. "Oh my, isn't that Jang Seo-young?" "Who's that?" "An actress." "Of course she's an actress. A super popular one. Didn't you hear they're filming a variety show at the house up there?" I need to get a photo." The funny thing was, "Hyung, isn't it kind of weird that no one's recognizing us?" "Yeah, seriously." Kang Rojin and Do Kyung were getting the cold shoulder. Noticing this, Jang Seo-young patted both of their shoulders. "What do you think? Around here, I'm the vanguard and the idol, okay? It's fine, it's fine. There are a lot of older folks around. That's why they don't know you. When younger people show up, they'll be all over you. And sure enough, a few couples and young kids soon began waving at Rojin and Du Kyung, but the actresses, especially Jang Seo-young, still had far greater star power. Then, Kang Rojin placed a hand on Du Kyung's shoulder and, as the leader of Vanguard, solemnly declared, "Let's work even harder." With a firm expression, Du Kyung nodded. Yeah. Their lunch was banquet noodles from the town market. After wrapping up the lunchtime shoot, Kang Rojin and Du Kyung began wrapping up for the day. They carried their suitcases out of the house. The actresses, full of regret, sighed as they watched. Ah, such a shame. They are leaving. Rojin, the food you made was seriously good. And Du Kyung was hilarious. Travel safely, Rojin. You too, Du Kyung. The final goodbyes lasted over 5 minutes. Eventually, after bowing repeatedly to the staff, Kang Rojin and Du Kyung headed toward the waiting van. Among the actresses still waving, Seo Din murmured, "Wow, even Rojin's back view is handsome." Veteran Jang Seo-young strongly agreed. I can't remember anything except how good-looking he is." Choi Rina said nothing. She was silently repeating what her favorite had once said to her. Okay, Nuna. Meanwhile, in the van, after finishing a brief chat with the production crew, Kang Rojin and Du Kyung transferred to the vehicle, where the Vanguard team was waiting. Sitting inside was manager Kim Ki-baek, who hadn't been there yesterday, now waving weakly. "Did you enjoy your healing well?" Rojin and Du Kyung replied sincerely. "It was fun, right? Time flew by so fast." Just as the van carrying the two started to move, manager Kim Ki-baek added, "That's a relief." Then he mentioned another schedule. "Rojin, the first shoot for Blood Hunt has been scheduled." Chapter 197, Activities 10. Currently, Blood Hunt was undergoing massive promotion and marketing. Issue pick script reading completed for Blood Hunt. Fans curious about what kind of role Rojin will play. Blood Hunt, packed with top stars nears first shoot. Male lead, Young Tae-soo says, "The reading atmosphere was good. I'm looking forward to the first shoot." Writer Rojin's first movie work, Blood Hunt. Will it be a mega hit like Rental Lover? The first shoot was imminent. At BG Pictures, the production company behind Blood Hunt, director Yoo Ji-hyun and the production team were holding a final production meeting. Since the core milestone, the script reading, was already completed, the atmosphere was largely about final checks. Among these, coordinating the first shooting date and actor schedules was key. Then, we'll confirm the first shoot for Monday, May 24th. Since today was the 11th, there were roughly 2 weeks left until the first shoot. 4. Reference, Blood Hunt also included an overseas location shoot in the Philippines. The beginning to middle part of filming would proceed first at domestic sets, and the overseas shoot was scheduled for the latter half. So, there was a strong possibility that filming would conclude in the Philippines. Anyway, in Blood Hunt, Kang Rojin was. How's Rojin SSI's filming schedule coordinated? As you know, Rojin SSI has an extremely packed schedule outside of Vanguard. I know. For now, he'll join on the first shooting day. After that, Rojin SSI's filming schedule is spaced out with a day or two between shoots. We can't help it. The fact that the schedule has been coordinated at all is already fortunate. Exactly. It was possible thanks to a lot of consideration from the other actors, and most of Rojin SSI's scenes will start in the morning. Thankfully, since the scenes for the character Hook are short, we can somehow manage. It was going to be a schedule that required shooting in a solo combat style, just like a kaleidoscope. He had to participate in Blood Hunt filming, handle Vanguard schedules, and still take care of his side jobs without neglect. Still, compared to like a kaleidoscope, which was in Japan, Blood Hunt, being domestic, made the situation more manageable. Alright, then let's start promoting the first shoot as May 24th and begin preparations. This was conveyed to Kang Rojin inside the van, returning from the filming of A Tranquil Day. Of course, through manager Kim Ki-baek's mouth. We've coordinated the schedule well with the Blood Hunt team, and the first shoot is on May 24th. Rojin will join from that day. Oh, really? Yes. It seemed like the Blood Hunt side was really considerate of Rojin. Well, it's probably because you're both the screenwriter and actor, right? Anyway, it looks like the very first scene of Blood Hunt will be Rojin's. Not long after wrapping up, like a kaleidoscope, The first shoot of Blood Hunt was already here. Kong Rojin felt like everything he had planted was finally starting to rev up. It's going to get even crazier, though I'm happy about it. The next day, quite a few topics were thrown into the media. Some matters that had begun in Japan had now crossed over to Korea. Star Talk. Rojin handled not just the script, but also the OST for Like a Kaleidoscope. Like a Kaleidoscope, to launch on Netflix Korea approximately 2 weeks after its Japan Netflix debut. Works related to Kong Rojin were enthusiastically being marketed. A Tranquil Day team says, filming with Rojin and Do-kyung is complete. Expect explosive chemistry. Writer Rojin's first film Blood Hunt. First shoot confirmed for May 24th. Vanguard to hold a Japan concert at Saitama Arena. We went there ourselves. Jaw-dropping scale/photos inside. Thanks to this, fans of Vanguard were thrilled. On SNS, community sites, YouTube, and more, people were busy sharing stories about Rojin. At this point, Kong Rojin and the members of Vanguard were participating in a pre-recording for a music show. Green Bee echoed across the stage, and once again, fans who had waited since dawn screamed in excitement for Vanguard. Kaiwaya, having gained quite a bit of experience with pre-recordings, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung handled the stage with calm confidence. After finishing the pre-recording, Rojin, dripping with sweat, still waved to the fans who were jumping and cheering. Of course, the other members did the same. On their way back to the waiting room, Sihu murmured with slight regret, "Wow, it's already the last week of Green Bee promotions." Walking alongside him, Kongmin and Do-kyung joined in. "Huh, you're right. Time flew by. We'll take a short break and move straight into Flying Bell, but it's still kind of sad." As they said, once this week's music show schedules ended, Green Bee promotions would be over. After about a week of rest, they would begin their second round of promotions with Flying Bell, which had a concept completely opposite of Green Bee. However, Flying Bell was planned to have a shorter promotion period than Green Bee. The last promotion track, Wind Veil, still remained, but if they dragged out the promotion for every track, Vanguard's condition would obviously fall apart. Sweeping back his black hair, Kong Rojin felt once again how fast time was flying. Is it already the second track's promotion? Come to think of it, the Japan concert is only a month away too. At that time, over at Netflix Korea, which was actively pushing the production of Tale of the Strange Moon, they were briefing PD Young Surayong, who had been confirmed as the director. Tale of the Strange Moon will launch not just in Korea, but worldwide on Netflix. They were relaying the overall status of the series. The production company will be finalized within this week. Currently, the script for Tale of the Strange Moon has been completed up to episode 1, and writer Rojin Nim is working on episode 2. It will proceed as a seasonal series, with 6 episodes per season. 6 episodes per season. That's quite a fast pace, both for launch and production. Exactly. And here's one of the key points. The main theme song of Tale of the Strange Moon has been confirmed as a collaboration with GN Entertainment's Vanguard. The details of the collaboration are: upon hearing the collaboration plans between Vanguard and Tale of the Strange Moon, PD Young Surayong opened her eyes wide. A global launch was already impressive, but a collaboration? This is a much bigger scale than I expected. Regardless, the main theme OST of Tale of the Strange Moon would be handled entirely by GN, from composition to music video production. PD Young Surayong and Netflix Korea were in a position to wait for now. The main theme track for Tale of the Strange Moon. Probably. No, almost 100% it'll be a Korean-style song. With a historical drama vibe and Vanguard. What kind of song will come out of that? Kong Rojin received the news that PD Young Surayong had been confirmed as the director of Tale of the Strange Moon. In the afternoon of the same day, Young Surayong personally called him. Writer Rojin, I've been confirmed as the director for Tale of the Strange Moon. Kong Rojin, who heard the news while in a moving vehicle, was a little surprised but genuinely happy. Wow, really? That's great. After that, even while working on his side jobs in between, Kong Rojin focused on Vanguard's Green Bee promotions. Interviews, music shows, variety programs, live streams, and more. Thanks to that, time melted away. Eventually, Vanguard scored first place again with their final music show schedule. Star Photo, Vanguard, achieves 6 consecutive weeks of first place on music shows/photo. Runaway Train Vanguard wraps up Green Bee Promotions. Members say, "See you with the next song." Green Bee Promotions had come to an end. You have achieved the hidden mission first place streak with debut song has been achieved. 50 coins have been given as a reward. The first thing the members and Rojin, who had received a gift from the AI simulation, did was to send a message to fans. Through official SNS channels, they expressed their gratitude and informed fans about future schedules. From this point, the Vanguard members were given about 10 days of rest. There were no official Vanguard schedules like music shows or variety filming. They could go home to see their parents or take care of personal matters. However, the Vanguard members didn't seem to have any intention of doing that. Now we can focus on practice more comfortably. When is the Japan concert cue sheet coming out? I should ask the manager. Let's match the revised Flying Bell choreography, Hyung. All they could think about was practice. Especially for Kong Rojin, since the first shoot of Blood Hunt was scheduled during those 10 days of break, he had no intention of resting. On top of that, starting tomorrow, the Tale of the Strange Moon collaboration will officially begin, right? There was still a mountain of work to do. And so, Monday morning, May 17th, the first day of Vanguard's break, arrived. After working through the night, completing his daily mission and strengthening his stats, Rojin could be found in the main conference room of GN Entertainment. Then we'll begin the concept meeting regarding the Tale of the Strange Moon collaboration. CEO Ha-seo Hwan, manager Kim Ki-baek, and other key executives from each team were in attendance, and the atmosphere was intense. It was only natural. Before they could begin composing, writing, choreography, styling, and producing the music video for Tale of the Strange Moon's main theme song, they had to first finalize the concept. Interestingly, Sihu was participating as well. Here, Kong Rojin was, of course, the central figure. Of course, more than anyone present at the meeting, including the Netflix Korea team, writer Rojin was the one who knew everything about Tale of the Strange Moon inside and out. In any case, various materials were displayed via the PPT. Things like the gat, traditional Korean hat, hanbok and other costumes, palace and Joseon-era backgrounds, panzori and traditional Korean instruments, etc. From time to time, Kong Rojin added, Tale of the Strange Moon isn't a traditional historical drama, but a fantasy-fused fusion sejuk. So I think it'd be better to incorporate some modern reinterpretations into the visuals and everything, while still keeping the Korean essence without making it too unfamiliar. He spoke helpful comments as the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon. In terms of choreography, I think it would be fun to include movements inspired by Punmul Nori or spinning Sangmo. Of course, the vibe would need to be adapted to fit Vanguard. Kong Rojin was envisioning a blend of Joseon-era settings and the modern world, and since GN Entertainment also needed Vanguard to stand out, their opinions aligned with Rojin's. The meeting went on for quite a while, and it wasn't until noon that Kong Rojin and Sihu moved to the studio. As soon as they arrived at the studio, which was equipped with keyboards, guitars, and more, Rojin and Sihu took their seats. They discussed the contents of the earlier meeting, and naturally, the flow shifted to composing the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon. Sihu started. Those traditional instruments you mentioned earlier, Rojin, I think that's a great idea. Next was Kong Rojin. Right? Mixing traditional instruments into the intro or overall rhythm gives it a strong core feeling. They were now united in composing the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon. Of course, GN Entertainment, while requesting songs from Rojin and Sihu, also planned to reach out to various famous domestic composers. Given the size of the project, that was only natural. They would review all submitted tracks later and choose the final song. There was a lot to do for the Tale of the Strange Moon collaboration, but the song had to come first. Soon, Sihu asked again, what about the rap part? Rojin responded right away. Of course there should be one. This came to me during the meeting, but if we lay down a Gaegeum solo under the rap part, it'll be killer. Oh, using the Gaegeum as the beat under the rap. That's nice, really nice. The two quickly dove into composition work, and a few hours later, Kong Rojin and Sihu even played the musical ideas they had come up with on the keyboard. After that, they joined the practice session for the upcoming Japan concert. Practice went on until late at night, and instead of returning to the dorm, Kang Rojin returned to the practice room again. Sometime past midnight, in the early morning hours, as he was typing continuously on his laptop, Kang Rojin stretched out wide. Part 2 complete. Because he had finished writing Part 2 of Tale of the Strange Moon. About a week later, noon on May 24th, the location was a massive movie set in Payu. Several logistics warehouses were arranged in a shape, and in that huge film set, over 100 crew members were busily running around. Director Nim, please come check the set here. Props. Start setting up the props. Cinematographer, something's off with the rail here. Where's the youngest? I told you to bring the reflector. Did you go home? Actor Young Tae-soo is almost here. It was the Blood Hunt film crew, for which Kang Rojin had written the screenplay. The energy among the 100-plus staff members was sky-high. It wasn't surprising. Phew, no matter how many times I go through a first shoot day, I never get used to it. Same here. It's hectic, but I'm sure it'll get sorted out soon. Today was the Blood Hunt crankin' day. The first shoot always brings anticipation or nerves to everyone. Even for the prominent director Yoo Ji-hyun, who was conversing with key staff like the lighting. Director, it was the same. Phew, today's the day. Let's hope everything goes well without any issues. Then, in a slightly hoarse voice, Director Yoo Ji-hyun asked the assistant director about the actors' whereabouts. Have the actors arrived? The assistant director, having checked beforehand, replied immediately. Actor Young Tae-soo will be here in about 10 minutes. The other actors are also almost here. What about Rojin SSI? We've been contacted. Actor Rojin Nim is nearby as well. Indeed, inside a moving van, Kang Rojin was about 5 minutes away from the Blood Hunt set. Sitting by the window, he had been reviewing the script up until a moment ago, and now, after checking something on his phone, his eyes widened in surprise. Official, powerhouse ticket seller, Vanguard, all 35,000 seats for first Japan concert at Saitama Arena sell out immediately. A monster has landed in Japan. Whoa, insane. It was Vanguard's second sold-out record. Chapter 198, Summer 1. It was Vanguard's second concert, including their debut Showcon, and this Japan concert was also sold out. Kang Rojin, who was reading an article on his phone, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Seriously, everything sold out. He had been surprised even during the debut Showcon, which had 20,000 seats, but this Japan concert had increased to 35,000 seats. And yet it was a full sellout, even though it wasn't held in Korea, but in Japan. Rojin, check the time. The ticket sales just opened only a few minutes ago. Rojin was slightly stunned by how quickly the tickets had sold out. Just in case, he checked other articles as well. Star issue debut Japan concert tickets completely sold out. Vanguard proves hot popularity in Japan. Vanguard sells out 35,000 seats after selling out 20,000. Photo. Monster rookie Vanguard makes Japanese media buzz with full sellout of Japan concert. It was indeed confirmed that it was completely sold out. To share his joy, Kang Rojin shouted to the manager and coordinators sitting in the passenger seat. Our Japan concert. They say it's completely sold out. The coordinators quickly got excited. No way. That's crazy. We've conquered Japan too. There are so many articles coming out. The manager was busy making phone calls. The other members, who were likely at GN Entertainment at the moment, were also going wild in the group chat. Just in case Rojin hadn't seen it yet, they were quick to share the good news. See who? Japan concert completely sold out. Rojin. Do Kyung, the company's in chaos right now. Kangmin, this is so good. Rojin Hyung respond. Do Kyung, Rojin Hyung must have seen it too, right? See who? Wow? 35,000 seats? I can't even believe it. Kangmin, our debut Showcon was epic too, but this time is just. As Rojin chuckled and was about to reply to the members, Vanguard's fans were also going absolutely wild. Wow. Is it really all sold out? Vanguard's gonna be world-class, son. Oh, I need to be there. No way. 35,000. Let me be just one of those people. Among this year's rookies, Vanguard has the best response in Japan. Not just among rookies, even including other idols. Vanguard is dominating right now. Why can't I go? Why don't I have a spot? I want to go to the Japan concert, but it's too hard to even apply. Walk the money road, Vanguard. With the media and public opinion at this level, The entire entertainment industry was obviously already bustling. Anyway, emotion welled up in Kong Rojin. And for good reason. Imagine those tremendous fans numbering 35,000 people waving light sticks in support, and in Japan, not Korea. The day of the concert would be even more intense, but just imagining it gave him a thrill. I feel the energy rising. Rojin was in a deeply elevated mood. We've arrived. They had arrived at the set complex for Blood Hunt. The words sold out were still stuck in his head, but Kong Rojin tried to calm himself down as he took a small, deep breath and got out of the van. No matter how excited he was, now it was time to focus on Blood Hunt. Swoosh. As Kong Rojin's team started moving after getting out of the vehicle, a man could be seen running over from a distance. It was the assistant director of Blood Hunt. Oh, Rojin SSI. Welcome. Hello, assistant director Nim. The director is waiting for you. Congratulations on the Japan concert being completely sold out. Thank you. Seeing that the assistant director congratulated him first, it was clear the news of Vanguard's Japan concert had already reached the set of Blood Hunt. It wasn't surprising. With so many articles pouring out, word would spread quickly in a place with over 100 staff. After exchanging brief words with the assistant director, Kong Rojin entered the set, which looked like a logistics warehouse. Inside the massive space were over 100 staff members, filming equipment, actors, the actors' staff, and so on. At first, it had been overwhelming, but Rojin was starting to get used to it, and the staff who had been moving busily congratulated him upon his arrival. Rojin SSI, I heard the Japan concert sold out? Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. Haha, are you taking over Japan now? Incredible. I heard it was 35,000 seats sold out. At this rate, won't you be heading to the US within your debut year? Ha. Amid the endless stream of congratulations, Rojin felt a bit awkward, but responded with a smile. Just then, top actor Young Tae-soo, now with shorter hair than during the script reading and still flaunting his handsome appearance, approached. Rojin SSI. Kong Rojin immediately bowed. Hello, Sunbi Nim. Oh, I heard the news. You really turned Japan upside down? Congratulations. Thank you. Honestly, I was shocked. I've done a fan meeting in Japan too, right? I think it was 3,000 people. I was amazed even then, but 35,000 people. Young Tae-soo was much more friendly with Rojin than he had been during the script reading. It felt a bit like he was treating him as a neighborhood dongsing he saw often. In response, Kong Rojin smiled lightly and said, I think the airing of Produce That 100 in Japan really helped. When Vanguard has a concert in Korea, I'll definitely have to go. Oh, more than that, come to one of our private gatherings sometime and have a meal with us. Rojin's eyes widened slightly. A private gathering? In the entertainment industry, there are private gatherings. Sometimes they're between actors, or they mix singers and comedians. To put it simply, they're the ultimate network of entertainment connections. Yeah, we meet fairly often, eat, go bowling, chat. It's more conversation than drinking. Let's see, who's in it right now? Young Tae-soo began listing the members of the private group. Listening closely, Rojin realized they were all top-tier actors like Young Tae-soo himself. It's mainly an actors group for now, but you're an actor too, Rojin SSI, so definitely come out sometime. Even as he responded, Rojin thought, what is this? Me, joining a gathering full of top stars? He wondered if it was just something Young Tae-soo was saying casually, but it wasn't. Young Tae-soo repeatedly told him to come and said he'd be in touch soon. As Rojin began to feel slightly stirred, he recalled something manager Kim Ki-baek had once told him. It's okay to get close. Young Tae-soo. If time allowed, he thought it might actually be fun to attend. With a smile in his eyes, he replied, Yes, I understand. Next, Kong Rojin met director Yoo Ji-hyun, the legendary figure overseeing Blood Hunt. Hello, Director Nim. Welcome, Rojin SSI. I hear there's something to celebrate. Yes, the staff congratulated me. I won't be able to go to the concert myself, but I'll cheer you on while we work hard on the film. Thank you. Haha. All right then, get ready. Rojin immediately moved to the makeup team. After some time, Kong Rojin transformed into Hook and blended in among the other actors. His outfit was a fluttering short-sleeved shirt with colorful floral patterns. The makeup wasn't heavy. There was no need to even out his skin because Rojin was already flawless. but his hair had been styled more intensely. It was slicked back to give off a wet, sleek look. Exactly the image of a handsome thug. And so, all right, stand by. The filming of Blood Hunt. High action kicked off with the first shooting cue. From there, filming, now officially cranked in, rolled on rather smoothly. For the first few hours, most of the scenes were for Rojin's role as Hook, probably because director Yoo Ji-hyun had adjusted the shooting schedule to accommodate Rojin's availability. Cut. Rojin SSI. Nice. Usually a somewhat stern figure, director Yoo Ji-hyun's voice became intense once filming started. But thanks to prior study and countless rehearsals, Rojin's portrayal of Hook delivered fantastic results. That was good, but let's go once more with a change in camera movement. Yes, director Nim. Even though it was his first film shoot, Kang Rojin wasn't too nervous. It's basically the same as a drama, just a bit faster paced. Solo shots, 2 shots, group shots. They'd started filming a little after noon, but the hours flew by as the shoot moved quickly. Between scenes, Rojin was given plenty of downtime, but as always, he didn't rest. Instead, he secluded himself in the van and quietly worked on something else. Episode 3 of Tale of the Strange Moon, now that Episode 2 had been completed. Eventually. Cut. Phew. Great work today, Rojin SSI. It was only by nighttime that Kang Rojin's first filming schedule for Blood Hunt came to an end. After a full day of shooting, both the actors and the staff were like wilted green onions. Phew. Look at Rojin SSI still full of energy. Is it because he's young? Kang Rojin was perfectly fine. Thank you for your hard work, director Nim. Yes, you were great with your acting today, weren't you? I'm having trouble deciding which cut to use. Anyway, let's meet the day after tomorrow's shoot. About 10 minutes later, Kang Rojin sat in the van for the return trip, looking down at the Blood Hunt script as he thought. Time passed damn fast. What the hell, it's already night. Time had zipped by because he was enjoying it so much. At that moment, the manager in the passenger seat asked, Rojin, good job today. Want to go straight to the dorm? With a smile tugging at his lips, Kang Rojin shook his head. No, I'll go to the company. When he arrived at GN Entertainment, Sihu, Kang Min, and Do Kyung were waiting for him. Even though it was late, none of them seemed to have any intention of going back to the dorm. Let's do a shoulder-to-shoulder lap around the practice room to celebrate the Japan concerts selling out. At Sihu's suggestion, the members of Vanguard spun in circles inside the practice room. And amid the brief commotion over the 35,000 ticket sellout, Kang Rojin asked, By the way, aren't you guys going back to the dorm today? The response came quickly from Do Kyung, who wore an indifferent expression. We already agreed with the Hyungs to sleep in the nap room tonight. As expected of a top-tier agency, GN Entertainment had a nap room, and the quality was so good that spending a few nights there wasn't a problem at all. Just then, Kang Min suddenly lowered his voice. Did you hear? We might get our first payout tomorrow or the day after? Sihu and Do Kyung both nodded, as if they had heard as well. But for Kang Rojin, this was the first he was hearing of it. Huh? Really? It's my first time hearing that. Where'd you hear it? From manager Quebec and the A&R team. If the first payout was tomorrow or the day after, that meant Vanguard would be getting paid about 2 months after debuting. Why so fast? I thought it usually takes at least half a year. The timing of idol payouts varied drastically from agency to agency. Normally, it could take as little as 1 to 2 years, or as long as several years. But Vanguard didn't fit into the category of normal. They had no trainee period, and right after debut, they exploded with success across Showcon, album sales, digital music, advertising, and more. From Produce That 100 to now, Vanguard had been an extraordinary case, so it wasn't all that strange that they would get their first payout after only about 2 months. It was the eldest member, Sihu, who explained everything. We had little capital invested compared to other idol groups. No, at this level, we practically had nothing. Even though some invested in the music video and Showcon during debut, that was recovered quickly. Kang Rojin nodded as if hypnotized by Sihu's surprisingly detailed explanation. Dash. Then Kang Min chimed in. And apparently the CEO told them to process the payout as fast as possible. The topic of their first payout had the Vanguard members looking visibly thrilled with anticipation. If it takes some people 5 years to get paid, and we're getting ours in 2 months. How much will it be? My mom's been super curious about it too. Same for Kong Rojin. Come to think of it, I haven't checked my account in a while. More than anything, Rojin was bound to receive a significantly larger amount than Sihu, Kong Min, or Du Kyung. He was a composer, lyricist, writer, actor, and idol. The sources of income he had to be paid for weren't just one or two. On top of that, he had written and composed Green Bee, one of Vanguard's debut tracks. Tale of the Strange Moon might not be included yet, but it was obvious a considerable amount had already piled up. Whatever the case, Kong Rojin and the members spent the night and dawn full of anticipation. By the time morning arrived, Kong Rojin was in the studio. He was completely immersed in writing part 3 of Tale of the Strange Moon. That was when a knock sounded. Knock knock. Poking his head in was manager Kim Ki-baek, looking a bit drained. Good morning, Rojin. Don't tell me you stayed up all night. I slept a little in between. He hadn't. Kong Rojin hadn't slept a single second. Not that manager Kim Ki-baek would have known. He pointed at something. Rojin's phone, lying next to his laptop. For some reason, he gave a faint smile. Judging by your face, I guess you haven't checked yet? Open your mobile banking app. Huh. Your first payout should be in there. Oh. A flash of realization hit Rojin as he quickly picked up his phone and opened the mobile banking app. His mouth dropped open in seconds. Huck. And for good reason. It had effortlessly passed a few 100 million won. How much is this? Tens of millions of won were sitting in his account. Chapter 199, Summer 2. Kong Rojin paused for a moment as he stared at the long line of numbers displayed on his phone. It was as if the numbers were hypnotizing him. The first thing Rojin did after barely snapping out of the trance was, how much is this? He slowly counted the digits. From the beginning, Kong Rojin had several millions of won in his bank account. But now, a far greater amount was lying dormant there. 280 million won? It was approaching 300 million won. Kong Rojin checked multiple times to make sure he had counted correctly. But would the digits change just because he kept staring? Gradually, Rojin's eyes widened. When did this much money come in? When he signed the contract for, like a kaleidoscope. That was the first time Rojin had seen money in the millions. But now, he was seeing tens of millions. Kong Rojin seemed confused whether he was dreaming or awake. But having close to 300 million won in his account wasn't strange at all. From Produce That. 100. Up to now, how many times had he hit number 1 on the charts in Korea and Japan? And even now, he was still holding his position. That included multiple songs' lyric fees, composition and lyrics copyright royalties, streaming profits, writer and actor earnings, and now the first payment from Vanguard. Rojin had his hands in so many things that listing them all would be exhausting. Most notably, Vanguard had been dropping nuclear bombs of success from debut with a sold-out showcon, album sales, digital sales, and more. So the first payment must have been a huge sum as well. Since he didn't have any time as a trainee, there wasn't much to deduct. Of course, Kong Rojin was still active. He had already made over tens of millions, but more money was still on the way. This was the result of properly managing both his main job as an idol and his various side jobs without neglecting any of them, succeeding in every single one without failure. As reality started to fade a bit, Kong Rojin unknowingly smiled. If I just keep working like this without realizing it, even 10 billion won, it's definitely doable, isn't it? 10 billion? 10 billion won. Even though he was the one who thought of it, it was such an absurdly hefty amount. But realizing that 10 billion wasn't just a dream made Rojin's heart start to race. Now that I think about it, I even have 2 cars. One of them was a Lamborghini worth about 400 million won. Excitement surged through him. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung didn't have as many side jobs as Rojin, so theirs would be smaller, but even they must have received jaw-dropping amounts in their first payments. Kong Rojin, who had briefly fallen into his own world, swoosh, slowly made eye contact with manager Kim Ki-baek standing in front of him. Kim Ki-baek had a faint, weak smile on his face. Surprising, right? Yes. I was really shocked. I guess you haven't checked your account recently? I usually don't look at it much, but these days I've been so busy I haven't thought to check. That makes sense. Manager Kim Ki-baek pressed a nearby keyboard for no reason. Honestly, I can't even begin to guess how much profit has built up for you so far. Vanguard was a major hit, and your side jobs were all doing great too. He turned to Rojan again and continued speaking. Earning money is one thing, but how you use it is just as important. Have you ever thought about how you want to spend it? After a brief silence, Kong Rojan began to recite silently what he'd been thinking for a long time. First, I want to move my dad and mom to a much better place. Almost at the same time, manager Kim Ki-baek made a suggestion. First, you'll need to buy a house. Somewhere with a good view of the Han River. A house. Yes, a home is essential. It feels completely different from a dorm. If needed, the company can help you look. Oh, then please do. Okay, a house. For a moment, Rojan remembered the shabby one-room apartment he had lived in during tough times. But now, he could buy a house with a great view of the Han River. But houses with a Han River view must be crazy expensive, right? They're expensive, but for now, you can go for a reasonably priced one, and the company will cover anything that falls short. The CEO will make sure it's taken care of. Nodding, Kong Rojan asked about something else he wanted. Buying a house is important, but I'd like to donate some money. Is that okay? Donations. Kim Ki-baek opened the diary he was holding in one hand and nodded. Donating from your first payment, that's not a bad idea. Was it something you've been thinking about for a while? Yes. I always thought I should do it when I could afford to. The company can definitely look into the donation matter. But have you decided where you want to donate? Yes. Kong Rojan recalled the time when he was like a monstrous version of himself. A life where he holed up alone in a tiny room, watching TV in isolation. A time when anyone who saw him would insult him with their eyes or their mouths. And then to people like me, no. He softly answered manager Kim Ki-baek, who was waiting for a response. I want to donate to children with disabilities. As if understanding, manager Kim Ki-baek scribbled something in the diary and then asked a question. Got it. How much are you thinking of donating? Kong Rojan responded right away. Well, about 100 million won. 100 million? Kim Ki-baek's smile grew faint and relaxed. Straightforward as ever, Rojan Nim. After that, Kong Rojan, along with Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung, the full lineup of Vanguard, were all thrilled with their first payment. Sihu immediately called his parents. Kong Min stared at his phone screen as if he couldn't believe it. I'm buying it right now. Du Kyung paid all at once for the clothes he had been eyeing for a while. The amount exceeded several 100,000 won, but there was nothing that could stop Du Kyung now. Vanguard gathered in the practice room in a frenzy. They began group practice, so intensely that even the choreography team was impressed. What is this, guys? You're bursting with energy today? Ha, it's our first payment day. Then that's understandable. Rojan, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were full of energy. It was like they were powered by money. Group practice continued until early afternoon, and Kong Rojan completed his daily mission, which he hadn't done due to his early morning schedule. User, Kong Rojan /height, 187 /desired occupation, global idol /coins owned, 1,862. Passives, overwhelm /limit break /vitality booster. He enhanced even his stats. Appearance, 150/150, singing ability, 115 150ths, rap, 110.4/150, dance, 109.8/150, eloquence, 65.1/150, acting, 80.9/150, lyrics writing, 150/150, composition, 91 150ths, arrangement, 0 150ths. Before he knew it, his singing, rap, and dance stats had all exceeded 100 points. From 100 points onward, it took more coins to enhance, but Kong Rojan could feel the enhancements in real time with every point he raised. For the songs he had already learned, whether vocals or choreography, no one could keep up with Kong Rojan anymore. You know, Rojan's dance get prettier every time we see him, don't they? Exactly. How should I put it? His skills already broke the ceiling, but with Rojan, it feels like his peak has no end. From late afternoon, Kong Rojan worked with Sihu on composing the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon. Then from night onward, he had time for himself. From past midnight to early dawn. Tadadat. Kang Rojin focused on writing episode 3 of Tale of the Strange Moon. Morning came again, and Kang Rojin, along with the rest of Vanguard, received the official cue sheet for their already sold-out concert in Japan. And then Rojin. Hello, Director Nim. Welcome, Rojin SSI. We're going to start filming with the hook scene again today, so be aware. Yes. He began the second shoot for Blood Hunt. Meanwhile, at Netflix Korea, PD Young Soo Ryong, now officially confirmed as the director for Tale of the Strange Moon, had practically taken up residence at Netflix Korea lately. She had just finished reviewing the scripts for episodes 1 and 2 of Tale of the Strange Moon, which she recently received, and executive director Lim Hyun-jin finalized the production company for the series right after Young Soo Ryong. Then, around the afternoon of the 26th, then let's begin the first production meeting for Tale of the Strange Moon. Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, Netflix Korea, PD Young Soo Ryong, and the production company all gathered for the very first production meeting of Tale of the Strange Moon. They started with organizing the camera, lighting, art, sound, and other filming teams. Here, PD Young Soo Ryong made a request, as she already had key staff she had worked closely with before. If possible, I'd like to assemble the staff team I've been working with. They were with me during the historical drama in my filmography, and I believe they'll do great with Tale of the Strange Moon too. Neither executive director Lim Hyun-jin nor the production company had any objections and accepted it without much fuss. It was far better to continue working with key staff members they had been with all along, rather than assembling a new team from scratch. Next up was the VFX team, responsible for all CG and various visual effects, which PD Young Soo Ryong had particularly emphasized. This time, executive director Lim Hyun-jin spoke first. We've already sent out requests to both domestic and overseas VFX teams, and replies should come soon. As PD Young said, we'll finalize the best team, so no need to worry. After that, the topic moved to Kang Rojin, specifically, writer Rojin. We were informed he began writing episode 3 right after finishing episode 2. And at this pace, it looks like he'll be able to produce all 6 episodes of season 1 very soon. I can vouch for writer Rojin's writing speed. He's faster than any writer I've ever seen, and the quality is top tier. PD Young Soo Ryong, you know him best. How do you want to handle the script meetings? I already spoke with writer Rojin. If the schedule allows, we'll meet in person, otherwise we'll do it by phone. But honestly, I don't think there'll be much to revise. Just from reading the scripts for episodes 1 and 2, they're perfect, aren't they? The discussion about sets, costumes, and props took a bit longer. Since Tale of the Strange Moon had a historical drama tone, there was naturally more to consider than with a modern-day series. In the end, they concluded that while historical accuracy would be maintained, fictional elements would be added, befitting the fantasy nature of Tale of the Strange Moon. Lastly, it was time for the most important topic. Next is actor casting. First, let's take a look at the casting board. The PPT projected by the beam projector displayed countless actors, from top stars to many others. The first thing to be decided was the lead roles. Tale of the Strange Moon required many actors in lead, supporting, and minor roles, but the 2 male leads who would anchor the story from start to finish were key. The story begins with these 2 characters, and other characters are entangled around them. The interesting part is that one of those 2 characters is actually the main villain of Tale of the Strange Moon. Of course, viewers won't have a clue at first. The plot initially distracts with other villains, and then at a certain moment, it drops the bombshell reveal that one of the male leads is the true main villain. As soon as the topic of casting the 2 male leads came up, PD Young Soo Ryong spoke up right away. With a voice full of certainty, one of the 2 male leads has to be Rojin. No exceptions. Executive director Lim Hyun-jin and the production company agreed immediately, as if it didn't even need to be said. Of course, as both writer and actor, Rojin is the signature of Tale of the Strange Moon. Assuming the show is a success, his presence will have tremendous synergy. That goes for the collaboration with Vanguard too. PD Young Soo Ryong nodded and continued. In his acting ability, Rojin lacks nothing. If anything, he has too much. And his appearance, well, everyone already knows. The smile on her face deepened, almost disturbingly so. Hee hee, I can't wait to dress that face in a traditional hat or some kind of historical costume. Ahem, get a grip. This is a solemn production meeting. As the discussion gradually settled on confirming Kang Rojin as one of the male leads, PD Young Soo-ryong added her own thought to the group. This is just my opinion, but I think if Rojin plays the main villain, the impact would be explosive. A few days later, on the 29th, on the Blood Hunt filming site, among more than 100 staff members, countless filming equipment, and several actors, Kang Rojin stood out clearly as he performed his role as Hook. Director Yoo Ji-hyun, with his face buried in the monitor, clicked his tongue with regret. Is this really Rojin SSI's final shoot already? I won't get to see that incredible acting anymore. Director Yoo Ji-hyun, a veteran in the industry, remained focused while assessing each cut, but also thought ahead to the future. I'll have to cast Rojin first for my next project. During this Blood Hunt shoot, he had fully witnessed Rojin's acting form and his unbroken energy. On top of that, his relationships with staff and fellow actors were great. That insane visual must help a lot too. Director Yoo Ji-hyun had experienced firsthand how the atmosphere brightened whenever Kang Rojin arrived on set. In any case, today marked the end of Kang Rojin's scenes for Blood Hunt. Meanwhile, GN Entertainment's promotional articles were making waves online. Vanguard sells out all 35,000 seats of Japan concert. Rehearsals expected to begin in Japan soon. Another article capturing public attention appeared. Not just a pretty face, but a beautiful heart too. Rojin boldly donates 200 million won to children with disabilities /photo. Chapter 200, Summer 3. While Kang Rojin was fully focused on the final shoot of Blood Hunt, news of his donation was becoming a much bigger topic than expected. Rojin proves his character with a 200 million won donation /photo. Star pick. First payment in. Vanguard Rojin donates 200 million won for children with disabilities. 200 million won donation by Rojin. How long has it even been since his official debut? Originally, Rojin had thought of donating around 100 million won. That amount alone is an enormous sum, but perhaps due to remembering his past self, it ended up becoming 200 million. This was entirely Kang Rojin's decision. In any case, news of Kang Rojin's donation quickly spread among various media outlets. Fans react to Rojin's 200 million won donation. Both looks and character are handsome. Issue pick. How much was Vanguard's first payment? Rojin generously donates 200 million. It didn't take long for the public to catch on. The ones who reacted the fastest were, of course, the fans. So cool, Rojin. Minus 200 million. Rojin going wild just donates 200 million like that. What's up with these journalists' headlines? Have they ever donated even 10,000 won? But how much was Vanguard's first payment to donate 200 million? Awesome. Wow. Rojin really doesn't just have a super handsome face. He's got it all. Seriously. Isn't this a first too? A rookie idol donating 200 million just a few months after debuting. Rojin's vibe is insane. Looks and character are top tier. Wait, he just casually donates 200 million like that? Amazing. Looks, personality, talent. What on earth does Rojin not have? Naturally, the general mood among fans was full of praise for Kang Rojin, but as the news of the donation gradually spread to more people, it was just GN donating under Rojin's name. Are you stupid? If that were the case, why wouldn't they donate under Vanguard's name? Negative comments began to show up from time to time. Minus 200 million. It's a lot. But with the way Vanguard's blowing up right now, couldn't he have donated more? Are you insane? Have you even donated 201? That guy came just to stir shit. Don't feed him. If he just debuted and can already donate 200 million, how much has he made idols really make money so easily? Just shut it. Rojin's not only doing Vanguard, he's also writing, acting, lyric writing, composing, working 100 times harder than you. GN should sue bastards like that. Don't worry, if you take screenshots and send them to GN, they'll collect data and sue. But those negative comments were few and far between. Whatever the case, the story of Kang Rojin's donation continued to heat up the internet for hours, and Rojin, who had no idea about it while acting for Blood Hunt. Cut. Okay. The shot came out great, Rojin SSI. Great work today. Thank you, Director Nim. Only realized what was going on after all filming had wrapped. It was when he had finished saying his goodbyes to the Blood Hunt team and got into the van. The styling team showed Rojan the donation-related articles. Seeing that it had unexpectedly become a hot topic, Kong Rojan was a bit taken aback. So many articles came out? Well, it was a donation he did because he wanted to, because he liked doing it, but so many articles had been published. The fan reactions were also intense. As Rojan curiously read through the articles, his manager explained, "Donations usually do get some press, but since it was you who donated, and Vanguard hasn't been out for long, I think that's why more reporters swarmed. Above all, the donation amount is big." The manager's briefing continued, suggesting there were quite a few other reasons as well. For a brief moment, Rojan felt a flicker of concern. With this much buzz, would there be misunderstandings about the process or his intent behind the donation? But then he quickly shook it off. Whatever people think, I did it because I wanted to and because I liked it. Whether there were misunderstandings or his intentions got distorted, as long as Kong Rojan himself was satisfied, that was enough. He recovered in mere seconds. After all, there would be more people who understood. And of course, GN Entertainment wouldn't stay silent either. After checking a few more articles, swoosh, he took out his laptop. Let's get to work. The next day, May 30th. From early morning, the Vanguard members had gathered at GN Entertainment. Standing in front of them, Kim Ki-baek, the team manager, was reciting the schedule in his usual frail tone. Starting tomorrow, Flying Bell promotions will begin. After about 10 days of rest, Vanguard was about to start promotions for their second title track. Judging from Kim Ki-baek's calm rundown of the upcoming schedule, the Flying Bell promotions, despite having a concept that was 180 degrees different, felt similar to Green Bee, but was lighter in terms of intensity. First of all, the overall promotion period was shorter, and aside from the major schedules, it seemed a bit more relaxed compared to Green Bee. Not to say it wasn't busy, just that it was slightly better than the hellish Green Bee period. Flying Bell will be on music shows for just 1 week. Only pre-recordings will be done, and we'll skip the live broadcasts. We'll have to move at dawn for a few days, but just hang in there. Even the music show schedule was noticeably reduced. In truth, music shows are more about announcing a comeback or helping rookie idols gain exposure. Popular idols typically do a few appearances and then step back. Some artists don't appear on them at all. Given the explosive recognition Vanguard had since debut, they could have graduated from music shows a long time ago. With their current status, just appearing on one music show was practically a loss. Still, since Vanguard was technically a rookie idol group, GN was maintaining appearances. Of course, the group's continuous string of music show wins since debut was a major factor, but more than half the reason was for the fans. So at this point, it was only natural that Vanguard started cutting back on music show appearances. Now they had to fill in the schedule gaps with something else. Because a massive event, the Japan concert, was just around the corner. Soon after, Kim Ki-baek continued the briefing regarding the Japan concert. Construction at Saitama Arena, where the Japan concert will be held, will be completed in a few days. We'll head to Japan starting June 5th, about a week from now, to begin on-site rehearsals. With the concert date looming close, Kong Rojan's heart thumped again. Along with that, the terrifying screams and cheers of the 20,000 fans from their debut showcase echoed in his ears. This time, there'll be even more fans than back then, and it's in Japan. I wonder how that will feel. He had already experienced a mini concert in Japan, but this time the audience size was 10 times larger. It was only natural that, as the concert approached, the tension of Kong Rojan, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung would be peaking. However, it wasn't fear. I just want to be on stage. Right now. If anything, it was closer to restlessness. After that, Vanguard started of their Flying Bell promotions. Their first schedule was a music show pre-recording. From early morning, Kong Rojan and the members moved into action. Unlike Green Bee, this time they wore pastel-toned school uniforms as their stage outfits, and hundreds of fans clutching light sticks went wild for Vanguard's refreshing concept. Kaya! Insane! What is this refreshing vibe? After finishing the pre-recording, Vanguard completed as much of their domestic schedule as possible to prepare for the Japan concert. Filming for Flying Bell's YouTube and SNS content, various pictorials, events, fan signings, added advertisements, live broadcasts, and more. As a result, a few days were basically erased from their calendar. At the same time, Vanguard kept up late-night practices, and after practice, Rojin and Sihu often stayed in the studio composing until dawn. The reason, of course, was the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon. Because of all this, it had become rare for the Vanguard members to return to their dorms, and every department at GN Entertainment was swamped with work. Especially because the songs requested from various composers for the Tale of the Strange Moon collaboration were starting to come in. Then on the afternoon of June 3rd, the song Rojin and Sihu had been working on was Rojina, let's finish it tonight, even if we have to stay up. Nearing completion, in the early hours of the 4th, with Sihu wearing a hairband and Kong Rojin in a cap, they listened to the just-finished track in the studio. It began with a sharp pluck of the Gyeogeum. The rhythm gradually quickened. The atmosphere evoked an image of celestial beings at play. Then, alongside gongs and taepyeongso, other traditional Korean instruments joined in. The grand intro created by the layered sounds. Soon, the beat kicked in with the gong at its center. This was the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon, created by Kong Rojin and Sihu. After listening through both the first and second verses, Sihu stretched and smiled faintly. Phew, done. I'm satisfied. How about you, Rojin? I like it too, but I want to tweak it a little more. Sure. Try it out and let me hear it. Within a few seconds, Sihu spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of worry. But do you think the song we made will actually get chosen? Kong Rojin shrugged his shoulders casually. Who knows? Manager said they're being super picky because it's such a big project. Yeah, it's definitely big. No matter how much I'm the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon, if other composers' songs are better, the CEO will probably go with those without hesitation. I get it, but it'd still be kind of disappointing. We're using company money for this collab too, so they're going to look at it objectively. Seeing Sihu's expression darken slightly, Kong Rojin changed the subject to lift the mood. Hyung, what do you want to name it? Got anything in mind? Title? Nah. You know I totally suck at that stuff. What about you, Rojin? Crossing his legs slowly, Kong Rojin thought about Tale of the Strange Moon, which he was writing. Then he mixed that with Vanguard. The answer came surprisingly quickly. What do you think about the title Royal Procession? Royal Procession? What's that supposed to mean? Roughly like the King's Parade. It captures the historical drama feel of Tale of the Strange Moon, and also gives off the vibe of Vanguard making a grand entrance. Oh, that's good. I like it. Just like that, the title of the song they composed was confirmed as Royal Procession, and with a big yawn, Sihu said goodbye to Rojin and headed off to the nap room. On the other hand, still full of energy, Kong Rojin played Royal Procession once more. It turned out exactly how I wanted, just like I imagined. He smiled, clearly pleased with Royal Procession. Plus, his composition skills had greatly improved. He was now nearing a perfect score, so it made sense. All the composition and lyric writing practice I've been doing really paid off. Even with the AI simulation, the practice he put in was being fully stored in Rojin's mind and senses. As he continued creating songs like the ongoing song number 5 Foot, he would soon become a master composer. Smiling wider, he listened to Royal Procession a few more times, then picked up his phone. To launch the AI simulation, Kong Rojin's thumb tapped on AI automation. He began working to add a final layer of perfection to Royal Procession, and the AI simulation, which requested an appropriate amount of coins, produced results before long. Applying. Application complete. Royal Procession, now even more flawless. Listening to the version sent by the AI simulation, Rojin chuckled and murmured to himself. As expected, AI simulation is still a top-tier master. Much of Royal Procession hadn't changed. The foundation was left intact, with only the outer layers polished slightly. This also served as proof that both Kong Rojin and Sihu's composition skills had significantly matured. After a few hours passed, in the morning, the upgraded Royal Procession was handed over from Kong Rojin to GN Entertainment. That morning, Rojin and the members were already on their way to the salon. In the afternoon, they had a long group practice scheduled. Because tomorrow, on the 5th, they would fly to Japan for the first rehearsal at the concert venue. By the time Rojin and the members arrived at the salon, in GN Entertainment's main conference room, CEO Haseo Huan, along with executives and department heads, were gathering. Judging by the solemn expressions, it seemed they were assembled for a fairly important matter. Once most of the attendees were in place, CEO Haseo Huan, rolling up the sleeves of his white shirt, gave the instruction. Let's begin. Several staff members stepped forward and started operating their laptops. Soon, various songs began to fill the meeting room. First track, second track, third track, all pieces fitting for a historical drama atmosphere. It made sense, since all these songs playing now were candidate songs that arrived for the Tale of the Strange Moon main theme song. Then the sound of Gaejeum from Royal Procession filled the meeting room. Traditional Korean instruments layered with a beat followed, reaching the ears of CEO Haseo Huan, the executives, and everyone present. Some executives unconsciously nodded or slightly bounced their shoulders slightly to the rhythm. At that moment, CEO Haseo Huan murmured quietly, "I can't even remember the previous songs." Chapter 201, Summer 4. GN Entertainment. No, CEO Haseo Huan had entrusted the composition for the Tale of the Strange Moon collaboration to several famous composers, but the ones he was most looking forward to were Kang Rojin and Sihu, the radiant talents they had shown since Produce That 100. Especially, Kang Rojin's presence was immense. That didn't mean the abilities of Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung were lacking. Those three were also kids who were beyond the ordinary range. It's just that Rojin is beyond the norm. More than anything, when it comes to idols, everything doesn't work out just because one person is exceptionally talented. There's a reason why clearly defined positions are set. Each person must do their best in their own role. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. An idol group is a team. The fact that even the popular Neos sank because of just Jaechan is proof of that. Sihu also did well as the eldest, playing the role of a pillar. Though Sihu appeared to be the most fragile, in terms of practice hours, he was unmatched. Not only that, but by being the first to show a determined run toward Rojin, he became a suitable role model for his younger teammates, Kang Min and Du Kyung. And in terms of composition experience, Sihu has been doing it longer. Sihu also composed Wind Veil, one of Vanguard's debut songs, and several of Produce That 100's theme tracks were also his work. In terms of composition alone, Sihu was the veteran and Kang Rojin the rookie. The song Royal Procession, created while the two juggled their packed schedules and cut down on sleep. How could CEO Haseo Huan not have high expectations? Of course, the other songs that had filled the meeting room earlier from other composers were also excellent. However, the moment CEO Haseo Huan heard Royal Procession, all the other songs were wiped from his mind. The executives and employees at GN Entertainment who were now listening to Royal Procession felt the same. Their facial expressions varied, but their thoughts were unified. This track is killer. Some might say this was a case of favoritism, but CEO Haseo Huan wasn't someone who made such loose judgments. If he had run GN so half-heartedly, it wouldn't have lasted this long. If Royal Procession had been inferior to the others, Haseo Huan would have cut it without hesitation. The song was important, yes, but even more crucial was the fact that Vanguard was the main. The moment CEO Haseo Huan heard the Gaejeum melody of Royal Procession's intro, he felt goosebumps. Sometimes it happens like that. The moment you hear it, you just know, this is the one. The more he listened to Royal Procession, the more the corners of CEO Haseo Huan's mouth lifted. The song is rich and savory. Those two really cranked out a solid piece. From the intro onward, traditional Korean instruments like the Gaejeum take the lead, and just as the atmosphere rises, modern beats are layered in. It captures the historical drama vibe perfectly while also blending Vanguard's concept seamlessly. With this one track alone, you could sense how trendy of a historical drama tale of the Strange Moon is. High-level staff members nodding to the beat were internally raving. Familiar, yet shocking. To place traditional Korean instruments so brilliantly and still capture the idol feel so well. A hip historical drama. With this, anyone could enjoy it, even international audiences. The chorus of Royal Procession had now begun. As he naturally imagined Vanguard members running wild to the beat, CEO Haseo Huan quietly opened his mouth. A true Royal Procession. The first to stand at the forefront of the world. Vanguard. The king's procession was also the unparalleled procession of Vanguard. Eventually, royal procession stopped playing. For a moment, the meeting room was silent, and the first to speak was CEO Ha Xiaohuan. Does anyone have an opinion? Neither executives nor employees offered any particular comment. Not because royal procession was lacking, but because the chills still hadn't fully worn off from their bodies. Soon, CEO Ha Xiaohuan chuckled and continued speaking. Let's go with royal procession. Just like that, the main theme song of Tale of the Strange Moon was confirmed to be royal procession. From now on, the pace had to pick up. Choreography had to be arranged, a music video team had to be recruited, and more. But before that, one thing needed to be done first. Send royal procession to Netflix Korea right away. Since even Netflix Korea had to fall for royal procession for everything to officially begin, CEO Ha Xiaohuan gave an additional instruction. Whether it works out or not, we should start the lyrics for royal procession. Ask Rojin first if he's thinking of writing the lyrics. If he says it's too difficult, prepare another lyricist. Even as he said this, CEO Ha Xiaohuan muttered to himself inwardly. Rojin saying it's hard? Probably. No, almost certainly he'll say he'll do it himself. Later, the news that royal procession had been selected was quickly delivered to Kong Rojin and Sihu, who were in the middle of their schedules. Sihu jumped up and hugged Rojin, bouncing with excitement. Wow, I was a bit worried, but this is great. Right, Rojin? Kong Rojin smiled as he watched his eldest Hyung jumping around in front of him. Yeah, it worked out well. Kong Min and Du Kyung also sent their congratulations to their Hyungs. Then, after watching Sihu and Rojin's moment of joy for a bit, manager Kim Ki-baek asked something else to Kong Rojin. Rojin, about the lyrics for Royal Procession, there's something I need to confirm. Are you thinking of writing the lyrics? Please don't feel pressured. Feel free to think about it. From manager Kim Ki-baek to Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung, all eyes were on Kong Rojin. On the other hand, Kong Rojin simply responded as if wondering why they were even asking something like that. I've already started writing the lyrics for Royal Procession. The lyrics for Royal Procession this time had to be similar to Vanguard's other songs. Since it had to be written with the members' parts in mind, it was by no means an easy task, but Kong Rojin reacted like it was nothing special, and Kim Ki-baek shook his head like he had given up. Got it. I'll report it to the company. Let me know when the lyrics are done. Yes, Manager Nim. Manager Kim Ki-baek wrote something down in his planner and added another point. And Rojin, tomorrow morning, before we fly to Japan, we need to visit Netflix Korea. Kong Rojin nodded, as if he had already been informed. Yes, I'm aware. It was obvious that the fate of Royal Procession would be decided tomorrow. The next day, the morning of June 5th. The location was Netflix Korea. Kong Rojin stepped out of the van that had just arrived at the parking lot. Then came manager Kim Ki-baek. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung were waiting back at GN Entertainment. For reference, today, manager Kim Ki-baek was here both to take care of Rojin and also as a representative of GN Entertainment. In any case, Kong Rojin's outfit was neatly put together. A white shirt and jeans. It's been a while since I dressed like this. It feels a bit awkward. After finishing a conversation with the staff waiting in the car, manager Kim Ki-baek joined Kong Rojin. Shall we go? Yes, Manager Nim. The GN Entertainment team consisted of 4 people, including Rojin. Although they didn't come together, Culture Drawer was also scheduled to attend today's meeting. Whatever the case, Kong Rojin, Kim Ki-baek, and the others got into the elevator, and before long, they arrived at an entrance marked with the Netflix logo. A Netflix Korea staff member who had come out in advance greeted Kong Rojin. Please come this way. Following the employee's guidance, they arrived at a spacious meeting room. Inside, many people were already waiting for Rojin. First, the bear of Culture Drawer. No, CEO Hyokite. Writer Rojin. Hello. Along with him were Culture Drawer staff, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, Netflix Korea staff, the production company side of Tale of the Strange Moon, and welcome, Writer Nim. PD Young Soo Ryong, with her still messy brown hair, stood out. Truly, it was everyone involved in Tale of the Strange Moon gathered together. All of them swarmed toward Writer Rojin, and Kong Rojin was busy greeting everyone. Hello. There were familiar faces, and he especially wanted to talk with PD Young Soo Ryong. But knowing Rojin's schedule wasn't spacious, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin spoke up right away. We don't have much time, so I think we need to start right away. Thanks to that, Rojin and those who had gathered around him took their seats. Next was self-introductions. Then PD Young Soo Ryong and the production company side shared the progress of Tale of the Strange Moon. It was both for checking in and briefing Kang Rojin on the current situation. The staff team is mostly assembled. Once we finish up the core VFX team, we're practically done. The VFX team will be finalized in a few days too, right? That's right. As early as tomorrow. As expected, with Netflix Korea funding generously and PD Young Soo Ryong and the production company fully committed, the production was moving at a remarkable pace. About 40 minutes had passed when the topic of casting actors came up. Apparently, offers had already gone out to many actors, starting with top stars, and then PD Young Soo Ryong suddenly and straightforwardly asked Kang Rojin, "Rojin, I'd like to put your name on the casting board. What do you think?" Kang Rojin hadn't exactly ruled it out. No, more honestly put, of course I want to. Absolutely. If no one had asked him first, Kang Rojin had planned to bring it up himself. What writer doesn't dream of walking through the world they created? But it usually remains just a dream, because reality is tough. Acting ability becomes a hurdle, and then there's age, visuals, too many factors get in the way. But among all the writers, only Kang Rojin was free from all that, whether in acting, visuals, or anything else. Rojin felt a strong desire to appear in Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor. After all, he had written Tale of the Strange Moon, and Vanguard was also involved in this project. On top of that, it's launching not just in Korea, but worldwide. I don't know the details, but an opportunity like this isn't common. It was a huge scale project, immensely so. Of course, if Kang Rojin kept up his current momentum, another opportunity would surely come sooner or later, but there's always timing and flow to consider. Rojin judged that now was the right moment. At that moment, PD Young Soo Ryong added an explanation. The role I'd like you to take is Choi Si-baek. Since he's your character, you know him better than anyone, right? Of course, no one in this room understood him better than Rojin. The role of Choi Si-baek, one of the two male leads, who eventually transforms into a villain and shocks the viewers. That's why he ranked as the most important character in Tale of the Strange Moon. In the early episodes, Choi Si-baek comes off as a laid-back, comedic, and witty figure. At the same time, he slowly earns trust, while dropping subtle lines and expressions that hint at underlying tension. He was also one of the characters Kang Rojin was most fond of. By this point, Kang Rojin was already picturing himself as Choi Si-baek in his mind. Everyone around him, PD Young Soo Ryong and many others, watched him. Some swallowed quietly, and others wore expressions of tension or curiosity. What would Kang Rojin's answer be? While there was a high chance he'd take the role, with Vanguard's schedule and other factors to consider, he could also decline. Then, swish. Manager Kim Ki-baek lightly tapped Kang Rojin's thigh a couple of times. When Rojin turned his head, Kim Ki-baek was speaking with his eyes. "Do you want to do it?" His face remained neutral, probably to avoid showing signs to those around. Rojin answered back with his own eyes. "I want to do it." Seeing that desire reflected in Rojin's eyes, Manager Kim Ki-baek let a faint smile appear for just a moment. "Okay, from here on, it's my turn." He immediately switched to an indifferent tone and shifted his gaze to everyone watching. "It would be best to discuss that matter with us at GN Entertainment. Things are a little different than they were before." For now, Rojin is viewing it positively. This wasn't just stalling. PD Young Soo Ryong instantly understood Kim Ki-baek's true intent. He's saying Rojin's market value has gone up, so let's measure things properly. That guy's always seemed soft, but when it comes down to it, Kim Ki-baek is sharp as a blade. Soon, she made eye contact with Executive Director Lim Hyunjin. Lim, also understanding, gave a small nod. "Of course, we'll finalize the conditions and send them to you by the end of the day." "Thank you." As expected, Kim Ki-baek was solid support for Rojin. As the conversation about the acting role wrapped up, Kang Rojin pulled out a stack of papers he had brought. "I finished episode 3. PD Young Soo Ryong's eyes widened, and she jumped up. "Already?" Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, CEO Hyo Ki-tae, and others had similar reactions. Meanwhile, Kong Rojin casually handed the script to PD Young Surayong, who had approached. Yes, I'm working on episode 4 now. You're so fast. In no time, everyone's eyes were on the episode 3 script for Tale of the Strange Moon, and the flow of the meeting shifted again when manager Kim Ki-baek stepped in. Would you like to listen now to the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon that we mentioned in advance? Executive Director Lim Hyunjin put on a business smile. Of course. About an hour later, it seemed the meeting had ended, as Kong Rojin was still deep in conversation with PD Young Surayong and others in the meeting room. In the meantime, manager Kim Ki-baek stepped into the hallway and pulled out his phone. He dialed somewhere. The call connected quickly, and manager Kim Ki-baek greeted the person on the other end. CEO Nim. He said flatly, "Let's start the engines for Royal Procession." Chapter 202, Summer 5. The words, "Let's start the engines for Royal Procession," from manager Kim Ki-baek. As soon as he heard it, CEO Ha Seo-hwan responded over the phone with a slight chuckle in his voice. Did Netflix Korea take a liking to Royal Procession? Kim Ki-baek nodded immediately. Yes, very much so. What was their reaction? Kim Ki-baek, recalling Executive Director Lim Hyunjin and the others who had listened to Royal Procession, showed a faint smile. From the moment the Gaejeum intro started, their eyes widened, and as the song went on, their expressions started to change strangely. Strangely, you know what I mean, right? That "this is it" kind of face. They didn't say anything while the song was playing, but when it ended, it was a round of applause. They even gave a thumbs up and immediately said they'd go with Royal Procession. Well, considering it captivated all of us at GN2, that kind of reaction is only natural. Anyway, that's great news. You did well. To CEO Ha Seo-hwan, who said he would instruct the team to initiate work on Royal Procession. And CEO Nim. Kim Ki-baek added, Netflix Korea has offered Rojin Nim a role in Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor. It's one of the 2 lead male roles. Really, CEO Ha Seo-hwan didn't sound all that surprised on the other end of the line. He's deserving of it. Still, I didn't expect them to offer him a lead role right away. I also thought it might be a supporting role, but I think it's probably because the director is PD Young Surayong. Because of the rental lover connection? She's the one who first got Rojin Nim started down the path of acting, after all. I think she's been waiting for a lead role project for him since Rental Lover. That's great. What does Rojin think? He wants to do it. It'd be strange if he didn't. With that kind of opportunity, it's right to join even if his body breaks down. After a few seconds of silence, CEO Ha Seo-hwan spoke again. If Tale of the Strange Moon really takes off, Rojin can make a name for himself by linking writer, actor, and Vanguard together. The explosive potential, Vanguard might be the biggest. We'll need to prepare thoroughly. Got it. Let's move forward, including Rojin's acting role. Yes, CEO Nim. After ending the call, manager Kim Ki-baek turned his head. Kong Rojin was still in conversation with PD Young Surayong and the others. Kim Ki-baek let out a chuckle and called out to him. Rojin, it's time to go. Yes. Rojin bowed politely to the others and left the meeting room. PD Young Surayong looked regretful to see him go. The people remaining in the space Rojin had left behind continued the meeting in an after-party-like atmosphere. Finally, let's listen to Royal Procession one more time. At Executive Director Lim Hyunjin's suggestion, the wide meeting room was once again filled with the sound of Royal Procession. Everyone listened intently. Amid it all, Lim Hyunjin's eyes were full of emotion. It's so catchy. How did they manage to pick a song that perfectly fits what I wanted? Must be a lot to do with Rojin being the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon. She murmured softly to herself. I'm already looking forward to how overseas listeners will react to this song. A little while later, after finishing the meeting with Netflix Korea, Kong Rojin went straight to GN Entertainment and then headed to the airport with the waiting members. They had to fly to Japan for the first stage rehearsal of the concert that had sold out all 35,000 seats. On the way there, the members were busy outwardly expressing their nervousness. We're finally going. Japan. The last time was during Produce That 100, right? The Japan mini-concert. Yeah, I seriously thought my heart was going to explode back then, but today it feels even worse. This time, it's for Vanguard. See who? Kongmin, and Du-kyung kept talking endlessly, perhaps to ease their nerves. In contrast, Kang Rojin wasn't as nervous as the others. Compared to the members, Rojin had frequently traveled to Japan for the filming of Like a Kaleidoscope. Still, he responded appropriately. It's kind of surreal. I imagined this day, but for it to actually become reality. Right. That's exactly what I mean, Rojin. There was a reason why Sihu was particularly hyped today. He had heard that royal procession had been officially approved by Netflix Korea. Regardless, as soon as Vanguard arrived at the airport, dozens of reporters swarmed them. And so did hundreds of waiting fans. Sihuya. Sihu. Kaya. Du-kyung-ah. Du-kyung-ah, give us a wave. Is that Vanguard? Insane. Kaya. Rojin, do well. Kangmin. Give us a cheek heart, just once. Before things turned into utter chaos. The Vanguard team quickly completed their boarding procedures, and their flight took off. In the meantime, a flood of articles appeared about Vanguard heading to Japan. Vanguard departs for Japan for concert rehearsal. Star photo. Vanguard Rojin, sculpture-like visual lights up the airport/photo. Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Du-kyung, who had the best airport fashion among Vanguard. Airport fully charged with handsomeness thanks to Vanguard. Hundreds of fans cheer, do well. The wild scene wasn't any different at the airport in Japan. The moment Vanguard appeared at the arrivals gate, screams and shouts pierced the air. Hundreds of Japanese fans frantically waved slogans and handmade posters. Awkward Korean phrases could be heard scattered throughout. A nonstop barrage of camera flashes continued. If you had to name the hottest idol group in Japan recently, it was undoubtedly Vanguard. Their recognition was already high, but the fact that they sold out their first concert in Japan became a hot issue, pushing their popularity even higher. Korean idol groups rising to fame in Japan wasn't new, but achieving this level of impact in under a year since debut was a first. Even as they swiftly made their way through the airport, Kang Rojin and the Vanguard members kept saying, "Thank you, thank you." They gave as much fan service as they could. Once they finally got into the waiting van, the Vanguard members were excited. All over again. Did you see that? There were way more fans than when we came to Japan last time. Hearing them shout our names like that, I almost cried. Their excitement lasted the entire ride, and about an hour later, the van carrying Vanguard arrived at a concert venue. As soon as they got out, the members' mouths dropped open. Kang Rojin also looked up blankly at the exterior of the concert hall, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. This is crazy. It was Saitama Arena, the venue where Vanguard would be holding their Japan concert, filled with 35,000 Japanese fans. The whole structure was white-toned and rounded, with a massive, square roof and impressive height. Even at a glance, the scale was enormous. The excitement from Japanese fans had already set their hearts racing. But now that they were standing in front of the actual concert hall, their hearts pounded nonstop. It felt like adrenaline, dopamine, and endorphins were rushing through their veins. At that moment, Kang Rojin, the leader of Vanguard, took a deep breath and turned to his members. "Let's go in." After that, inside Saitama Arena, where numerous staff were already busily moving around. When Kang Rojin and the members appeared backstage, they were once again taken aback. Whoa! Wow! They were overwhelmed by the grandeur and magnificence of the concert hall. The ceiling was so high even the lights looked small, with massive monitors hanging all around, an audience section too large to take in with one glance, a vast main stage, a screen installed on the main stage, and a long extended stage running forward. How could this be described? For a moment, Kang Rojin froze from the impact of such a colossal space. I feel like I just turned into an ant. But soon he began to feel the energy surging. There was fear, yes, but the dopamine that wanted to enjoy this was even stronger. Screw it, let's go wild. Kang Rojin's imagination stretched to the moment they'd seized control over the 35,000-strong audience. This feeling is seriously addictive. It must have been the same for Sihu, Kangmin, and Du-kyung, because their faces were now glowing with energy. Then, from behind the members, manager Kim Ki-baek spoke into his radio. "I'll play a track." Soon, one of Vanguard's songs echoed throughout the massive Saitama Arena. It was Green Bee. Next came the lighting test. As Green Bee played, all the lights in the concert hall dimmed, and then colorful lights quickly lit up the stage and audience seats. The thumping beat that filled their ears, the lights decorating the vast, darkened concert hall. Unable to hold back any longer, Rojin turned to manager Kim Ki-baek and said, "Manager Nim, we'll get ready." He ran off with the members to the waiting room. Watching the retreating figures of Vanguard, manager Kim Ki-baek realized how much they had changed. During their debut showcase, they were so frozen they could barely function, but now they're running around voluntarily. Fast learners, they were made for this. Soon after, Vanguard going up on stage, Kang Rojin and the members began their first rehearsal in preparation for the Japan concert. The rehearsals were scheduled to run non-stop until the day before the performance on the 12th. Vanguard's first rehearsal, where they sweated on stage all day immediately upon arrival, wrapped up only by nighttime. The following day, June 6th, Vanguard had the same schedule. Aside from YouTube filming and SNS live streams, it was nearly all stage rehearsals. On the 7th, they handled rehearsals in the morning and had a Japanese fan signing event in the early afternoon. It was essentially the first official meeting between Vanguard and their Japanese fans. At the fan sign event, which drew thousands, Kang Rojin and Sihu's Japanese skills stood out, and since Kang Min and Do Kyung had also studied hard, there was no major issue in communication. Japanese fans at the event took endless photos of Vanguard. "They're all so handsome. I seriously can't take my eyes off them. Rojin, he's basically a god. He can't be human. I just held hands with a god. I'm not washing this hand for at least a month." The intense heat of Vanguard's first fan sign in Japan made its way back to Korea. Vanguard successfully wraps Japan. Fan signing event, unforgettable memory. After the fan signing, Vanguard returned to Korea on a night flight. They had to fulfill a Korean schedule on the 8th. In the meantime, their second promotional track, Flying Bell, continued its streak of topping music shows. How many wins is that now? Vanguard's Flying Bell scores another music show first place. From the 9th onward, Vanguard focused solely on rehearsals for the Japan concert. Of course, Kang Rojin still worked during breaks and downtime, but it was basically rehearsal after rehearsal after rehearsal. By this point, the projects involving Rojin were also picking up speed. Like a kaleidoscope enters final stages of filming, crank-up imminent. Like a kaleidoscope was already nearing the end of its shoot, and Blood Hunt had progressed into its early to mid phases. Thanks to Royal Procession, GN Entertainment also gained significant momentum. They had already requested choreography from the dance team, and the pool of candidates for the music video team had been narrowed down. Then, on the 10th, as Kang Rojin and the members left their luxury hotel in Japan for Saitama Arena, a production presentation was being held in Korea for a variety show Rojin and Do Kyung had participated in. Star Talk, Jang Seo-young, Seo Din, Choi Rina greet reporters at a Tranquil Day production presentation/photo. It was the A Tranquil Day team. During the Q&A session with reporters. At the presentation, there were many questions about Kang Rojin and Do Kyung, and the actresses responded with the impressions they'd formed during filming. Rojin SSI? Really? Really handsome. When you see his face, it just doesn't make sense. I mean that. Do Kyung SSI looks cold at first glance, but he's surprisingly quirky and cute. At the event, the main PD of A Tranquil Day stated, "Filming for A Tranquil Day is now complete. We'll work hard to deliver it to viewers as soon as possible." They announced that filming had wrapped and editing was underway. They also gave a small hint about the show's premiere date. It'll likely air in midsummer, so sometime between July and August. Though it was already hot enough in June, people were naturally starting to wear short sleeves out on the streets. Later that night, at Saitama Arena in Japan, Kang Rojin and the Vanguard members were drenched in sweat as they rehearsed on stage. After pouring their passion into the stage all day, they were gasping for breath. Although they could have called it a day at that point, Rojin and the members agreed to go a little longer. "Let's run through the choreography one more time." "Yeah, Rojin." And so the 10th came to an end, and June 11th dawned. Now fully dressed in their stage outfits, Vanguard began their final rehearsal. With Vanguard's Japan concert on the 12th, only one day remains. Star pick, Vanguard to stand before 35,000 Japanese fans tomorrow. Japanese SNS already flooded with Vanguard talk/photo. There was only one day left until the Japan concert. Chapter 203, Summer 6. On the 11th, with just one day left until Vanguard's concert in Japan, Kong Rojin and the members started the final rehearsal from the morning. A rehearsal where everything was done exactly the same as the actual performance, from costumes to direction, in accordance with the set cue sheet. Leader Kong Rojin gathered the members and shouted, "Believe in ourselves who worked hard until now. Let's go, let's go, let's go." Wah! Fighting. In the waiting room, shouts full of energy from the members, the choreography team, and dozens of others echoed loudly. The concert hall was still empty. By tomorrow, it would be filled with 35,000 people. But Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung gave their best in the rehearsal, imagining the tens of thousands of audience members already present. Colorful lights beamed down, fireworks and flames exploded on stage, smoke effects, and visuals displayed on the giant monitors. The final rehearsal proceeded no differently from Vanguard's debut showcon, as if today were the official concert. Around the same time in Japan, Vanguard concert, 35,000 expected to gather, returned even more amazing after the produce that 100. Mini concert, Vanguard, takes the stage tomorrow at Saitama Arena. In Korea as well, the public was being constantly informed about Vanguard's Japanese concert, just a day away. Vanguard rewriting K-pop legends, just one day until they completely captivate 30,000 Japanese fans/photo. What kind of place is the Saitama Arena, where Vanguard will hold their Japan concert? Star photo, concert rehearsal scene uploaded on Vanguard's SNS. Japanese fans go wild in the comments. A Japan concert just a few months after debut. It was an unprecedented speed in the idol scene, and it was a record set by Vanguard for the first time. Thanks to that, many domestic entertainment companies responded in various ways. Some simply slandered Vanguard. A concert tomorrow, huh? I'm so jealous it makes me sick. These guys made the god-tier move by debuting quickly without breaking the flow from produce that 100. Ugh, 35,000 people. That's excessive for rookies. Jealous and all but few. Hope they mess up from nerves. Others straightforwardly admired Vanguard's unstoppable rise. They pulled off the 20,000-person debut showcon with ease, so 35,000 will be no problem. Aren't they seriously amazing? Not just selling out 30,000 seats, but the guts to hold a Japan concert just months after debut. Who's CEO Haseo Hwan again? That guy's always been a straight-charging type. Vanguard's killer performance helped too. Maybe it was because they were aware of this momentum, but on the stage of Saitama Arena, Vanguard poured more and more into their final rehearsal as time passed. Sweat, passion, energy, and more. Interestingly, rather than being drained during the rehearsal, their energy seemed to rise higher. Their final rehearsal only wrapped up in the late afternoon. But maybe because they still felt unsatisfied, Kong Rojin and the members stayed on stage to continue checking everything. They candidly expressed everything they had felt during rehearsal about the sound, lighting, choreography, vocals, and more. In any case, they had to wrap it up at this point. The concert was tomorrow, and from now on, Vanguard needed to manage their condition. A few dozen minutes later, they gathered in the waiting room. Perhaps because the after-effects of the final rehearsal still lingered, the members' hearts were still pounding. Kong Rojin also couldn't calm down. I feel like I could jump on stage right now. I can't sit still. The compressed energy from the final rehearsal hadn't been released. If anything, it had grown larger. Yes, this feeling and emotion, this thrill, anticipation, and restless excitement lead straight to joy, and when it all wraps up, it brings with it an immense sense of accomplishment and wild ecstasy. That's why the gap after the concert feels so extreme. I still want to go wild, but the world is quiet. It was the same during the debut showcon. Something like flames continued to blaze in his brain and body, but the world, where the audience's screams had stopped, felt far too silent. That gap brought uneasiness, regret, and even going as far as depression. Maybe that's why Kong Rojin had worked even more busily. When he asked manager Kim Ki-baek about it, he was told that it's something many idols and singers experience after concerts, that it's important to do good mind control at such times. Soon, Kong Rojin looked around. Excited, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung were endlessly conversing with the choreography team. Rojin felt once again that even his attitude and perspective were gradually changing into those of an idol. Well, overall, it's insanely fun. By now, there was no escaping this world. If it's an addiction, then addiction it is. At that moment, slide. As Kong Rojin caught his breath, a presence with faint presence approached him. It was manager Kim Ki-baek, wearing a tired smile. Rojin, how do you think tomorrow will go? Kong Rojin replied with a faint smile as well. We have to pull it off. Right? Just enjoy it like during the ShowCon. Yes, that's the plan. More than that dash. Dragging out the end of his words, Kim Ki-baek sat down beside Rojin. While you were doing your final rehearsal, we got a call from Netflix Korea. For what? We've been in talks all along. About your appearance as an actor in Tale of the Strange Moon. Oh. Rojin, understanding what he meant, asked again. You mean the role of Choi Si-baek, right? Correct. Negotiations dragged a bit over the appearance fee, but it's not like we made a fuss asking for a ton. Anyway dash. Placing one hand on Kong Rojin's shoulder, manager Kim Ki-baek delivered the conclusion. The role of Choi Si-baek in Tale of the Strange Moon has been confirmed for you, Rojin. Catching his breath, Kong Rojin smiled with his eyes. Thank you, Manager Nim. What for? I just did my job. Once the concert is over, start memorizing the script. Ah, since you're the writer, I guess you don't need to do that? Just need to practice acting, then. Then manager Kim Ki-baek stood up from his seat. When you have time, could you try writing English lyrics for some of the Vanguard songs? English versions? It's not difficult. Then I'll leave that to you. And also dash. He made another request. Personally, I think it'd be good to have English versions of the songs you make, too. We have to start thinking internationally now. Morning of the 12th. From early morning, the area around Saitama Arena was overflowing with people. Part of it was because the Vanguard merchandise booths had opened early, but the main reason was the arrival of the 35,000 audience members ahead of the concert. Wow, look at all these people. Korean fans who had crossed over for Vanguard's Japan concert also stood out. In their eyes, the scene was filled with intensely packed Japanese fans. Of course, many people hadn't been able to get tickets for today's concert. Regardless, for several hours since morning, the area in front of Saitama Arena was like a living hell. Long lines stretched out at every merch shop. Massive crowds took pictures in front of Vanguard posters, banners, and billboards installed everywhere. Reporters were present to inform the Japanese public about the concert scene, and staff were stationed to control the overwhelming crowd. The crowd only kept growing and growing. By noon, the view in front of Saitama Arena was nothing but a sea of heads. Moreover, in the hands of well over thousands of people were the planet-shaped cheering light sticks of Vanguard. Buzzing, murmuring. Before long, the merch shop products were all sold out, and gradually, the fans who would be attending the concert began lining up at the front of Saitama Arena. Today's Vanguard Japan concert start time was 6 p.m. Though 4 hours still remained, the fan lines had already stretched nearly to the subway station. Around this time, Korean reporters began arriving at Saitama Arena. Whoa, look at that line. This is incredible. Damn, Vanguard is blowing up in Japan too. The concert hasn't even started yet. This spectacle alone will get us a ton of clicks. Let's start filming. They were reporters invited by GN Entertainment, and they quickly captured photos of the endlessly lined-up Japanese fans. That wasn't enough. They even conducted interviews with a few of the fans. Though their Japanese was clumsy, the fans understood and answered perfectly. When did you start liking Vanguard? Since Produce That 100. Are you a Korean reporter? Yes, I am. Rojin. Sihu. I love you. I like Do Kyung. Kong Min is the coolest. Even though it had been quite a while since they got in line, the Japanese fans holding cheering sticks and Vanguard merchandise were bursting with energy. After interviewing a few groups of fans, the Korean reporters moved to the entrance of Saitama Arena ahead of the fans, letting out exclamations as they went. Is this really the firepower of a group that hasn't even debuted a year ago? This looks like an idol group that's been dominating the scene for several years. 35,000 isn't the record-breaking number, but if their first Japan concert is pulling this off, it's already legendary. At this rate, I think Vanguard could totally do a Japan tour concert. My thoughts exactly. The reporters entered the concert venue. Once again, their mouths dropped open. Oh, They were overwhelmed by the massive and grand concert hall. Even these entertainment reporters, who often visited idol concerts. Look at that stage, look at it. They set it up amazingly. I think this is the first time I've seen such a huge extended stage. Jian, just how much money did they pour into this? The scale of Vanguard's concert venue and the quality of the stage were jaw-dropping. The extended stage, in particular, was the highlight. It stretched out from the main stage, connecting to 3 circular platforms. Seen from above, it resembled large and small planets. The reporters, overwhelmed, began frantically taking pictures of the venue. Meanwhile, countless staff members were busy making final preparations for the concert. After the reporters finished touring the entire venue and sat in their designated seats, several hours passed. Oh, look, the audience is starting to come in. The audience began entering Saitama Arena endlessly. Around the extended stage, the seats further back, from the first floor to the third floor. With more than 35,000 fans expected to fill the venue, it took over an hour just for everyone to get seated. Soon, tens of thousands of fans had taken their places in the audience. As the unique noise and energy that fills the air when a massive crowd gathers began to rise, both Korean and Japanese reporters couldn't help but capture the interior. This scene would soon be thrown out into the world with titles like Official, 35,000 fans waiting eagerly for Vanguard, a wondrous moment /photo. Around this time, a drone flew up to the ceiling of the venue. It was to capture the heated excitement of the tens of thousands of fans. Right then, SSSSS, the lights that had brightly illuminated the stage and concert hall gradually dimmed. The vast interior quickly became cloaked in darkness. The tens of thousands of fans screamed with all their might, wearing expressions that said, "Finally! Kaiawea dash! Kayak!" With so many gathered, the screams and cheers alone seemed enough to flip the concert hall upside down. The reporters photographing the fans could feel the vibration in their fingertips and toes. It's a spectacle, a real spectacle. Saitama Arena had already transformed into a universe. In the dark universe, countless twinkling stars or small planets. Those were the cheering sticks being waved by tens of thousands of fans. At that moment, with a powerful sound effect. Oh, is it starting now? Blue lights turned on from the farthest end of the extended stage. Like a trail of fire, the stage lights lit up each part of the extended stage in sequence, finally illuminating the main stage. The deafening decibel level of the audience doubled. Then, throughout the entire concert hall, a gentle yet powerful piano melody began to spread. At the same time, on the ceiling, main stage, and other locations, the large monitors began playing videos. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dookyung appeared on screen. From the days of Produce That 100 to now as Vanguard, smiling, crying, laughing, practicing, and more. It was like a history of Vanguard being shown to the tens of thousands of Japanese fans. The fans who had followed them since Produce That 100 cheered with all their strength. Hashtag asterisk, %%, asterisk, hashtag asterisk, %% asterisk. It was hard to understand the screams mixed together, but one thing was clear. They were excited. The video and piano melody lasted for more than 3 minutes. Pop. Suddenly, the video and stage lights turned off. The piano melody also came to a stop. The concert hall returned to darkness. But that atmosphere didn't last long. This time, intense sound effects erupted, and a barrage of lights shot wildly toward the main stage. As the red and blue lights crossed and flickered with increasing speed. Swoosh. The lift installed on the main stage slowly raised 4 people up. Amid the countless lights and the earthquake-like screams pouring down, 4 people appeared on stage. Kaiawak. Yawa. It was Vanguard. Chapter 204, Summer, 7. Just before the lift was raised onto the stage, Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dookyung each took deep breaths or warmed up in their own ways. Rojin lightly shook his body and tilted his head left and right. Then he smirked. Feels amazing. It was understandable. Just seconds before stepping out in front of tens of thousands of Japanese fans. The booming sound effects and the audience's screams made his blood boil. Kong Rojin had imagined this moment from time to time until it finally arrived. The feeling of a shiver shooting up to the brain, the thrills sweeping through the whole body along the veins. He had felt it during the debut Shokan too, but this sensation seemed like something he would never get tired of. I can do this 100 times, even 1,000. It felt like he could hear his heartbeat in his ears. Then a staff member next to him gave a signal. We're going up. The lift moved slowly. Gradually, bit by bit, a universe embroidered with starlight began to unfold before Kong Rojin's eyes. The dark concert hall, tens of thousands of fans, the light sticks waving frantically, the flashing lights everywhere, the sound pounding in his ears. By the time the lift carrying Vanguard had completed its task, Kong Rojin and the members had appeared before an audience of over 30,000. Kaya-ah! Eaha! The immense, or rather overwhelming heat and energy from the audience hit Kong Rojin's eyes, nose, mouth, and skin all at once. Anyone standing in that spot would be frozen by the intensity of the fans. But not Kong Rojin. Vanguard only heated up even more. The perspective from the audience seats looking at the stage and the view from the stage looking at the audience seats are completely different. When you look at tens of thousands of people from the stage, you feel truly engulfed by a vast, enormous energy. Even in front of 30 people, your throat can go dry, but now it's over 30,000 fans. From this point on, the tension spikes to its peak, leaving no room for thought. On top of that, a surge of adrenaline slams into the heart. It was the same for Kong Rojin right now. What moves an artist in this kind of situation is the endless hours of practice, and the belief in oneself for having worked harder than anyone. Kong Rojin and the members stepped forward with that belief. As they took their first step, the lights that had illuminated the concert hall went dark. The sound boomed so powerfully it drowned out the pouring screams. It was the intro of Green Bee, signaling the start of the Japanese concert. Green Bee had already dominated the Japanese charts, and the tens of thousands of fans gathered at the venue went wild, waving their light sticks. Spotlights focused on the stage, the enlarged images of Vanguard projected on giant screens, the backup dancers running out and taking their positions, and the cameras capturing the first performance. Today's first stage outfit for Vanguard was a black suit with detailed flower-shaped badges. And so, Vanguard kicked off their Green Bee performance in earnest. Of course, it was a live performance, and they delivered explosive choreography from the intro. Today's Green Bee performance had increased in scale. More dancers had been added compared to the usual team, and the movements were expanded to suit the concert venue stage. Just before Vanguard entered the chorus, swish, led by Kong Rojin, they moved onto the protruding stage. Behind him followed Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung. The main stage remained filled with the dance team. In terms of Vanguard alone, their movements were significantly freer compared to the debut Shokan. On the protruding stage, Sihu's qualities as a lead vocalist and Rojin's presence as the main vocalist exploded. Then came the instrumental. Today's version of Green Bee included a slight rearrangement compared to the original track. A beat was added between the first and second verse to allow for an event-style dance break. Vanguard performed choreography designed specifically for the concert, and the fans went beyond screaming, losing themselves in ecstasy. Then came the second verse. Just before returning from the protruding stage to the main stage, Kong Rojin received a phone from a fan who was frantically waving it at the front of the stage. Roughly like this. He pointed the filming phone at himself and the members as if taking a selfie. It lasted only a few seconds, but the Japanese fan who received the phone back with a smile from Rojin, Kaya, reacted with near hysteria, jumping up and down. And who could blame her? Among these tens of thousands of fans, her phone alone held ultra-close footage of Kong Rojin and the members. Of course, a few more fans like her might appear throughout the concert, but to each one, it would feel like a miracle. Soon, Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung finished the fan service and returned to the main stage. They blended with the dance team and delivered the second verse of Green Bee. Around this time, an indescribable catharsis was spreading through Rojin and the members, while the tens of thousands of fans were enjoying joy dozens of times greater than that of Vanguard. The corners of Kong Rojin's lips curved slightly. Yeah, this is the feeling. By now, the tension and fear that once dominated his body had long vanished. Rojin and the members were purely enjoying the stage. The overwhelming energy of Vanguard completely filled the massive stage. Journalists immersed in the performance found themselves unconsciously exclaiming in awe. They're good. They're really good? There are way more people here than during the ShowCon. But don't they seem even wilder now? Did they practice like crazy? They're just... Vanguard was made for the stage. Manager Kim Keybeck and everyone from GN Entertainment also looked at Kong Rojin and the members with satisfaction. In fact, as a management company, they had a few concerns. The intense schedule, the Japanese concert squeezed in between. It was great that all seats were sold out, but for Vanguard, the schedule was grueling, and any burden could have made it hard to pull off perfectly. However, Vanguard was riding a legend like a fish that had found water. Just then, the Green Bee performance ended. Screams and applause roared through the concert hall, as if it might collapse, pouring onto Vanguard. Gasping for breath, Rojin looked over the members and stood in front of the tens of thousands of fans. On the giant monitors, Kong Rojin's and the members' faces were displayed in close-up. Soon, the leader Kong Rojin opened his mouth. 1, 2, 3. Vanguard shouted in Japanese. It was their first greeting to the 35,000 Japanese fans. Hello, we are Vanguard. A few hours later, Vanguard's first Japanese concert finally ended past 9 p.m. But the tens of thousands of Japanese fans, still caught in the lingering excitement, wandered around the area near the Saitama Arena. Having completed even the encore stage, Kong Rojin and the members popped party poppers in the waiting room. Great job, everyone. Wow, that was seriously insane. Everyone, well done. This is crazy. I'm still thrilled. Vanguard shared the joy with GN Entertainment staff and the dance team. Watching them from a few steps away, manager Kim Keybeck murmured to himself, "We can definitely shed the rookie label now. If they can pull it off like that in front of 30,000 plus, they'll have no problem with 50,000 or more." Kong Rojin, who had taken off his jacket costume, called out to the members and the many dancers. Proof shots. Proof shots. It seemed even he hadn't shaken off the thrill coursing through his veins. In any case, the photo time went on for over 10 minutes. Just Vanguard, then with the dancers, then with the staff who helped. These proof shots were going to be uploaded on Vanguard's official Instagram, and Rojin and the members were soon caught by the YouTube team. Please each share a quick comment. They needed footage to upload to the official Vanguard YouTube channel. Of course, today's concert would also be edited and uploaded. While Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung were interacting with the YouTube team, Vanguard successfully wraps first Japan concert. 35,000 fans gathered. In both Korea and Japan, news of Vanguard's completed Japan concert was spreading like wildfire. Even after concert ends, countless Japanese fans remain/photo. Over 30,000 fans mobilized. Vanguard wraps up Japan concert. Star pick. Vanguard wraps up first Japan concert. Hot attention from local Japanese media. First Japan concert concludes. On stage, Vanguard were no rookies/photo. And that wasn't all. Japanese fans who had attended today's concert were busy posting real-time updates on social media, and Korean fans who had flown over quickly wrote reviews on community forums. Vanguard Japan concert review. No, seriously, huh? The Vanguard boys were insane. Total badass, I swear, super cool. I got over missing the debut ShowCon. The live vocals were insane, and the visuals were insanely good. Especially Rojin. I can't even put it into words in the middle. Rojin even took a fan's phone and filmed a video while smiling, and his charm was just off the charts. The public reactions posted on communities, SNS, and various other places were also worth seeing. I saw a few articles. Looks like Vanguard absolutely crushed the Japan concert. All those people saying they'd flop are quiet now, huh? Vanguard's seriously insane. 20,000 during the ShowCon was crazy enough, but 35,000. Someone write a proper fan review, please. I went to the Japan concert at my hotel in Japan right now. So jealous. How was it? This Japan concert had tons of fan interaction. It was so good. They were amazing live too. Totally worth the money. Hajien. Hurry and upload the Japan concert footage of Vanguard. It was a noisy and lively atmosphere for a while. Later, after successfully finishing the Japan concert, the Vanguard members were given a few days off. Although they were currently promoting Flying Bell, CEO Haseo Huan had issued a strict order not to schedule anything during that time. Thanks to that, Sihu, Kangmin, and Du Kyung were able to enjoy a proper rest at the dorm for the first time in a while. Kang Rojin also took a day off to just relax. He spent it with the members, reading articles and fan comments about Vanguard. Look at this article. It's just nonstop praise. This journalist seems genuinely moved. Were they at the concert? KK. That sense of accomplishment is unreal. Don't your bodies feel kind of itchy now that the concert's over, Hyungs? I agree. I think I could go do another concert tomorrow. Or watching TV. I feel this all the time, but don't we look really awkward on music shows? That's true. We look like complete bums right now, though. Why is Rojin Hyung handsome no matter if he looks like a bum or not? Because I'm me. He ate when he wanted to eat and slept when he wanted to sleep. The vitality booster was a passive that made him full of energy even without sleep. It didn't stop him from sleeping. Yeah, playing after doing your job properly is always the best. Around that time, Vanguard was heating up YouTube. In both Korea and Japan, a stream of concert-related videos was being uploaded. Just like that, the first day of break flew by, and starting from the second day, Kang Rojin began commuting to the company in his Lamborghini. Unlike the other members, he still had a lot to do. I rested properly for one day, fully recharged. And so, on the third day of the break, Kang Rojin arrived again at GN. Before starting the daily missions and his work, Rojin fell into deep thought. English version composition, lyrics writing. English lyrics for Vanguard tracks, and also the solo songs he had been working on personally, from song number 1 to song number 5. Thinking about it, the timing was just right to start that. Should I just finish song number 5 and make song number 6 in English version? Though his workload was increasing, Rojin was genuinely enjoying jotting down the new tasks. He hadn't officially started yet, but already, lyrics in English for various songs were swirling in his head. It's been a while since I've worked in English like this, probably not since Produce that 100 days. Just then, a knocking sound came from the studio door. Knock knock. Peeking in was manager Kim Ki-baek. Rojin. Kang Rojin had actually been organizing his work based on something Kim Ki-baek had said. It seemed he had just come from the morning meeting, his smile now more relaxed, as he asked Rojin, do you have time to step out for a bit? Rojin blinked and closed his laptop. Is there somewhere to go? I have time. Then shall we go? Give me a ride in the Lamborghini once too. 10 minutes later, manager Kim Ki-baek, sitting in the Lamborghini, let out a faint exclamation. Unsure whether he was surprised or not, Rojin asked with a questioning look. By the way, where are we going? I'll put the address in. With traffic included, it took about 40 minutes for Kang Rojin and Kim Ki-baek to arrive at a high-end apartment complex. As Rojin gave a puzzled expression, wondering what this was about, manager Kim Ki-baek casually shrugged his shoulders. Remember I told you about a place with a great view of the Han River? This is it. Chapter 205, Summer 8. Kang Rojin was currently checking out the living room of an apartment. Since it was completely empty, there was nothing to get in the way. For Rojin, who had always lived in a one-room apartment that served as his home base, this enormous house was a whole new world. Wow, no, seriously, whoa. He kept exclaiming in awe, his eyes sparkling. It's so spacious. I think you could play soccer in here. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who was leaning against the wall near the entrance, let out a chuckle as he watched Rojin. Soccer might be a bit difficult, don't you think? Why? I think you totally could. Noise between floors. No, I don't mean we should actually play soccer. I was just saying it's that big. Yes, I get what you mean. Rojin, who had been exploring the living room, began opening the doors to the other rooms one by one. A gasp of awe naturally escaped his lips. Whoa dash. Kang Rojin soon recalled his own one-room apartment. One of these rooms feels like my whole place. It's even bigger than my current dorm. Not that the one-room apartment he used to live in was bad. A lot had happened there, and it had been a place that embraced him until now. But because it was small, the loneliness and solitude were always felt more keenly. Would it be lonely even if it's spacious? But maybe it's less isolating. It won't feel so suffocating, at least. With a place this big, it seemed like it would be fun to decorate, too. I'll hang some picture frames on this wall, put up a bookshelf and pile up books. After finishing his tour of the rooms, Rojin returned to the living room where Kim Ki-baek was waiting. As if he'd been waiting for this moment, manager Kim Ki-baek slowly moved and opened the large living room window. The house is great, but take a look at the view too. Rojin complied without resistance, and then his eyes grew even wider. It's amazing. Something about this view. It is just so cool. Right? The sight reflected over the Han River. From the cars driving on the bridges to the many buildings standing tall in the distance. The view was absolutely stunning. Soon, Kim Ki-baek crossed his arms and added a comment. It already looks great now, but once night falls, the night view will be unbelievable. Oh, your reactions are really fun, Rojin, because they're so honest. Even when surprised or in shock, Kang Rojin still looked handsome. Manager Kim Ki-baek acknowledged it inwardly to himself. Then, Rojin suddenly mumbled something. But can I even afford to live in a place like this? You probably can't, right? Then it's just a pie in the sky. Why did you show it to me then, Manager Nim? That's so mean. As Rojin's expression darkened dramatically, Kim Ki-baek showed him a faint smile. Our GN will lend you the money. Like a loan. Something like that. An internal loan, more or less. But, Manager Kim Ki-baek met Rojin's eyes and lowered his voice slightly. We're only calling it that for Vanguard. We probably won't collect on it. The CEO isn't the type to let things slide lightly. He even mentioned this himself. So I borrow it and don't pay it back? It's just for show. If we give too much outright, it wouldn't look good, so it's more like a formal bonus? Of course, this condition will apply equally to all the Vanguard members, meaning it was a bonus equally shared among all the Vanguard members. Then, Manager Kim Ki-baek turned his gaze once more toward the Han River outside the window. The reason I showed this house to you alone is, it kind of bothered me that you're on your own. Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung all have parents, so they'll probably manage their income well. But you, Rojin, you tug at my heart a little, you know? Manager Kim Ki-baek scratched his chin slowly and continued. Not that I want to interfere or anything. Just up to this house. Thank you, Manager Nim. Kang Rojin felt slightly, quite deeply touched. He hadn't expected someone to care about him this much. Then, after politely bowing and asking that the matter of the house be handled well, Rojin, swish, smiled with his eyes as he looked at the view of the Han River. Having a place of your own, it really feels incredible. And it wasn't just any house, but a spacious one with a view of the Han River. For someone his age, that was practically unthinkable. Rojin was well aware of that, which only made his resolve stronger. I need to work even harder. Meanwhile, the setting was one of the many editing rooms at the broadcasting station CVN. On the editing room doors, the titles of programs were usually displayed, and among them, one familiar title stood out. A Tranquil Day? It was A Tranquil Day, a legendary variety show with multiple seasons already aired, each season recording record-breaking viewership ratings. With Rojin and Du Kyung appearing as the first guests of the new season, it had also become a major topic of conversation. Inside the editing room for A Tranquil Day, the main PD and the writers were gathered. What kind of subtitles should I put here? They were deep into the editing process. Since filming for A Tranquil Day had already wrapped and the production presentation had been held recently, it was time to speed up the editing. Various monitors viewed by the main PD, his junior, and the writers were currently showing footage of the actresses who appeared on the show. In other words, Jang Seo-young, Seo Do-in, and Choi Rina. They had been deciding on the opening sequence, including the parts where the actresses were cast, for about 30 minutes. The main PD, yawning widely while watching the junior PD's edits, stretched when, hold on a sec. The main PD gestured to pause the footage. On the monitor, Kang Rojin's face appeared in a large close-up. It was the moment when Rojin was about to seriously start cooking, and he was shown concentrating as he chopped ingredients. The main PD stared quietly at Kang Rojin's face displayed across the multiple monitors, then let out a short laugh. This is ridiculous. What's with that face? No makeup or anything, and that pure visual level is just breaking through the camera. The surrounding writers all strongly agreed. Totally agree. His face is just insane. It's a shame. He looked even more amazing in person at the shoot. The camera can't even capture how he really looks. The main PD, looking dumbfounded, pointed at the monitor with his index finger. If this is what we got even though it didn't capture it properly. I've been directing variety shows for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've paused editing just to admire a cast member's visuals. He's on another level, completely irreplaceable. I mean, is there even a face like that in the current idol market? And on top of that, his face is doing all the work, but he's even good at cooking, and from time to time he gives off those puppy vibes. Did you see his eye smile? It just melts you. He's an all-rounder even within Vanguard, right? He was just born with star quality. Letting out an amazed exclamation, the main PD muttered, imagining the future. This is the first time he's showing his cooking skills too. Once this airs, it's gonna explode, no doubt. Meanwhile, after taking a break, Vanguard had fired up again to clear the postponed schedules. Though music show promotions for Flying Bell weren't planned, they had more than enough variety shows and YouTube shoots lined up. Kong Rojin and the members were swept up in the waves of a packed schedule, but the media and public opinion in both Korea and Japan still hadn't moved on from Vanguard's Japan concert. Articles were still being released, and all sorts of community sites were busy uploading photos from the event. Japan, in particular, was especially fired up. Vanguard's influence in Japan is incredible. After the concert, Produce That 100 theme songs reappear on Japan's music charts, /photos included. Not just Vanguard songs, but even tracks from the Produce That 100 era were dominating the Japanese charts. At this point, GN Entertainment uploaded a suitably edited video of the Japan concert to Vanguard's YouTube channel, which had surpassed 9 million subscribers. Channel name, Vanguard. Subscribers, 9.12 million. Videos, 58. Vanguard 2021 in Japan Vanguard. The concert video surpassed 2 million views in under a day, and by the second day, it had hit 4 million views. It was partly the sheer power of Korean and Japanese fans, but also the mysterious workings of the YouTube algorithm that drew in international viewers. Indeed, while most of the video's comments were in Korean and Japanese, there were quite a few English comments as well. Whatever the case, the Vanguard Japan concert video was spreading widely not just among the general public, but also throughout the broadcasting industry, production companies, entertainment agencies, and media outlets. Those who watched, curious about what all the fuss was about, had no choice but to genuinely acknowledge it. Vanguard, these guys are on fire. Right? Look at how relaxed they are on stage. How is that concert supposed to be right after debut? Their live vocals are stable, and the way they draw in fan response is top tier? Of course, many domestic idols were also paying attention. Whoa, 35,000 people. That's just insane. But I felt it during their encore on the music show too. These Vanguard guys are seriously good. Their live performance sticks with you even more than the recording. Especially that Rojin guy, he really stands out. Right? With visuals like that, and he's even the main vocalist. The other members are good too, but don't you think Rojin's dance lines are the prettiest? His skills have improved. I watched Produce That 100, and he's way more stable now, with better control. Wasn't he a monster even back then? Damn, Rojin's high notes are so clean. Does this guy even have a limit to his talent? With the form he's in now, I don't think anyone can compete with him. Regardless of all that, Kong Rojin had no time to care. After completing his scheduled activities, he had to continue practicing Windvale, their third promotional track, with the members. And once the official work was done, he had to carry out various tasks alone. In the stillness of dawn, after completing his daily mission, Kong Rojin entered the practice room. First, he checked his face in the mirrors scattered around. Good. Satisfied, Rojin began his practice with acting. The role of Choi Si-baek in Tale of the Strange Moon, which had been secretly confirmed. Over the past few days, Kong Rojin had been practicing the role of Choi Si-baek purely based on skill, relying solely on his improved acting stat. He had written the script himself, so the lines weren't difficult, and the emotions that surged in each scene were familiar as well. While practicing, Rojin paused and muttered to himself. Not bad. No, compared to the past, it's high quality. His raw acting tier had risen considerably. As his acting stat approached 90 points and he gained on-set experience, his skills had naturally improved. Feeling fairly satisfied, Kang Rojin picked up his phone. Time to learn. He was preparing to learn and internalize the role of Choi Si-baek from Tale of the Strange Moon. AI analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Before long, AI automation produced the result. Applying. Application complete. With a sharp jolt, Kang Rojin's portrayal of Choi Si-baek deepened and became more refined. But Rojin continued practicing regardless. The more he practiced, the greater the benefits. About 2 hours later, Kang Rojin sat down in his workroom chair. Swish. He began typing on his laptop in earnest, and by the time the morning sun began to rise, he had produced several results. Royal Procession lyrics complete. First, he finished writing the lyrics for Royal Procession, the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon, and then Episode 4 is good enough. He completed the script for Episode 4 of Tale of the Strange Moon. Now only Episodes 5 and 6 remained. It was impressive speed, and not just fast. The quality of the content was outstanding. Every time PD Young Soo Ryong received a script, she sent countless thumbs-ups via text as proof. I should be done with the remaining scripts, probably by next month. By July, the writing for Season 1 would be finished. Well, he would have to begin writing Season 2 right away, but finishing Season 1 this quickly was what truly mattered. And so, the end of June approached. Right before July began, a project involving Kang Rojin came to a close. It was in Japan. Cut. Okay. Great work, everyone. Phew, good job. Thanks for your hard work. The filming for Like a Kaleidoscope, which had progressed swiftly, was now complete. In other words, it had wrapped, crank up, while the Japanese actors and dozens of staff members were busy exchanging farewells. PD Noguchi Ken and executive director Tom Cavell, who had been observing the scene, conversed. It's a bit disappointing that writer Rojin isn't here for the final shoot. We'll have to contact him separately. Will Rojin be able to attend the production presentation? We reached out in advance, but he said it's still uncertain. Since the presentation will follow right after all the Japan buzz from the concert, his attendance would really boost his public recognition. Anyway, the Like a Kaleidoscope production presentation is scheduled for the first week of July. Around this time, Vanguard wrapped up their Flying Bell promotions and announced to fans that they would be starting their third promotional track, Windvale. Fans respond to news of Vanguard entering the latter half of promotions. Does this mean we won't see Vanguard anymore? And on the morning of Monday, June 28th, Netflix Korea, which had quietly and secretly been creating a massive project behind the scenes until now, was. Kang Rojin of Vanguard continues to soar in popularity, now teaming up with Netflix Korea as a writer. Finally about to go public with the existence of Tale of the Strange Moon. Chapter 206, Summer 9. An article about Kang Rojin suddenly appeared on the internet. Soaring popularity of Vanguard's Rojin. This time, he teams up with Netflix Korea as a writer. It stated that Kang Rojin and Netflix Korea were working together. After the first article was released, several other media outlets also confirmed it. Huh? Rojin's doing something with Netflix? What are you talking about? It hasn't been that long since Rojin finished his Japan concert. There's an article. Look, huh? It's real? But it must be a tabloid. Of course, it wasn't believed 100%. Now that Vanguard is starting the latter half of their promotions, Rojin's got even more schedules. I doubt he even has time to take on anything else. That's true, but the way it just popped up out of nowhere is kind of odd. Well, it's not even an official statement from Netflix Korea. They probably just scraped some rumor and threw together an article. Still, let's publish a few pieces ourselves. We've got to get the clicks. To be precise, they dismissed it as a tabloid article. Even so, reporters from various media outlets mass-produced similar stories. Since Vanguard, recently riding high after the huge success of their Japan concert, was selling well in the news. Rojin to work with Netflix Korea/photo. Star Talk. Rojin teams up with Netflix Korea. Is it possible with such a busy schedule? No time to breathe with his main and side jobs. Rojin, a first-of-his-kind idol. Among them were some with questions. Star Talk. Vanguard's Rojin to work with Netflix Korea this time, as a writer or actor. Even though it seemed like a tabloid at first, similar articles were quickly added, and before long, the story spread to the public. Holy shit. Is this real? What is it? What's Rojin making with Netflix? Is he starring in a work as an actor? Or is it as a writer? Rojin, do you have like 10 bodies? He worked on a project with Netflix Japan, so I guess now he's doing one with Netflix Korea too. I'm already excited. I've been waiting for the works Rojin wrote anyway. But seriously, Rojin is just on another level. He's already at the top as an idol, and everything else is blowing up too. Agreed. Never seen a male idol like this. Fangirling is so worth it. Of course, there were plenty who didn't believe it either. Rojin's swamped with Vanguard schedules. How does it make sense he's doing another project? Minus 100% tabloid. Anyway, the news that Kang Rojin was teaming up with Netflix became a hot topic and sparked a lot of curiosity. A few days passed. Netflix Korea still hadn't made an official announcement. Or rather, it wasn't much different from having already opened it up. They were the ones who fired the first shot in this issue. They just dropped a teaser. They hadn't revealed the concrete details yet, letting various speculations and predictions run rampant. It was Kang Rojin who put a period on the question mark of this issue. In the middle of Vanguard promotions. 1, 2, 3. Hello, we are Vanguard. It was during an interview with a magazine company. Hello, Vanguard. I've really wanted to meet you guys. Yes, thank you. Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, Dukyung and others went through over 30 minutes of prearranged questions, and toward the latter part of the interview, the recent hot issue was brought up. Next is Rojin Nim. Yes. There's been a flood of articles about you for the past few days, Rojin Nim, saying you're teaming up with Netflix Korea. There's a lot of talk about whether it's real or fake. What do you think? Dressed in a gray leather jacket matching the concept of their promotions, Rojin answered with a smiling gaze. It's true. What? I was actually planning to mention it today or tomorrow. But yes, it's true that I'm working on something with Netflix Korea. Oh, that's a bit surprising. So the speculative articles were actually correct? Yes. What kind of project is it? Considering Rojin's roles in Tale of the Strange Moon, writer, actor, and Vanguard, he holds a lot of positions, but Kang Rojin held back a bit. I can't say everything in detail yet, but for now, I've participated as a writer. He had coordinated with Netflix Korea on that. As a writer. So you're writing something new, not one of the previously prepared works. Wow, that's amazing. Your schedule must be intense. I'm working hard. After the interview ended, Kang Rojin glanced at manager Kim Ki-baek, who responded with a weary smile and a thumbs up. You did exactly what Netflix Korea requested. Well done. The next day, the interview wasn't seen as just a tabloid, but was officially turned into an article. Official Vanguard's Rojin speaks out himself. It's true that I'm working with Netflix Korea. Friday, July 2nd, the day after. When articles about Kang Rojin were pouring in, Netflix Korea uploaded an official statement. It was through their official SNS channel. Hello, this is Netflix Korea. Today, we'd like to share some exciting news many of our subscribers have been curious about. We'll be working on a project with writer Rojin, and as longtime fans, we're very excited. Naturally, Netflix Korea only revealed the basic information about Tale of the Strange Moon. In other words, they didn't disclose everything. The project with writer Rojin is a historical drama titled Tale of the Strange Moon, directed by PD Young Surayong, who previously worked with writer Rojin on Rental Lover. This new project, Tale of the Strange Moon, is a major production that Netflix Korea is pouring its heart into, and it will be launched not only domestically, but also worldwide on Netflix. We're working hard on production, and we ask for lots of anticipation from our subscribers. The announcement only included the title, the presence of PD Young Surayong, and the direction of the project being launched globally. Roughly only about 30% of the details were revealed. There was no mention of Rojin being cast as the lead or of the collaboration with Vanguard. The reason for that was murmured by executive director Lim Hyunjin while checking the uploaded SNS. This is just right. This much is enough for Phase 1. The anticipation will rise plenty on its own. We can drop the remaining bombs one by one later. If we show everything at once, it's no fun. It was clear the promotion and marketing strategy for Tale of the Strange Moon was already mapped out. The rest of the major bombshells would likely be dropped in a more dramatic and sensational manner. Whatever it may be, just as executive director Lim Hyunjin predicted, the announcement from Netflix Korea stirred up the media. Writer Rojin to create historical drama with Netflix Korea. Title revealed as Tale of the Strange Moon official. Another collaboration with PD Young Soo-ryong. This time, Vanguard's Rojin writes the script for a historical drama. Worldwide Netflix launch. Can writer Rojin's Tale of the Strange Moon properly showcase Korean historical drama to the world? Amidst his busy schedule, Vanguard's Rojin writes a historical drama. Why Tale of the Strange Moon is so anticipated/photo. Public excitement was amplified. Whoa, a historical drama written by Rojin. How am I supposed to wait for this? I'm in this for the long haul. I really hope it does well. Please make a historical drama even overseas viewers can enjoy. Of course, there were also hate comments. Foreign folks don't like historical dramas. Okay. With all the historical accuracy and whatnot, writing a historical drama is super hard. Do you really think someone like Rojin wrote something fun? But those quickly got buried. The number of enthusiastic and praising reactions was dozens of times greater. And at this point, Vanguard in Japan 2021 Vanguard. Views, 20,981. Vanguard's Japan concert surpassed 20 million views. Early morning on the 5th at GN Entertainment. Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung were gathered in the recording studio. So were Kim Ki-baek and the rest of the management team. They, along with the producers sitting in front of the equipment, were all looking toward the booth. Inside the booth, Kang Rojin could be seen wearing headphones. At that moment, Sihu, whose perm had loosened a bit, approached the producer. The producer glanced at Sihu and then spoke to Rojin in the booth. Rojin, let's start with Do Kyung's rap part. Okay, I'll go with a standard take, no ad-libs. Okay dash. Soon, music started playing through the entire recording studio. It was Royal Procession, confirmed as the main theme song for Tale of the Strange Moon. As the Gaegeum melody rang out from the intro, Kang Rojin began rapping into the mic. A flow with a slightly rough edge in. A low tone. The rhythm was solid enough that the producer nodded along, and Sihu, who was seemingly co-producing, had a serious expression on his face. Right now, Kang Rojin was recording the guide version of Royal Procession. It wasn't something he necessarily had to do, but he had insisted on it. Well, since both the composition and lyrics had gone through his hands, it was better that he did it. Not only for Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung to familiarize themselves with the song, but also because this guide track would be passed on to many others, the choreography team, the music video team to be selected, various departments within GN Entertainment, and so on. Anyway, as Rojin began the rap part, Do Kyung's indifferent expression stiffened even more. Not because he was uncomfortable, but because he was completely focused, and also slightly shocked. Holy shit. Kyung got even better at rapping? Even more so, Kang Rojin wasn't even rapping heavily. Since it was just the guide, he was keeping it moderate and light. He smoothly rolled out the core and key points only. Yet Do Kyung, who handled rap in Vanguard, found his eyes gradually widening. And it wasn't just Do Kyung who was surprised. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who watched Rojin with a rather serious expression as well. He hasn't even touched rap lately because he's been focusing on main vocals, and yet, he's still got that charisma. No, he's better than he was during Produce That. 100. What the hell? Other staff members also clicked their tongues in awe. Right? Rojin Nim was an all-rounder, wasn't he? I kind of forgot for a while because his leadership and main vocals stood out so much. But he's killing the rap too. Goosebumps. It's not just that he raps well, there's a vibe that can't be described in words. His tone is already cheating level. With just a few lines of rap after the intro, Kang Rojin had captivated everyone in the studio, and the vocals that followed left even Sihu and Kangmin frozen. He's completely versatile. Watching Kang Rojin, who pulled off not only rap, but also the capability of a lead and main vocalist, the members of Vanguard thought, still not enough. I need to cut down on sleep even more. They were fired up. They had already been pushing hard, but now they were determined to raise their effort even more. Once the first guide recording was finished, Rojin came out of the booth. Then, the producer team, Sihu, and Rojin gathered for a serious discussion. Watching them silently, Kim Ki-baek let out a quiet chuckle. Now even his producing looks natural. He set an example. That was a fitting phrase for Kang Rojin as the leader. Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung were learning and growing constantly by watching Rojin. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who was in charge of their management, felt that Kang Rojin's value wasn't just in his skills or abilities, but also as the pillar of Vanguard. That kind of leadership would sell for a high price anywhere. Only after the meeting was wrapped up did the guide recording for Royal Procession fully conclude. Once the guide track was distributed to various teams, the official recording for Vanguard would begin next week. Soon after, Rojin, having finished his talk with the producer, approached Kim Ki-baek. Manager Nim, one moment please. HM? Ah yes. Rojin moved to a slightly secluded spot and opened his mouth. About the English versions of the songs you mentioned before. Yes. For Green Bee, Windvale, and Flying Bell, I think instead of making them entirely in English, it would be better to highlight the Korean lyrics, like in the chorus or certain parts. Of course, there's no need to go full-on with English lyrics. The idea was just to see if we could increase the English parts from what we have now. Ah, really? Then I think adding more English parts than now would be perfect. And what about the songs you're composing personally, Rojin? I'm planning to do those freely without worrying about that. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. After that, the Vanguard members got into the van to move on to their next schedule. The next item was attending a fashion event. So, they had to stop by the salon first. Virum. As the van started moving, Kang Rojin opened his laptop, and his phone gave off a short vibration. Buzz. Buzz. Without much thought, Rojin pulled out his phone and was slightly surprised. The reason was simple. The source of the vibration was the AI simulation app. A notification appeared on his phone screen. The evolved title World Star has met the conditions and is now enhanced by +1. It was the first enhancement of his evolved title. Chapter 207, Summer, 10. United States, New York. It was morning in Korea, but afternoon in New York. In a famous fashion magazine company located in New York, the place was filled with foreigners. The employees' attire and the overall atmosphere were full of a sense of free-spiritedness, and the magazine office was bustling. Some were preparing to leave work, while others were gathered in meeting rooms for discussions. Among them, a meeting room with fashion magazine posters hanging on the walls. In this meeting room, about 5 foreigners were having a meeting while looking at their laptops. What kind of concept do you think would be good this time? How about food? We already did food last time. Don't you remember how hard it was to schedule interviews with chefs? Yeah, since we've already done it, the editor-in-chief probably won't be too thrilled about it. Amidst the flashy English being exchanged, a red-haired woman among them suggested a different idea. Then how about this time? Instead of focusing on chefs, we do a review of restaurants from different countries located. In New York, restaurant review? Yeah, introducing delicious places. There's a Korean restaurant that recently opened next to my place, and the food is absolutely amazing. Well, that's not a bad idea. Rosie, you've been praising Korean food a lot lately. Seems like you're hooked. It's seriously delicious. But we've also done food-related concepts already. As the red-haired woman clicked her tongue in disappointment, the bespectacled woman sitting next to her spun her pen around and then opened her mouth. Speaking of Korea, how about a feature on the K-pop groups to look out for this year? K-pop groups. She was a Korean American, and she had a strong interest in Korean idols. She had frequently visited Korea to attend concerts of popular idols and was quite well informed about idols who had advanced to the US or other overseas markets. Yeah, we did something earlier this year, but isn't it about time we update it? That didn't mean she would just blindly recommend only the Korean idols she liked. The famous fashion magazine company she worked for was one of the top-ranking magazines in the US, and the reason it had survived for so long with such a proud tradition was because it had a keen eye for trends. They analyzed community trends faster than anyone else and presented them to their subscribers. And these days, the Korean wave was quite hot, even in the United States. K-pop, of course, but also Korean films were gaining recognition at various international film festivals, and Korean dramas and other content were enjoying high popularity. This was also true of Korean food and cosmetics being shared via YouTube and various social media platforms. The Korean wave, which had already spread through Asia and into Europe, was certainly being seen as a trend, and the famous fashion magazine had tackled Korean wave-related topics in several features in the past. The most recent was a review of Korean idols. Thanks to that, The employees in the meeting responded quite positively to the idea proposed by the bespectacled woman, with the bald man with a soft voice reacting the quickest. Come to think of it, I also watched a Korean movie a few days ago. That action scene with the hammer was shocking. I agree that Korea is a hot keyword right now. So, Nancy, do you have any research done on K-pop groups? The black man sitting next to him shrugged his shoulders. When it comes to K-pop, Nancy's the expert among us. Of course, she'd have an updated list of K-pop groups ready. As if that were the obvious answer, the bespectacled woman called Nancy smirked and manipulated her laptop a few times. After several seconds, the screen of her laptop displayed photos and information of popular Korean male and female idols, including new rookie groups. Just say the word. Whether it's new groups or whatever, I've got it all. Haha. As expected. Wasn't it because of a K-pop group concert you liked that you went to Japan recently, Nancy? With laughter and a touch of pride, the bespectacled woman, no, Nancy, responded to everyone. I'll share all the data I updated with you guys. Soon, the laptops of all the employees in the meeting, starting with the bald man, displayed photos of Korean idols. Then Nancy passionately began her briefing for the team. Surprisingly, the starting point was the now-defunct group Neos. One of the unfortunate K-pop groups is Neos. They disappeared while preparing for an overseas expansion because of a problem with one of the members. I think I've heard about them. What was the issue? Drugs. Oh dear. After that, Nancy moved on from rookie idols to popular idols with recognition even in the United States. This group was even ranked on the Billboard recently. Billboard Hot 100. That's right. After explaining the groups ranked from number 1 to number 5, she moved on to rookie idols. There are quite a few rookie K-pop groups to look out for, but Vanguard definitely stands out the most. Vanguard? That's a pretty aggressive group name. When did they debut? It hasn't been more than a few months since their official debut. A few months? That's way too new. Wouldn't they lack enough material to cover? Not really. In terms of impact, they're the strongest among the rookies. As expected of a K-pop expert, Nancy began reciting the history of Vanguard from their appearance on Produce That 100, up until now. Her foreign colleagues' expressions gradually shifted to surprise as they listened to her briefing. They held a concert in Japan just a few months after debuting? Yeah, they drew in over 30,000 audience members. Nancy, was that why you went to Japan recently? To see the Vanguard concert? Yup, Nancy answered confidently and opened YouTube on her laptop. What she searched for was a video of Vanguard's concert in Japan. She played the passionate performance of Vanguard and turned her laptop so everyone could see. The energy was insane. Her colleagues, including the bald man and the red-haired woman, fixed their eyes on the video. Soon, the bald man widened his eyes and exclaimed in awe. This video got over 20 million views. Yeah, they're already pretty well known in Korea and Japan. That's impressive. This group holds a lot of firsts. From the fastest time to a Japan concert, to every move they've made since debut, it's been something new. Nancy, seemingly excited, tried to continue her explanation, but the red-haired woman cut in. The members are cute. As expected, Koreans have great skin, and each has their own charm. Wait a second, Nancy. She pointed to one of the members in the concert video. Pause the video. Who is that guy? Is he a Vanguard member? With a deepening smile, Nancy nodded. Yeah, he's the leader of Vanguard. On the paused video, a close-up of Kang Rojin appeared. What the? That face is real. I thought it was CGI. He's ridiculously handsome, right? The moment Rojin's face appeared, curses spilled out of Nancy's colleagues' mouths. What the F? Fuck. Even the foreigners had to admit Kang Rojin's visuals were absurd. But Nancy wasn't finished yet. He's unique. Before debuting, he first made a name for himself as a writer and actor. All the colleagues furrowed their brows as if on cue. Writer and actor? What do you mean by that? Meanwhile, in Korea, inside the moving van of Vanguard, Kang Rojin was scrolling through the notifications sent by the AI simulation on his phone. The evolved title World Star has met the conditions and is now enhanced by +1. Congratulations. You've achieved first enhancement of an evolved title and have been awarded 80 coins as a reward. As the evolved title World Star has been enhanced, 2 bonus coins will be added to mission rewards. As the notifications continued rolling in, Rojin murmured internally. WorldStar got enhanced. All of a sudden? For reference, the evolved title WorldStar was previously the Recognition Monster title, and it enhanced as Kong Rojin's recognition increased. Soon, Rojin glanced sideways at the other members and accessed the AI simulation app. The change was immediately visible. Titles, evolved all-round. Entertainer / evolved, WorldStar +1 / Global Genius +2 / Instrument Master +2. On top of that, starting now, the coins he would receive from daily missions, including bonuses, totaled 21. From evolved titles onwards, bonus coins increase by 2 each, right? 5 coins for completing the base mission, plus a total of 16 from title bonuses. Without even realizing it, Rojin had surpassed 20 mission reward coins, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. Freaking sweet. Then he thought, but why did it get enhanced all of a sudden? The answer came quickly. It must have been because of the Japan concert. Although his domestic recognition had been rising for other reasons as well, it was clear that the recent explosive success of the Japan concert was the biggest factor. Selling out over 30,000 seats made huge waves in Japan, and the concert video had already surpassed 20 million views. SNS followers and YouTube subscribers also shot up. Compared to before, there are way more comments in Japanese and English too. The 20 million views in particular were an overwhelming number. According to manager Kim Ki-baek, just the support from Korean and Japanese fans could have easily pulled in several million views. But this time, luck had played a part as well. Some unknown algorithm had kicked in at just the right moment. Still, they wouldn't have caught that lucky break if Vanguard hadn't been on fire. In any case, Kong Rojin checked the desired occupation listed under his status. Desired occupation, world-class idol. Not long after it changed to world-class idol, the evolved title WorldStar had been enhanced. This was after the Recognition Monster title had already been strengthened to +5. The enhancement of WorldStar must mean that my worldwide recognition has risen, right? It was proof that Vanguard was starting to gain visibility among the global public. Rojin scanned the members again. Of course, Sihu, Kongmin, and Du Kyung had no idea what was going through Rojin's head, and feeling good, Rojin muttered softly to himself like a soliloquy. I might be using English for real pretty soon. 2 days later, July 7th. Japan. A large hall in a major hotel in Tokyo. More than 100 Japanese reporters were gathered in the space facing the podium. And behind the podium, the title of the work was displayed in large letters. Like a kaleidoscope, the Netflix logo was a bonus. Of course, in 30 minutes, the official production presentation for Like a Kaleidoscope, which had recently wrapped filming, was set to begin in this hall. The show had already generated huge buzz within Japan, so the crowd of reporters was overwhelming. On top of that, since this was an original series that Netflix Japan had poured its heart into, they had put in extra effort compared to usual. Whatever the case, the noise level in the hall was high due to the presence of over 100 reporters. They really called a lot of reporters. Netflix Japan seems to have put in more effort. True, this way the label of being even more anticipated will be attached. But is Rojin going to show up today? He probably will. He's the writer of Like a Kaleidoscope, and there's no way Netflix Japan wouldn't invite such a hot topic. There was a lot of talk about Kong Rojin going around. It wasn't strange. With Vanguard's popularity in Japan growing by the day thanks to the concert and other events, the chance to see Rojin at a production presentation was more than enough to stir excitement. All the reporters smacked their lips in anticipation. Several minutes later, the staff managing the presentation announced that it was about to begin and asked the reporters to take their seats. Soon, more than 100 reporters sat down and prepared to fire their camera shutters, and the stars of Like a Kaleidoscope entered through the front door of the hall. Swoosh. Starting with PD Noguchi Ken, and followed by the cast, including Japan's top actor Endo Takuto, who played the male lead. After all the attendees had entered, the stage was filled with quite a few people, and most of the reporters who had been snapping their cameras began tilting their heads in confusion. The reason was simple. Where's Rojin? Don't tell me he's not coming? Kong Rojin was nowhere to be seen among the main cast. However, the reporters continued taking photos, and about 3 minutes later, The presentation staff and the team from Like a Kaleidoscope, along with the reporters, all took their seats. At that moment, a reporter seated near the front raised a hand and called out in Japanese, "Will writer Rojin not be attending?" PD Noguchi-ken, who had just taken the mic and gave off a generally somber aura, responded calmly. "Writer Rojin will not be attending due to scheduling conflicts." Oh. In that moment, although they didn't show it openly, disappointment spread across the faces of over 100 reporters. At the back of the hall, watching the situation unfold, was Tom Cavell, Netflix Japan's executive director. One of the staff members ran over and whispered to him. Upon hearing the message, Tom Cavell's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, really?" About an hour passed. The production presentation for Like a Kaleidoscope was now entering its later stages, and PD Noguchi-ken and the others were busy fielding questions from reporters. Then, having just received a whisper from one of the staff members, a faint smile appeared on PD Noguchi-ken's lips. "Ah, just a moment." As the reporters blinked in confusion, the front door of the hall opened again. A man with tousled black hair and a loose denim shirt entered, lighting up the hall with his visuals alone. He gave a respectful bow and greeted in fluent Japanese. "Hello, I'm Rojin." Over 100 reporters erupted into frenzy, and immediately, toward Kong Rojin. Pababababak. Flashes exploded like lightning. Chapter 208. Summer, 11. A hall where over 100 Japanese reporters were frantically pressing their shutters. "He's here. He's here." The one receiving the unrelenting barrage of flashes was Kong Rojin, who had just appeared in the hall. Pababababak. Since there had been talk that Rojin might not come, the Japanese reporters pounced all the more fiercely on his sudden appearance. Though Rojin calmly waved his hand despite the blinding lights, inside, he was quite overwhelmed. "Damn, that startled me. What is this right as I walk in? How am I supposed to end this?" At this rate, he would be waving all day. Fortunately, PD Noguchi-ken stepped in next to Kong Rojin. "Writer Nim, this way." The chaotic photo time was brought to a close. Kong Rojin moved toward the platform where the Japanese actors were seated. Even then, the flood of shutter sounds from the Japanese reporters didn't cease, and the seat Rojin was guided to was right next to PD Noguchi-ken. After greeting the actors starting from Endo to Kudo, Rojin finally managed to get his butt in the chair, and PD Noguchi-ken, who sat down next, whispered to him, "I thought you wouldn't make it." As Rojin adjusted the collar of his denim shirt, he replied in Japanese, "Luckily, I was able to make the schedule work. I'm sorry for being late. I feel like I broke the flow a bit." "Not at all. We're grateful you came." For the record, the reason Kong Rojin was seated beside PD Noguchi-ken, beating out even the top Japanese actors, was simple. He was attending as the writer of Like a Kaleidoscope. Of course, he might receive questions as an actor too, but the focus was clearly on his role as a writer. With Kong Rojin's arrival, the previously hectic atmosphere settled down appropriately, and the production presentation, which had been slightly dull as it neared the end, regained its energy. Soon, PD Noguchi-ken spoke up. "Writer Rojin has joined us despite his busy schedule." Smiling faintly, PD Noguchi-ken handed the handheld mic to Kong Rojin, who bowed again and formally introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Rojin, the writer of Like a Kaleidoscope." The Japanese reporters, still holding their cameras, burst into applause. Clap, 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 clap. Rojin waited until the applause died down, and then continued fluently in Japanese. "I'm sorry for being late, but I'm glad I was still able to make it and meet the reporters. It feels like just yesterday we were talking with Netflix Japan about Like a Kaleidoscope, and now we've already finished filming and are at the production presentation." Kong Rojin spoke so naturally as he shared his thoughts. Watching from the back of the press section was executive director Tom Cavell, with his yellow curly hair, recalled the past when he had a meeting with Kong Rojin. Back then, he had more of a boyish look. Now he's brimming with the aura of a full-fledged writer. It's hard to even find a trace of that rookie feeling anymore. The reply came from manager Kim Ki-beck, who stood next to executive director Tom Cavell with a somewhat listless air. It is that phase when they grow in the blink of an eye. Especially Rojin. He grows several times faster than others. Though not quite at Rojin's level, Kim Ki-beck answered in fairly decent Japanese, and Tom Cavell turned his gaze to him. "What happened over the past few months?" It's been busy. Oh, Vanguard itself was already hectic, but Rojanim had even more to juggle with his side jobs. Well, it's amazing he pulled it all off. It would have been weirder if he hadn't changed. Then, Executive Director Tom Cavell shifted the topic. How is the project with Netflix Korea going? It's going well. So far, at least. That's good to hear. Seems like headquarters is quite excited about it too, me included. Tom Cavell, being the head of Netflix Japan, was naturally in frequent contact with Netflix HQ in the US. Even though we're competitors, since it's writer Rojan's work, I'll be rooting for it. At this, Kong Rojan, who had just answered the question, naturally brushed back his black hair, and the reporters near the platform gasped with genuine admiration. That visual is insane. Don't you wonder what it feels like? To live with that kind of unbelievable face. Everyone probably smiles at him or treats him kindly, even elderly folks in rural villages. I mean, even I can't take my eyes off him. Standing next to Rojan makes our actors look like regular people. Totally agree. I always thought Indo Takudo was good-looking, but now I can't even see him. That kind of looks that crush top-tier actors, combined with overflowing talent. Even his voice is amazing. It really feels like I'm seeing a true star. In the meantime, a reporter asked a question to Indo Takudo, who was both the male lead and a top Japanese actor. Was there anything particularly memorable during the production of Like a Kaleidoscope? Writer Rojan's charisma left an impression. Kong Rojan, sitting to Indo Takudo's right, let out a quiet snort internally. Is this guy still sulking? How petty can he be? Well, I guess that personality helped bring out his acting, though. The next question went to Kong Rojan. Writer Nim, you also participated as an actor in Like a Kaleidoscope. How was working with the Japanese actors for the first time? I learned a lot, and thanks to their kindness, I was able to enjoy the process. I also felt a renewed hunger for acting. A hunger? Yes, especially from Indo Takudo. Ooh. This response was both a compliment directed at the male lead, Indo Takudo, and a subtle jab. Indo Takudo, sitting next to him, flinched. Slightly, perhaps realizing it. Whatever the case, the barrage of questions aimed at Rojan shifted to PD Noguchi Ken. Were there any problems or incidents during filming? PD Noguchi Ken, who received the mic from Rojan, rubbed his chin. Problems or incidents? Not exactly, but there were some memorable episodes. Such as. Noguchi Ken glanced at Kong Rojan beside him, then smiled. There were times when doing Rojan's makeup or styling was tricky. He's just too handsome. A dash. So in the end, we filmed without any makeup, and the visuals turned out perfectly. Immediately, the eyes of over 100 reporters were all fixed on Kong Rojan. At first, their looks seemed to say, what kind of nonsense is that? But the moment they saw Rojan's faint smile, I get it now. Most of the reporters slowly nodded. Touching that face really would feel wrong. It's ridiculous, but I understand. Thus, the production presentation of Like a Kaleidoscope was a series of heated questions until the end, and because Kong Rojan had arrived a bit late, the event ran more than 30 minutes longer than expected. Finally, the last question came in. The protagonist once again, Kong Rojan. Rojan Nim. It became a hot topic that you were in charge of the OST for Like a Kaleidoscope. Did you really handle everything yourself? Rojan, receiving the mic, nodded. Yes. Thankfully, they entrusted it to me, so I was able to handle the composition, lyrics, and even vocals. The OST for Like a Kaleidoscope was titled Dreamlike. However, Kong Rojan didn't specifically mention the title, and the reporter asked again, could you sing just a short line for us? Sing it? It wouldn't be hard, but Rojan still turned to check with PD Noguchi Ken to see if it was okay. His expression said it was fine. Then, Kong Rojan brought the mic to his lips and sang the first line of Dreamlike a cappella. Over 100 Japanese reporters froze in place. At Rojan's original profession. Because they were either enchanted or captivated. Later, after the production presentation for Like a Kaleidoscope ended and the group photo session was completed, Kong Rojan said, thank you for your hard work, and immediately had to move to another schedule. Since he was in Japan, he planned to attend a fashion-related event. As Kong Rojan was in the middle of moving to his next destination, the Japanese reporters who had attended the production presentation quickly turned the materials they had gathered into articles. Like a Kaleidoscope production presentation, actors greeting, photo. Like a kaleidoscope production presentation, writer Rojin appears late photo. Rojin and Indo Takuto two-shot like a kaleidoscope production presentation. Rojin, just sitting still but looks like a manga protagonist. Rojin, in charge of like a kaleidoscope OSD, melts ears. With just one line. Since Kong Rojin was already a hot topic in Japan, there were many articles about him, and Japanese fans quickly shared his photos on social media. Thanks to that, Kong Rojin instantly hit #1 in keyword rankings. By the time he boarded the return flight, the buzz had already spread to Korea as well. Rojin successfully wraps, like a kaleidoscope, production presentation in Japan, dominates Japanese actors with his visuals photo. The photos quickly made their way to domestic platforms too. Rojin, you should have toned it down, the Japanese actors look so pitiful. Wow. Rojin is fucking handsome. It didn't feel like a production presentation, more like a Rojin fan meeting. Japanese actors took L. Rojin apparently sang the OSD at the production presentation. I want to hear it too. He's the only one whose picture quality looks different. He attended as a writer but ended up making top Japanese actors look like squid. Let me tell you that story. Kong Rojin checked the reaction after arriving in Korea. Inside the moving van, he smirked as he read the comments. That was when manager Kim Ki-baek spoke up. What's so funny? The comments. What are they? Let me see too. Soon, manager Kim Ki-baek and the entire team in the van got absorbed in reading the comments together. Then Kim Ki-baek opened his planner. Rojin, I've distributed the guide version of Royal Procession to all the necessary places, and for Vanguard, the official recording will start sometime next week. Got it. After hearing the response, manager Kim Ki-baek silently gauged the dates and spoke again. By the time we're deep into working on Royal Procession, Vanguard's official activities will be over. It was already the second week of July. Currently, Vanguard was promoting their final track, Wind Veil, and GN Entertainment had scheduled the end of their activities for the end of July, which meant they had only about 2 to 3 weeks left. Kong Rojin felt anew just how fast time flew. It's already almost the end of promotions. It felt like just days ago they were doing their debut Showcon and promoting Green Bee on music shows. But now, even their rather lengthy 4-month run was nearing its end. Of course, just because the song promotions were ending didn't mean Vanguard's schedule was completely over. At the very least, high-priority items like Royal Procession and each member's individual schedules, including variety shows and more, would continue. Especially for Rojin, who had many side jobs, the work would keep going. Even so, the intensity of the schedule would noticeably lighten. Members could choose which schedules to take on, and their autonomy would increase. That meant Rojin would have much more time to work on his own projects too. And so, Kong Rojin returned once again to Vanguard, and another week melted away. July 13, early afternoon. After finishing an additional commercial shoot, Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung headed straight to the designated recording studio as soon as they arrived at the company. The producing teams were already waiting. The main producer, upon seeing Vanguard, addressed Rojin and Sihu. It'd be good for one of you to start first. Who wants to go? Rojin glanced at Sihu. You go first. Didn't you say your voice feels good today? Yeah, got it. Sihu, having warmed up properly, stepped into the recording booth. The main producer motioned to Rojin. Take over producing. Just like during Green Bee, you know the vibe. I'll assist on the side. Okay, Hyung. Without making a big deal of it, Kong Rojin took his seat next to the producer. Watching him quickly handle the equipment and laptop, the producer chuckled. Look how natural he is. Sihu still looks a bit awkward. The producer patted Kong Rojin on the head. Looking good, Rojin. You're a full-on producer now. Kong Rojin smiled with his eyes. Thank you. When someone is super handsome and talented as you also produce as well, what's a guy like me supposed to do for a living? I'll buy you meat. Get me a Lamborghini. I can't do that. With a joking tone, the producer tousled Rojin's hair roughly, then got serious. Let's go. Rojin nodded and gave a signal to Sihu in the booth. The production had officially begun. Hyung, it's the first take, so just go with your feeling for now. Okay, the track began to play. Vanguard's official recording of Royal Procession had begun. At the same time, CVN's A Tranquil Day announced the air date for its explosive first episode. Official legendary variety show A Tranquil Day premieres Friday, July 30th. Rojin and Do-kyung appear in episode 1. Meanwhile, a piece of overseas Vanguard news was uploaded to social media. It came from a fan account. OMG. Vanguard featured in a famous U.S. fashion magazine. Link. Chapter 209. Summer, 12. The news of the first broadcast of A Tranquil Day, fitting of a legendary and popular healing variety show, spread with much fanfare. A Tranquil Day, to premiere on Friday, July 30th. What kind of chemistry will Jang Seo-young, Seo Do-in, and Choi Rina show? Star Talk, legendary healing variety show A Tranquil Day finally begins, /photo. Though the initial announcement came from broadcasting station CVN, several other media outlets quickly followed suit. At the same time, the names of Rojin and Do-kyung of Vanguard, who had become a hot topic as guests, were appearing frequently. A Tranquil Day premieres Friday, July 30th. Did they care about ratings? Rojin and Do-kyung placed in episode 1. Top actresses meet top idols. Vanguard fans say we want to see Rojin and Do-kyung soon. Issue check. How could you not watch when Rojin and Do-kyung are on? Heightened anticipation for A Tranquil Day just before its premiere. With the premiere date of A Tranquil Day set for Friday, July 30th, articles were pouring out, and about 30 minutes later, the A Tranquil Day team uploaded the first teaser trailer on their official YouTube channel, as if they had been waiting. A Tranquil Day Jang Seo-young, Seo Do-in, and Choi Rina gathered. True healing moments. Teaser trailer, Feat Rojin, Do-kyung, CVN. The first teaser for A Tranquil Day ran for just under a minute, and as a proven popular program, the view count of the teaser video climbed rapidly. Of course, with Rojin and Do-kyung's names featured prominently in the title, it was a given. The teaser began with scenes of Jang Seo-young, Seo Do-in, and Choi Rina entering a countryside house while overlooking a vast potato field. Their conversation played over the footage as they dragged their suitcases. It's so hot. It's still only May, but doesn't it feel like summer? Anyway, is this the place? The vibe is nice. That field must be the potato field the staff mentioned. But doesn't it feel kind of exciting? Feels like we've really come to the countryside. Cuts showed the actresses exploring the house and gawking at the potato field. Ugh, what if we spend the whole shoot just harvesting potatoes? Scenes followed showing them preparing to light a fire and setting up for a proper meal. Naturally, casual conversations among the actresses were included. Rina, weren't you born in Seoul? Nope. I used to catch frogs in the rice paddies. Though they were top actresses in their main profession, their dialogue and the sight of them sweating while digging for potatoes felt entirely down to earth. Around the 40-second mark, the scene transitioned and captions appeared. Guests who will boost their energy. Rojin and Do-kyung were shown entering the filming site. The shot was captured from above by a drone. After greeting the actresses, Rojin and Do-kyung shared light conversation and laughed brightly with them. Then Do-kyung was shown carrying a log instead of firewood, and Rojin was pictured picking up a knife to cook. The teaser ended with a group shot of the entire cast and announced the premiere date. First broadcast, July 30th, Friday, at 8:40 p.m. Viewers who saw the teaser quickly started commenting. With Rojin and Do-kyung bringing firepower, the number of comments skyrocketed. Thank you, PDNM. Why did Do-kyung bring a log so cute? Wow. Even though Rojin appeared just briefly, his super handsomeness pierced right through the screen. The 30th still more than 2 weeks to go. I'm definitely watching the live broadcast. I already liked A Tranquil Day, but now that Rojin and Do-kyung are on, I'm going to love it even more. Rojin and Do-kyung's smiling faces are just too beautiful heartsuit. Has so many Vanguard fans. Here. Can't wait for the 30th to come. Rojin and Do-kyung are so cute and lovable. The teaser alone is healing weight. Did I just see Rojin's face? A Tranquil Day, amplified by Vanguard fans, received explosive reactions in no time. Thanks to that, the first teaser for A Tranquil Day easily surpassed 100,000 views in just a few tens of minutes. Watching the rapidly intensifying situation, the A Tranquil Day team set off celebratory fireworks. The teaser passed 100,000 views. Okay, as expected, including Rojin and Do-kyung from the first teaser really was the right call. The comments are going crazy right now. We've never had views or comments go up this fast before, right? Wow. Vanguard really has amazing firepower. At this time, Vanguard, who were doing the official recording of Royal Procession at GN Entertainment, were also reacting. Oh, Rojin Hyung, the Tranquil Day teaser is out. During a short break, they noticed that the teaser had been uploaded. Setting aside the focused atmosphere for a moment, Rojin and the members gathered in small groups on the studio sofa to watch the video. Caught up in the mood, even the producing team and other GN staff picked up their phones. Sihu and Kangmin were quite excited. Wow, you filmed at a house like that. Whoa, that potato field is seriously wide. Although they had already heard some stories about the A Tranquil Day shoot from Rojin and Do Kyung, seeing it on video gave it a completely different feel. Sihu and Kangmin, as well as Rojin and Sihu, chatted endlessly as they watched the teaser. What? Rojin really went all in with cooking. You only made ramen for us at the dorm. You enjoyed it, and now you're talking crap, Hyung. But Do Kyung, did you really split firewood with a log? No, it was just for exercise. They told me to bring the stacked firewood, but I got confused and brought a log. Ah, Rojin Hyung. Anyway, the teaser seems to have come out really fun and well-made. With the staff joining in, the recording studio became noisy. Naturally, the topic soon shifted from the teaser to the flood of comments that were still pouring in. This is crazy. It hasn't even been an hour since the teaser dropped, and look at the number of comments. There are a lot of mentions about Rojin Hyung's cooking, probably because it's the first time fans are seeing that side of him. Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung momentarily forgot about recording and enjoyed the fan reactions. A few minutes later, Vanguard took a proof shot of themselves watching the teaser and posted it on SNS. It was to help promote A Tranquil Day. It took about 30 minutes for the members of Vanguard to calm down, and once recording resumed, the main producer asked Kang Rojin casually, "Rojin, are you good at cooking too?" Rojin smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders, just enough to get by. Do Kyung, who was entering the booth, chimed in. He talks like that, but Rojin Hyung is a total pro in the kitchen. The main producer, watching Rojin's insanely handsome visuals, let out a small laugh. Cooking too. You're really going to steal women's hearts completely, huh? The next morning, the 14th, in Japan. Inside an editing room, a few staff members were visible, and among them was a familiar face. It was PD Noguchi Ken. Naturally, this was where, like a kaleidoscope, was being edited. Having recently wrapped filming and held a production presentation, like a kaleidoscope, was now entering full-scale editing. Tatak, tatadak. The editors in front of the monitors moved their fingers non-stop under PD Noguchi Ken's instructions. Whether from staying up for several nights or not, PD Noguchi Ken's eyes were even more bloodshot than usual, and the already eerie vibe he gave off seemed to have intensified. Switch to a different cut. Yes. Scheduled to have 10 episodes, like a kaleidoscope, had an overarching story, but each episode was structured in an omnibus format. That meant that while the male lead, Endo Takuto, led all 10 episodes, the characters, specifically the Japanese actors, appearing in each episode were different. In other words, editing wasn't easy. Each episode had a different flow and atmosphere, and the emotional arcs of the actors varied drastically. At the same time, they had to preserve the strange and eerie tone that was central to the entire series. While the passionate performances of Kang Rojin and Endo Takuto were at the core, the outcome of Like a Kaleidoscope would greatly depend on PD Noguchi Ken's editing skills. Thanks to that, PD Noguchi Ken was more focused than ever. For the current cut, switch to Murata Show's Bust Shot. The episode he was editing now was episode 1, titled The Vanished Women, featuring Murata Show, the legendary host played by Rojin. Rojin, or rather Murata Show, was being displayed on several monitors. The editors, who were seeing Kang Rojin's visuals up close for the first time, gave out awkward chuckles. That face is insane. I know, right? I'd seen the articles, but seeing it in person, I'm kind of speechless. Haha, real-life hosts wouldn't even stand a chance. When this launches on Netflix, the host scene trend is going to be all about Rojin for a while. PD Noguchi Ken, who had been listening to their conversation, strongly agreed inwardly. And that overwhelming acting skill that makes him seem more like a host than an actual host. This absolutely must not be ruined. As he continued with the editing, let's take another look at that ending cut we finished earlier. Yes? Ah, yes. PD Noguchi-kin broke the tension in the room. Let's try combining the ending cut with Dreamlike. Soon, the editing room filled with the sound of Dreamlike, the main ending theme OST composed, written, and sung by Kong Rojin. Episode 1's ending cut of Like a Kaleidoscope was projected. Naturally, Kong Rojin was the main focus. As he watched the ending cut with Dreamlike blended into it, an OST to be layered over the full ending, PD Noguchi-kin. Goosebumps spread across his forearms. The show itself is one thing, but Dreamlike is definitely going to stir up buzz too. Meanwhile, in Korea, the members of Vanguard were once again gathered in the recording studio from the morning. Following yesterday, they were continuing the official recording for Royal Procession. It was then that manager Kim Ki-baek, who had been watching Rojin and the members with a plain but pleased expression, received a call on his phone. BZC, BZA. Noticing the incoming call, he stepped out of the recording studio and answered in the hallway. It was the PR team. After hearing something over the phone, Kim Ki-baek's eyes widened slightly. Huh, really? He immediately began walking. His destination was a medium-sized meeting room. Inside, not only the PR team, but also major teams from GN Entertainment were gathered. As soon as Kim Ki-baek arrived, he asked the PR team leader directly, "Is it true what I heard? That Vanguard was featured in a foreign fashion magazine. Please have a seat first, Manager Nim." After he sat down nearby, the PR team leader nodded to one of the staff, who then stepped in front of the screen and began a full briefing. "You're familiar with the famous American fashion magazine Noir, right? Noir was considered one of the most iconic and influential fashion magazines in the US. It had maintained its prestige for decades and was published across various countries worldwide. Though primarily a fashion magazine, it had gradually incorporated trend-related content as well. Currently, it had established itself as a well-balanced publication blending fashion and trend culture. Regardless, the staff member who brought up Noir continued. Noir tends to keep up with trends not just in the US, but across several countries. They often feature hot topics here and there. They've covered Korean wave-related content a few times before. We believe they're quite interested in Korean culture, including food and entertainment." The PR team leader added. "This time, they've taken a look at Korean K-pop. Right? That team either has a strong interest in Korean idols, or one of the team members is a K-pop insider. They've got some incredibly detailed information. And among the idols they selected, Vanguard was included." While Kim Ki-baek responded with an O-type reaction, the other executive-level staff around him were murmuring with interest. One of them asked a question. How prominently was Vanguard featured? It's more like they were one of several idol groups mentioned. It would have been great if Vanguard had been the main feature, but this is Noir, where famous overseas singers dominating Billboard are abundant. Size doesn't matter. What's important is that our Vanguard was included. That's true. Anyway, please take a look. Soon, the PR staff operated a laptop. A beam projector lit up the white screen. Captures of the section in Noir featuring Vanguard were projected, and not only Kim Ki-baek but the rest of the staff widened their eyes and focused intently. The text was all in English, but Kim Ki-baek, whose English was decent, silently read the headline. K-pop groups to watch this year. At the top were 3 other famous idol groups. Below them, 3 more were listed, and the first among those was Vanguard. Upon seeing the inserted photo of Vanguard, Kim Ki-baek muttered quietly, "Was this from the Japan concert?" With Kong Rojin at the forefront, the faces of Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung were clearly shown. Somehow, the Vanguard photo seems to be the biggest. Chapter 210, Summer 13. The globally influential and renowned fashion magazine Noir. The K-pop group Vanguard was featured as part of a trend covered by Noir. Of course, they didn't grace a full solo spread, but seeing Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung on the screen in Noir, manager Kim Ki-baek thought, they used some insanely good photos. I don't know who picked them, but they've got a great eye." He was deeply moved, and it was quite understandable. Noir is such a well-known fashion magazine that there's hardly anyone in Korea or overseas who hasn't heard of it. Even if Vanguard was just one among several teams featured, the fact that they were included meant that even the faraway American edition of Noir acknowledged Vanguard. If they hadn't been satisfied, the editor over there would have put a stop to it. I've heard the editors of fashion magazines wield considerable power. The assumption that Vanguard was included because the editors liked them. This was more or less correct, and the employees around Kim Ki-baek began to get excited. Ooh, our Vanguard made it into Noir. The visual is fresh, yet moving. They even ranked Vanguard as #1 among rookies. That photo's from the Japan concert, right? Did someone from Noir attend the concert? Is that so? It's not one of the cuts our PR team distributed. Could they have picked it up while browsing communities or SNS? Wow. Either way, seeing Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung splashed across Noir like that is just killer. The meeting room heated up rapidly. In the fiery atmosphere, the PR team employee added more fuel to the fire. The photo itself is great, but the description of Vanguard is another highlight. As someone had translated the entirely English content, the screen changed to show a Korean overlay on top of the English. It covers everything from our Vanguard's produce that 100 days to their recent activities. It even adds a few of Vanguard's achievements. Whoa, debut showcase concert, music chart rankings, album sales too? They even included the shortest time to a concert in Japan. What's this? It's way more detailed than expected. And the PR team employee continued, hinting that this wasn't all. Group profiles and member intros are fairly similar across groups, but there's something uniquely emphasized for Vanguard. The fastest to respond was manager Kim Ki-baek, who had grasped the English content earlier. Rojin. Immediately, all eyes turned to him, and with a faint smile, manager Kim Ki-baek continued. As expected, in a slightly drained tone. In the individual member descriptions, they added Rojin's unique points. Roughly, it's like he is an idol and also a talented writer, actor, and producer. Something like that. What the heck? Is one of the staff over there a hardcore Vanguard fan? Manager Kim Ki-baek shrugged, as if to say that wasn't it. Well, those are things that come up with just a bit of searching on Vanguard or Rojin and the members. Still, it does seem like they're very interested in K-pop. Kim Ki-baek murmured as he stood up from his seat. Anyway, the promotional effect should be pretty decent. The surrounding employees cried out as if to say, "What are you talking about? Decent? It's not. Just decent, it's huge. We're talking about Noir here." Everyone agreed passionately. On the other hand, slightly tilting his head, Manager Kim Ki-baek calmly assessed the members of Vanguard featured in Noir. It was clearly a good thing. That's true, but whether it becomes a hot topic over there or not is another matter. Still, I like that Vanguard's visuals were prominently showcased. It was definitely a good thing. Soon, Kim Ki-baek smiled faintly. In terms of looks, Vanguard is overwhelming. Especially Kong Rojin. Later, the emergency meeting concluded, and this sudden development was immediately reported to CEO Ha Seo-hwan. CEO Ha was not at the office, but in a car, heading somewhere. The momentum is good. He was scrolling through the Noir website displayed on his tablet. More specifically, the page in Noir that featured Vanguard. CEO Ha Seo-hwan also knew well the power of this famous fashion magazine, and he couldn't help but be moved by Vanguard appearing in such a place. It may seem like a lucky break, but this is clearly something Vanguard earned. He wasn't wrong. Vanguard had worked their asses off up to this point, and the prestige of Rojin and the members had reached as far as Noir in the United States. So CEO Ha Seo-hwan thought, if we don't use this, we're idiots. He immediately picked up his phone and gave instructions to the PR team at GN Entertainment. Later, as the day was drawing to a close, the news about Noir was also delivered to the members of Vanguard, who had just finished their schedule and the first recording for Royal Procession. Naturally, the briefing was handled by Kim Ki-baek. You all were featured in Noir. As soon as Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do Kyung heard the news, their dopamine levels exploded. As always, Sihu was the first to start jumping around. Huh? What? Oh, really? Kongmin and Do Kyung followed right after. And Noir? Is it the Noir I'm thinking of? That place is insanely famous. Lastly, Kong Rojin blinked, wondering if he had heard correctly. Noir? I think I had a few issues of that at home. Seeing the members fully enjoying the moment, Kim Ki-baek smiled and handed over a tablet with the details, then spoke again. Take a look at how you look in the fashion magazine. And starting tomorrow, the PR team will push this as much as possible through media outlets. However, his voice barely reached the ears of the Vanguard members. That's really our photo. Manager Nim, does this mean Americans are seeing our faces? Probably. This is insane. Our photo looks like the biggest one. Rojin Hyung, what are you doing? Let's take a proof shot. Right. They were too busy marveling over it. It took about an hour for Kang Rojin and the members to finally calm down, and perhaps fired up by the excitement, they didn't head to the dorm, but instead jumped straight into practice. Since they were in the middle of recording, of course it was vocal practice for Royal Procession. On the other hand, Rojin, whose vocals were already perfected through practice and learning, thought, riding this momentum, I'm going to clear a mission right now. Past midnight, he spent time at the gym, then checked his coins and upgraded his stats. Next was the studio. Sitting there alone around dawn, Kang Rojin grinned for no reason as he stared at his phone. This feels freaking amazing. What was displayed on his phone was the same noir site he had seen earlier. Although the site was full of English, Rojin, whose English was on par with a native speaker, didn't mind at all, as he grinned at the image of himself and Vanguard on the site. To think I'm in noir, this is oddly cathartic. It was about 30 minutes later that he began the work he had planned. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. He continuously typed away at his laptop for hours, because he was determined. Tadadek. Today, with no composing or lyric writing, he focused solely on writing Tale of the Strange Moon. Finally, as the morning sun was slowly rising, swish, brushing back his black hair, Kang Rojin spoke energetically. Complete. He took his hands off the laptop. Episode 6. No. Tale of the Strange Moon Season 1 is finally finished. From Episode 1 to Episode 6 of Tale of the Strange Moon. In other words, the entire script for Season 1 had been completed. With a moderately relieved expression, Rojin raised the corners of his mouth in a smirk and picked up his phone. To CEO Hyo Kite of Culture Drawer. Sent. He intended to send a message. Then, in the morning, just as manager Kim Ki-baek had said, the GN Entertainment PR team began bombarding the media with articles as soon as the day broke. More precisely, they nudged the press outlets. Hit. K-pop group, Vanguard, featured in U.S. fashion magazine, Noir/Photo. Star Photo. Did Noir really feature Vanguard? Spanning from Korea and Japan to the U.S., Vanguard. Famous overseas fashion magazine Noir selects most anticipated K-pop groups of the year. Half a year since debut, Vanguard chosen/photo. The photos from Noir that Vanguard and GN Entertainment had seen spread nationwide through the articles. This naturally stirred both Vanguard fans and the general public, and before long, signs of rapid sharing appeared. YouTube and SNS were the main drivers. Online communities were also on fire. Because of this, entertainment companies across the country quickly caught wind of the news. Team leader, did you see this? Vanguard got featured in Noir. Vanguard instantly became a hot topic among both large and small entertainment agencies. Whoa, just a few months after debut, they not only had a concert in Japan, but even got covered in an American fashion magazine? And in Noir at that. Ugh, why are those Vanguard guys so damn lucky? Damn it. I'm insanely jealous. Why is all the good fortune landing on Vanguard? There are other groups featured too, but the fact that Vanguard is in there is just. Jealousy and envy were overflowing, and it was entirely understandable. Noir was a renowned fashion magazine, not only in Korea but also internationally, including the United States, and just being featured in it had immense promotional value. Countless entertainment agencies in Korea were practically breaking their backs to get their idols overseas. Many idols even vanish without a trace within Korea itself. In reality, just standing at the starting point of entering the overseas market was narrower than the eye of a needle. And now, something that could be that very trigger had happened to Vanguard, so it was only natural for others to be intensely jealous. This isn't ordinary. This isn't something you can pull off by just walking into Noir with a pile of cash. Exactly. Vanguard isn't even prepared for the US market yet. and the publicity just blew up out of nowhere. Only a few months after debut, and now, just as their promotions are ending, they get this windfall. If this just dies down quietly, maybe it won't be a big deal, but if it even slightly picks up traction overseas, if they play it right, it's like blowing your nose without touching it. Whether the buzz is big or small, foreign fans will come as a bonus. The more, the better. Even if 90% of the response was empty hype, the remaining 10% with real interest was what mattered. The key was continuing to accumulate that 10%. That's why all these entertainment companies pour massive funds into PR and marketing, to get as much exposure to as many people as possible. And this wasn't unique to the idol industry. It was the same in other sectors too. Especially when targeting markets overseas, including the US, tens of billions of won in investment were nothing. Whatever the case, it was only natural for GN Entertainment and Vanguard to be beaming with joy, and the entertainment companies of other idols who had also been featured in Noir felt the same. K-pop groups featured in Noir, proof that the Hallyu wave is closely watched even in the US/photo. Star issue, Vanguard, collecting firsts since debut, now makes it all the way to the US. Meanwhile, riding the momentum, Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung stayed holed up in the recording studio from morning until noon. Dookyung, try one more take with the ad-lib you want at the end. Got it, Rojin Hyung. The recording of Royal Procession, produced with the input of Kang Rojin and Sihu, wrapped up with, "Okay, last one, Rojin, let's go." With the leader Rojin closing it out, the session ended in the early afternoon. Phew, great job, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Thanks for everything. Haha, you all were especially full of energy today. With this, the composition, lyrics, and official recording of the song Royal Procession, a collaboration for Tale of the Strange Moon, were complete. However, Rojin and the members had to move on immediately to their next schedule, a photo shoot and a YouTube shoot. Before that, manager Kim Ki-baek delivered more updates to Vanguard. You saw the articles about the Noir thing, right? Probably. They're going to keep pushing those all week. And as for the choreography for Royal Procession, the choreography team is currently compiling all the routines they've received. A final version should be sent over soon, meaning they need to immediately start adapting to and practicing the choreography once the recording was done. In addition to choreography, preparations were steadily being made for the music video and other shoots related to Royal Procession. Their schedule was growing non-stop, one thing after another. Normally, such a grueling schedule would have them grumbling, but not only Rojin, even Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung were more fired up than ever. Their official promotional period was nearing its end, and with unexpected events happening day after day, the constant adrenaline left no room for fatigue. I'm excited for the choreography. Don't you want to see it? Already. 2 days later, at Netflix Korea. From the morning, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin and team leaders had gathered for a meeting about Tale of the Strange Moon. At the moment, the discussion had shifted more toward Vanguard. After Noir featured Vanguard along with other domestic idols, the response overseas hasn't been bad, especially for Vanguard. The female team leader speaking turned her laptop toward Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, who was seated beside her. What appeared on the screen were several posts accompanied by photos. The unique thing was that they were all in English. And in the photos of those posts were the Vanguard members. Especially, Kang Rojin's photos stood out the most. Vanguard is being mentioned on Reddit, and quite a lot too. Reddit was the most active mega community overseas. Chapter 211, Summer 14. When it comes to the most famous or active communities overseas, people generally think of Reddit. That's how massive it is. Posts there cover and share information and issues just like domestic communities, and users of Reddit dive into those topics and create buzz around them. Of course, since it's such a globally vast community, there's an overwhelming flood of uploaded information and issues. Because of that, content that isn't interesting or eye-catching gets buried, while anything that catches the attention of the international public quickly becomes a hot topic. Even now, numerous posts are flooding in, and Korean culture and idols are fairly popular keywords. And then, Reddit is mentioning Vanguard, and quite a lot too. Just like a team leader-level employee from Netflix Korea murmured a moment ago, some Korean idol groups that include Vanguard were sailing along quite well on Reddit. Upon hearing this, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, who had been looking at the laptop screen, slowly nodded. This is clearly largely due to those idols being featured in Noir. The build-up started with the internationally famous fashion magazine Noir, and now it had reached Reddit. Right. If you look at the idols being mentioned, they're all groups that were featured in Noir. Of course, Vanguard wasn't the only Korean idol group being mentioned, but judging by the sheer volume of discussion, Vanguard was definitely the hottest. Then another employee asked a question. Is the keyword Korean idols originally popular on Reddit? I'm not too familiar. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin answered. Broadly speaking, the keyword content has a massive presence. Everything else branches out from that. Take our Netflix as an example. No matter which country's Netflix releases a new original series, evaluations start immediately on Reddit. Oh, I think I've seen that. Well, Korean idols are quite a popular keyword too. It's a realm that's hard to find in their own countries. The fact that even Noir covered them is proof that the Korean wave is growing stronger. Plus, idols themselves are a pretty stimulating product. True, our country's idols are extremely handsome and pretty. That's why there's so much to talk about. Soon, the female team leader who first brought up Reddit let out a small laugh. Seems like Rojanim's visual is shocking even overseas. She clicked on one of the popular Reddit posts centered around Vanguard. The faces of the Vanguard members were displayed, and among them, Kong Rojan's face was highlighted the most. The English comments from international users, as viewed by the female team leader, were like this. Who is this guy? He's insanely handsome. He looks way too young. Can't guess the age of Koreans. Vanguard, a K-pop group from Korea? Each of them has a different charm, but one thing's for sure. I'm smitten. That member in the middle looks like CGI, either AI generated or something. It's definitely edited. That photo was featured in Noir. There's no way it's edited. If that CGI-like face exists in real life, I could love him forever. He's sexy. Vanguard was clearly gaining massive attention. At this, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin smiled. The fact that Vanguard has the strongest buzz is a good trend. It was likely good news for GN Entertainment as well, but the frequent overseas mentions of Vanguard were a boon for Netflix Korea too, since they were practically collaborating on a major project related to Tale of the Strange Moon. Feeling the momentum wasn't ordinary, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin thought of the international fashion magazine Noir. I feel like bowing in gratitude to Noir. Meanwhile, at GN Entertainment. Inside a meeting room at GN Entertainment, Kong Rojan was sitting across from the bear-like CEO Hyo Kitae. It seemed they had just exchanged greetings, as CEO Hyo Kitae laughed heartily and gave Rojan a thumbs up. Ha. Writer Nim, I saw that Vanguard got featured in Noir. Congratulations. At this rate, you might be breaking into the US market soon? That was jumping a bit too far ahead. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Rojan scratched his chin. I'm hoping for it, but the manager Nim says it's not that easy. Well, that's probably true, but still, isn't it all about spirit? Spirit. As long as you've got that, the momentum follows. Ha. Aha, spirit. I'll put all my strength and aim for that US debut. I'll be looking forward to it, writer Nim. CEO Hyo Kitae's hearty laughter grew even deeper from the morning. So you've already written up to episode 6 of Tale of the Strange Moon? Yes. Rojan, who nodded, held out the stack of papers he had brought. Episode 5 and 6 of Tale of the Strange Moon. I already gave you episode 5, but I made some revisions. CEO Hyo Kitae, who received the scripts of episode 5 and 6 as if they were treasures, had a twinkle in his eyes. Oh, to think you managed to finish episode 6 with that packed schedule. Your speed is absurdly fast, writer Nim. When I got the call from you, I wondered if it was real. I was busy, but I wrote whenever I could find time, and somehow I managed to finish it. You say whenever I could, but it's no small feat to produce 2 scripts just like that. This is truly amazing. Anyway, we've finally wrapped up the full script for Season 1 of Tale of the Strange Moon. Well done. Season 1 writing was complete. They would now move into preparing for Season 2. And though it wasn't exactly the end, but rather a beginning, CEO Hyo Kitae didn't push Rojan further. Just by finishing the Season 1 content at this pace, we've saved an enormous amount of time. Now that the full scripts for Season 1 were complete, it was obvious that the production of Tale of the Strange Moon would gain a booster. Still, Hyokite, who was burning with the urge to read it right away, swallowed hard. I'll deliver this to Netflix Korea immediately. He began explaining the production status of Tale of the Strange Moon in order. PD Young Soo-ryong is probably super busy as well. She's working on the storyboard while also handling actor casting auditions. I heard the casting is about halfway finalized. Once the main cast lineup, including Rojin, is revealed, we'll launch the promotions right away. In addition to location scouting and set construction, Tale of the Strange Moon had already passed through the early and mid stages of pre-production. Since it's a historical-style drama, we'll be putting a lot of effort into the location scouting and set designs. But now that the full scripts for Season 1 are done, everything will move even faster. After hearing the progress of Tale of the Strange Moon, Kang Rojin passed the baton and shared the status of Royal Procession. He mentioned that the official recording had recently been completed. Once the choreography is ready, we'll probably start practice right away. I see. It's good to hear that the collaboration side is also progressing smoothly. Oh, and the first concept shoot for Royal Procession is coming up soon too. Yes, I've already been informed about that. CEO Hyokite smiled, gave a double thumbs up, and responded. Most of the people involved with Tale of the Strange Moon will probably attend that day. Later, over the weekend, the internet was flooded with news about various idol groups. Star Talk, was it because of their feature in Noir? Global community Reddit is heating up with Korean idols /photo. Korean wave ignites, idol power burning hot even overseas. Following Noir, the massive global community Reddit had become the next big topic. While the trigger was entertainment companies picking up on overseas community trends, media outlets also quickly jumped on board. After confirming the news, the more this happened, the more talk there was about Vanguard. Vanguard, nearing the end of their activities, starting to build recognition overseas. This member's face looks like a CGI. Vanguard Rojin captivates international audiences /photo. From Noir to Reddit. Is Vanguard on the verge of an overseas debut? The most promising atmosphere among idols. A few media outlets did show a slightly negative stance. GN Entertainment in a festive mood thanks to Vanguard getting overseas attention, but some netizens call it overhyped. To be objective, it was a topic that could flare up for a few days or a week and then cool down. From one perspective, it could be seen as trivial. But for Vanguard, it was clearly a positive factor, and the fact that they were gaining overseas fans without any particular effort was significant. Why is everyone freaking out? It's not like only Vanguard was featured in Noir. True, the media is totally exaggerating. Reddit is a global community that dabbles in everything anyway. The irrational bashers are back. Just let Vanguard keep stacking up international fans like this and move on. If a first-year idol is getting hot overseas, that's something to praise. Haters TSK. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. Monday, the 19th, after the weekend. From early morning, dozens of staff members were busily moving around a large filming studio. Please set up the camera. Coming through. Is wardrobe not ready yet? All set. There's a coffee truck outside. Who ordered it? I heard it was sent by the Vanguard fan club. Seeing that Vanguard was present amid the shouts, it seemed to be a set related to them. Soon, familiar faces began to arrive behind the filming crew. Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, who had a smart impression, along with some staff from Netflix Korea. Hello Dash. 2 minutes later, the bear appeared. No, it was CEO Hyokite. He, too, arrived with team leader Ryu Younghwa and other staff from Culture Drawer. Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin. Hello. Yes, CEO. You're here early. I rushed over because I was curious. As Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin and CEO Hyokite exchanged greetings. Swish. A woman with disheveled brown hair tied up. In other words, PD Young Soo-ryong entered the studio. Her face was full of fatigue, and she was accompanied by key staff members of Tale of the Strange Moon. PD Young, you're here. Phew, I thought I'd be the first one here. You're the last. The filming crew remained busy preparing, while Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, CEO Hyokite, PD Young Soo-ryong, and their group settled in a spot slightly away from the filming zone. The number of people had clearly increased a lot. The reason all the people related to Tale of the Strange Moon had gathered was simple. Already doing a concept shoot? Things are moving fast here too. Today, the first concept shoot for Royal Procession, the key collaboration of Tale of the Strange Moon, was set to begin here. Naturally, the stars were Vanguard. Soon, as PD Young Soo Ryong scanned the hectic filming set, she asked, "But where's writer Rojin and the members of Vanguard?" The first to arrive, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, answered quickly. "Looks like they're getting their makeup and outfits ready." "Oh, I see." Just then, the GN Entertainment team entered the studio. Manager Kim Ki-baek could be seen among them. He met eyes with PD Young Soo Ryong and approached. With a weary tone, Kim Ki-baek greeted her and distributed today's photo storyboard to everyone. Please use this for reference as you watch. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, CEO Hyo Ki-tae, PD Young Soo Ryong, and their staff immediately became immersed in the storyboard. Swish. Then, Manager Kim Ki-baek moved on and slipped between today's photographer and filming staff. They were also reviewing the storyboard. Rojin will be the king, Sihu the merchant, Kong-min the nobleman, and Du-kyung the commoner to start. All the members will try out the king concept too. Manager Nim. Are we also doing Du-kyung's robe concept? Let's go ahead with it for now. We can pick from the results later. Understood. By the way, where are the members of Vanguard? They'll be here soon. Manager Kim Ki-baek looked around the large filming studio. It was divided into several sections, all designed with a Joseon dynasty background: palace, marketplace, courtyard of a traditional tile-roofed house, and so on. Of course, it wasn't a fully constructed set, but rather a semi-temporary setup. It's just the first concept shoot anyway. This is plenty enough. For official photos or the music video that would later be revealed to the public, they planned to shoot on properly constructed sets and locations. Still, even with a simple temporary set, it gives off a strong Joseon-era vibe. At that moment, someone shouted across the entire set, "Rojin Nim is coming in." Manager Kim Ki-baek, PD Young Soo Ryong, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, CEO Hyo Ki-tae, and dozens of filming staff all turned their heads toward the entrance. As the guiding staff stepped aside, the king appeared. No, it was Kong Rojin. Swish. Though Rojin was grumbling to himself about how awkward he felt. Ugh, it's more uncomfortable than I thought. My head is itchy too. His neatly tied black top knot, with a headband securing the loose strands around his forehead, and the deep red royal robe embroidered with a golden dragon across the shoulders and chest. It was a slightly modernized and lighter version, but overall gave off a stylish appearance. The king's procession. Truly royal procession. Though it was just a concept, Kong Rojin had become the king. And with just his entrance, the dozens of people watching him were momentarily dazed. And PD Young Soo Ryong, who was staring blankly at Rojin who had become a king, let out a hollow laugh, as if possessed. No way. How can a king's face look like that? He's way too handsome. Chapter 212, Advance 1. Even while writing Tale of the Strange Moon, even during concept meetings, Kong Rojin had often imagined or seen the appearance of the Joseon era. During those dark days in the past, he had even watched historical dramas on TV from his room. Sometimes, he had thoughts like, what if I looked like that? The answer back then was always the same. With this face, playing a yokai would be the best fit. But now, he was dressed as a king. And not just any king, his face radiated light, a king with stunning visuals. Still, it was embarrassing. Especially the top knot. During Vanguard activities, he had tried hairstyles where his hair was completely slicked back, but actually wearing a top knot felt very uncomfortable. How did people live back then? It's so tight and itchy. Gosh, I really respect the actors who filmed historical dramas. Although his current appearance wasn't all that comfortable, the reaction of many people seeing Rojin transformed into a king was sheer amazement. Starting with PD Young Soo Ryong, the director of Tale of the Strange Moon. No way. How? Can a king's face look like that? He's way too handsome. Even though she had directed historical dramas before, Rojin's current look was exceptional, and it really suits him. The royal robe had been stylishly modernized instead of being replicated 100% traditionally. However, looking at Rojin, it gave off such a strong historical drama vibe that it was almost laughable. Sometimes, being too handsome can throw the visuals off, but writer Rojan's face has a subtly cold edge to it, so it's a perfect match. As expected, PD Young Soo Ryong couldn't help but think about Tale of the Strange Moon as she looked at Kong Rojan. The world of Tale of the Strange Moon was filling her mind completely. On the other hand, CEO Hyo Ki-tae and Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, who were just as stunned by Rojan's radiant face as Young Soo Ryong, had different thoughts. I can't hear Royal Procession. They were under the illusion that they were hearing the song Royal Procession, which they had already heard before. The two of them were associating Rojan's look more with Royal Procession than Tale of the Strange Moon. They were thinking of Kong Rojan of Vanguard, performing and owning Royal Procession in that stylish king's look. And as the rest of the Vanguard members entered one after another behind Kong Rojan, their feelings only intensified. Swoosh. Sihu appeared dressed as a Joseon-era merchant, Kong Min as an aristocrat wearing a gat, traditional hat, and Du Kyung in a tattered and worn outfit. Du Kyung looked over the costumes of Rojan and his Hyungs one by one, then lowered his gaze to his own rags. He muttered dryly, "My Hyungs look luxurious. Why am I the only one who looks shabby?" Sihu laughed and patted Du Kyung on the shoulder. "Remember they said in the concept meeting that rough moments suit your image well. I know, but it feels lonely when I'm the only one like this." Kong Min placed a hand on Du Kyung's remaining shoulder. "Du Kyung, what are you doing? The floor's dirty. Hurry up and grab a broom to sweep it. I'm a commoner, not a servant." Last came King Kong Rojan. "How disrespectful. Why aren't you all bowing? Your king has arrived." At Kong Rojan's solemn remark, Sihu pretended to bow. "Such boundless grace, Your Majesty." Kong Min followed up. "Your Majesty, may I ask, what are those shoes you're wearing?" "These are called sneakers." Even Du Kyung in his rags joined in the skit with his Hyungs. "I wish to be king as well." Kong Rojan shook his head slightly and drew a sharp line. "What is this peasant saying?" "Ah, Hyung. Someone remove this peasant." "Ah, come on, Hyung." Du Kyung tried to cling to Rojan, but Sihu and Kong Min held him back. Seeing Vanguard enjoying this role play, PD Young Soo Ryong's smile deepened, and manager Kim Ki-baek approached them for a briefing. "Your Majesty, if you're done, let's start preparing for the shoot." "Shooting? That's right." King Kong Rojan looked around at the members and smiled. "I shall return." As his tattered outfit fluttered, Du Kyung asked manager Kim Ki-baek, "Manager Nim, when do I get to wear the king's outfit?" Manager Kim Ki-baek glanced sideways at the clingy Du Kyung and gave a wry smile. What is this lowly peasant doing here?" A short while later, Vanguard's first concept shoot for Royal Procession began, starting with Kong Rojan. Transformed into a king, Kong Rojan posed and changed expressions according to the storyboard and the photographer's directions. "Nice. Rojan SSI, now give me a look of supreme authority." "Oh, nice. Even colder. Like you're going to kill the camera." This first concept shoot was primarily about photographing the members and checking the overall vibe. Based on the results, revisions could be made on the spot, and similar shoots were expected to be repeated several times until the final version was confirmed. The finalized concept design would then be released to the public as promotional material. The flow was similar to the debut album of Vanguard, but since Royal Procession was a collaboration with Tale of the Strange Moon, the promotion and marketing might differ slightly. What mattered was how Netflix Korea would run it. Regardless, the shoot proceeded swiftly. Click. Beep, beep, beep. It took just over 2 hours to move through Rojan, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung. Now it was time for the costume change that Du Kyung had long desired. Following that, not only GN Entertainment, including manager Kim Ki-baek, but also PD Young Soo Ryong, CEO Hyo Ki-tae, and executive director Lim Hyun-jin, major members of Tale of the Strange Moon, checked out Vanguard's results. Overall, the blend of Joseon era and modern elements was considered a great match with Vanguard. I'm not sure how the music video storyboard will turn out, but just looking at the concept photos right now, it's killer. Seriously, thinking about the song Royal Procession while watching this gave me chills. Manager Ki-baek, is there anything prepared for Royal Procession? The official recording is in the final stages, but we have the guide version. Would you like to listen while watching? Please. Soon, the guide version of Royal Procession, completed with Kong Rojan's vocals, resonated throughout the set. Listening to the song while reviewing the shoot seemed to raise the excitement even more. It would be better to proceed with filming while playing Royal Procession throughout. Understood. After that, the shoot continued with Royal Procession blasting through the set. The overall shoot wrapped up around 2 p.m. shortly after noon. At that point, Kong Rojan's final costume was as an aristocrat. He wore a gat and a modernized hanbok tailored to fit. The concept. As Rojan stood there, PD Young Soo Ryong silently observed him for a moment. Then she approached Rojan, who was gathered with the members reviewing the photos on the monitor. Rojan. Kong Rojan responded to her call. Yes, PD Nim. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung also looked toward Young Soo Ryong, and she made a request to the current Rojan. Could you deliver a random line from Kim Si-baek, like that, just as you are? Apparently, in her eyes, Rojan was overlapping with the character Kim Si-baek from Tale of the Strange Moon. It was the kind of sudden request that might fluster someone, but Kong Rojan nodded casually. Sure. The members, and even manager Kim Ki-baek, were slightly surprised. But Rojan, already learned and currently practicing the role of Kim Si-baek, immediately brought up the emotion. His facial expression changed in an instant. He was still smiling, just as before, but the nature of that smile had subtly shifted. The innocence was gone. Instead, it carried the sly air of a serpent, a mischievous rogue. It seemed Kong Rojan had chosen PD Young Soo Ryong as his scene partner, as he stared straight at her. Swoosh. He adjusted his gat. Then, after a brief pause, he opened his mouth. You commanded this lowly one to stop the plague, did you not? His tone was remarkably calm. But those are not plagued, my liege. They are possessed by yokai. It was only a few lines of dialogue, but Kong Rojan instantly radiated actor presence. Starting with executive director Lim Hyunjin. Whoa, what? He just became Kim Si-baek. And that historical tone diction, it's exquisite. CEO Hyo Ki-tae's eyes sharpened. Meanwhile, PD Young Soo Ryong was practically itching with excitement. Damn, I want to shoot this now. Afterward, starting from the next day, the 20th, Vanguard threw themselves back into a wave of schedules. From Green Bee to Flying Bell and Windvale. With Vanguard's activity period set to end in late July, Rojan and the members pushed themselves to give a strong finish. And just like that, a week melted away. Star Talk, Vanguard nears end of promotions. Final moments will be spent with fans. Fan sign event and fan meeting teased. By the 25th, after the members had finished their recording, the mastering and final touches for Royal Procession were completed. In other words, the song Royal Procession was now officially finished. During that time, GN Entertainment's in-house choreography team was also at work. Okay, let's decide on this movement as the point choreography for the first verse. The choreography for Royal Procession was about 80% complete. The pace was quicker than expected, and at this rate, the members would likely receive the finalized version before Vanguard's promotions wrapped at the end of July. And soon, the last week of July arrived. From the start, Kong Rojan and the members welcomed the fans. Hello. Oh my god. Rojan Appa is seriously super handsome. Thank you so much. That headband. Are you giving it to me? Yes. I brought it for you, Appa. I think it'll really suit you. Thank you. Should I try it on? How is it? It totally looks like it was made for you, Appa. Can I take a photo? Of course. Vanguard began with a fan signing event, and a few days later, the long-announced fan meeting took place. However, the scale of this domestic fan meeting was quite large. Issue pick, Vanguard, holds concert-like fan meeting. We'll meet 20,000 fans over 2 days. They had rented a sizable performance venue and were holding the fan meeting over 2 days. Each day, more than 10,000 fans were expected, meaning they would perform for a total audience of over 20,000. The overall scale was similar to their debut ShowCon. Naturally, the 2-day Vanguard fan meeting was. Vanguard fan meeting, as expected, all tickets sold out. Explosive firepower proven /photo. Vanguard ends promotions with fan meeting, all seats gone in an instant. 20,000 now feels easy. Tickets sold out in a flash. As a result, social media and various online communities were flooded with the disappointment of fans who failed to get tickets and the excitement of those who succeeded. The much-anticipated fan meeting of the red-hot Vanguard quickly arrived on the 28th. 1, 2, 3. Hello? We are Vanguard. Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung greeted the 10,000 gathered fans with booming voices and moved on stage like fish in water. They already had concert experience, after all. As expected, being on stage makes my dopamine explode to the max. Just as Rojin shouted this inside while dancing, Vanguard now felt more comfortable on stage than in their dorm. With dopamine and adrenaline bursting, it was the best of the best. Enjoying the stage with fans, the two-day fan meeting flew by in the blink of an eye. And with a final message delivered to the fans by Rojin and the members on stage. Our promotions end here, but there's some news we'll be sharing with you soon. We can't tell you yet, but please look forward to it. Vanguard's latest round of promotions was. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. Officially declared over. The next day, the media quickly spread news of Vanguard's completed promotions. Vanguard ends promotions after racking up multiple number ones. Even after promotions, Vanguard syndrome persists, still dominates digital charts. Are they really done promoting? Still holding number one in charts in Korea and Japan. Monster Rookies Vanguard wraps up promotions. Is there anyone who can beat the first they set? The whirlwind created by Vanguard didn't seem likely to calm down anytime soon. On top of that, although their group activities had ended, individual activities for each member, including Kong Rojin, continued, further fueling the momentum. Then, on the afternoon of July 30th, various places associated with or familiar with Vanguard tuned into channel CVN. This included GN Entertainment, Culture Drawer, Netflix Korea, JTVM where PD Woo Han-suk was based, various broadcasters, many entertainment agencies, media outlets, the Blood Hunt team, film company BG Pictures, marketing teams of companies that had sponsored Vanguard, and many more. Naturally, Vanguard fans, as well as the general public enjoying their time at bars and cafes, also tuned in. And the Vanguard members themselves had gathered closely in front of the dorm TV for the first time in a while. Manager Nim, hurry up. Sihu called out to manager Kim Ki-baek, who had joined along with the management team. Kong Rojin and Kong Min were more focused on the fried chicken and beer on the table than the TV. Du Kyung fidgeted with a beer can in one hand, mumbling in a dry tone. Why am I so nervous? When manager Kim Ki-baek and the team sat on the couch behind the members, the most excited of them all, Sihu, suddenly shouted. It's starting. Just then, the commercial ended and the program they were waiting for was about to begin. As Kong Rojin, holding a piece of fried chicken, lifted his gaze to the TV. This is such a strange feeling. Watching this variety show I used to enjoy back in the day now. Surrounded with people like this, and I even appeared on it. With upbeat background music, the variety show's title appeared on screen. It was the premiere of A Tranquil Day, featuring Kong Rojin and Du Kyung as the first guests. A Tranquil Day. It was broadcast nationwide. Chapter 213, Advance 2. When the first broadcast of A Tranquil Day was aired nationwide. A Tranquil Day, first broadcast starts. Vanguard Rojin and Du Kyung appear, can't miss this. A Tranquil Day, which always recorded viewership ratings in the 10% range, while Rojin and Du Kyung have an effect. Vanguard Rojin and Du Kyung sortie on A Tranquil Day. How much can they boost ratings? From the start, so many viewers flocked in that the real-time open chat for A Tranquil Day was almost paralyzed. Hand up if you came running after seeing Rojin swinging the walk in the teaser. Hand. Don't forget Du Kyung's cheeky charm too. It was a bit sad that Vanguard's promotions ended, but A Tranquil Day starting right after is a huge win. What? This place is heaven for Vanguard fans. Watching Rojin and Du Kyung with chicken and beer after work. Kia, I'm tipsy already. They better not use the boys as guests and end them in just one episode? Nah, looks like they're in at least 2 episodes. Hurry, quickly, show us Rojin and Du Kyung. Even the Vanguard members gathered in front of the TV were getting all worked up. It started. Rojin, Du Kyung, when are you guys showing up? To Sihu's rather excited question, Kong Rojin shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? Are you guys going to appear near the end of episode 1 again? Could be. That would suck. At that moment, manager Kim Ki-baek lazily crossed his legs and chimed in. They went all out with teasers and promos. You'll show up by the midpoint at the latest. Right? Grabbing a chicken wing, Rojan murmured to himself. Ah, ostrich. No. Hope they edited out the part where I freaked out at the chicken. TSK should have handled it more boldly back then. Though it had already passed, the regret was strong. In any case, the TV screen began showing the pre-meeting scenes of the actresses, starting from Jang Seo-young to Seo Din and Choi Rina. About 5 minutes in, then came a scene switch. The actresses gathered in a large van. Around the time they were chattering noisily, a previously filmed insert of a wide countryside house with a vast potato field appeared. The cheerful sound effects emphasized the wide potato field. Next came the scene of the actresses arriving at the countryside house. As soon as he saw the potato field on TV, Do-kyung seemed to recall how tough it had been. That was seriously brutal. He muttered in his signature dry tone. After digging potatoes there, I got potato PTSD. Si-hoo and Kangmin giggled. Yeah, you freaked out last time when you saw stir-fried potatoes at the company cafeteria. How much did you dig to get that way? You'll see. Actually, no. Even if you see it, you won't get it. That potato field was just hell. Right, Rojan Hyung? Yeah, it was hard. Kang Rojan nodded inwardly, but gave a different answer. The Sunbays were going ahead digging potatoes, but Do-kyung was almost stuck at the starting line. No, I'm telling you, my row just had way more potatoes than the others. Dude, I thought you were mining gold there. Traitor. Thanks to the youngest one whining, the mood among the Vanguard members and manager Kim Ki-baek's team lifted, and about 30 minutes of a tranquil day runtime had passed. On screen, the actresses had already changed into rural outfits, so-called refrigerator pants and loose short sleeves. After eating breakfast, while the actresses discussed lunch and afternoon plans, the screen transitioned to Rojan and Do-kyung arriving near the countryside house. The writers' excited voices came first. Dash wow. Hello. Rojan and Do-kyung, getting off the van, put on their mics and bowed repeatedly. Dash hello. Dash, how do you do? As soon as the two appeared, the real-time chat exploded. Kia. They're here. They showed up faster than expected, Rojan and Do-kyung. Do-kyung's greeting though so cute. Rojan is crazy handsome. Honestly, I could watch Rojan's face alone for an hour. Totally possible, right? As Kang Rojan and Do-kyung appeared on A Tranquil Day, the main PD greeted them and began explaining the setup. Around that time, the other actresses in the cast were watching the broadcast at their respective locations, and top actress Choi Rina was inside a moving van. Forgetting even the script she had been reading, she was completely absorbed in monitoring A Tranquil Day. So that's where they got off. The moment she saw Kang Rojan, the strength drained from a packed schedule welled up in her again. I'm recharged, as expected, Kang Rojan dopamine. Meanwhile, at the CVN broadcast station, the main PD of A Tranquil Day, the writers, the head of variety shows, and other executives had gathered in the master control room, making it quite noisy. Thanks to the shouts of the control room staff. Whoa, viewers are flooding in. KR. Soon as Rojan and Do-kyung appeared, people rushed to change channels. Viewers who had been watching other channels quickly settled on A Tranquil Day the moment Rojan and Do-kyung appeared. Hey, this feels good. Vanguard power is insane. That's what I'm saying. With this kind of momentum, hitting 10% viewership is a given. Maybe even 15% is possible. If it hits 15%, it'll take the #1 spot in its time slot and sweep weekend variety shows. The flow was strong. A Tranquil Day was already a legendary variety show, and even in past seasons it consistently pulled in ratings in the 8% to 10% range. Now, with the solid fan base and Vanguard firepower added, the boost was inevitable. Of course, some rival broadcasters and entertainment companies, feeling envious of the situation, expressed negative opinions. I'm predicting 10 to 11% viewership. Same here. The viewership might spike only during the Vanguard appearance cuts, and the overall rating will hover around the 10% mark you mentioned. But that Rojan kid is a bit concerning. He's built quite a fandom outside of Idol fans, juggling both his main and side gigs. Still, it's the prime Friday evening slot, so the audience will be quite dispersed, and a lot of people aren't fans of idols and healing-type variety shows. Well, even 10% is a huge number these days. Contrary to their predictions, The number of viewers flooding into a Tranquil Day's real-time open chat kept growing. While the chat's exploding, never seen this many people flood into an open chat. Crazy. It was growing at a rapid pace. At this moment, on the set of the movie Blood Hunt, after finishing outdoor filming in the morning and afternoon, the Blood Hunt filming team had returned to the set. Dozens of staff and actors on site were also watching the premiere of A Tranquil Day. Nuna? Rina SSI's totally fallen for him. Anyone would be dazed if Rojan SSI calls them Nuna. Any actress would melt. Seriously, I've never seen Rina make that kind of face before. Rojan SSI isn't just good at acting. His flirting game is top tier too, huh? He's bewitching, seriously. Not long after, with a standby call, break time ended, and filming resumed immediately. Action. Director Yoo Ji-hyun gave the signal in a raspy tone from the table with the monitor. Swish. Lead actor Young Tae-soo began his performance. The supporting and semi-main cast interacting with him showed off their smooth acting skills without missing a beat. Watching the characters seriously through the monitor, director Yoo Ji-hyun slowly nodded. Cut, okay. Let's go again with a full shot. Get ready for full shot. A bit away from the filming zone, there were members of BG Pictures visiting the set, starting with manager Jang Hak-seon, who had been handling production for Blood Hunt. There were about 5 or 6 people. They were careful not to disrupt the filming as they quietly voiced their admiration. The pace is fast, isn't it? The outdoor shoot this morning flowed without a hitch, and it seems even faster now that you're on the set. Tae-soo SSI and the other actors are in great form too, right? Almost no NGs. Sometimes there are sets like this, where everything clicks smoothly, like flowing water. I asked briefly about the schedule earlier, and they're already shooting the latter half. Tomorrow marks 4 months, and they're filming. The ending, it's definitely fast. About 30 minutes later, director Yoo Ji-hyun, seemingly satisfied with the take, gave instructions to the assistant director in a slightly boozy tone. Let's move on to the next cut. Understood. The once quiet set quickly bustled with activity again. As dozens of staff began preparing for the next scene, a man with a pleasant impression from BG Pictures, who had been quietly observing, approached director Yoo Ji-hyun. It was manager Jang Hak-seon. Director Nim. Time to head back already? Yes, we should. Just wanted to greet you and ask a few things. What is it? Raising his eyes from the storyboard, the director met Jang Hak-seon's question. We're already in the latter half of the shooting schedule, and the pace is quite fast. When do you anticipate crank up? Should be done by mid-August, assuming no issues. So it's about a month until crank up. We'll need to act swiftly too. Exactly. Told you we've prepared for what's next. Of course. Director Yoo Ji-hyun slowly nodded, briefly gauging what lay ahead, then murmured in a low voice. Blood Hunt. I think we can go for winter. It sounded like a determination to release it within this year. Meanwhile, from the moment Rojan and Do-kyung appeared, episode 1 of A Tranquil Day mainly focused on the two. Usually dry and stoic, Do-kyung showed a playful side, while Kang Rojan, with his god-tier visual, naturally had the camera fixed on his face. Rojan SSI. Wow, your face is a masterpiece. Just having you on screen is enough content. I'll do my best with my face. With so much to enjoy, viewers were going wild. Do-kyung is so precious. I mean, what does I'll do well with my face even mean? But I kinda get it. Rojan doesn't even need to try. Just sitting there, his face dominates the screen like a boss. After the cut of Rojan and Do-kyung meeting the actresses, the camera subtly focused on Rojan greeting Choi Rina. You look taller than when we did Rental Lovered. Yes. I grew a bit more. Have you been well, Sunbeam? Immediately, subtitles like Choi Rina becoming girlish appeared. Omgro-jun SI smile is insane. The real weapon isn't anything else, it's Rojan. Now I totally get Choi Rina's reaction. As Jang Seo-young said, let's declare Rojan's face a national treasure. Next, the actresses asked Rojan and Do-kyung about cooking. Do-kyung just exuded confidence, while Rojan calmly replied that he could manage. After a bit of chaos from the actresses aired, the atmosphere shifted, and suddenly Rojan was taking the lead in cooking. What should we start with, Rojan? Soon, a close-up of Kang Rojan's slightly widened eyes appeared. But he quickly pulled himself together and gave crisp instructions to the actresses about what to do. As soon as the teams were formed, the screen centered on Rojin and Choi Rina, both with towels around their necks. As Rojin prepared to cook, the already frenzied chat exploded again. I want to eat food cooked by Rojin too. He's so freaking sexy, Rojin. Finally, Rojin is going to spin the wok. But what if the twist is that he's terrible at cooking? I don't care if it tastes like crap. If Rojin cooks it, I'll eat it. Back in the dorm, Do-kyung casually dropped spoilers to Sihu, Kong-min, Kim Ki-baek, and others watching the TV. The food Rojin Hyung made that time was insanely good. What the hell? Are you spoiling right now? What? I told you before too. Do-kyung Nim, I think you'd better head to your room. Even you, Manager Nim. Silence, you peasant. Rojin Hyung, how long are you going to keep that up? And then it happened. Please feel free to speak comfortably, Sunbi Nim. Rojin on screen asked Choi Rina, and she also said something similar to Kong Rojin. Rojin, you should speak more casually too. Don't treat me like a senior. Is that okay? Then the camera zoomed in for a two-shot as Kong Rojin's lips parted. I will, Nuna. Rojin's eye smile. Close up on Choi Rina's face, her brain clearly short-circuiting. At the same time, the real-time chat's Nunas went wild. Crazy. Nuna 1 dead. Nuna 2, sudden death. WTF. Rojinus. Seriously, a deadly charm weapon. He said Nuna. He actually called her Nuna. Nuna 3, natural death. Wow, probably Choi Rina's biggest crisis since debut. If Rojin called me Nuna to my face, I'd faint instantly. I got chills, dropped my chicken. Kai higigigam wignyap. Ming. It went beyond overreaction into full-on seizures. Chapter 214, Advance 3. Around the time the set of Blood Hunt was cranking up, the variety show A Tranquil Day, which had been thrown into chaos due to Kong Rojin's Nuna incident, was nearing its end. Top actress Choi Rina's reaction to hearing Nuna from Rojin, the other actresses' responses, and then tack tack, tack 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 tack. Kong Rojin's dazzling knife skills as he began cooking were broadcasted. The actresses got excited all over again. Wow, what is this? He's really good? That's not just the level of knife skills of someone who can cook a bit. Subtitles were full of praise and compliments for Kong Rojin. Viewers who witnessed his knife skills or cooking talent in real time. Wow, he's so freaking cool. Crazy. Rojin's good at cooking too? Is this my grave site? I've seen Rojin cook now, so I have no regrets. There's nothing this guy can't do. That insane visual, and he cooks well? I can't take my eyes off him. Just a taste. No, at least let me smell it. They were getting pulled into Kong Rojin nonstop. While Do-kyung's cold yet clueless charm did enchant a number of viewers. No, Do-kyung SSI. I said bring firewood. Why'd you bring a whole log? I'm sorry. Still, he couldn't outshine Rojin's presence. Anyway, dishes were being prepared one after another. In between, Rojin was shown on screen heading to the chicken coop to get eggs. Then he paused in front of a huge chicken. Did Rojin get scared? Cute. That chicken really is big. Look at Rojin's eyes as he's suddenly having a staring contest with a chicken. Rojin's such a super handsome that even the chicken might fall for him. Then Rojin, whose profile filled the screen, turned to the staff to speak. Is that really a chicken? Of course it's a chicken. Why? Are you scared of chickens? No, not really. It's just, that thing's size isn't chicken-like. Pointing at the chicken with his index finger, Kong Rojin spoke seriously. Isn't that an ostrich? At this point, the Vanguard members watching A Tranquil Day from the dorm burst into proper laughter. Starting with the eldest, Sihu. Pahaha. He said ostrich. Rojin, calling it an ostrich is a bit much. Kong-min and Do-kyung also laughed like they meant it. My cheeks hurt from laughing. Rojin Hyung, why would there be an ostrich in the chicken coop? I missed that scene. I was carrying the log. Sitting on the sofa at the back. Manager Kim Ki-baek also laughed quietly, so it wouldn't show. As he glanced at the members, Kong Rojin answered with the same serious expression as on TV. You're saying that because you haven't seen it in person. If you actually see that chicken, its presence is unbelievable. No matter what, a chicken's still a chicken. If you saw it yourself, even you, Sihu Hyung, would be shocked and fall over. I swear, it looked writable. As Kong Rojan's ostrich comment turned the dorm lively and noisy, episode 1 of A Tranquil Day was already. Closing BGM played as the staff credits began rolling. The first episode had ended. Sihu clapped sincerely. That was fun. Super fun, actually. Manager Kim Ki-baek, slowly nodding, acknowledged it. It's good. Rojan and Do-kyung's charms were well captured, right? Kong Rojan smiled, satisfied. I ended up getting drawn in without realizing it. Still, seeing my face on TV is a bit awkward. There are even famous actors who rarely watch their own work because it makes them uncomfortable. So Rojan's current feelings weren't strange. Meanwhile, Kang Min and Do-kyung had already picked up their phones to check the media or public reaction. Articles are up right away. So fast. Whoa. And there are tons of comments too. And indeed, there were. Rojan and Do-kyung appear on A Tranquil Day, bursting with charm, mesmerizing viewers. Issue check. Is there anything Rojan can't do? Rojan stuns with surprise cooking skills / photo. As soon as episode 1 of A Tranquil Day ended, reporters, as if they had been waiting, started firing off articles, and viewers who had been completely immersed wrote comments frantically, like personal reviews. Soon, even Kang Rojan and the Vanguard members were focused on checking the reactions. The management team was the same. In the midst of this, manager Kim Ki-baek slowly crossed his legs and murmured in a tired tone. The viewership rating, I wonder how much it'll be. Looking up from his phone screen, Sihu suddenly raised his head and shouted. A Tranquil Day basically pulls in a base rating of 10%. Don't you think it'll go over 10%? Well, yes. But these days, even 10% is considered a huge success. The vibe of the variety show market changes every year. Plus, more and more people aren't watching TV. It's not easy, seriously. Anyway, since Rojan and Do-kyung appeared, manager Kim Ki-baek glanced at Kang Rojan and continued. It'd be good if it came out above 10%. As the media was quickly churning out various articles about episode 1 of A Tranquil Day, it was only natural that many of them focused on curiosity about the show's premiere viewership rating. Episode 1 of A Tranquil Day, featuring Rojan and Do-kyung as guests. What will the ratings be? Will Vanguard's firepower work even in variety? Broadcasting industry focuses on A Tranquil Day's premiere. Ratings. Regardless, the A Tranquil Day team uploaded a slew of edited clips on their official YouTube channel, including shorts. It had all been scheduled in advance. Those videos caught fire overnight on YouTube. As a result, content related to A Tranquil Day dominated the trending video rankings, and the short that hit several million views in an instant was the scene where Kang Rojan called Choi Rina Nuna. I melt every time I watch this. I fell asleep last night with this short on repeat. I'm Donnie, I can't focus at work because Rojan calling her Nuna keeps echoing in my head. Hit 5 million views of everyone crying tears of joy after hearing Rojan say Nuna. It wasn't just YouTube, SNS and online communities were also going wild over A Tranquil Day. The situation was hot, hotter than ever. At this point, Kang Rojan was in GN Entertainment Studio, HM-, with his arms crossed. He had been briefly planning Tale of the Strange Moon Season 2, when suddenly, as if something came to mind, he picked up his phone. The ratings should be out by now, right? He typed A Tranquil Day ratings into the search bar and hit search. The result came up quickly. With a small gasp of awe, Rojan's eyes widened slightly. Whoa, 18%. After that, once the ratings for episode 1 of A Tranquil Day were announced, the media went into a frenzy. Practically a seizure level of reaction. A Tranquil Day hits highest viewership ever. Episode 1 reaches 18.4%. Ratings, A Tranquil Day's premiere scores 18.4%, topping its time slot and sweeping all current variety shows. A Tranquil Day set its own highest record, and this result naturally led to Vanguard's value skyrocketing as well. The Vanguard effect is incredible. A Tranquil Day, Episode 1 with Rojan and Do-kyung breaks all-time record. Vanguard works its magic again. A Tranquil Day scores 18.4% viewership. Whenever Vanguard appeared, ratings exploded, and whatever they did seemed to make headlines as first ever. So it was to be expected. Incidentally, even the products endorsed by Vanguard or Kang Rojan were currently facing major sellouts. With results like this, Vanguard's presence could only rise further. July came to an end, and August began. Even though it was the first week of August, with Vanguard's group activities wrapped up, they continued to be mentioned constantly. No, in fact, the buzz was even hotter than during the weekend broadcasts. Minus 18% ratings is insane. Wait, isn't Vanguard done with their song promotions? I don't feel any break at all. The group's schedule shifted from team activities to individual ones, and the busiest among them, Kang Rojin, made time over a few days to move house. He had finally gotten a place with a view of the Han River. Kia, no matter how many times I look, this view is killer. Even compared to all the famous idols in the country, Kang Rojin was the first to get his own home this quickly, one with a Han River view, no less. That didn't mean he wouldn't use the dorm anymore. He planned to split his time between home, the dorm, and the company as needed. Whatever the case, Kang Rojin's eyes sparkled as he looked out over the Han River. As his mood soared to its peak, several thoughts flashed through his mind. It feels a bit lonely seeing this alone. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he could hear his dad and mom praising him, saying he did well, telling him to keep going strong. And starting from the second week of August, Kang Rojin dived right back into his personal schedule. Variety shows, commercials, photo shoots, interviews, his calendar remained packed, but with Vanguard's group activities wrapped, he definitely had more room to breathe than before. At this pace, this is real freedom. The schedule felt not only easy but even comfortable for Rojin, thanks to his passive skill, Vitality Booster. Around this time, manager Kim Ki-baek informed Vanguard, Royal Procession choreography is out. The choreography for Royal Procession, which GN Entertainment's in-house choreography team had poured their heart into, was now complete. As a result, once individual schedules had been settled, the Vanguard members gathered in the spacious practice room. Why does it feel like it's been forever since we've seen each other? Did your variety shoot go well, Do Kyung? I felt like I was dying. The recording alone took over half a day. A tranquil day, exploded properly, so Do Kyung is getting into variety shows left and right. By the way, Rojin Hyung, when's the housewarming? I haven't even unpacked yet. As they chatted like it had been a long time, the in-house choreography team appeared in front of them. They first explained the choreography for Royal Procession, and not long after, the practice room filled with the sound of the Gyeojeum. The song Royal Procession had started playing. At the same time, the choreography team showcased the completed choreography for Royal Procession to Vanguard. The song was lively yet powerful, full of Korean traditional color. From the rap part that built up to the Gyeojeum rhythm, the choreography transitioned into powerful movements within seconds. The key was to move arms and legs as much as possible. However, throughout the moves, there were several fresh and unique elements rarely seen in the mainstream idol market. Oh, amazing! Just like how Rojin was quietly admiring it in his mind, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung watched the choreography, as if spellbound. Is that the hook move? It's got flavor. Especially the highlight move inspired by Sangmo spinning was the centerpiece. Before long, Kang Rojin's arms and legs twitched. With eyes wide open, he had already started copying the choreography. I should try to add more power in that part. Rojin's dance stat, heading beyond 100 and reaching toward 150. While his knowledge and dance lines had likely improved in various ways, what had developed by far the most was his ability to copy choreography. His eye for watching, sensing, and absorbing dance had grown significantly. As soon as the choreography demonstration ended, the Royal Procession choreography was handed over to the Vanguard members, and Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung immediately stood up and began moving their bodies based on what they remembered. Whoa, this is hard. Agreed. Especially the key move. Is this how it goes? No, it needs to be more aggressive. Meanwhile, Kang Rojin remained seated, calmly studying the choreography on his phone. He was already gauging the timing and the pacing. After that, Rojin and the other members each started individual practice where they preferred. The place Rojin chose was a small to medium practice room he often used. Royal Procession echoed through the empty practice room, and then, swish. Kang Rojin began by executing the choreography he had just copied. Of course, this was before he had even formally learned it. And yet, His movements flowed quite smoothly without any major interruptions. Sure, he paused here and there to rewatch parts of the choreography, but compared to before, he was no different from a professional idol. No, not even the top-tier idols could learn this fast. Phew. The moves are fun. Let's do it a bit more. In the end, Kang Rojin practiced the royal procession choreography from night into dawn, and even the next day and the day after that. He returned to the practice room whenever he had time. The number of days it took him to perform the choreography smoothly without any video? Just a few. Soon, Rojin. With AI automation analysis, you can derive the desired result. What would you like to analyze? Added perfection to the current royal procession choreography. Analyzing with AI. Analysis complete. A tingling sensation shot through his wrist, followed by a strange wave spreading through his entire body. Naturally, this perfection of Kang Rojin's was. Okay, let's keep pushing with this level of practice. Only the beginning of something that would become even greater. And so, by Friday afternoon, August 20th, at the Blood Hunt set, where director Yoo Ji-hyun's "Okay, Hugh" had just echoed. Great work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work, Director Nim. Come on now, the actors had it tougher than I did. A loud cheer erupted. Seriously, thank you so much, everyone. It's finally over. What do you mean done? Just because filming is over? Director Nim's going straight into editing now. Well, at least the first half is over. Let's celebrate. It was the moment Blood Hunt had officially cranked up. Chapter 215, Advance 4. The set of Blood Hunt was in the midst of being cleaned up after all filming schedules had concluded. For those working in the film crew, a crank-up was always part of the job, but every single one of the dozens of staff members handling the wrap-up wore smiles on their faces. It was understandable. The end of filming always brought a sense of euphoria to the entire crew, to the point where the hardships they had endured seemed to disappear from memory. Of course, the greatest reward would be when the film was finally released, but a crank-up still delivered a hefty dose of dopamine to the staff. Anyway, after giving instructions to the assistant director, the master director Yoo Ji-hyun, who had been surveying the set, moved his hands over his face. He let out a breath mixed with relief. This film also wrapped up well. On a film set, the director must not only lead everything, but also bear full responsibility. Capturing good shots was important, of course, but, in the end, having no incidents is best. Finishing without any trouble was the best. There were still critical post-production tasks like editing left, but director Yoo Ji-hyun allowed himself to feel momentarily relieved. He recalled the shooting period. Especially this Blood Hunt had been a project that involved more change than usual for director Yoo Ji-hyun. He hadn't written the script himself, but had chosen a script by another screenwriter and had even cast that screenwriter as a key figure within the work. At that moment, Kang Rojin's insane visuals flashed through Yoo Ji-hyun's mind. No one can predict audience numbers, but if it performs decently, that kid will take a step up both as a screenwriter and an actor. Though he used the words "a step," director Yoo Ji-hyun actually believed Kang Rojin's explosiveness would be several times stronger than that. He's so multi-talented. The extent of amplification will likely be several times broader than others. At that moment, staff from BG Pictures who had been helping with the cleanup and providing support approached. Perhaps manager Jang Hak-seon hadn't come today, as a lively female employee stepped forward to offer congratulations to director Yoo Ji-hyun. You've worked so hard, Director Nim. Congratulations on finishing the shoot smoothly. Director Yoo Ji-hyun rose from his seat and responded. It's not like I did anything amazing. Why'd you come all the way to the site? Anyway, thank you. It is amazing. But like manager Jang Hak-seon said, it really did wrap up quickly, didn't it? The actors and staff did well. I just piggybacked on their efforts. Oh, come on. There you go again. The female employee then took out her phone and opened the calendar before continuing. It may be a bit early to talk about it, but we need to start planning the angle for promotion and marketing. Do you have an estimated timeline for post-production editing? Seasoned director Yoo Ji-hyun stroked his chin. I dropped by the editing room here and there during filming whenever I had time, and the initial storyboard edits are roughly underway, so I think we'll be done by October. Since it was mid-August now, director Yoo Ji-hyun was estimating about a 3-month period. This seemed quite fast. as a hint of surprise spread across the female employee's face. Oh, really? You even started those early processes during filming. That's our director name for you. Don't flatter me. Oh, come on. There you go again. Anyway, if it's October, if we consider the maximum to be late October or early November. No, we'll somehow get it done within October. Oh, then maximum by late October. That means we can aim for a release in early next year. Again, Director Yu Jihyun shook his head. No, let's push it a bit. November. If November's too tight, then we go for a December release. A few hours later, at night. GN Entertainment. It was a quiet night after everyone had left for the day. A light was on in one of the practice rooms in GN Entertainment, which felt almost lonely. Inside was Kong Rojin. His short-sleeved shirt was drenched with sweat, likely from ongoing practice. Ugh, if it gets any wetter, I might be able to wring it out. Muttering to himself, Rojin approached the mirror and briefly checked his face's condition. Nodding in satisfaction, he operated a nearby laptop again. The song Royal Procession started playing. Although he had already mastered the vocals, choreography, and everything through training, he continued practicing. About 2 hours passed, and it was already past midnight. But Rojin was still brimming with energy. After finishing his Royal Procession practice, he immediately moved on to acting practice for the role of Choi Si-baek in Tale of the Strange Moon. Like shadow boxing, he imagined a counterpart in front of him and delivered his historical drama lines. His acting was, without a doubt, outstanding. Along with his learning, he practiced whenever he had time, and with the addition of the stat score for acting, it was only natural. Even if he were suddenly thrown into the Joseon era, no one of that time would find Rojin strange. By the time he wrapped up his acting practice, it was 2 a.m. Rojin ran both hands through his sweat-drenched black hair and let out a small breath. Swish. He recalled the schedules starting from this morning. An interview in the morning, then the final concept shoot for Royal Procession, followed by group choreography practice. Going to be a busy day again. Muttering to himself, he headed straight to the gym. After completing his daily mission, checking coins, and enhancing his stats, Kong Rojin finally washed up and settled in the studio. As someone who felt no fatigue, Rojin picked up his phone before starting work. Articles were displayed on his phone screen as he searched for something. A Tranquil Day Episode 4 airs today. Will ratings drop again? Vanguard Rojin and Do Kyung boosted A Tranquil Day to 19% ratings, now dropped to 14%. Photo. It was about the drama, A Tranquil Day, which had aired its 4th episode today after Rojin and Do Kyung's appearance had ended. Thanks to the power of Vanguard, A Tranquil Day had set a new personal record with a 19% rating, but the moment Kong Rojin and Do Kyung were gone, the ratings dropped into the 14% range. Of course, 14% was still very high for variety shows overall. Star Talk, Vanguard is a guaranteed hit, proven by A Tranquil Day. With these results, Vanguard had essentially pulled about 5% of the viewership rating. In other words, whether in broadcasting or elsewhere, they would now be even more desperate for Vanguard. Although the ratings drop for A Tranquil Day was a bit regrettable, the skyrocketing value of Vanguard was something that made Kong Rojin feel good. Let's get to work. Wearing a faint smile, Rojin turned on his laptop and placed his hands on the keyboard. Time to carry out his planned tasks. He began with composition. At this point, composing had become second nature to him, and Kong Rojin was currently finishing song number 5 and had moved on to song number 6, aiming for overseas markets, but without pressuring himself while staying relaxed. Next after composing was writing lyrics. For reference, Kong Rojin was currently working not only on his own lyrics and compositions, but also on collaborative offers from various singers and entertainment agencies. In this industry, Rojin had already gone beyond being a rookie and was establishing himself as a hot songwriter and lyricist. Seriously, what would I do without the vitality booster? As he worked on writing lyrics and composing, the morning sun began to rise. But Rojin's side jobs didn't stop. Tatatak. Lastly, he began writing episode 1 of season 2 of Tale of the Strange Moon. Since the story was already somewhat organized, his fingers moved quickly. The one who interrupted Kong Rojin's deep focus in the studio was manager Kim Ki-baek, who peeked his face in carefully. Rojin, let's get going? Yes. Springing to his feet, Kong Rojin flipped the switch to his main job, Vanguard. He then joined the members and began the day's schedule. Around the time Vanguard dropped by the salon, the coordination teams were quite excited from the morning. Oh, amazing. 13 million subscribers. It was because of Vanguard's YouTube channel. Channel name, Vanguard. Subscribers, 13.01 million. Videos, 80. Subscribers, which had grown slowly for a while, had suddenly spiked. Not just that, the same was true for Vanguard's official SNS channel. @Van_Guard official. Posts, 174. Followers, 11.03 million. Following for both platforms had easily surpassed 10 million. The recent explosive growth of Vanguard's YouTube and SNS channels was largely thanks to one thing above all. Wow, Noir and Reddit firepower is killer. It's overseas. The exposure volume is on a whole different level. Vanguard had been featured in the famous overseas fashion magazine Noir and the global community Reddit. Even in a short period, the impact reached millions. Thanks to that, Kong Rojin and the other Vanguard members were all smiles from the morning. I'm overflowing with energy to handle the schedule. Sihu Hyung sounds kind of fake excited. No, I'm seriously full of energy. With that, Vanguard jumped into their schedule, full of vitality. Time flew by quickly, and the calendar that had marked mid-August soon flipped to late August. Monday, August 30th. What stood out most was that Blood Hunt had already entered post-production editing. Director Yoo Ji-hyun begins editing for Blood Hunt, written by Rojin. Production presentation on the 31 SD/photo. Blood Hunt, written and starred in by Vanguard's Rojin. BG Pictures says goal is to release within this year. They had officially begun the promotion and marketing. As articles and materials were being distributed, the production presentation for Blood Hunt was held on the following day, the 31st. In a spacious hall, director Yoo Ji-hyun, Young Tae-soo, the other cast members, and a large number of reporters were present. Unfortunately, Kong Rojin was unable to attend this production presentation. However, the atmosphere was as if Rojin were right there. Director Nim, what was your first impression of Rojin's script? It was so enjoyable, I read it multiple times in full. It was the first script in a long while that I liked right away. Reporters fired off many questions about Kong Rojin. Tae-soo SSI, as the lead actor, you acted alongside Rojin. Can you share a brief impression? Rojin SSI is really good at acting. How should I put it? He was the youngest on set, but in terms of acting, he gave off the vibe of a veteran. Oh, even after the presentation ended, the reporters remaining in the hall chatted among themselves. That picky director Yoo Ji-hyun couldn't stop praising Rojin. That just shows how much he values him. Honestly, when I heard it was Rojin's first film script, I thought it might be rough, but apparently, it turned out way better than expected. Aren't you curious about his acting too? If even Young Tae-soo says Rojin gave a performance that shattered his super handsome image with a bold character, then yeah. Still, audience opinions could be different. Oh right, there have been plenty of times when directors and actors raved about acting and then the audience trashed it after release. Kong Rojin came up often in the conversation. Anyway, Rojin's about to mark another first as a screenwriter. Appearing as an actor, regardless of the box office result, that's a rare thing. By the way, aiming for a November or December release this year feels super rushed. They're probably trying to hit the year-end rush, or maybe the early next year lineup is too competitive. How many viewers do you think it'll draw? Not sure. Right now, Vanguard is considered a guaranteed hit, and people are curious about Rojin's script and acting. Maybe around 3 million. That's a bit stingy. What about you, Reporter Park? 3.5 million? Not much difference there. The reporters predicting audience numbers were generally. Movie theaters are having a hard time lately. True. All the recent releases have been flopping around the 1 million mark. Even with Rojin in it, pulling 3 million viewers would be respectable. They expected under 4 million viewers. Meanwhile, in Yongin, Gyeonggi Province, an open historical drama set in Yongin. A large-scale set where various historical dramas had been filmed. Looking only at this set, it truly felt like the Joseon dynasty. At such a historical drama set, filming teams including cameras, lighting, sound equipment were visible along with many people. Familiar faces were visible here and there. At that moment, a familiar song resounded powerfully throughout the historical drama set. It was Royal Procession, which began with a cheerful Gaiagium melody. Then, a moment later, the camera that entered inside the palace filmed someone. A man seated on a dazzling throne adorned with hints of gold. It was Kong Rojin, wearing a neatly tied topknot and a modernized navy dragon robe. As Royal Procession played, Rojin sat in the chair, staring indifferently at the camera right in front of him. The camera shifted from Rojin's front to the side. On the monitors watched by numerous staff, Rojin's sharp jawline and calm, almost eccentric poker face were captured clearly. Several staff members let out silent gasps internally. If we had a king like this, he could have seduced princesses from other countries with just his looks. Look at that face. His nose bridge and jawline could cut through glass. He was smiling with his eyes just a second ago. Now he's completely in character. He's a pro now. Even with this rough image, how is he still super handsome? It makes no sense. Soon, Kong Rojin slowly rose from the throne. The camera backed away to capture him in a full shot. Swish. Rojin gazed even more solemnly into the camera, taking slow, deliberate steps. The song Royal Procession continued to echo. The filming of the official music video for Royal Procession had begun. Chapter 216, Advance 5. The song Royal Procession spread across the vast historical drama set. With music that elevated the atmosphere playing in the background, the historical drama set, crowded with many filming teams, exuded even more of the Joseon dynasty's vibe. And the one currently stirring up this historical drama-style set was. It was Kong Rojin, dressed in a royal costume, including a topknot. In sync with the resounding Royal Procession, he showcased dance and vocals in front of the camera. At present, the official music video shoot for Vanguard's Royal Procession had begun on this historical set. Thus, along with members from GN Entertainment, the music video director, the filming crew, executive director Lim Hyunjin, and employees from Netflix Korea were all gathered. Everyone was watching Kong Rojin in the shooting zone. Rojin, filming his solo cut, recalled the storyboard while performing expressions and choreography in front of the camera. Ugh, my top knot almost fell off. As expected, dancing in these costumes isn't easy. Compared to the music videos for Green Bee or Vanguard's other songs, the difficulty had definitely risen. These weren't ordinary outfits, and he also had decorative accessories on his head and ears. But Kong Rojin enjoyed it. It's fun because it's new. He had felt it during the music video rehearsals as well, but there was a strange thrill in this historical drama atmosphere. It felt like stepping into the world of Tale of the Strange Moon in advance. Plus, there was the curiosity of how his current self would appear on screen. I need to come off as a cold and fierce king. In this cut, Rojin needed to emphasize a slight sense of cruelty. At the same time, his expressions and choreography had to be rough and powerful. With intense facial acting, he went wild in front of the camera, treating it like his opponent. Just then, cut. The bearded music video director's signal spread across the set, and he sprang from his seat, running over to Rojin, who was slightly panting. Rojin SSI, that was really cool just now. Was it okay? Hee hee. While Rojin was smiling inwardly, the music video director added more. It felt like a half-crazed king about to start a sword dance. But since your looks back it up, the visual is just insane. Should I try adding a bit more of a manic moment? Manic? Let's see. Yes, Director Nim. Then this time we'll set the camera movement a bit to the rear and try again. The director returned to the monitor area, and Kong Rojin's shoot restarted. This time, Rojin appeared even more like a tyrant than before, and the female staff near the music video director whispered among themselves. Wow, seriously, I can't take my eyes off him. Doesn't he kind of look like a king exuding decadent vibes? If Rojin SSI were king, even as a tyrant, he'd still seduce all the court ladies. He's really nailing the concept. Kong Rojin's shoot lasted for more than 30 minutes, and the next scene to be shot was Do Kyung SSI. It was Do Kyung, dressed in tattered clothing. The shooting order was Do Kyung, Sihu, Kong Min, Rojin again, then the group cut. While Do Kyung was filming mixed with the dance team, Kong Rojin blended into the staff team to change outfits, and for the next few hours, the other members' shoots continued. Then, first without the dance team, just Vanguard members gather. Vanguard members, each dressed in outfits matching their individual concepts, gathered. The background was a palace-like space, and once again, royal procession played on the set. The chorus of the first verse. Vanguard began performing choreography that matched the song perfectly. The dance team, about to be brought in soon, muttered small exclamations. It's nothing new, but these guys are really good. Right? Compared to their debut, everyone's skills have shot up. Vanguard's overall form had significantly leveled up. Among them, the one who stood out the most was Kong Rojin. The dance team leader praised him highly. Kong Min and Rojin suit royal procession choreography the best, but Rojin is just something else. Hearing their conversation from nearby, Executive Director Lim Hyunjin perked her ears. Even someone like me, who doesn't know much about dance, can tell Rojin SSI stands out the most. How should I say? While the other members are just incredibly good, Rojin feels like an artist. Cool. He's just stylish. He's even got charisma. At this time, the dance team leader continued speaking. Rojin has really good eyes. I've never seen anyone pick up my movements in such detail before. He copies fast too, but then transforms the choreography into his own style. And it's so slick. He dances easily but brings out all the points he needs to. Exactly. Did you see just now? He looked like he was moving lightly, but there was this strange grace and flair. That kind of thing can't be taught. It's something you're born with. Plus, that crazy visual of his just reinforces everything and grabs attention. The evaluations from these people were the same as everyone else on the historical drama set. Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung are first-tier idols. Each of them is overflowing with charm, and their skills and capabilities blow most popular idols out of the water. It was something they all strongly agreed on. But Rojin is a star. A few hours later, the royal procession music video shoot that had started in the morning was still ongoing in the afternoon. It wasn't something that would be finished within the day. The schedule required at least 3 days of filming. Regardless, a short break was given on set, and Rojin and the members, drenched in sweat, were catching their breath while seated among the staff. A few staff members immediately approached them for touching up the members' outfits and makeup. Meanwhile, the members chatted lightly. Sihu Hyung, are you okay? You're sweating more than during practice. Maybe it's because the costume's different? Doesn't it feel way harder? That's true. But how come Rojin Hyung looks totally fine? I'm tired though. Liar. You don't look it at all. I'm tired. The top knot is uncomfortable too. Then switch with me. Rags suit you, Du Kyung. Manager Kim Ki-baek quietly observed Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, who was speaking with Netflix Korea staff off to the side. Swoosh. He quietly approached her. Kim Ki-baek had a faint presence, after all. Executive Director Nim. Lim Hyunjin was slightly startled. Eep. Manager Nim. I didn't realize you were here. Yes, I get that a lot. More importantly, regarding promotion and marketing for Tale of the Strange Moon, I have something to say. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin blinked, said something to the staff, then turned her gaze back to Kim Ki-baek. Should we go over there and talk? They reached a relatively quiet spot on set, and Executive Director Lim glanced at Manager Kim. That energyless vibe. Every time I see him, I just can't read him. She opened her mouth. You said it's about promotion and marketing for Tale of the Strange Moon? Go ahead. So far, the only things revealed about Tale of the Strange Moon are that PD is Jung Soo-ryong and Rojin is writer, and that it's aiming for a global launch, right? That's right. You're probably waiting for the right timing to reveal the casting or the collaboration with Vanguard. That was indeed the case. The historical fantasy-themed Tale of the Strange Moon had kicked up a lot of buzz early on and was now in a quieter phase. Especially, the fact that one of the two lead actors was Kong Rojin hadn't been made public. The same went for the collaboration with Vanguard. With a smart expression, Lim Hyunjin smiled faintly. Yes, the collaboration with Vanguard will be revealed a bit later, and we're starting to position the cast, including Rojin. Why? Do you want to reveal Rojin's casting first? Manager Kim Ki-baek, who had been slowly scratching his chin, shook his head. No, rather than that. I was thinking it might be more fun to announce Rojin's casting with a bit of flair, instead of plainly. Do you have something in mind? Manager Kim Ki-baek often came up with good ideas like this here and there. Yes, it's not that great though. Rather than simply announcing through articles or SNS, it would be better to make public opinion or the media speculate and predict first and make a fuss. Creating an atmosphere? Something like that feeling. Can you give an example? Raising his index finger, Kim Ki-baek pointed at Kang Rojin on set. Currently, Vanguard has wrapped up their song promotions, and aside from Royal Procession, the members are only doing individual schedules. In that situation, we suddenly upload a historical drama-themed concept photo of Rojin on Vanguard's social media. Without any particular explanation, if we upload the best shot. As he explained, Executive Director Lim immediately caught on. Rojin wouldn't be doing a historical concept for no reason, and the hook will be quick, leading to a flood of speculation, right? And those speculations will naturally connect to Tale of the Strange Moon? Yes, and these days, Vanguard has been getting more international attention through YouTube and social media. We know, the Noir and Reddit story. Since there's a collaboration, there's big interest in Vanguard. I understand. Anyway, if Rojin's historical concept photo is suddenly uploaded, I think it'll spark some conversation not just in Korea, but overseas too. It won't be explosive or anything, but what are you talking about? I looked at Vanguard's Instagram. The number of Japanese and English comments is already significant. Manager Kim Ki-baek gave a faint, weary smile. That's barely a drop in the ocean. Executive Director Lim Hyunjin, looking slightly surprised as if she hadn't expected it, responded. So, to summarize your idea, by revealing Rojin's lead casting, we can pull in interest from Korea and Japan, while also baiting overseas audiences. It was definitely something worth trying. At least, that was what Executive Director Lim Hyunjin thought. There's no way Jian wouldn't promote Tale of the Strange Moon. So of course they'll put effort into Vanguard's YouTube channel or social media as well. Naturally, this would result in the promotion of Tale of the Strange Moon, spreading overseas as well. Vanguard's current subscriber count on YouTube had surpassed 13 million, and their social media followers had exceeded 11 million. With rising international interest, the numbers were growing rapidly. If a group like Vanguard were to promote Tale of the Strange Moon, the effect would clearly be significant, especially since Tale of the Strange Moon was a Netflix production. And on Reddit, one of the largest global communities, Netflix was consistently a popular keyword. Even if Tale of the Strange Moon gets just a little attention on Reddit, it's still 100 times better than getting nothing at all. If the currently filming music video for Royal Procession were added into the mix later, it could possibly stir up quite a buzz. Of course, for now, this was all just speculation between Kim Ki-baek and Lim Hyunjin. But if you don't try, nothing happens. Manager Nim, let's do as you suggested. Understood. The two wrapped up their conversation with the agreement to work out the detailed timing separately, and Manager Kim Ki-baek slowly walked over to Kang Rojin, who was talking with the staff. He leaned in and whispered something. In response, Rojin flashed a smile that could captivate every woman in the world and replied in a soft tone. That sounds super fun. I'm in. Later, as the first day of filming for Royal Procession wrapped up, August came to a close and September arrived. After 3 full days of shooting, the music video for Royal Procession was completely finished on the afternoon of September 2nd. Over the course of those 3 days, Vanguard had run wild and were now busy bowing and thanking all the staff. They didn't forget to take a group photo in their historical costumes either. Okay, taking the shot, 1, 2. Though that group photo would only be uploaded to Vanguard's social media later. With that, all major work for Royal Procession, recording, choreography, and the music video was done. Until the final content was released, Vanguard only had to continue practicing to stay sharp, and thanks to that, Rojin and the members finally had a lighter schedule. A perfect time to rest. Meanwhile, about a week later, unlike Vanguard, GN Entertainment remained busy. The top priority was the collaboration between Tale of the Strange Moon and Vanguard. The second priority was, I think it would be good if Vanguard's next activity happens within this year, if possible. The members want that too. They were mapping out Vanguard's next comeback. CEO Ha Seo-won's decision was, let the kids rest a bit, then keep it short and powerful with a single. Rather than a full album, it would be a single album. This news was quickly passed on to the members of Vanguard, and Kong Rojin, eyes sparkling, immediately gave his input to manager Kim Ki-baek. Is this single considering overseas too? Then I have a song I want to let you hear. Meanwhile, good news arrived from Japan as well. The location was Netflix Japan. A curly-haired blonde foreigner sat at a desk checking emails. That man was none other than executive director Tom Cavell. At that moment, his phone rang. He checked the caller. It was PD Noguchi Ken, likely in between the editing of Like a Kaleidoscope. Tom Cavell narrowed his eyes slightly. What is it? Did something go wrong? He brought the phone to his ear, and Japanese could be heard on the other end. PD Noguchi Ken's voice was filled with exhaustion. Executive Director Nim, the editing for Like a Kaleidoscope just finished. Chapter 217, Advance 6. Is the editing finished? When Tom Cavell, the executive director, asked again with a slightly surprised expression, Japanese could be heard again from the other end of the phone. It was PD Noguchi Ken. Yes, executive director. We've completed the final inspection as well. The editing for the drama, Like a Kaleidoscope, which had been written by Kong Rojin and in which he also starred as one of the main characters in Part 1, was complete. With filming and post-production finished, it meant everything was ready for launch. A smile spread across Tom Cavell's lips before he even realized. Much faster than I expected. I can already picture PD Noguchi Ken pushing through the editing without sleep. Tom Cavell had predicted that the editing for Like a Kaleidoscope would be completed around next month. But with today being September 9th and the editing already finished, it meant PD Noguchi Ken had shortened the time by a whole month. Feeling a bit pressed, Tom Cavell opened his mouth again. Thank you for your hard work, PD Nim. No, this much is just the usual for me. Will you be coming over? I'll head there right away. I'll be waiting. Click. As soon as the call ended, Executive Director Tom Cavell summoned a few staff members outside his office, gave them a brief explanation, and began preparing to head out. Even on the way, his heart was pounding. It's been a while since I've felt like this. It's not my first time producing an original series, and yet, something about it makes my chest swell. The excitement and anticipation, or something similar, stimulated Tom Cavell's dopamine. Although he had produced original series works fairly often, Like a Kaleidoscope was a particularly special project to him. From start to finish, not a single thing had gone untouched by Tom Cavell's hands. And in a way, it was the project he had invested the most care into. It also carried a highly ambitious message. As the head of Netflix Japan, he had chosen not a Japanese writer, but a Korean one. And not just any Korean writer, but the just debuted Kong Rojin. Moreover, Like a Kaleidoscope served as a warning shot to the system that was currently eating away at the Japanese content market, roughly saying, don't make that kind of trash. Make it like this. So it wasn't strange that Tom Cavell felt a bit nervous, and after getting ready, he left Netflix Japan with a few staff members. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the editing room, where PD Noguchi Ken was. You've arrived, Executive Director. Yes, PD Nim. PD Noguchi Ken and Tom Cavell exchanged brief greetings. Tom Cavell looked at PD Noguchi Ken's face. No, maybe it should be called his state. Not just dark circles, but his skin was also rough and pale. He had lost weight and looked gaunt, like his soul had evaporated. PD Noguchi Ken already had a somewhat eerie atmosphere about him, but now that aura had thickened several times over. A dying plant? That was the image that briefly came to Tom Cavell's mind, and after a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, Are you all right? With a forced smile, PD Noguchi Ken slowly nodded. I'm still alive. Phew, you should get a good rest today. I was thinking that too. For now, this way. Soon they entered the editing room, filled with monitors and editing equipment. The other editors had probably been sent home, as there was no one else there. When Tom Cavell nodded, PD Noguchi Ken began operating the equipment. Soon, footage began playing on the monitors. It was like a kaleidoscope. After staring at the monitor in silence for a while, the corners of Executive Director Tom Cavell's mouth lifted. About 30 minutes passed like that. As he calculated a potential launch date for Like a Kaleidoscope in his head, Executive Director Tom Cavell asked PD Noguchi Ken, PD Nim, are you planning to run a test screening? Of course. We still need to check the final sound mix, and there could be errors I didn't catch, which others might notice. then gather just the main cast, the production company, and a few key staff members. Yes, that's the plan. Also, making eye contact with Tom Cavill, PD Noguchi-Ken added. I'd like writer Rojin to come as well, if he's okay with it. About an hour later, in Korea, the news that the editing for Like a Kaleidoscope was complete quickly reached Kang Rojin. As soon as manager Kim Ki-baek said that the editing had been completed, Rojin exclaimed, "Wow, really?" His eyes sparkled. Strictly speaking, it was his second adaptation into movie after Rental Lover. He already had experience, but it was only natural that adrenaline would be pumping. Manager Kim Ki-baek let out a soft chuckle and asked, "Are you happy?" Rojin gave a thumbs up and nodded. "Yes, of course. Same with Rental Lover. But seeing something I wrote turned into a movie is just thrilling. Even more so when I see it myself. Then you should definitely see it in person." Huh, calm. Rojin tilted his head in curiosity, and manager Kim Ki-baek shared what he had received from Netflix Japan. Like a Kaleidoscope, is getting a final test screening. Seems like key people such as the cast will gather, and it's kind of like a blind screening for a movie. Oh, I think I heard about that during Rental Lover. Normally, dramas don't have test screenings like movies, but Like a Kaleidoscope is a bit of a unique case. Anyway, since you're both a cast member and the writer, you've been invited too. So, what do you think? Want to go? Kang Rojin answered the thrown question with another question. When is it? The test screening. Manager Kim Ki-baek quickly pulled out his phone. On the 13th. Next Monday. I really want to go, but can I? He was asking about his schedule, and manager Kim Ki-baek nodded slowly. Fortunately, you don't have anything scheduled that day. Then I want to go. Okay. Then since we're going to Japan that day anyway, I'll schedule a few things while we're there. Like attending events. It's good for content too, so Vanguard's YouTube team will come along as well. Got it. And the next morning, the news about the launch preparations for Like a Kaleidoscope broke in Japan first. Post-production completed for Like a Kaleidoscope. Netflix Japan says we'll announce the launch date to fans as soon as possible. Then came Korea. 2 days later. Thanks to the news of the completed editing for Kang Rojin's Like a Kaleidoscope, fans in both Korea and Japan were wildly excited. Japanese fans, who had been eagerly waiting since the Japan concert, jumped around mostly on social media, and Korean fans were just as busy spreading the news across communities and more. By this time, since his main job schedule with Vanguard had lightened a bit aside from side jobs, Rojin was able to find some personal time. And that's how he arrived at a private party room. The one who greeted Rojin was, "Oh, Rojin." It was Young Tae-soo, the top actor and male lead of Blood Hunt. Of course, this was a gathering of Young Tae-soo's private group. A slightly nervous Kang Rojin bowed politely. "Hello, Sunbi-nim. I, Sunbi-nim again. I told you to just call me Hyung." They had grown quite close during filming. "Yes, Hyung. Hello. Haha, right. Your visuals are insane again today, huh?" Rojin hadn't come to this event unwillingly. He had been curious about the vibe and thought it might be fun. Soon after, Young Tae-soo introduced Rojin to the rest of the group. "Alright everyone, like I mentioned earlier, not that he really needs an intro, right? This is Vanguard's Rojin." Immediately, a wave of people entered Kang Rojin's view. He hid his emotions as best he could, but inside, he was constantly letting out gasps of awe. Whoa, insane. It was only natural. Young Tae-soo alone was already a big deal, but the people, now clapping and greeting Kang Rojin, were even more incredible. Not just top actors, but singers, comedians, and even legendary sports stars from back in the day. All of them were top tier. People I only ever saw on TV or in the news are clapping for me. This is crazy. A world like this really does exist. While floating with excitement, Kang Rojin quickly pulled himself together. A piece of advice from manager Kim Ki-baek came to mind. Young Tae-soo's private group, you'll be fine going. Connections are important. Just remember, no matter where you go or who you meet, always draw a clear line. If someone crosses that line, ignore them, no matter who they are. It was incredibly reassuring. Also, if it's Young Tae-soo's group, it'll only be top people, but don't get intimidated. Based on current influence, you're the top dog, Rojin. They'll definitely flock to you. If anyone bothers you, just tell me, and I'll handle it. Whatever the case, Kang Rojin blended right into his first private gathering full of top stars. "Hey, Rojin SSI. Can I just poke your cheek once? Why do you want to? I just can't believe what I'm seeing is real. Wow, Tae-soo was right. Seeing you in person is even more ridiculous. Even here, his visuals shown. Whether actors, singers, or anyone else, everyone was envious of Kang Rojin, and, just as manager Kim Ki-baek said, try to get close. I seriously listened to Green Bee every day. I saw the concert video in Japan. That was amazing. I've got to attend a Vanguard concert someday. You're good at cooking too, right? I know a chef. I should invite you both sometime. It wasn't to the point of being uncomfortable. Everything stayed within acceptable limits. Everyone kept their manners and was considerate to a fault. Seeing this, Kang Rojin looked at Young Tae-soo and the other top stars and understood. They all seem close, but they still know how to maintain boundaries? Maybe that's how they last so long in the industry. While Rojin's network was steadily growing stronger, over at Netflix Korea, where the pre-production of Tale of the Strange Moon was in full swing, the late-stage production meeting was underway. PD Young Soo Ryong was at the center of it all. Let's see, how's the set coming along? It should be completed next week. You can go check it then. Okay, the location scouting is mostly wrapped up too. Currently, Tale of the Strange Moon was nearing the end of its pre-production stage. Casting for the actors was in its final phase, with most major roles already confirmed. Executive Director, I think we can start promoting the cast now. Yes, we're already getting that ready. PD Young Soo Ryong slowly nodded and ran her hand through her rough hair. As she calculated the dates for a moment, she muttered, we can probably schedule the script reading soon. Monday the 13th, early morning, GN. Entertainment. Today, Kang Rojin had a schedule to fly to Japan. It was for the Like a Kaleidoscope test screening. The meeting was at 2 p.m., so he needed to catch a flight by noon. Until then, Rojin could be found in his usual workspace at GN Entertainment, surrounded by manager Kim Ki-baek and the management team. Si-hoo, Kang Min, and Do Kyung had gathered, looking quite serious. As a somewhat heavy atmosphere hung over the room, Rojin, who was seated in front of the laptop, finally spoke. Okay, I'll play it now. As he manipulated the laptop a few times, a song began to fill the entire studio. It was song number 3, one of the tracks personally composed by Kang Rojin. A dance song, but with a somewhat calm, medium tempo. Even so, the key sections had melodies that instantly stuck in your ears. The way Si-hoo, Kang Min, and Do Kyung were nodding along, and the growing smile on manager Kim Ki-baek's face were all proof of that. Then Rojin, who stopped the track, said, the lyrics are already finished, but it hasn't been recorded yet, so I'll just sing a rough version. He made eye contact with manager Kim Ki-baek. Considering what you mentioned last time about overseas stuff, I increased the portion of English lyrics compared to the original, but I kept the rhythm and emphasis in Korean. I wanted a natural blend of Korean and English, something anyone can sing along with easily, no matter where they're from. Yeah, I get what you mean. Let's hear it. Soon, Kang Rojin played song number 3 again and moved to the keyboard. Placing his hands on the keys, he began to add keyboard melodies to the track while singing. It was a performance that included vocals, based on the completed lyrics. As he listened to the song, manager Kim Ki-baek rubbed his chin. So in terms of lyrics, the English works like hooks. Kind of like the English supports the Korean. At this level, it seemed like anyone, from Korea to Japan to broader international audiences, could sing along with ease. After finishing the vocals, Rojin turned to the members and asked first, what do you think? Si-hoo was the first to spring up and respond to Rojin. It's good. Really good. The rhythm is super addictive. Next were Kang Min and Do Kyung. Me too. Play it again, Hyung. Yeah, I want to hear it again. At that point, manager Kim Ki-baek, who had been quietly observing the members, picked up his phone. Rojin, I think it'd be best if the CEO hears this in person. He called Ha Seo-hwan, the CEO. The reason manager Kim Ki-baek reached out to the head of GN Entertainment? Because the song Rojin had just shared might end up being the title track of Vanguard's next single. Whatever the case, CEO Ha Seo-hwan arrived at the company and came straight to Kang Rojin's studio. Let's hear it first. He listened intently to Rojin's song, and then, after a moment, broke into a faint smile. Then, leaning toward manager Kim Ki-baek, he whispered, Let's go with this song for Vanguard's single. Kong Rojin boarded the flight to Japan after that. Chapter 218, Advance 7. In the main conference room of GN Entertainment, CEO Haseo Hwan was at the center, surrounded by executives and department heads. The room felt slightly cramped due to the large number of attendees. However, the refreshing song playing in the conference room helped to offset that stuffiness. Everyone, including the executives, was fully immersed in the listening. CEO Haseo Hwan, exuding a distinguished middle-aged charm, even had his eyes closed. The song playing was Kong Rojin's song number 3. It was also the track CEO Haseo Hwan personally selected as Vanguard's next single. Though the guide vocals had not been added yet, there was no issue in grasping the flow, mood, or atmosphere of the song. SSS. As the second verse ended and the music stopped, CEO Haseo Hwan slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the executives and staff members began offering high praise. This is good, right? It's lively but not aggressive. The melody really sticks with you. It's a song that won't divide opinions. It's refreshing, but the points are well emphasized, making it easy to listen to. Slightly, it seems like there's a sweet sentiment mixed in too, right? At that moment, CEO Haseo Hwan spoke in a low voice. The title is Zephyrt. Oh, then, recalling Kong Rojin's face, CEO Haseo Hwan continued. Rojin, he can definitely be considered an artist now, including composing and lyric writing. The surrounding executives quickly agreed. Exactly. If he can keep producing tracks that are market-ready like this. When did he make this one? I heard he's been consistently working on songs since Green Bee, so it must have been around that time. Isn't he also composing and writing lyrics for other singers lately? He's rapidly improving his skills as a producer too. No one within GN Entertainment currently viewed Kong Rojin merely as an idol. His status and position exceeded that of a composer, lyricist, and producer. CEO Haseo Hwan slowly crossed his legs. Come to think of it, every song related to Vanguard has had Rojin involved. Kong Rojin was now an indispensable figure at GN Entertainment, not only as part of Vanguard, but as an artist. Prepare Vanguard's next single with this Zephyr. And of course, the producer has to be Rojin. And he was a star. Meanwhile, around noon, Kong Rojin had already arrived in Japan. The news of Rojin heading to Japan was already being covered by both Korean and Japanese media. Star photo. Rojin appears at the airport to go to Japan/photo. Rojin greeting densely gathered fans. Today I'm going to Japan as the writer of Like a Kaleidoscope/photo. Rojin had met up with the Like a Kaleidoscope team in Netflix Japan around 1 p.m. It was a fairly large sound studio, and Tom Cavell, PD Noguchi Ken, Endo Takuto, and other key Japanese actors from Like a Kaleidoscope were already present. As Kong Rojin entered the studio, everyone welcomed him warmly. Oh, Rojin-nim is here. Wow, your visuals are amazing today too. Hello, writer Rojin. In response, Kong Rojin greeted everyone with a series of respectful nods, his eyes smiling. At the same time, he muttered inwardly. Everyone seems really excited? Maybe it's because they're in a good mood. Well, same for me, I guess. Then, Tom Cavell with his blue eyes exchanged greetings with Rojin and softly spoke in Japanese. It feels like just yesterday we had our first meeting with writer Rojin, and now the day has finally come. PD Noguchi Ken, whose gloominess had doubled due to exhaustion, also chimed in. Seriously, the script reading day is still vivid. Time really flies. Rojin strongly agreed with the sentiment that time melts away. It felt like summer had just begun, yet it was already September. Autumn had come in full stride. Thank you for your hard work, PD-nim. Not at all. With the actors and staff pouring in so much passion, I need to push myself even harder. PD Noguchi Ken gave a weak smile. His vibe was somewhat similar to manager Kim Ki-baek. Tom Cavell then guided Kong Rojin. Please have a seat here. Yes. Executive Director Nim. Inside the sound studio, many chairs were laid out. Kong Rojin took a seat near the medium-sized screen. Behind him, Japanese actors who continued to ask questions to Rojin also sat down, and PD Noguchi Ken, perhaps feeling a bit nervous, let out a small breath. SSS. He sat down in front of the work equipment, exchanging glances with the sound director who had been adjusting the equipment in advance. Soon, PD Noguchi Ken calmly addressed everyone. Then we will begin the like a kaleidoscope screen test. The lights dimmed. Soon, a video began playing on the medium-sized screen that everyone, including Kong Rojin, was watching. It was the beginning of Like a Kaleidoscope. The test screening featured Part 1, subtitled The Vanished Women. Without any opening BGM or title sequence, the scene jumped straight into a character. The male lead, Detective Nagai Shiro, played by Endo Takudo. Likely, once the official launch happens, the opening sequences will be added in the beginning. Kong Rojin's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself. Oh. As expected, watching it directly gave a much stronger impact than just hearing about it. The characters of Like a Kaleidoscope, which he had written himself, were vividly coming to life. A surge of exhilaration swelled in Rojin's heart. It's been a while since I felt this thrill. The Japanese actors in the back let out exclamations in their own way. The mood is killer from the very beginning. The visuals are absolutely stunning. In fact, Like a Kaleidoscope quickly built up tension with its mysterious flow and the detailed eye movements of the characters. As expected of PD Noguchi-ken, when it comes to directing, he's definitely one of Japan's best. Kong Rojin and the Japanese actors were instantly drawn into Like a Kaleidoscope. Especially Rojin. His eyes sparkled more and more as time passed. Around that time, Kong Rojin appeared on screen. More precisely, the character he played, Murata Sho. Rojin's internal excitement doubled. How much time had passed like that? Before anyone realized it, the ending OST of Like a Kaleidoscope was booming through the wide sound studio. It was dreamlike, the ending main theme, composed, written, and sung by Kong Rojin. Along with it, the names of the cast members appeared on the screen. Among them, Rojin stood out both as a writer and an actor. Written in Korean, with the Japanese in parentheses. That had been Kong Rojin's request. Anyway, as the lights came back on in the studio, clap, 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 clap. A loud round of applause erupted. The Japanese actors clapped the hardest. Even Endo Takudo, seemingly satisfied with his own appearance, clapped with extra strength. The atmosphere was practically festive. Kong Rojin also clapped without holding back, and many compliments about dreamlike poured in. The impact of dreamlike, layered over the completed Like a Kaleidoscope, had multiplied. No matter how many times I hear it, dreamlike is seriously a masterpiece. When it played at the end, I got chills, seriously. Me too. Once Like a Kaleidoscope launches, people are going to stream dreamlike like crazy. Really? Kong Rojin's shoulders soared. Compliments that supposedly make even whales dance. Rojin was no exception. Is it okay to expect another sweep of the Japanese charts? The congratulations soon shifted toward PD Noguchi-ken, and executive director Tom Cavell, who had been giving him a thumbs up, turned his gaze to Kong Rojin. He wore a meaningful smile. Soon, he leaned in close to Rojin and whispered softly, Rojin, the official launch date for Like a Kaleidoscope has been set. Surprised, Rojin replied in Japanese. Oh, really? When is it? It's Friday, October 1st. Since today was September 13th, that meant Like a Kaleidoscope would be released to the world in about 3 weeks. With the launch imminent, a wave of anticipation and curiosity caused Rojin's heart to beat faster. Then, executive director Tom Cavell shared one more related detail. The Korean launch is a week later, on October 8th. A few days later, on the 16th. The location was GN Entertainment. The time was early morning. As expected, Kong Rojin was found in the studio. As always, he had pulled an all-nighter practicing and working, yet his face was full of energy. He had already done a lot from dawn till morning. On top of practice, the recent song number 3 No, now officially chosen as Vanguard's next single, Zephyr, had added to his workload. Though the composing and writing were already done, he also had to oversee the production. Let's define the members' parts more precisely. Right now, Sehoo Hyung's part is a bit too long. It needed more refinement. I should finish the guide recording as soon as possible too. Apparently, he was planning to do the guide himself this time as well. He preferred doing it himself rather than entrusting it to someone else. It put his mind at ease. Then, after stretching, he checked the time. It was already 7 o'clock. Time is melting away. Soon, Kong Rojin got up and stepped out of the studio. His next destination was the gym. Today, he had chosen to work first before doing his daily mission. Once I finish the mission, I'll head straight to the practice room and meet the members. Before starting his workout in earnest, Kang Rojin went through his essential routine of checking his face and physical condition. In that short time, his physique had improved even more. With a slight smile, he finished exercising around 9 a.m. Panting, he opened his locker and immediately checked his phone. But then, Rojin's eyes widened noticeably. The reason was simple. Notifications from the AI simulation app were displayed on his phone screen. When had those come in? Come to think of it, he'd barely looked at his phone during his intense work sessions. Whatever the case, Kang Rojin began reading through the notification messages. What was interesting was, oh, jackpot. The corners of his lips curled. And for good reason. Among your stat categories, arrangement has been unlocked. From now on, the arrangement stat can be raised or enhanced. Check your updated arrangement stat right now. The final stat, arrangement, had been unlocked. At that moment, a white van was driving down the road. Inside was a familiar woman. Even without makeup, top actress Choi Rina was stunning. The window was cracked open slightly, and her long, straight hair fluttered gently in the breeze. As she looked over her script, she tilted her head from side to side. Did I sleep wrong? My shoulder feels a bit stiff. With her focus broken, she picked up her phone. Choi Rina's morning routine started with secretly fangirling over Vanguard's YouTube channel. She quietly put on her earbuds to check if any new videos had been uploaded. I like the behind-the-scenes Vanguard videos the best. After watching a roughly 6-minute video, she replayed her favorite scenes a few times. This is it. Morning Rojin's face. Rojin's smiling eyes and side profile in the video. No matter how many times I see him, I never get tired of it. Seriously. Still wearing her earbuds, she played the song, Green Bee, and moved her thumb again. Having finished her tour of the Vanguard YouTube channel, she now opened Instagram. She first checked her own profile and then moved to Vanguard's. But then, her eyes widened immediately, and her mouth slightly dropped open. And it was no wonder. A new post had been uploaded to the Vanguard Instagram just about 10 minutes ago. And, almost reverently, just like with the YouTube channel, it was once again a solo photo of Kang Rojin. But this fresh photo of Rojin wasn't ordinary. Whoa! The background was a traditional Joseon-era setting. Kang Rojin had neatly tied his hair in a top knot, wore a traditional robe mixed with white and light purple, and held a gad in one hand. His expression was calm, but his eyes looking at the camera were deep and rich. After staring at the photo for a few seconds, Choi Rina let out a pure exclamation of awe. This is crazy. What is this masterpiece? She already had experience acting in historical dramas, but no male actor she had seen so far could beat the masterpiece or artistry she was witnessing now. This goes beyond being just good-looking, wow. It was completely different vibe from Rojin's usual self. Even this unique, traditional tone of a historical concept. Rojin did it again. Kang Rojin had pulled it off perfectly. As Choi Rina was totally engrossed in admiring his historical-style photo, she suddenly came to a realization. But why suddenly post a photo like this? The timing of this concept photo upload was random. It felt quite random. Even if it were a photo shoot, it was oddly well done. The Joseon-era backdrop was on point, too. Then, a title flashed across Choi Rina's mind. Oh, right. Tale of the Strange Moon. Tale of the Strange Moon, the series Netflix Korea had announced, written by Kang Rojin. It had drawn worldwide attention upon announcement, so she was well aware of it too. No way. Could this historical-style photo be related to Tale of the Strange Moon? After seeing the masterpiece Rojin had delivered, Choi Rina's heart pounded even harder. Any true fan would react the same way she did. She quickly checked the comments under the photo. And of course, what's with this sudden Rojin historical drama moment? What is this? Crazy. This historical drama visual is god-tier pure eye purification. Wear the hat, Rojin. Put the hat on. This suits him way too, while historical outfit super handsome. Oh, could it be Tale of the Strange Moon? Rojin is the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon, but he's not appearing as an actor too, right? It's nearly impossible for a top knot to look this perfect. Damn, even Rojin's head shape is beautiful. With those sharp eyes and eyebrows, he looks insanely elegant, and the vibe is intense. His face makes the subtle hanbok colors pop even more. That gaze is seriously sexy. But why is Rojuni suddenly in historical drama style? Countless fans were going absolutely wild. Chapter 219, Advance 8. I came back to check after a while. Loved Rental Lover by Rojin again. What a treat. Rojin in historical attire, no less. He's shining and glowing. I mean, how can the historical style suit someone this well? I opened Vanguard's Insta and super sexy Rojuni appeared. So, is Rojin's historical outfit shoot for a photo shoot? Doesn't feel like a photo shoot thuff, looks like it was taken straight on a set. Isn't Rojin the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon? Maybe it's some kind of event-related shoot for that? Oh, that could be it. Huh. Whatever it is, the historical visual is insanely god-tier. I desperately want to see Rojin doing a historical drama. Super handsome. The timing of uploading this concept photo is kind of random thuff. If I had to make a guess about why he posted this, it seems like Rojin might be appearing in Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor too. The photo of Kong Rojin suddenly uploaded on Vanguard's Instagram. Thanks to the photo with a strong historical drama vibe, Vanguard's Instagram shook as if hit by an earthquake in an instant. Not only cheers, but also various speculations were overflowing. As a reference, Vanguard's SNS channel currently has over 12 million followers. So how powerful is that? With one refresh, hundreds, even thousands of comments pour in like rain. Since Rojin is the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon, it's totally possible he's appearing as an actor too. I don't think so. Feels like he just uploaded a concept photo. Vanguard song promotions are over now, and they have more free time. I think it's possible Rojin is acting in Tale of the Strange Moon. True. Come to think of it, Rojin has always appeared in the works he's written. Can we actually get to see Rojin in a historical drama? The timing might have been out of the blue, but more than that, the sheer power of Rojin's historical costume was so overwhelming that it drove the fans even more into a frenzy. And it wasn't just Korean fans getting stirred up. While Korean comments dominated, there were also a significant number of comments in Japanese and English. Both Korean and international fans were losing their minds over Kong Rojin's historical drama aura. In particular, the sharp increase in English comments stood out. Meanwhile, top actress Choi Rina, who was browsing through the endless stream of comments, grew more and more curious. Phew, Rojin's historical costume is really something else. But more than that, what is this really? So far, the official announcement for Tale of the Strange Moon only stated that PD Young Soo Ryong and Kong Rojin were involved as director and writer. Even for Rojin, it's rare to take concept photos like this. Well, Kong Rojin is a special case, so it's not entirely impossible. Isn't this too deliberately shot? With this level of quality, it's basically a drama poster. The random timing and the incredibly high-quality historical costume, and the fans' explosive reaction. There's no way GN Entertainment or Netflix Korea made this move without a plan. There's absolutely no way Rojin posted this photo alone. Which means, once again, is Rojin really appearing in Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor too? It was a reasonable conclusion. This photo might be a kind of teaser, serving both as promotion for Tale of the Strange Moon and a sneak peek at historical look of Kong Rojin. For hardcore fans of Kong Rojin, this situation was impossible not to get hyped over. Whatever it was, not just Choi Rina, but the massive fan base going wild on Vanguard's Insta. Rojin in historical outfit. I want to show this to the whole world. Soon enough, Rojin's photo was being shared everywhere. Communities, SNS, YouTube, and so on. With fans causing such a stir, even reporters. Hey, look at this. Vanguard's Insta just uploaded a photo of Rojin in historical costume. Really? Let me see. Oh, fans are going nuts. Damn. But seriously, this guy is ridiculously good looking. But why the sudden historical drama tone? Maybe GN's about to announce something? Anyway, this photo's gonna rack up clicks. They caught the scent right away. Meanwhile, at GN Entertainment, Kong Rojin, the man behind the storm that sent the media and public opinion into a frenzy, was sitting quietly in the studio. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he looked down at his phone. But what he was looking at wasn't the earthquake that was Vanguard's Instagram. Among your stat categories, arrangement has been unlocked. From now on, the arrangement stat can be raised or enhanced. Check your updated arrangement stat right now. What had Rojan's attention was a notification from the AI simulation app, a message saying that arrangement had been unlocked. Brushing back his black hair, Kong Rojan opened his mouth with a smile. Arrangement is finally unlocked. I was wondering when it would. The stat arrangement, which had been locked until now and long awaited, was finally unlocked. Of course, it wasn't as if Kong Rojan had no experience or learning related to arrangement up to this point. When working on composition, lyric writing, or producing, it's naturally something one encounters. However, there's a huge difference between having the stat unlocked or not. Just looking at composition shows that, with the amount of knowledge stored, he could level up faster using the AI simulation. Rojan immediately launched the AI simulation. His character profile appeared right away. User, Kong Rojan /height, 187 /desired occupation, world-class idol /coins. Owned, 2,730. Passives, overwhelm /limit break /vitality booster. Titles, evolved, all-round entertainer /evolved, world star +1 global genius +2 instrument master +2. Side jobs, 1 screenwriter, 2 actor, 3 lyricist, 4 composer, 5 producer. Global languages, 1 Japanese, 2 English. Instruments, 1 acoustic guitar, 2 piano. Kong Rojan glanced at his noticeably increased coin count, and naturally, opened the stat window. Appearance, 150/150. Singing ability, 150/150. Rap, 150/150. Dance, 128.3/150. Eloquence, 80/150. Acting, 108/150. Lyrics writing, 150/150. Composition, 100.7/150. Arrangement, 65/150. Kong Rojan's stats had become massive. Arrangement started at 65 points. Compared to composition, which had started at 10 points upon unlocking, this was a significant value. Arrangement got unlocked. Maybe because composition went over 100? Or some other reason. Either way, the reason behind arrangement unlocking didn't matter much. The key point was that, as an idol and artist, his capacity had grown even more. Kong Rojan was already a cheat-level idol, but if he could freely handle even arrangement on top of composition and lyrics writing, then no one could touch the aura he would emit. As expected, AI simulation is super fun. Until now, he hadn't been aware, but upon confirming that arrangement was unlocked, Rojan felt his knowledge of music had expanded several-fold. With his tension rising rapidly, Kong Rojan lowered his phone and shifted his focus to his laptop. Since arrangement is unlocked, should I try something? The answer came quickly. The song recently confirmed as the next single for Vanguard, Zephyr. Alright, let's make an acoustic version of Zephyr first. Thinking of an acoustic version reminded Kong Rojan briefly of the time during Produce that 100. Back then, it was mostly Sihu who took charge of the acoustic versions, but now, there was no problem with Kong Rojan doing it himself. He soon became immersed, and 30 minutes disappeared just like that. Swoosh. The one who interrupted Kong Rojan's work was manager Kim Ki-baek, who quietly entered the studio. Rojan, with a tired-sounding tone, he gave Rojan a thumbs up. The historical outfit photo was uploaded a few dozen minutes ago, and the reactions are out. Oh, only then did Kong Rojan suddenly remember and open Vanguard's Instagram. Wow, amazing. After that, the suddenly uploaded photo of Kong Rojan in historical-style attire spread rapidly beyond SNS and into articles. Star photo, Rojan's historical outfit photo suddenly uploaded to Vanguard SNS. Why now? /photo. Rojan, historical ver. Fans say breathless. Eye candy first thing in the morning. All sorts of speculation erupt over historical-style Rojan photo. Vanguard Rojan's historical concept photo surprise reveal. Could he be appearing in Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor? This new version of Kong Rojan caused a huge stir, quickly dominating the main pages of many portal sites. Issue pic. Even in historical style, insane visuals, Rojan in sexy traditional robe/photo. The media released speculative and clickbait articles, while public anticipation soared. Even on September 17th, the day after, the media and public continued to buzz nonstop, and the size of the snowball just kept growing. Meanwhile, GN Entertainment's PR team pushed the reporters harder. Yes, we were already calling them, and tell them to cover how Japanese and English comments exploded on Vanguard's Insta. Got it. As the flames blazed, they continued to toss in fuel. The hot topic was Kong Rojin's historical ver, but naturally, the attention flowing toward Tale of the Strange Moon, or Vanguard, was ideal. Thanks to that, GN Entertainment's PR team had to move strategically. Netflix Korea wasn't staying quiet either. Aiming global release, Tale of the Strange Moon enters final stage of pre-production. Interest in Tale of the Strange Moon soars again thanks to Rojin. Netflix Korea states, casting complete, script reading imminent. As if it were all prearranged, news about Tale of the Strange Moon began to spread. Well, it was true that GN Entertainment had planned and started rolling the snowball. GN Entertainment lit the match. Netflix Korea fanned the flames. GN Entertainment added more fuel. Repeating this, in the midst of all the chaos, Netflix Korea also made a significant decision. It came from PD Young Soo Ryong during a meeting with the production company and key staff members. All right, then let's schedule the script reading for October 5th. Start contacting the actors. The script reading for Tale of the Strange Moon, which had been in active development since around June, was officially set for October 5th. The news was quickly passed on to the cast of Tale of the Strange Moon. Naturally, that included Kong Rojin as well. Ooh, script reading. Unlike the other actors, Rojin's excitement was on another level. He had been continuously working on Royal Procession, the collaborative project between Tale of the Strange Moon and Vanguard. I really want to show this to the fans soon. Over the next few days, chaos continued around Kong Rojin and Tale of the Strange Moon. The promotional impact had hit its mark. It was exactly what manager Kim Ki-baek wanted and intended, just when public and media curiosity had reached its peak. Hello. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung started a live stream in line with their schedule. As always, the fan chat exploded. Among the many comments, one stood out above all. Rojin, are you appearing as an actor in Tale of the Strange Moon? Was Kong Rojin appearing as an actor in Tale of the Strange Moon? An overwhelming number of comments flooded the chat, and Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung all gave meaningful smiles while looking at their leader, Kong Rojin. Rojin, with smiling eyes, nodded toward the frenzied fans. Yes, that's right. I'm appearing in Tale of the Strange Moon. I wrote it myself, and since it's my first time acting in a historical drama, I'm really nervous. Sorry for telling you so late. At the moment the few days of baiting were resolved, the chat exploded several times faster than before. Fans, now completely unleashed, filled the live stream. It was as if you could visually see the adrenaline and dopamine spike. Kaya, OMG crazy. Rojin in a historical drama. I love you. Tale of the Strange Moon is launching globally, right? Congrats, Rojin. This is insane. I'm 100% watching, no matter what. When? When can we watch it? Give it to us now. Rojin's historical drama version is freaking legendary, and now we get to keep seeing it? 30 minutes later, a new photo of Kong Rojin in historical-style attire was uploaded to Vanguard's Instagram. This time, it was a full-body shot with a proper gat, traditional Korean hat. In addition, Rojin personally added a caption. Hello, this is Rojin from Vanguard. Tale of the Strange Moon, which I've been diligently working on, is currently in production. I've also joined the cast as one of the actors. The photo I uploaded a few days ago and today's photo are both related to Tale of the Strange Moon. Since so many of you have shown interest, I'll do my best to give my all in the project. It was also translated into English and Japanese. Korean was the main language, of course, but with Vanguard gaining increasing attention both domestically and overseas, the international audience had to be considered too. Soon after, issue talk, Rojin joining the cast of Tale of the Strange Moon. Netflix Korea confirms. Netflix Korea took the baton next. Official Netflix Korea, Rojin will be playing one of the two male leads in Tale of the Strange Moon. Chapter 220, Fruit 1. Following Vanguard's Instagram post, Netflix Korea also announced that Kong Rojin would be joining Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor. After the official article broke, multiple news outlets quickly jumped in. Rojin's historical costume teaser uploaded to Vanguard's SNS was indeed for Tale of the Strange Moon. Tale of the Strange Moon's two top male leads. Vanguard Rojin already clinched the lead role/photo. Once again, even as an actor, Rojin, appearing as an actor in all the works he's written, including this Tale of the Strange Moon. As expected, fans went wild over the news that Kang Rojin would be appearing not only as the writer of Tale of the Strange Moon, but also as an actor. You could see mentions of Rojin everywhere, SNS, online communities, and more. Not only the media and public opinion, but also various people connected to Rojin reacted in their own ways. Choi Rina, who quietly fangirled over Kang Rojin, cheered inwardly while carrying out her schedule without letting it show. Rojin in a historical drama version? This is insane. I'll definitely watch Tale of the Strange Moon twice. No, even 10 times. Huh. I want to be in Tale of the Strange Moon too, even if it's just a cameo. Actors who knew Kang Rojin, like Young Tae-soo, were also busy talking. Wow, so that historical drama-style photo wasn't just a light teaser, right? If Netflix Korea is pushing this project seriously, it's going to be a big production. They're even aiming for a global launch. On top of that, he's both the writer and actor, but it's Rojin's first time doing a historical drama, right? Will he do well? It'll probably be unfamiliar to him, but I don't think he'll struggle much. Since he wrote Tale of the Strange Moon himself, he'll be deeply familiar with the character's emotional arcs. Plus, he's already worked with PD Young Soo-ryong before, so their chemistry will be good, I'm sure. Which other actors have been cast? They haven't announced that yet. Anyway, with Rojin's absurd visuals, even international audiences are guaranteed to enjoy. Why am I looking forward to this? PD Woo Han-suk, the broadcasting industry, and various entertainment agencies were buzzing, given that the announcement dropped just as much. Attention had been stirred up per Kim Ki-baek manager's scheme. It would have been strange if it wasn't noisy. In particular, the jealousy from other entertainment companies was through the roof. Ugh. That Rojin guy, seriously, whenever one thing dies down another thing breaks out, and when that dies down another thing breaks out. Exactly my point. How is this the kind of impact someone who's supposedly wrapped up their music promotions makes? I'm jealous, seriously jealous. GN shot up to the top just by catching Vanguard well. Even at a glance, this was a successful marketing flow, and both Netflix Korea and GN Entertainment were grinning ear to ear. Sensing the moment was right, both sides kept throwing fuel on the fire without pause. Thanks to that, for a few days, it was all about Tale of the Strange Moon, Vanguard, and Kang Rojin dominating everywhere. By this point, Tale of the Strange Moon was even getting international attention. It became a hot topic on Reddit, the most famous supermassive overseas community. Tale of the Strange Moon catches fire on Reddit, too. International netizens say curious about Korean traditional drama. However, on Reddit, it was Kang Rojin's historical drama-style photos that were actually hotter than the drama itself. He had already taken the platform by storm once before. Vanguard's Rojin's national treasure-level visuals mesmerized international fans/photo. Overseas fans, who had rapidly increased by circulating through Vanguard's SNS and YouTube, kept spreading more teasers. The more they did, the more Rojin's global recognition rose, and so did Vanguard's brand power. Well, on a global scale, it might still be small. Star photo. The reason to look forward to visual monster Rojin's historical drama work/photo. It was as if the starter shot had been fired. September 23rd. While Vanguard, Tale of the Strange Moon, and Kang Rojin were rocking the world at full force, Rojin's own time was melting away. Today's packed again, but since there's a lot to do, it's crazy fun. Time just disappears. The end of September was right around the corner, and it made sense. Kang Rojin had way too much going on. He was managing personal schedules too. With the impact of both his main and side jobs, it was only natural. The work Kang Rojin kicked off from morning was, "Please Take Care of Me," recording the guide version of Zephyr, Vanguard's next single. He already had plenty of experience, and since he wrote the song himself, it didn't take too much time. Next came his schedule as a writer and actor. He stopped by Netflix Korea for an interview shoot. "Hello, I'm Rojin. I do these shoots every time there's a project. but it still feels a bit awkward. There was a basic script, but the format also included answering questions from the writers behind the camera. This footage was scheduled to be used later as promotional video material for Tale of the Strange Moon. Then, around the afternoon, came the photo shoot, newly received advertisements, and more. When night arrived, it was time for practice and work. Lately, the practice had mainly been focused on royal procession, Zephyr, and acting, while the work consisted of arranging the acoustic version of Zephyr, personal songwriting and composing, and commissioned songwriting and composing. With such a routine, it only took a blink for a whole day to disappear, and the week flew by in no time. Then came Monday once again, September 27th. At the start of the work week, Kang Rojin could be found at GN Entertainment's recording studio. However, it wasn't related to Vanguard. Sunbi Nim, hello. Oh my, Rojin SSI, it's really good to see you. Let's work well together today. Yes. But, the producer's so handsome, I wonder if I'll be able to focus. Rojin was participating as a producer in the recording of famous singers who had entrusted him with composing. Of course, he wasn't the main producer, but Kang Rojin was steadily increasing his share of work as a producer too. This is fun. It's still a bit awkward directing Sunbays, but there's so much new stuff. It's super fun. By now, in the market, Kang Rojin's position was already solidifying not just as a member of Vanguard, but also as a composer, lyricist, and producer, so it was only a matter of time before he'd present himself as a full-fledged main producer. 2 days later, after spending the morning practicing the group choreography for Royal Procession, Rojin, Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung gathered in a conference room at GN Entertainment. Of course, this room was also filled with CEO Ha Seo-hwan, other executives, and many staff, including manager Kim Ki-baek. With everyone gathered, the eyes of the Vanguard members sparkled as they looked at the screen in front of the conference room. It was only natural. Then, let's take a look at the music video for Royal Procession. The music video for Royal Procession, the collaboration track with Tale of the Strange Moon, was completed and about to be unveiled. GN Entertainment might make some edits after reviewing it, but the fact that the music video was complete meant, let's just watch it first. That Royal Procession would also be released to the world very soon. For reference, the Royal Procession MV wasn't planned to have just one version. There would be one with Vanguard as the main focus, and another version that would later include footage from Tale of the Strange Moon. The teaser would be the same. Whatever the version, the lights in the conference room turned off, and with the song Royal Procession playing, Kang Rojin and the members stared intently at the screen with shining eyes. The music video began playing. It started with a black screen. As the sound of a Gyeojeum spread, the camera angle first showed the Gyeojeum being played. As the Gyeojeum slowly came into full view, the screen transitioned. A king seated on an ornate throne. No, it was Kang Rojin. At the same time, in the editing room of Blood Hunt. The film Blood Hunt had already passed the halfway point and was now in the process of editing the latter half. The footage being played on multiple monitors was currently paused. It was break time. Perhaps because of that, the editing staff were nowhere to be seen, likely out for a breath of air, and in the editing room sat only director Yoo Ji-hyun with his flushed face. Due to pouring nearly all his time into editing, director Yoo Ji-hyun had grown even thinner and was now scrolling on his phone. Displayed on his phone was none other than an article about Kang Rojin. The content was about Rojin joining Tale of the Strange Moon as an actor. It was a hot topic, and director Yoo Ji-hyun, who had a deep interest in Kang Rojin, read the article carefully. A historical drama, Ha-dash. In that moment, desire surged inside director Yoo Ji-hyun. Historical films were also one of his favorite genres, and Kang Rojin in historical costume was more than enough to satisfy Yoo Ji-hyun's creative appetite. Tempting, he muttered quietly, slowly lowering his phone. Maybe my next film should be a historical one. In an instant, stories related to historical films began to whirl around inside director Yoo Ji-hyun's mind. Then, forcefully cutting off the thoughts, he chuckled and shook his head. No, I need to focus on Blood Hunt. Phew, this is a disease. Thinking of the next film right away. At that moment, knock knock. A knock echoed through the editing room. The person peeking in was the kind-looking manager Jang Hak-seon. Director, aren't you going to eat? Director Yoo Ji-hyun slowly crossed his legs and leaned his head back against the chair, closing his eyes. No, I'm not hungry. But you should eat something. You'll collapse at this rate. Yoo Ji-hyun gestured with his chin toward the monitors. I'll collapse after finishing this damn edit, so don't worry. Phew. Is there no plan where you don't collapse after finishing editing? With a wrinkled smile, Director Yoo Ji-hyun changed the subject. Editing's moving faster than I expected. The footage fits right into place. Manager Jang Hak-seon's eyes widened slightly. Oh, really? Yeah. At this pace, we'll put the final touches by mid-October. And mid-October? Why are you surprised? I figured we'd be lucky to finish by November. Of course I'm surprised. The pace of a film's editing varies greatly depending on the director's abilities. Sometimes filming ends early, but editing takes over half a year. Other times, both filming and editing run late. And occasionally, like with Blood Hunt, editing wraps up quickly. Normally, Director Yoo Ji-hyun is known for putting a lot of care into editing, but Blood Hunt seemed to be rolling along smoothly without major issues. Then, standing up and cracking his neck side to side, Director Yoo Ji-hyun continued. Anyway, schedule the screen test for around the end of October. Let's aim for the press, VIP, and public screenings in early November. He gave instructions regarding the various preview screenings. Around this period, the film's promotional schedule would also begin in earnest. Will Rojin be able to take part in the promo schedule? Have you heard back from GN? They said he won't be able to do everything, but he'll join if he can. That's good enough. He's probably the busiest of all of us, so even a few stage greetings at premieres would be more than enough. Oh, and about the Blood Hunt release. Manager Jang Hak-seon cut into Director Yoo Ji-hyun's words with a confident smile. Yes, we've already started securing theaters. Meanwhile, in Japan, things were buzzing not over Tale of the Strange Moon, but another project. Hot like a kaleidoscope, less than a week left until launch. It was Netflix Japan's Like a Kaleidoscope. The official launch of Like a Kaleidoscope was set for October 1st. In just a few days, Like a Kaleidoscope, written by Kang Rojin, would be open to all of Japan, and a week later, it would spread to Korea. With the launch right around the corner, it was only natural that Netflix Japan was throwing everything into its promotion and marketing efforts. They were flooding the media with articles, of course. Hello, this is Netflix Japan. Our original series, Like a Kaleidoscope, is launching soon. We've prepared a special event for our subscribers. They also ran various events through their official SNS channels. Even though Like a Kaleidoscope had already become a buzzworthy title with Kang Rojin at the forefront, Netflix Japan, staking its pride on the line, had no intention of being half-hearted in its promotional efforts. Perhaps because of that, the most recent trailer uploaded to Netflix Japan's YouTube channel was Like a Kaleidoscope, official trailer Netflix Japan. Views, 3,741,895. In less than 2 days, it had surpassed 3 million views, showing tremendous traction. With factors such as Rojin, Japan's top actors, and Netflix Japan unveiling a big production for the first time in a while, public anticipation in Japan was through the roof. So looking forward to it. From which episode does Rojin appear? I thought Rojin's OST would be in the trailer. Why is everyone only cheering for Rojin instead of Endo Takudo? I only watched the trailer, and it already looks good. Feels like it's been a while since we've had a drama worth watching. Lately, they've all been trash, so I stopped watching. As always, amidst the cheers, some hate comments appeared too. This is kind of gross, why is it? All Rojin worship here? He got a full buff just from having a decent face. Honestly, I didn't like Rental Lover either. This, Like a Kaleidoscope, already looks overhyped, so I'm guessing it'll be boring. Still, its hooking power was undeniable. And then, the launch date of Like a Kaleidoscope, October 1st, arrived. Like a Kaleidoscope releases today at noon. Chapter 221, Fruit 2. On the morning of October 1st, over a dozen staff members and the members of Vanguard were gathered at a set. Among them, Kang Rojin, who had just finished his makeup, was in the middle of checking his phone. A flood of comments was showing on the screen. Today, Like a Kaleidoscope releases in Japan. Do I have to go to Japan? Please launch Like a Kaleidoscope in Korea soon too. When does it release in Korea? They said Korea gets it a week after Japan, so next week? No, I can't wait. Even if I watch, like a kaleidoscope, next week I want to hear the OST right away. Rojan wrote, composed, and sang the Like a Kaleidoscope OST, right? Yeah, I heard it's the ending theme song. Even if it's not the official release, the OST will probably show up on YouTube. Somehow I feel like a kaleidoscope might not be fun. I've been burned by J-dramas too many times. Since it's the next one after Rental Lover, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also a bit worried since it's a J-drama. True, even if the script is perfect, the directing could totally ruin it. It's okay if it's not fun. Rojan wrote it and Rojan appears in it. Today is the official launch day of Like a Kaleidoscope. Of course, it was starting with Netflix Japan, and Rojan had checked the reactions from Japan first, and now was checking the domestic public's response. Whether in Japan or Korea, the pattern wasn't much different. Most were filled with anticipation, and only a few were expressing negative views about Like a Kaleidoscope. The same went for the Korean and Japanese press. There are more people curious about the OST than I expected. Anyway, checking the public's reaction definitely makes me more nervous. At that moment, easy. A short vibration came from the phone. A notification popped up on Rojan's screen. The AI simulation app had sent a reward related to the launch of Like a Kaleidoscope. Just as the corner of Kong Rojan's mouth started to curl up, Sihu and the other members, now ready, came over to him. Rojan, how are people reacting? Sihu, Kongmin, and Dookyung had eyes full of curiosity. Naturally so, since this was Rojan's first venture into Japan as both a writer and actor. With the members approaching, Kong Rojan quickly lowered his phone and replied, "It's the reaction I expected. Most people are saying they can't wait to see it." Rojan, you usually don't give a damn about hate comments anyway. But seriously, don't mind them. Of course I ignore them. I can barely see them to begin with. Soon the members started chattering about various things related to Like a Kaleidoscope. While mingling in that group, Rojan was also lost in other thoughts. He recalled the test screening session with the main production staff, including Executive Director Tom Cavell and PD Noguchi Ken, after editing on Like a Kaleidoscope had been completed. I enjoyed it, but how will the audience see it? Everyone sees things differently. And this isn't even Korea, it's Japan. Whether it was with Rental Lover or now, revealing a work to the public always brought strange feelings. How to describe it? Maybe kind of a tingling in the heart. That's when manager Kim Ki-baek slowly appeared. It'll go well. It was a short but firm encouragement. His voice sounded weary, but for some reason, Kong Rojan felt quite at ease. Yes, it'll go well. But even if it doesn't, I'm okay with it. It was an expression of acceptance. Same day, noon, Japan. Team leaders and executive-level staff had gathered in a conference room, along with Executive Director Tom Cavell. Netflix Japan was currently in a state of high tension. They had gathered to monitor the release, and every face was serious. Soon, a female employee spoke up. It was released without any issues, Executive Director. All the executives, including Tom Cavell with his blue eyes, fixed their gaze on the tablets in front of them. The Netflix Japan main screen was displayed. As soon as the clock struck noon, the main screen prominently showed the poster of Like a Kaleidoscope. Along with the title was the face of male lead Endo Takudo. With a meaningful expression, Tom Cavell ran a hand through his hair and let out a tense breath. Phew, we've done everything we could. Now we just watch. At the same time, at an agency in Tokyo, inside a meeting room where several people were seated, a familiar face among them, a Japanese actress. It was Suzuki Ri, who appeared in Like a Kaleidoscope and had shown a particular interest in Kong Rojan during the script reading. Still with a blush on her cheeks, she and those around her were all staring at the front monitor in the meeting room. The monitor was playing the just-released Like a Kaleidoscope. A strange, chilling sound effect flowed out, followed by the title landing in the center of the monitor. Then came the subtitle of Episode 1. Like a Kaleidoscope / Episode 1, The Vanished Women. Soon, the angle captured Endo Takudo, or Detective Nagai Shiro. Like a Kaleidoscope began through the male lead's perspective, and Suzuki Ri kept her large eyes fixed on the monitor, deeply focused. Though she had experienced filming part of Like a Kaleidoscope, she hadn't been able to attend the test screening, meaning it was her first time seeing the finished product after filming had ended. Her episode would be Episode 3. Still, Suzuki Ri wanted to start from episode 1. She had once passionately watched Produce That 100 and had been present at the script reading, and even on set when Rojin's visuals were so intense that he began filming without any makeup. What will Rojin look like in the final cut? She was overwhelmed with curiosity, unable to resist wondering how Kong Rojin would appear in the actual footage. At any rate, just like Suzuki Ri, the team members with her were completely immersed in episode 1 of Like a Kaleidoscope. As they watched the eerie atmosphere in the show or Endo Takuto's acting on screen, oh dash, they murmured with surprised admiration in Japanese. Endo Takuto's acting tone has changed a bit. I thought the same. It's calm, and he conveys emotion through his eyes and expressions. Just looking at his previous work, he used to shout his emotions in a high-pitched tone. But now he's acting really well without clashing with the creepy atmosphere of the work. Has he evolved? Though it was still the beginning, as they said, Like a Kaleidoscope, opened with a tone devoid of exaggeration. That typical Japanese drama flaw of "I'm acting" tone was nowhere to be seen. Suzuki Ri, who had been on set for Like a Kaleidoscope, knew the reason why. The directing tips Rojin gave as the writer were huge, and the PD kept emphasizing it throughout the shoot. Suzuki Ri recalled the filming for a brief moment. Because of that flow, the acting bar got a lot higher. I struggled quite a bit too. Not just her, every actor in Like a Kaleidoscope had a hard time adapting. Unaware of this, her surrounding team members continued to comment. Up to now it's good. No, not just good, it's really well made. The actor's calm diction helps maintain tension, and the directing and camera movement are subtle but incredible. So far, it's fantastic. Seriously, making it with Netflix involved really raises the quality. Soon, the background on the monitor changed. Kabukicho, lined with dazzling neon signs. The back of Detective Nagai. His destination was a host club. Clicking his tongue briefly. TSK, I can smell the disgusting odor from here, he said, entering a rather large host club and calling someone. Suzuki Ri, whose concentration had peaked, whispered quietly. Here it is. He's coming out now. The team members around her widened their eyes slightly. Then appeared the legendary host Murata Sho. No, Kong Rojin. Calm black hair and a loose white shirt. At first, he was shown in a full shot, standing at the open room's doorway, and then right before his line, the angle zoomed in to fill the screen with Rojin's face. Murata Sho with a faint smile. Detective Nim? I heard you requested me. A mechanical smile, tone, and intonation. As Kong Rojin appeared, Suzuki Ri unconsciously opened her mouth slightly. She had already seen it on set, but with directing, editing, art, and sound effects added, another kind of impact spread throughout her body. And on top of that, that visual power is just unbelievable. Kong Rojin's ridiculously good looks, filling the monitor, were beyond description. The fact that her team members were left speechless proved it. Wow, whoa dash. That face. Is that even a real person? He's a monster, in a different sense. A visual monster. If a host looked like that, the entire market would collapse. How can a face look like that? Rather than saying he's handsome, awe-inspiring feels more accurate. As soon as Rojin shows up, Endo Takuto just becomes the actor who's good at acting. I feel like Rojin's acting is several times better. Even with already high concentration, once Rojin appears, it multiplies by tens. Within just a few seconds of his appearance, Kong Rojin had captivated everyone, including Suzuki Ri. It was obvious that 100% of the viewers currently watching Like a Kaleidoscope were also under his spell. In fact, social media was on fire. Regardless, Endo Takuto in the monitor delivered his line. Disgusting. I didn't request you, I just called you. Kong Rojin responded. Yes, as much as you want. But I'm a bit expensive. Already tightly entangled with Rojin, Suzuki Ri replied honestly. Almost spent my entire fortune. Everyone was so absorbed in Like a Kaleidoscope that they didn't notice time passing when suddenly, the ending theme song began to play. The ending OST deliciously wrapped up with Kong Rojin's vocals. Dreamlike, echoed throughout all of Japan. The next day, morning of the 2nd, at GN Entertainment, Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung could be found in the spacious practice room. They had gathered for group practice, and standing before them was manager Kim Ki-baek, who had begun a briefing. He spoke about things like the upcoming single album and the schedule, then switched topics. And this year's K-pop awards will most likely be held around mid-November. Of course, Vanguard will be invited. As soon as they heard that, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do Kyung got excited. K-pop awards. I've been waiting for it. Me too. Where is it being held this year? Probably in Korea. The K-pop awards is the largest awards ceremony in the music scene. It has the longest history, nearly 20 years, and is highly recognized among the public. From legendary singers who left a mark on Korean music to today's idols, it's a broad-reaching event. K-pop fans overseas also watch with great interest. The format is like a concert, as expected of a music award show. Tens of thousands of spectators, along with idols and all the top-tier singers, gather in one place. Though not as enthusiastic as the others, Kang Rojin had also seen K-pop awards videos in the past. Was it on TV or YouTube a few times? It was fascinating to see all those famous singers and idols gathered. Being invited to such a K-pop awards meant Rojin would be taking the stage too. Kang Rojin had already experienced an awards ceremony at the end of last year. However, this K-pop awards was different from that. It was an awards ceremony for his main job, not a side job. And it's our first since Vanguard's debut. Just as Kang Rojin's heart began to race, manager Kim Ki-baek continued. There are over 10 awards, but the ones considered the grand prizes are Album of the Year, Song of the Year, and Artist of the Year. No group has won all three in recent years, and none have ever taken all three right after debut. But Manager Kim Ki-baek smiled faintly as he looked over Rojin and the members. Vanguard was amazing this year, so I have high hopes. If what he said came true, Vanguard might set another first-ever record. Anyway, we're going to begin preparing for the K-pop awards performance starting next week, so just keep that in mind. At that moment, BZZ. A long vibration came from inside Kang Rojin's pants pocket. It was a call. Rojin pulled out his phone to check the caller. It was CEO Hyo Kitae of Culture Drawer. Manager Kim Ki-baek gestured that he could take it comfortably, and Rojin nodded, bringing the phone to his ear. Hello, CEO Nim. CEO Hyo. Kitae on the other end of the phone immediately shouted like a roaring bear. Writer Nim. Like a kaleidoscope, hit #1 on Netflix Japan as soon as it was released. The Japanese reaction is explosive right now. It meant a nuclear bomb had gone off in Japan. But that wasn't all. Dreamlike also swept the #1 spots on all the major music charts in Japan. Chapter 2:22. Fruit 3. CEO Hyo Kitae's roar. It was so thunderous that even the Vanguard members and manager Kim Ki-baek on the other end of Kang Rojin's phone could hear it. His frenzy was understandable. In fact, the moment, like a kaleidoscope, launched, it immediately took the #1 spot on Netflix Japan. Japan's real-time top 10 content. 1. Like a kaleidoscope. 2. Jujutsu War. 3. Glorious Tanaka. 4. Rental Lover. 5. Killer Instinct. Thanks to the trickle-down effect of Like a Kaleidoscope, even Rental Lover, which had been released for quiet for a while, reappeared on the rankings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Kang Rojin was sweeping the main page of Netflix Japan. It wasn't in the top ranks yet, but Produce That 100 was also steadily climbing into the top 10. #1 in just one day. Because Like a Kaleidoscope was already infused with so much buzz, some level of impact was expected. Still, upon hearing the news that it shot straight to #1, Kang Rojin couldn't help but smile naturally. First place. The idea that a work he had written and acted in was being loved in another country. This is freaking thrilling. No matter how many times it happened, it was a delicious feeling. And that wasn't all. Beyond, Like a Kaleidoscope, topping Netflix Japan, the ending OST Dreamlike, for which Rojin personally composed, wrote the lyrics, and sang the vocals, was also showing extraordinary strength. Real-time Top 100, Real-Time Top 100. 1/Dreamlike. Dreamlike had also proudly claimed the #1 spot on Japan's major music charts. Not just one, but multiple platforms were showing the same pattern. While the other main OSTs from Like a Kaleidoscope were also on the rankings, Dreamlike alone held the top position. Double #1. Kang Rojin's adrenaline exploded. Wow. Dreamlike is number 1 too. Haha. Yes. Writer Nim. Dreamlike is also number 1. Everything's flipped upside down right now. At this point, Sihu, Kongmin, and Du Kyung were glued to Rojin, eyes wide with curiosity, and manager Kim Ki-baek, wearing a tired smile, received a call on his phone. The news of Like a Kaleidoscope had reached GN Entertainment as well. The success of Like a Kaleidoscope was shaking not only Netflix Japan, but also Culture Drawer and GN Entertainment. Regardless, CEO Hyo Kitae's roaring continued over the phone. This isn't just a case of it becoming a hot topic and hitting number 1. Just look at the reviews from viewers across Japan who've watched Like a Kaleidoscope. That alone gives you the answer. Reviews? How are they? Overwhelming praise. Of course their SNS is buzzing. And if you just lightly scratch the surface of the online communities, they're pouring out. People are raving about the quality, and on top of that, your storytelling and acting. But most of all, Hyo Kitae took a short breath and continued his cheer. What's being said the most is that you, writer Nim, are insanely good-looking. Kong Rojin only appeared in episode 1 of Like a Kaleidoscope. Even so, for his name to appear most frequently in the reviews by the Japanese public showed how impactful his presence had been. His insane visuals played a huge part. Even on set, PD Noguchi Kin and top Japanese actors were floored, so it's no surprise. Looking at Japanese viewer reactions, one comment stuck with me. I bet a ton of hosts will start using the name Rojin from now on. Haha. Thank you, CEO Nim. No. I'm the one who should thank you, writer Nim. Even after that, CEO Hyo Kitae remained excited for several minutes. And the moment Kong Rojin ended the call, the Vanguard members exploded with questions. They'd been holding back, and now it burst. The moment they heard that he had achieved double number 1, Sihu, Kongmin, and Du Kyung threw their arms around Rojin and jumped around together. Manager Kim Ki-baek, watching the members fondly, also cautiously joined in. See? I told you it would. Go well. He then gave Rojin a weak thumbs up. The marketing teams got bullets ready, and they're about to start firing. It meant they'd be spreading the good news domestically as well. At the same time, Netflix Japan and within the Like a Kaleidoscope team, the atmosphere was nothing short of celebratory. Everyone was bursting with uncontrollable dopamine from their respective positions. Executive Director. We did it. Phew. Yes, thank goodness. The results exceeded all expectations. Public opinion, the media, everything's full of praise. If this keeps up, Like a Kaleidoscope could seriously become a work that overturns Japan. It was quite understandable. From the beginning, Like a Kaleidoscope was a drama tied to several challenges, and at the same time, it was a warning, or even a blow, thrown at the Japanese content market. The message, it's possible, isn't the result proof? So pull yourselves together. Moreover, I hope that watching Like a Kaleidoscope makes the stagnant, even rotten Japanese content market feel something. Just like what Tom Cavell muttered inwardly, Like a Kaleidoscope served as a model. It made the gap between them crystal clear. This is exactly why you were beaten by Korea and content. In any case, the Japanese media quickly reported the good news about Like a Kaleidoscope. Like a Kaleidoscope shoots to number 1 on Netflix Japan, overtaking all other popular titles upon release. Writer-actor Rojin's Like a Kaleidoscope flooded with praise from viewers. Social media buzzing with Like a Kaleidoscope feeds. Just how good is it? Although it had only been a day since its release, movements among the Japanese public on major social networks and community sites were far from ordinary. You must watch Like a Kaleidoscope. Watch it twice, even 3 times. Honestly, I was getting bored with all the repetitive live-action dramas lately, but Like a Kaleidoscope is truly fun. Like a Kaleidoscope is so good, I'm spreading the word to everyone around me. Broadcast stations, please at least try to follow half of what Like a Kaleidoscope has done. In my opinion, Like a Kaleidoscope will get even bigger. Noguchi Kin did great directing. Endo Takudo and the actors were excellent, and Rojin, his acting, looks, and vocals are just divine. It was like a typhoon had swept through. The public and the media kept amplifying the buzz. If the work had been weak, they'd have written it off as hype, but since Like a Kaleidoscope kept generating praise, there was no need to worry. After watching Like a Kaleidoscope, I love the ending OST so much that I've been listening to Dreamlike all day. Rojin's voice is so addictive. The fact that Dreamlike instantly topped Japanese charts was proof enough, and before long, the momentum of Like a Kaleidoscope reached Korea as well. Star issue. Like a Kaleidoscope hits #1 on Netflix Japan just one day after release. Rojin does it again. Netflix Japan #1 plus #1 on Japanese music charts. Rojin's Like a Kaleidoscope sweeping Japan/photo. Korean fans react to Like a Kaleidoscope's success. We want to watch it too. Even while releasing articles, reporters couldn't stop letting out exclamations. Phew, amazing, huh? Hitting #1 on Netflix alone is something, but the OST he made himself to? Damn, Rojin must really be something. He's doing things even mid-career writers find hard to pull off. I mean, he's already busy with Vanguard schedules. How the hell is he managing to do all this? What's even crazier is that this is just the beginning. He's got a bunch more projects coming up, right? It was a natural progression. Rojin, a Korean idol technically in his first year of official debut, was shaking up Japan as a writer, actor, and singer. A first-year idol is showing power like a 10-year veteran. What else is national prestige if not this? This is national prestige. There was no other idol in Korea who had created this kind of impact in their debut year. Truly one of a kind. While Vanguard itself was already an unprecedented idol group, Kang Rojin's momentum was on a whole other level. Just like that. Issue pick, Like a Kaleidoscope, Dreamlike, maintains solid #1 spot even on day 2 of release. Even after one day passed, then 2. And by day 4, both Like a Kaleidoscope and Dreamlike held on to their #1 positions without a hitch. Instead of dying down after a few days, the buzz only continued to grow in both Japan and Korea. Especially in Japan, the impact was downright intense. Like a Kaleidoscope was constantly being mentioned on various Japanese variety shows, and all the top keyword rankings on numerous social media platforms were related to Kang Rojin and Like a Kaleidoscope. Parodies of Like a Kaleidoscope even appear in Japan, Rojin's brand power soaring rapidly/photo. It was a full-blown cultural syndrome. Meanwhile, though Korea and Japan were both in a frenzy, Kang Rojin couldn't simply sit back and enjoy it. Like a Kaleidoscope may have borne fruit, but there were still many things that needed watering. Okay, shall we get started? Who wants to go first, Rojin? Sihu Hyung, of course. Me again? Of course, you go first, Hyung. First, the official recording for Vanguard's single Zephyr began. Kang Rojin, who composed and wrote the lyrics, also took part in producing. Fortunately, it seemed the members had trained while using Rojin's guide track, as Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung all maintained decent energy during their recordings. As soon as the official recording was complete, they would jump straight into choreography practice. Recently, Vanguard had cut down on their individual schedules and increased their practice time. It wasn't just Zephyr. They couldn't afford to neglect Royal Procession either. Vanguard was sweating buckets, but no one was complaining. On the contrary, they were slicing their time even more tightly and throwing themselves into practice. Manager Kim Ki-baek, watching them, shared the same thoughts. The higher Vanguard's momentum rises, the higher public expectations become. The market is the same way. The more of a hit they became, the more anticipation soared. It wasn't necessary to be dragged along by those expectations, but maintaining a constant state of readiness was essential. And the only thing that could solidify that readiness was practice. Naturally, the member with the highest expectations placed on him by the market was Kang Rojin. That much, his value also skyrocketed, both in his main job as an idol and in his side jobs. At this point, he had every reason to feel pressured, but Rojin showed no sign of it. Manager Kim Ki-baek was practically dumbfounded. He's enjoying everything. Having that kind of attitude isn't something you can just develop, it has to be inborn. Not that he was wrong, but in truth, it was clear that Kang Rojin didn't even have the time to feel pressure. While training with the members for Vanguard, he was simultaneously and meticulously juggling rehearsals and work for his side jobs. Next is writing for Tale of the Strange Moon, and by dawn, I need to finish the lyrics. No matter how many vitality boosters he had, they were useless unless their owner, Kang Rojin, kept to his routine. At the same time, He had to keep up with his daily missions and stat enhancements too. Every second counted. Who had the luxury of feeling pressure? After another intense night, dawn broke on October 5th. Having wrapped up a decent amount of writing and work, Kong Rojin passed through the quiet hallway and entered the practice room. Checking his reflection in the mirror, he let out a short laugh. How many times have I come to the practice room in just the past 2 days? Practically living in the practice room or the studio, Kong Rojin steadied his emotions and exhaled deeply. Phew dash. This was another practice session. But not for Vanguard. It was for his acting. Specifically, rehearsing for his role as Choi Si-baek in Tale of the Strange Moon. From now until sunrise, Rojin planned to fully live in the world of Tale of the Strange Moon as Choi Si-baek. A longer than usual acting practice. The reason was simple. It feels like I just started writing Tale of the Strange Moon a few days ago, and it's already time for script reading? Time really flies, huh? The script reading for Tale of the Strange Moon was scheduled for noon on the 5th. That's why Rojin was pushing himself harder with his acting practice. He had already learned this. As his acting stat increased, and the more he practiced, the more his performance's synergy exploded. His acting rehearsal was cut short when Sihu poked his head into the room. Rojin, we've got a meeting to go to. Okay, Hyung. Soon after, he joined the members as they all gathered in a mid-sized meeting room. Around them were manager Kim Ki-baek, the management team, the PR team, the A&R team, and various other staff members. The topic of the meeting. First, let's go over a few stage concepts for the K-pop Awards. It was about the K-pop Awards, the awards show that selected the best artists of the year. At this point in time, not only GN Entertainment, but nearly every entertainment company in Korea would be in full preparation mode. Same as every year, but this time too, the number of audience members will easily exceed tens of thousands. Since it was an awards ceremony with tons of singers, idols, and a massive audience, the performance they presented needed to leave a lasting impact. Perhaps this was a new kind of excitement, as Kong Rojin and the members listened to the briefing with sparkling eyes. At the same time, entertainment issue, K-pop Awards team says this year's awards will be on the largest scale ever. The K-pop Awards side had begun to make serious moves. Chapter 2:23, Fruit 4. In a quite spacious script reading venue in the middle of being set up. Inside and out in the corridors, more than a dozen staff members were moving busily. In the center of the reading room, a shaped table had been arranged, and many chairs were set up surrounding it. Putting up the roll cards. Yes, please set up the water bottles while putting up the roll cards. We have 2 hours left, so let's hurry. As time seemed to be running out, the staff's hands moved faster. Still, most of the preparations had been completed the day before, so only the finishing touches remained. One of the staff attached something to the glass door of the reading room. Tale of the Strange Moon script reading room. Yes, this was the place where the script reading for Tale of the Strange Moon would take place. Looking closely, the staff were all part of the Tale of the Strange Moon team. Some employees from Netflix Korea were among them. Then the roll sheet was placed just to the left of where PD Young Surayong would be seated. Role of Choi Si-baek / actor Rojin Nim. The name for the role of Choi Si-baek, one of the 2 male leads in Tale of the Strange Moon. And behind that name, Kong Rojin. One by one, the roll cards were neatly laid out, and cameras were set up throughout the reading room. Around that time, people slowly began to enter the reading room, starting with the key staff of Tale of the Strange Moon. Each of them held a copy of the script for Tale of the Strange Moon in one hand. The key staff in charge of major aspects such as filming, lighting, art, and sound sat down while chatting amongst themselves. Can't believe the day for the script reading finally came. Seriously, the pre-production period felt longer than expected. It was a bit rough with the set and location scouting, but since it's a 6-episode season, it actually moved up quite a bit. Have any of the actors arrived yet? They'll be here soon. I saw a few of them in the parking lot downstairs. By the way, isn't Rojin SSI incredible? Oh yeah, his form is insane. He's still #1 on both Netflix Japan and the OST chart. The conversation quickly shifted to Kong Rojin. He's hitting it big with Vanguard too, and even the works he's released as a writer are all trending hits. Rojin SSI's price must be skyrocketing every month. Same goes for his acting career. I'm curious about like a kaleidoscope. When does it release in Korea? This Friday. Today's Tuesday, so 3 days left. The newly entering key staff also naturally joined the conversation about Rojin. Anyway, for us working on Tale of the Strange Moon, we should be bowing to Rojin SSI. Thanks to like a kaleidoscope, we're getting indirect promotion too. What's there to say? Rojin SSI's existence is a promotion in itself. I should ask for an autograph today if I see him. My daughter's crazy about him. Haha, I should do that too. If I take a picture with Rojin SSI, my kids might start worshipping me like a god. Soon after the key staff, the actors began entering the reading room. Supporting roles, co-leads, and more. Hello. Oh, actor SSI. You're here early? Thanks to the actors who were familiar with the key staff, the reading room quickly grew lively, and as time passed, the seats in the reading room filled up rapidly. Before long, more than half of the shaped table was filled with actors. Handsome, pretty, charming, or unique, the actors had a variety of appeal. From top tier to A-list, regardless of status, the actors naturally began talking about Kong Rojin as well. Is Rojin SSI here yet? He'll probably come with PD Young. He's the writer too, after all. I'm excited. Am I finally going to see that astonishing face in person? I'm a fan of Rojin SSI too. I've been supporting him since Produce That 100. Rojin SSI sure has a lot of fans. Well, even Tae-soo and Rina spoke highly of him. I heard he's super nice. It made sense. Kong Rojin was both the writer and lead actor of Tale of the Strange Moon. On top of that, the explosive impact of Vanguard, and now a powerful ongoing issue shaking Japan. The list of talking points about him could go on endlessly. But seriously, doesn't Rojin SSI seem like a monster? I mean that in the best way. He's pulling off being an artist in Vanguard, while also writing and acting. I could never do that. He even writes songs and lyrics, right? That's right. He's definitely not ordinary. From the start, even his face looks like it was born to be a star. These were actors recognized in the industry, yet the flow of conversation was filled with praise for Kong Rojin, because everyone knew that what he had accomplished was far from easy, and it was still ongoing. If you look at Rojin SSI and Vanguard, the answer is obvious. The World Star label is coming his way for sure, soon. The script reading room for Tale of the Strange Moon was, in every sense, filled with the talk of Kong Rojin. It was right at that moment. A woman entered the reading room. It was PD Young Soo Ryong, with her dry brown hair tied in a single ponytail. She waved with a rather relaxed expression, likely familiar with many of the actors already present. Hello, hello. Oh, teacher, hello. You came early. Behind PD Young Soo Ryong, who bowed her head to a senior actor, followed several members of the directing team, including the assistant director. Then, swish, a man with striking black hair appeared. Hello, it was Kong Rojin. He wore a calm outfit, a beige knit short-sleeve shirt. But oh, the eyes of these top-tier actors, he seemed to shine. Wow, that's insane. Tae-soo wasn't exaggerating. That face is truly beautiful, just beautiful. Whoa, he's like a walking magazine photo shoot. Of course, Rojin himself was inwardly amazed as he looked at the gathered actors. Unbelievable, seeing all these people in person. Kong Rojin, transforming his slight nervousness into a warm-eye smile, greeted the actors one by one without pause. I feel reassured that these incredible actors are the cast of Tale of the Strange Moon. As he kept bowing non-stop, Rojin spotted his own role card. Role of Choi Si-baek/actor Rojin Nim. Though it was a character he created himself, something hot boiled up from within his chest. Passion, drive, elation, whatever it was, Kong Rojin was visibly uplifted when he took his seat. Nice to meet you all. I'm PD Young Soo Ryong, in charge of directing Tale of the Strange Moon. PD Young Soo Ryong announced the start of the script reading. Soon, actors, key staff, reporters, YouTube filming teams, and other staff focused as they opened their scripts. The reason pre-production could proceed without issue was all thanks to you. Shall we start by introducing the key members of Tale of the Strange Moon? She gave a glance toward Rojin. As Kong Rojin stood up smoothly, Netflix Korea's executive director Lim Hyun-jin, seated among the staff, appeared visibly restless. Phew, why am I so nervous? It's not like this is my first script reading. The bigger the expectations, the more anxious one becomes. That was only natural. especially since she was personally witnessing the success of Like a Kaleidoscope on Netflix Japan. At the same time, hello, Kang Rojin formally introduced himself to the lineup of top actors at the script reading for Tale of the Strange Moon, which was set to launch. Globally, I'm Rojin, writer of Tale of the Strange Moon, an actor playing the role of Choi Si-baek. It was Kang Rojin who opened the lid. At this moment, a conference room filled with several people. From the conversation, it seemed they were executives of the K-pop awards. In fact, they had started preparing for the K-pop awards 2 months ago. And this month, the project had begun in earnest. All right, then let's finalize the venue as the Studio Center Performance Hall in Payu and set the date for November 20th. Since today, October 5th, marked the start of promotions to the media for the K-pop awards, important matters were being finalized one after another. Naturally, this included which broadcaster would air the event, the number of audience members on the day, ticket sales, and so on. After discussing agenda items for about an hour, the topic shifted to the artists who would be invited, the singers who would attend the awards. The very core, the essence. The list of artists to be contacted was distributed, and the first screen on the tablet displayed Vanguard. Vanguard is an absolute must. They need to be confirmed before any other group. Exactly. Without them at this year's K-pop awards, it's like red bean buns without the filling. Just think of how many firsts they've achieved. Their top priority. No, priority 0. The moment Vanguard was mentioned, the energy in the room spiked. And, understandably so. You've contacted GN, right? Any response? It's positive for now. I mean, they've dominated the whole year. They'd want to reap the rewards. Let's not let our guard down. You all know, right? CEO Haseo Hwan is no pushover. If anything seems even slightly unclear, they'll pull Vanguard out immediately. No matter what anyone said, this year, Vanguard had stirred up the country completely through issues, impact, and the market. We can't let that happen. Keep pressing on. And then, the script reading for Tale of the Strange Moon, which had started at noon, finally ended close to nightfall. However, Kang Rojin didn't leave the reading room immediately. He first greeted all the senior and veteran actors, then held a meeting with PD Young Soo Ryong as the writer. In the end, it's already night. Time flew. Rojin got into the van for the ride home in the pitch-dark night, but there was no sign of exhaustion on his face. In fact, he was smiling broadly. That was genuinely fun. Script readings have a different vibe than actual shoots. It was hella fun. The passionate performances of the senior actors, PD Young Soo Ryong's directing, the cast and key staff he'd grown closer to, and seeing the outline of Tale of the Strange Moon, a work he created, take shape clearly. There was a lot for Kang Rojin to enjoy. A few days passed. On Friday the 8th, while news articles about Tale of the Strange Moon were going viral, Star Talk, a heated atmosphere at the script reading for Tale of the Strange Moon /photos. Photo, Rojin's visuals shine even among top actors, almost like a halo /photos. Writer Rojin's highly anticipated work, Tale of the Strange Moon, finishes script reading when is the crank in. Meanwhile, the public on various online communities were filled with complaints. Wasn't Like a Kaleidoscope supposed to launch in Korea today? This delay is so unfair. Even a week after its release, Like a Kaleidoscope was still shaking Japan. Originally, it was scheduled to launch on Netflix Korea on the 8th as well, but due to various interests and circumstances, it had been delayed by about a week. Eventually, the Korean release of Like a Kaleidoscope was rescheduled for October 15th. However, Kang Rojin didn't react strongly. No, he didn't even have time to care. He had too much to do. And when you're busy, a week passes in the blink of an eye. In reality, that 1 week disappeared in an instant. October 15th arrived in no time. From the morning of the 15th, the media was buzzing about the Korean release of Like a Kaleidoscope. Issue pick, Like a Kaleidoscope, the drama that sparked a craze in Japan, finally available on Korean Netflix today at noon. Among fans, anticipation wasn't just for Like a Kaleidoscope. There was also high excitement for Dreamlike. That was because Dreamlike was being released on domestic music platforms, just like in Japan. While the song had already gone viral on YouTube and other platforms, the official release as a music track had a different feel altogether. Whatever the case, as media and public expectations soared. Phew, okay. Inside the editing room of Blood Hunt, director Yu Ji-hyun, looking even more gaunt, slowly nodded and gave a sign to the editors. Okay, great work, everyone. Phew, director, you worked hard too. Thank you for your hard work. Then director Yu Ji-hyun, who had been staring at the monitors in front of him, rolled his neck and picked up his phone. He was about to call someone. The person who picked up was production manager Jang Hak-seon of BG Pictures. Yes, director. Director Yu Ji-hyun answered quietly over the phone. Blood Hunt editing is now complete. A declaration that post-production was finished, which meant, you've worked so hard, director. I'll head straight to the editing room. No need for that. By the way, have we secured all the screening theaters? Of course, the release preparations are perfect. All that was left now was the release. Meanwhile, over at Netflix Korea, the company was now divided into two main teams. One monitoring the soon-to-be-released Like a Kaleidoscope, and the other, the Tale of the Strange Moon team. The Tale of the Strange Moon team was gathered in the large conference room. PD Young Soo Ryong, Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin, and other key figures from Tale of the Strange Moon were all present. What was taking place now was the final production meeting. With the script reading complete, it was the natural next step. Soon, PD Young Soo Ryong, who had been nodding deeply in thought, muttered, "We need to fully check the sets that have been completed, so let's set the first shoot for November 1st. When you send out the filming schedule to the actors, make sure to include the date of the first shoot." The first day of filming for Tale of the Strange Moon was just around the corner. The opening scene for day 1 will be of Choi Si-baek. Chapter 224, Fruit 5. While the editing of Blood Hunt was completed and the first filming day for Tale of the Strange Moon was being set, noon arrived. The time when Like a Kaleidoscope would officially release on Netflix Korea. As a result, the moment the time came, countless people turned on Netflix. Actors who knew Kang Rojin or had worked with him, idols who had experienced the power of Vanguard, people from broadcasting stations or various entertainment companies, and more. Each watched Like a Kaleidoscope with their own purpose, whether to satisfy their curiosity or for monitoring. Fans and the media, of course, rushed in as well. The 1-week delay had only fueled the anticipation even more. Around that time, Kang Rojin and the members, after sweating it out in the practice room, gathered together during a short break. Naturally, to watch Like a Kaleidoscope during the downtime. Surrounding the members were over a dozen people from the choreography team. Swish. Rojin quickly turned on the tablet and, feeling the many eyes watching, forcibly suppressed the embarrassment that surged up. Ugh. Watching this with the members and the choreography team? This is unexpectedly nerve-wracking. Why did I even suggest this? Even watching a project he appeared in alone felt a bit awkward, but watching it together made the feeling twice as strong. Still, Rojin played Like a Kaleidoscope, which was featured on the Netflix Korea main page. The beginning of Like a Kaleidoscope soon appeared on the tablet screen. As some Japanese actors, including Indo Takuto, showed up, Do Kyung asked dryly, "When does Rojin Hyung appear?" As several choreography team members nodded as if agreeing, Kang Rojin replied, "It just started." Sihu, keeping his eyes on the tablet, added, "Didn't Rojin play as a host?" "Yeah." Kang Min gave a small laugh. Hyung playing a host. I bet after Like a Kaleidoscope aired, all the real Japanese hosts quit. What are you talking about now? You raised the bar for their host standard sky high, Hyung. The other members quickly agreed. Of all people, Rojin Hyung playing a host? If I were a Japanese host, I'd have felt insane inferiority. At that moment, Sihu tapped the tablet screen with his index finger. There he is, Rojin. And sure enough, Kang Rojin appeared on the screen. The members and the choreography team erupted with loud oohs, and Rojin, overwhelmed with embarrassment, scratched his chin. Then the leader of the choreography team, who placed a hand on Rojin's shoulder, spoke up. "Wow, Rojin's really got that actor vibe now. I felt it during Rental Lover too, but when he acts, it's like there's not even a trace of idol left." Meanwhile, Kang Min, who had pulled out his phone at some point and was scrolling through it, chimed in casually. "Rojin Hyung, our Instagram is blowing up." Just as he said, the moment Like a Kaleidoscope was released in Korea, fans flooded Vanguard's social media. About 2 hours later, the public poured out all kinds of reviews of Like a Kaleidoscope from various places. Like a Kaleidoscope is crazy fun. Insanely fun. The quality of the ending song is insane. I'm still looping Dreamlike nonstop. No way what's going on with Rojan's visuals in Like a Kaleidoscope. The decadent vibe is unreal. Episode 1 was seriously Rojan's show. Am I the only one who didn't find it fun? Here comes another hater. To be honest, Like a Kaleidoscope is the most fun drama I've seen recently. Even just looking at Rojan's face is entertaining. It's a shame Rojan only appears in episode 1. But since he really ramped up the tension and mood in EP1, I'll probably watch the rest too. Wow, Rojan's acting. I'm on episode 3 right now, and it's good. Trustworthy Rojan. If Rojan does the script, acting, and OST, it's always good. Domestic audience reactions were overwhelmingly positive. Comments mainly highlighted how fun Like a Kaleidoscope was, or how Rojan's visuals and acting were incredible. The same went for the OST Dreamlike. Regardless, around the time Like a Kaleidoscope was released, Dreamlike also dropped on domestic music platforms. The result could be seen by the morning of the 16th, one day later. Like a Kaleidoscope hits #1 in Korea following Netflix Japan/photo. Viewers of Rojan's Like a Kaleidoscope say it was so good I binged the whole thing in a day. Praise everywhere. Rojan did it again. Story, acting, OST captivated the public. Like a Kaleidoscope debuts at #1. Netflix Korea quickly hit #1 as well. Considering Japan was still holding the #1 spot, Korea's top ranking may have been inevitable. Along with that, Dreamlike was also sweeping the charts. In short, everything Kang Rojan touched was blowing up in both Korea and Japan. In a situation where he was #1 everywhere, it was only natural that Kang Rojan couldn't stop smiling. It felt good hitting #1 in Japan, but blowing up in Korea too? This gives me chills. Soon, congratulatory messages poured in for him. The more they came, the more excited Rojan became. In the midst of it all, Netflix Japan, GN Entertainment, and Culture Drawer were firing celebratory flares nonstop. Among them, Culture Drawer was the most ecstatic. And understandably so. Like a Kaleidoscope was the first project launched after Culture Drawer brought in writer Rojan. With his very first work becoming a huge hit in both Korea and Japan, how could they possibly contain themselves? Issue pick, Culture Drawer beaming over the back-to-back success of Like a Kaleidoscope. #1 writer agency status becomes even more solidified. Just like that, the explosive impact of Like a Kaleidoscope, released in Korea, held strong through the weekend and into Monday. As a result, CEO Hyo Kitae of Culture Drawer was in a frenzy. #1 in both Korea and Japan. The OST Dreamlike is topping charts too. Ha ha ha, judging by the momentum, this could go on for a while. Writer Han Seo-ryong was no different. I binged Like a Kaleidoscope all in one sitting. With that level of directing and fun, of course it's going to stay at #1 for a while. Right? I've already watched it twice, and I'm watching it a third time now. It's still great. Ha ha ha. You've watched it that many times already? I'm going to watch it 10 times. Writer Han Seo-ryong shook her head as if exasperated. All right, Like a Kaleidoscope has made its debut, so what's up next? It's Blood Hunt. She smiled, knowingly, as if she was already aware. The carefully nurtured fruits are starting to ripen one after another. It was the season of harvest. Meanwhile, just as Korea was abuzz with Like a Kaleidoscope, various updates were delivered to Kang Rojan about Blood Hunt and even Tale of the Strange Moon. Rojan, looks like the pre-production for Tale of the Strange Moon is complete, and the first filming date has been set. Really? Yes. The first shoot is scheduled for November 1st. Manager Kim Ki-baek, who revealed the filming location and more, glanced down at his diary and let out a tired sigh. You're in the middle of preparing your single album and rehearsing for the K-pop awards stage, and now the first shoot for Tale of the Strange Moon overlaps. On top of that, Blood Hunt promotional schedules too. It's going to be hectic. I'm fine. I actually love when everything piles up at once. It's more better that way. You know that's not how it normally is, right? He had a bit of breathing room on his schedule at one point, but it quickly became jam-packed. Still, Kang Rojan welcomed it. Finally, the first filming for Tale of the Strange Moon. and Blood Hunt is about to be released too. With both his main job as an idol and his side jobs firing on all cylinders, there was no reason to be unhappy. Kim Ki-baek then closed his diary and continued the briefing. Oh, and you probably saw the article, but the K-pop Awards venue and date have been confirmed. It's officially set for November 20th. Just as he said, the K-pop Awards team had finalized the venue and schedule and were pouring efforts into as much promotion as possible. No matter how big the music award show was, interest and viewership ratings were still the most crucial factors. The K-pop Awards team keeps pushing to get Vanguard, but we're going to stall a bit and only accept when the conditions are optimal. Can we really do that? Normally no, but Vanguard isn't normal right now. Dashed. Haha, not bad, right? For a first-year rookie idol, just being invited to the K-pop Awards would be a huge honor. But because of Vanguard's massive influence, the situation had completely flipped. GN Entertainment was well aware of this and planned to leverage their position as much as possible for Vanguard's benefit. And so time melted away once again. In the meantime, articles about Blood Hunt and Tale of the Strange Moon were pouring out, while Netflix Korea and BG Pictures became overwhelmingly busy. Around then, BG Pictures, having wrapped up the final touches for Blood Hunt, sent out notices to the cast. It was a message saying something along the lines of, "There will be a screening test for Blood Hunt, so attend if you can." The lead actor Young Tae-soo and others participated in the screening test, but Kang Rojin did not. The reason was simple. I'd rather watch it at the premiere than at a screening test. He intended to enjoy the film not through a test screening, but at the official premiere in a theater. He wanted to feel the emotional experience of watching a movie with many others in a cinema. As a result, Blood Hunt's test screening proceeded without Rojin. Clap, 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 clap. The actors, key staff, and many others seemed highly satisfied and gave director Yoo Ji-hyun a generous round of applause. Following this, the last week of October arrived. The first to make a move was Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt kicks off its premiere schedule immediately, aiming for a year-end release. As planned, they launched into multiple premiere screenings at a fast pace. In terms of timing, it felt slightly early. There wasn't much time for promotion or marketing. However, the Blood Hunt team, seemingly confident, pressed on with the schedule without hesitation. The first premiere screening to open was a public one. A public premiere for general audiences. Hundreds of people, who had won various event invitations, gathered. Of course, this public premiere was just the beginning, with many more planned, marking the start of the film's promotional schedule. Invited viewers would meet the director and cast before the screening and be introduced to the film. The first public premiere of Blood Hunt was on the morning of October 26th. The venue was a large multiplex cinema in Seoul. As expected of a premiere screening, the faces of the attendees were full of anticipation, and many were taking photos in front of posters and life-size standees around the theater. In particular, the poster featuring Kang Rojin was drawing heated attention. Before long, the large theater was filled with spectators. There were barely any empty seats visible. Even in that moment, more than half of the hundreds of attendees were busy taking pictures of the theater's atmosphere. It's my first premiere. I'm kind of nervous. Same, it's been so long for me. Are the actors entering from up front? Yeah, they come in one after another and greet the audience. Can we take pictures? I think so. I heard they give some time for that or something. There were quite a few people chatting with rising anticipation over the chance to see the actors. I can't believe the day has come where I get to see actors this close. Do you think Rojin will come? Don't know. They didn't say which actors would show up. But since Young Tae-soo is the lead, he's definitely coming. I want to see Rojin more than Young Tae-soo. Honestly, same. I just want to see that legendary beauty in real life once. Kang Rojin's name came up often in conversations. Understandably so. He clearly had many fans. For them, being the first to see Kang Rojin's debut film meant a lot. Just then, swish, the host entered the packed theater. Holding a handheld mic, he drew enthusiastic reactions from the audience and warmed up the mood. About 5 minutes later, the host said softly, "Shall we invite the actors in now?" Screams erupted in the theater. One by one, the actors entered from the front. At the front of the line was top actor Young Tae-soo, followed by well-dressed actors who waved and greeted the seated audience. The audience became rapidly more excited at the appearance of the cast, and that excitement reached its peak when, swish, the last actor in the lineup stepped forward and revealed his face. Kaiwea, Kaiawea. It was Kong Rojin. Screams and shrieks so intense it felt like the theater would collapse. It was so loud that even the host was visibly flustered. Then, in front of the giant screen, the actors lined up from Young Tae-soo to Kong Rojin in a row. The audience, frantically snapping pictures with their phones, had their attention almost entirely fixed on Rojin. No way. Wow, Rojin is insane. One of them muttered in awe. He just made Young Tae-soo look like an ordinary guy. Chapter 225, Fruit, 6. Kaya. Aak. Ear-splitting screams or cheers filled the large theater. At this, Young Tae-soo and the actors were startled, but smiled as they glanced at Kong Rojin at the very end. Anyone could tell that the screams had more than doubled since Rojin appeared. Wow, Rojin SSI, you're amazing. Are we even? Needed here? Haha. I've done a lot of stage greetings, but I've never seen an audience this excited before. It was almost impossible to proceed with the stage greeting due to the hundreds of audience members screaming like they were half mad. Thanks to that, the host and the actors, including Rojin, decided to wait a bit. Wow, what's with these screams? It's loud enough to hurt my ears? Kong Rojin, with his black hair slicked back with pomade, was surprised inwardly, but also felt good. Seeing fans scream for me is always the amazing thing. Who wouldn't like seeing people go that crazy over them? Rojin then looked around at the senior actors and gave them a signal with his eyes. In response, Young Tae-soo gestured as if to say, "Go ahead, do as you want." Soon, Rojin smiled with his eyes at the hundreds of audience members and lightly waved both hands. But the audience's reaction was anything but light. The scream decibels grew several times louder. As the YouTube filming crew recording the stage greeting dropped their jaws, the audience couldn't take their eyes off Kong Rojin. Insane. This is totally insane. He's so insanely handsome, it's almost scary. He's completely overshadowing Young Tae-soo and the other actors? Being super handsome doesn't cut it. At this level, just deify him already, no problem. It took nearly 10 minutes for the crowd to barely calm down. The host, sweating profusely, managed to get a word in. Phew, I've never had a stage greeting this hard to run. Finally, the actors' brief interviews continued, starting with Young Tae-soo, who gave a short greeting and introduced the film. Soon, the mic was passed to Kong Rojin at the very end. He bowed to the audience and began to speak. We worked hard on this. I hope you enjoyed it. Applause followed. As the clapping died down, the host announced a simple event. Through a quick draw, the actors would interact with the audience. Young Tae-soo listened to one audience member's concern, and the other actors gave out various random events to the crowd. Eventually, it was Kong Rojin's turn. When Rojin picked a slip of paper from the box, the host read it out loud in a fairly dramatic tone. Yes, Rojin SSI will take an ultra-close selfie with audience member in seat E3. Immediately, the chosen audience member jumped to her feet and covered her mouth with both hands. She was a young-looking woman with short hair. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! She didn't know what to do. The audience member next to her, seemingly a friend, pushed her forward. The woman awkwardly walked down to the stage where the actors stood and stopped dead about 3 steps in front of Rojin. She was so nervous that she covered her face with the hand holding her phone and trembled. She seemed too overwhelmed to even look at Kong Rojin. Oh no, what do I do? As Rojin smiled and moved first, the woman flinched in. Surprise. Eek! She backed away. Kong Rojin's aura was so overwhelming that she felt scared instead. In the end, with the help of the host, the woman managed to hold up her phone, and Rojin stood behind her. But her hands were still shaking too much. It was only natural. She could feel Kong Rojin standing right behind her, even hear his breathing. What fan could remain calm in that situation? At that moment, "Here, I'll take it." Kong Rojin took the phone from the female audience member. Every single one of the hundreds of spectators watching was filled with envy as Rojin extended his arm and adjusted the angle for the photo. Click. The shot was successful, but Kong Rojin didn't stop at just one. Naturally, he leaned his face closer to the woman's head. The height difference was so significant that he bent his knees. Soon, The female audience member plopped down into a squat. Eek! Her legs had simply given out. Afterward, the frenzied first screening came to an end. Blood Hunt, first screening wraps. Audience reaction overwhelming /photo. Star photo. Kang Rojin attends Blood Hunt screening. His visuals lit up the theater. Young Tae-soo, and of course Kang Rojin as well, began full-fledged promotion and marketing activities for Blood Hunt. While Rojin was an actor, he also appeared on several variety shows in the capacity of a screenwriter. Today's guest is the hottest star right now. Rojin SSI. Hello Dash. This is amazing, you know? I've never seen this many staff members gather before. Wait, did even other teams show up? Even amidst the chaos, Kang Rojin continued promoting Blood Hunt. In addition, the official first teaser for Blood Hunt was released. Blood Hunt, official first teaser BG Pictures. As it was Rojin's debut film both as a writer and an actor, it was already generating massive buzz, and the teaser was well produced, so the views quickly soared. Tons of comments were posted within moments. Especially, more than half of the talk was about Kang Rojin, who appeared midway through the 2-minute teaser as the character Hook. It was only one short cut, but this was not Vanguard Rojin, it was Rojin as Hook. You ever handled a log before? It was intensely striking. Even just a few seconds were enough to capture the eyes and hearts of the public. Rojin's presence. Release it already. I'm going to see it as soon as it's out. Seriously, Rojin is so damn sexy. What's going on? Why won't the teaser end? Rojin low-key fits the cold, ruthless type really well. Then, on the 29th, the VIP screening for Blood Hunt was held. Unlike general or press screenings, a VIP screening invites people involved in the film industry, celebrities, and other public figures. Simply put, it's like inviting the actor's colleagues. As a result, the large theater was packed with numerous actors and entertainers. Among them, members of Vanguard could also be seen. Of course, they were invited by Kang Rojin. Sihu, Kang Min, and Do Kyung, seated in the audience, were busy checking out their surroundings. Whoa, so many celebrities. Sihu Hyung, you're a celebrity too. No, that's not what I meant. Watching like a kaleidoscope and now Blood Hunt right after? This is too good. On the other hand, many of the entertainers were curiously observing Vanguard. In this odd atmosphere, the theater darkened, and the screening of Blood Hunt began. Many celebrities watched the film with great focus, and Kang Rojin, who was both the screenwriter and a cast member, also watched with sparkling eyes, not taking them off the screen. The film carried a different emotion than dramas. To see his own script projected on that huge screen. I could barely watch movies when my face looked horrible, but now I'm here watching my own film with all these celebrities. It hit Rojin all over again how surreal his life had become. Soon, Hook appeared on the big screen. As soon as Kang Rojin's performance appeared, whoa, gasps erupted from all over. At that moment, the second teaser for Blood Hunt was being released to the public. Unlike the first teaser, this one included the confirmed release date. Release is Thursday, November 25th. A few days later, on November 1st. It was early in the morning. The location clearly looked like an outdoor set for a historical drama. This vast outdoor set had been used in the past for the filming of various historical films and dramas. And now, it was packed with over 100 staff members. Cinematographer Nim, please check the camera rails here. It's not that side, it's this way. Props team, PD Nim wants you to check the props. We're unloading from the truck right now. Hey, where's the youngest? I told them to bring the reflector. When are they coming? I'll go check. The many staff were in the midst of setting up for the shoot. With over 100 people running around, it was complete chaos. At the spot where monitors were placed, a familiar woman could be seen reviewing the script. Flap. It was PD Young Soo-ryong, wearing her cap pulled low. While looking over the script, she called for the assistant director. Let's check Choi Si-baek's costume first. Yes, PD Nim. In other words, this was the filming site of Tale of the Strange Moon. Naturally so, today, the first, was the first day of filming for Tale of the Strange Moon. Therefore, along with key members like PD Young Soo-ryong, there were also people from the production company and Netflix Korea staff, including executive director Lim Hyun-jin. Lim Hyun-jin, looking more serious than usual, stood with arms crossed, watching the staff set up very closely. Few dash. Since the global launch had been confirmed, Tale of the Strange Moon was a project Netflix Korea had staked everything on. So it was only natural that executive director Lim Hyun-jin was nervous on the first day of filming. The shoot began much earlier than initially expected. Going with 6 episodes for season 1 was definitely the right call. Had they gone with a 10 to 16 episode season instead, it was certain the first shoot wouldn't have happened until after the new year. In other words, Kang Rojin's suggestion to make season 1 6 episodes was the right decision. Soon, as sweat gathered in her palms, executive director Lim Hyun-jin rubbed her hands against her thighs and asked an employee, "When will Rojin arrive?" The staff member, already informed, responded quickly. They said about 10 minutes. Lim Hyun-jin nodded and shifted the topic. "Did you check with GN Entertainment about the Royal Procession teaser?" "Yes." As Lim Hyun-jin was getting an update on the Tale of the Strange Moon and Vanguard collaboration from the employee, PD Young Surayong approached, holding a script in one hand. "Director Nim, why are you standing all the way out here?" Lim Hyun-jin instantly flashed a professional smile. "I didn't want to get in the way. Don't mind us, just go ahead with the shoot setup. Everyone here's a pro, so everything's coming together smoothly. I heard you scheduled Rojin for the opening scene?" "Yes, of course we have. To open with Rojin. But you called in the other actors pretty early today?" Indeed, PD Young Surayong had called today's participating actors a bit earlier. "Well, it happens on set sometimes. I wanted to show the other actors Rojin Nim's performance first." "Oh, it's the same with other projects too, but especially with a historical drama. Setting the tone in the first shoot is really important." Just then, Rojin Nim has arrived, a staff member shouted from the entrance of the outdoor set. Immediately, the heads of everyone gathered, including PD Young Surayong and executive director Lim Hyun-jin, snapped in that direction. Soon, Kang Rojin was visible, bowing politely to staff left and right. Hello dash. Though his appearance was quite natural given it was pre-filming, Rojin's visuals still stood out unmistakably. Within seconds, he reached PD Young Surayong and greeted her with a smiling gaze. "Hello, PD Nim. Director Nim." Suddenly, PD Young Surayong clapped. "Our Rojin's beauty is already hard at work this morning." Executive Director Lim Hyun-jin readily agreed. "Exactly. Seems like his face doesn't know how to take a day off." Used to such reactions by now, Kang Rojin smoothly responded. "No time to rest when work's this busy." After chatting briefly, PD Young Surayong checked the time and told him, "For now, go get changed and do your makeup." "Yes, PD Nim. By the way, the costume is fantastic." Rojin nodded and turned to go as a staff member approached to escort him. Soon, the scenery of a historical drama set unfolded before Kang Rojin's eyes. Unfamiliar backgrounds, familiar staff, all the preparation, and the heated atmosphere right from the start. As I thought, the stage or the set is the best place to be. Above all, today's outdoor set wasn't any different from the Joseon era. The unfamiliarity and mystique sent a shiver of excitement through Rojin's brain. At that moment, "This is Rojin Nim's costume." As soon as the staff member showed it to him, Kang Rojin's heartbeat quickened, and for good reason. A navy-toned traditional robe and a gat. It's exactly the costume I envisioned when I was writing the script. The outfit exuded the full aura of a historical drama. It was immersive enough to make one forget it was a filming set and believe it was the Joseon dynasty itself. In no time, the character of Choi Si-baek took form in Kang Rojin's mind. 1 hour later, before anyone realized it, over 100 staff members and all the actors had arrived. The teams from Netflix Korea and GN Entertainment were there as well. With well over 200 people gathered, preparations for the first shoot of Tale of the Strange Moon, including camera, sound, and lighting, were completed. As countless eyes turned toward the filming zone where the camera was aimed. Swish. Kang Rojin, wearing a refined traditional robe, and his hair neatly tied in a top knot, entered slowly. Hundreds of eyes followed his every step, but no one responded immediately. Everyone was briefly entranced by Kang Rojin's elegant and noble presence. PD Young Surayong, after seeing Rojin in person, glanced at the monitor. A huge smile instantly spread across her face. "This is art. Literal art dash." At that moment, Kang Rojin, holding the gat in his hand, smiled at PD Young Surayong. I'm ready, PD Nim. Meanwhile, an unexpected teaser packed with hints suddenly dropped on Vanguard's official YouTube channel. Vanguard, Royal Procession, Official Teaser 1. Chapter 226, Fruit, 7. The first cue from PD Young Surayong was giving to Kong Rojin, who had transformed into Choi Si-baek on the set of Tale of the Strange Moon. Action. Rojin, his elegant traditional robe fluttering, looked into the approaching camera and delivered his line, completely immersed in the character of Choi Si-baek. In that instant, this vast historical drama set turned into the Joseon era, and the media announced it to the world. Star issue, Tale of the Strange Moon. Crank in today. Netflix Korea's most anticipated project, Tale of the Strange Moon, finally starts shooting. Fans say, we want to see Rojin in historical drama version ASAP. Around that time, quietly blended in among the many people on set of Tale of the Strange Moon, was manager Kim Ki-baek. Uploaded right on time. He had just checked the Vanguard YouTube channel on his phone. Vanguard, Royal Procession, Official Teaser 1. The music video teaser for Royal Procession, which had been top secret, had just been released. The one in the teaser title was a bait suggesting there might be a 2 or 3 to follow. In any case, since this was a Tale of the Strange Moon and Vanguard collaboration, executive director Lim Hyun-jin, who was also on site, immediately took notice. At the same time, Sihu, Kong Min, and Do Kyung, who were in the GN Entertainment practice room, paused their practice and were watching the Royal Procession teaser. It's up. It's up. Let's watch it now, Hyung. Of course. Well, since the Vanguard YouTube channel already had over 18 million subscribers, the sudden upload of the Royal Procession teaser drew in an enormous number of viewers. The views shot up in the blink of an eye. Fans swarmed in like a herd of cattle. Because Royal Procession dropped without any prior notice, the interest it drew increased several-fold. Subscribers and fans of the Vanguard YouTube channel were, naturally, exploding with curiosity, especially since Vanguard was currently dropping a full-scale nuclear bomb on the idol scene. Countless idols were also intensely puzzled. What is this? Why? You know Vanguard, right? Something just got posted on their YouTube channel. Some teaser. Teaser? Let me see, huh? It's real. Royal Procession? Were they supposed to release a single? I don't think so. I've never heard anything. Me neither. I mean, how long has it been since their last promotion ended? Dropping a new single right away would be weird. Doesn't seem like a single. There's no single tag in the video info either. At first, they thought it was a teaser for a single album, but that wasn't it either. GN Entertainment hadn't even officially announced Zephyr, Vanguard's next single. So then, what exactly was this song called Royal Procession? Or maybe it is the next single, and they uploaded it by accident? Could be. If that's the case, their response is way too slow. GN isn't some mom-and-pop store. The views already passed 100,000, and they're just leaving it up? That doesn't make sense. Whatever it was, just play the video for now. Whoa, is the concept historical? The vibe of the song is killer. Many in Korea, unable to reach a clear conclusion, simply watched the teaser for the Royal Procession music video. Running time was about 20 seconds. The teaser began with the title Royal Procession appearing boldly in the center of a black screen. Then came the sound of a Gaegeum rhythm, as if from a distance. The tempo gradually quickened. However, the teaser didn't clearly reveal the song Royal Procession. It was just a taste. As the Gaegeum rhythm continued, the black screen quickly shifted to a Joseon-era setting. Kong Rojin in a Ganryongpo, and Sihu, Kong Min, and Do Kyung wearing various Joseon-style outfits flashed quickly across the screen. A single line right before the chorus of Royal Procession played. Alongside it, the camera swept across the gathered Vanguard members. The angle zoomed out gradually. The color shifted to black and white. Then the word Vanguard appeared. That was the end of the teaser. A teaser only 20 seconds long, but the fans who rushed in had reactions far from brief. What is this? Ewa. WEF. They suddenly dropped a song. I love it. Royal Procession looks like a historical drama concept, but there's not enough info. It's most likely a single, right? The fans are happy, but the members must be exhausted. Immediately jumping into a single. GN, Aren't you working Vanguard too hard? Doesn't seem like a single? If it were, they would have released an official article first, then announced it. Single or not, Rojin is super handsome again today. If I had to guess, this song seems to be the main theme for Tale of the Strange Moon. That must be it. But isn't it too early for a main theme to be released for Tale of the Strange Moon? Feels more like Rojin got inspired while filming and made it himself. Just a few seconds in, and the song is so good. Flooding speculation and excitement. Though they were just comments, the reactions were so intense it felt as if actual screams could be heard. Over an hour had passed since the sudden upload of the Royal Procession teaser, and as it remained online, it became clear that it hadn't been posted by mistake. Wow, it's only been an hour since upload, and it already has 1 million views. Vanguard's firepower is insane, seriously epic. The view count skyrocketed. At this rate, surpassing 1 million views in just 2 hours was a given. And rightly so. The comment section was overflowing not only with Korean fans, but also fans from Japan and other countries. Korean, Japanese, English, and more, a colorful mix of languages. With the atmosphere like this, news of the Royal Procession teaser wasn't going to stay confined to just YouTube. It quickly spread to SNS, communities, and beyond. From finger to finger, mouth to mouth, it spread rapidly. So quickly that following the flood of media coverage came, Vanguard suddenly uploaded new MV teaser on YouTube/photo. Star pick, new song Royal Procession. Is Vanguard preparing a single album? New Vanguard song dropped without prior notice. Fans excited but confused. The entertainment industry was swept up in the news in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the set of Tale of the Strange Moon. Cut. Okay. PD Young Surong beamed and flashed double thumbs up at Rojin, who was wearing a gat. Wow, what is this? Rojin SSI, your acting is just so juicy and gripping. Thank you. The cut was fantastic. Let's try it once more from the side angle instead of the front. Okay, let's check Rojin SSI's costume. Several staff members rushed over to Kong Rojin in the filming zone. Soon after, manager Kim Ki-baek also came over and spoke in a gentle tone. Rojin, the Royal Procession teaser response is way better than expected. As if remembering it just now, Kong Rojin clapped his hands together. All right, the first teaser release was today, wasn't it? Manager Kim Ki-baek nodded and showed him his phone. It's pretty loud, even on Reddit. In other words, there was strong buzz overseas as well. After that, although the Royal Procession teaser had erupted into a fresh new issue, Kong Rojin calmed his excitement and focused entirely on the first shoot for Tale of the Strange Moon. Let's just think about acting for now. Focus, focus. Thanks to his dedicated performance, they were able to cover a large amount of the shooting schedule for a first filming day, and PD Young Surong ended the shoot fairly early. That's it for today. Rojin SSI, the costume was heavy and unfamiliar. Wasn't it tough? No, it was fun. That's a relief. Now that the lid's been opened, make sure to manage your condition well. We've got a mountain of things to shoot. Condition management? No worries. There's always the vitality booster. Yes, PD Nim. Kong Rojin responded with confidence. However, PD Young Surong and the Tale of the Strange Moon team were deeply concerned. With the drama's first filming done, Rojin's upcoming schedule was set to be beyond hellish. Even a brief glance at his upcoming week schedule would be enough to make a normal idol feel sick. No, they'd practically collapse for sure. Filming Tale of the Strange Moon, preparing for the K-pop awards stage, practicing for singles like Zephyr and Royal Procession, various interviews and schedules related to Like a Kaleidoscope, which remained hot in both Korea and Japan, promotions for the movie Blood Hunt, and on top of that, his own writing projects. And that's even after manager Kim Ki-baek had filtered out quite a bit. However, it wasn't GN Entertainment that forced this schedule onto Kong Rojin. In fact, GN Entertainment had tried to reduce his workload as much as possible, but the main character himself, Kong Rojin, insisted on doing it, which is how the schedule was finalized. It was clearly a schedule only Rojin could handle. Moreover, it was thanks to manager Kim Ki-baek that this packed schedule was arranged efficiently and made manageable. Because of all this, a week felt like a second to Kong Rojin. Wow, it's already the second week of November? It felt like just yesterday they filmed the first scene of Tale of the Strange Moon, but they had already completed. several shoots, and the recently dropped first teaser of Royal Procession had hit. Vanguard Royal Procession official teaser 1. Views, 35,923,886. It had easily surpassed 30 million views. Even now, the number kept rising steadily. In the meantime, GN Entertainment had confirmed Vanguard's appearance at the K-pop Awards, and stage construction for the event, scheduled to be held on November 20th, had been completed. Only 2 weeks left until the K-pop Awards, predicted winners already drawing attention. The year's sensation Vanguard, can they write another legend at the K-pop Awards in their rookie year? Just 5 days after the K-pop Awards, on the 25th, the film Blood Hunt was set to be released. With all preview screenings completed, the final push of promotions and marketing was in full swing. What's more, with Blood Hunt confirmed for a November 25th release, it had a high likelihood of being included in the Blue Dragon Film Awards and other December film festivals. Naturally, interest from film industry insiders in Blood Hunt's ticket sales and in Kong Rojin intensified. Weren't the Blue Dragon eligibility rules for films released from last November to this November? It's right on the cutoff, but Blood Hunt should qualify. Probably. Director Yu Ji-hyun might have rushed the release on purpose to target the festivals. Anyway, Rojin, if things go well, might sweep all the awards this year. As an idol, the K-pop Awards, and as a writer or actor, the film festivals. Not sure about the film festivals, but for the K-pop Awards, at least one award is a sure thing, right? In particular, Rojin's presence was immense in both the music and film industries. Man, that Rojin guy is seriously and terrifyingly top form. Whether it's his main job or side gigs, in any industry, he's a top-tier predator and ecosystem disruptor. A once-in-a-lifetime monster. His earnings must be jaw-dropping, right? Why even say it? He's practically raking in money with a shovel. Then came November 11th. As the chill wind began to blow and the public felt winter approaching, Kong Rojin and the Vanguard members stood on a massive stage. A stage that could only be described as vast, with intricately arranged seating visible. But for now, the venue was empty. Echoing through this stage was Green Bee. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung were tearing up the stage with a team of over a dozen dancers. Though not at full intensity yet. The reason was simple. They were rehearsing for the K-pop Awards, now just around the corner. Today and tomorrow, Kong Rojin could focus solely on rehearsals, setting aside Tale of the Strange Moon, filming, and other schedules. Another week flew by. The date was the 20th, and since yesterday, the media had been buzzing non-stop about the K-pop Awards. Today, the 20th, 2021 K-pop Awards live broadcast. From 4 p.m. Audience size over 50,000. K-pop Awards finally opens/photo. Awards ceremony, with Vanguard and a dazzling lineup. The K-pop Awards draws intense domestic and international attention. And it was no wonder. There was less than an hour left before the live broadcast of the K-pop Awards began. And Kong Rojin? Wow, this is insane. So cool. With makeup and outfit perfectly done, Rojin was already seated in his designated spot on the grand stage, busy taking in his surroundings. Sihu, Kongmin, and Do-kyung were the same. It was a scale that would make their eyes widen. A massive stage decorated in splendor, production crew packed in front of the stage, leading idols and popular singers seated around the stage, and more than 50,000 spectators filling the venue for the K-pop Awards. It felt different from past concerts or last year's awards shows they'd experienced. This is seriously going to be unforgettable for life? This year's K-pop Awards brought an entirely different kind of catharsis. Right at that moment, FWSH. The lights across the vast arena dimmed. A sound effect designed to raise tension struck the ears of Vanguard, the other idols, and the audience. On giant screens throughout the venue, the K-pop Awards logo appeared. Dazzling lights swept across the audience and focused on the main stage. Good evening, everyone. A top actress in a beige dress, in charge of the opening, greeted the crowd. It was the signal that the K-pop Awards was officially starting. At that moment, the camera, which had been focused on the actress, briefly panned to the seated idols, landing on Vanguard. Vanguard's image filled all the giant screens. And then, Kai Aawiya. Ear-piercing screams erupted and engulfed the entire venue. Chapter 227, Fruit, 8. The image of Vanguard was displayed on numerous monitors. Starting from Du Kyung at the end, the camera panned to Kang Min, then Sihu, then Rojin, before capturing a full shot of Vanguard. A massive scream erupted, shaking the concert hall. Soon after, several idols began clapping, and the first to notice the footage on the monitor was Kang Rojin. Swish. He waved with a smiling gaze toward the nearest camera. Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung also greeted the fans in their own styles, following their leader. Ah! Kaya! Just as the excitement deepened, the monitor angle switched from Vanguard to another male idol group. A few seconds later, the actress in charge of the opening appeared on stage again. While she was delivering her lines, Kang Rojin paid extra attention to how he handled his gaze. From what I can see, it seems like the other groups are also trying not to do anything that stands out. I guess it's obvious since any odd move would immediately get photographed. This was the K-pop awards, where all the top idols in Korea had gathered. The audience easily exceeded 50,000 people, and cameras were scattered everywhere. With so many eyes watching, it was only natural to be cautious with even the slightest gesture or glance. Especially, don't even look at the girl groups. The beautiful girl idols scattered around them were the most dangerous presence in this situation. Even if a nice scent drifted by or laughter rang out, he kept his gaze locked on the stage. The girl idols probably felt the same. A quick glance at his members showed Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung were also focused solely on the stage. Eventually, let's begin the 2021 K-pop Awards. The actress's opening line concluded. At the same time, the lights in the entire venue dimmed, and the lights on the side of the main stage lit up. As soon as the girl group, villainous, who had prepared the first performance, appeared, a thunderous scream once again echoed throughout the grand concert hall. Even as villainous gave an energetic performance, various cameras were busy. While some cameras focused on villainous, others were filming the audience full of fans or idols cheering from the sidelines. Some girl idols chatting casually with their members while clapping could also be seen. Of course, their mouths were covered with their hands. Rojin's side profile is driving me crazy. I greeted him when we entered earlier, and he looks way more handsome than before. I really shouldn't be looking, but my eyes keep going to him. Hold it in. You'll get caught on a camera somewhere if you mess up. This is an act of God. How can anyone resist that super handsome face? Anyway, once villainous finished their performance, the actress in charge of the opening reappeared on the main stage. The first award of the K-pop Awards is for Best Performance, Male Group. The K-pop Awards progressed with a few award presentations, interspersed with performances by idols or singers. It was divided into two parts, and naturally, the major awards were concentrated in the second half. Soon, in this venue packed with the top idols in Korea, the first group to receive an award at the K-pop Awards was announced. Congratulations, Vanguard! From the very first award, Vanguard was called. The cameras quickly focused on the seated Vanguard, and the members dressed in suits showed expressions of genuine surprise. The male and female idols seated around them stood and clapped. Countless screams poured in from the audience seats, of course. While continuously bowing to senior and fellow artists, Kang Rojin thought. Right from the start? Though surprised inside, he was the first to step forward. He had seen the staff signal to come up on stage. Sihu, Kang Min, and Du Kyung followed behind Rojin, each wearing a uniquely styled suit. Rojin and the members soon reached the stage. Swish. Rojin received the trophy from the actress. The actress then stepped back naturally. Standing at the standing mic, the first thing Rojin did was hand the trophy to Du Kyung. Du Kyung had been sparkling-eyed while looking at the trophy earlier. Then, a truly awe-inspiring sight was captured in Rojin's eyes. Cameras all filming Vanguard, tens of thousands of audience members, and an overwhelming number of idols rarely seen all together. After taking a brief look around, Rojin brought his mouth to the mic. Let us greet you first. 2, 3. Hello, we are Vanguard. Just as the explosive cheers slightly died down, Kang Rojin continued his speech. First, we love our fans who supported us so we could receive this award. Rojin's speech, with a warm smile, was smooth and flawless. Part of it had been prepared beforehand, and among the members, Kang Rojin was relatively experienced in award ceremonies. Thank you. After finishing their speech, Vanguard bowed once again. Accompanied by a wave of applause that rang in their ears, the members returned to their seats, trying their best to hide their emotions. Amazing. I didn't think we'd get an award right from the start. If it keeps going like this, just like the manager said, we might really end up collecting trophies. Let's sit down first. Don't forget to greet the fans. Sihu, Kangmin, and Dukyung listened well to their leader Rojin. They eagerly waved at the fans seated in the back rows. After Vanguard, a girl group went on stage to receive an award. Once the two acceptance speeches were over, the lights in the venue changed, meaning it was time to enjoy the next idol performance. This time, it began with a male idol group, then a girl group, and then another male group, 3 different performances in total. Next, some famous TV personalities appeared on the main stage where the cameras focused, and from their lips, Vanguard was called again. Male Group Rookie Award. Vanguard. Congratulations. Just in part 1, Vanguard had already received 2 trophies. And then, in the first part of the K-pop Awards, which alternated between award presentations and performances, Vanguard. Wow. Vanguard, congratulations. Raised a total of 4 trophies. Even receiving 2 had been impressive, but the moment their name was called for the 4th award, Vanguard set an unprecedented domestic record. Whoa, 4 awards just in part 1. That's insane, right? This is a first, isn't it? No rookie in their debut year has ever taken home 4 awards. Never happened. People expected Vanguard to win a few, but no one thought they'd grab 4 in part 1 alone. And part 2 is still left. They're probably strong contenders for the grand prizes, aren't they? If things go well, they might actually make history. Just like this whispered conversation between 2 male idols, Vanguard was the first to ever become a 4-time winner at the K-pop Awards right after debuting. The material for a major story had already been delivered in full. Thanks to that, reporters present or watching the ceremony live had their fingers flying. And with the final performance of part 1, the first half of the K-pop Awards came to a close. Murmurs, buzzing chatter. The awards venue became bustling with singers heading to the bathroom and tens of thousands of audience members moving around. While on the live TV broadcast, it was time for commercials. In the meantime, the real-time chat window exploded. Congrats to Vanguard on the 4 crowns already. Wow, Vanguard's vibe is insane. Minus 4 crowns in just part 1. That's kind of too much. What's with the exaggeration? Vanguard was actually insane this year. Vanguard legit. Real talk. No one compares to Rojin in visuals, not even the actors presenting the awards. So annoying. Can Vanguard just disappear already? Don't know whose fan you are, but sounds like you're pissed, huh? What can you say? It was basically a battlefield. But it was to be expected. Everyone rooted for different groups. Because of that, the chat window was a complete mess, hard to clean up. During the break, as the members stayed in their seats, Kang Rojin thought to himself, just based on feelings, I want to do the butt dance and shoulder dance right away. It was torture trying to hold back his rising smile. Liking it was fine, but overdoing it wasn't. But acting indifferent would backfire too. The right answer was to stay calm with a modest smile. This advice came from manager Kim Ki-baek. From Kang Rojin to the rest of the members, they all tried to follow Kim Ki-baek's instructions as much as possible. Hyung, what do I do? My butt keeps twitching. Hold it in, Dukyung. My shoulders are twitching too, but I'm holding back. Hiding their surging adrenaline wasn't easy. What unexpectedly put a stop to their excitement were the K-pop Awards staff. Just as break time was coming to an end, a call for Vanguard came. Rojin and the members followed the staff without fuss, as if they had known in advance. Shortly after, Vanguard disappeared. Kaiawea, with ear-splitting screams from tens of thousands of audience members shaking the stage, part 2 of the K-pop Awards began. 1 member each from male and female idol groups stood on the main stage and spoke into the mic. We'll now begin part 2 of the K-pop Awards. Part 2 also started with awards, just like part 1. Several idol teams received trophies, and as they gave tearful or excited acceptance speeches, fans in the audience began to realize that Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dukyung were missing. The reasons soon spread. Where are the boys? Is it finally time for Vanguard's stage? Yep, it was true. Vanguard was the opening stage of part 2. The fans' guess wasn't wrong. Swish. As the final idol's acceptance speech ended, the vast concert hall lights turned off, and a few dozen seconds later, the giant screen on the main stage displayed the faces of Vanguard members. However, no music played. That screen stayed like that for about 10 seconds. Only the screams of fans echoed throughout the venue, and numerous drones flying near the ceiling filmed the over 50,000 audience members. At that moment, boom, 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 a powerful beat struck the ears of the audience. Dozens of dancers had already taken their positions on the main stage. While the giant screen played a montage of Vanguard's journey so far, Kong Rojin and the members could be spotted below the stage on a lift. Kong Rojin, now changed into a vividly colored leather jacket stage outfit. Let out a small breath. Every time, this moment is the most nerve-wracking yet electrifying. Just as Rojin was expressing his honest feelings internally, the lights burst across the entire venue, and the song blasted at full volume. It was Green Bee. The members of Vanguard smoothly rose to the stage via the lift. Blending naturally with the dancers who had already started the choreography, they kicked off the performance. Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung began with a group dance, then split according to the pre-planned formation. Sihu moved to the left side of the stage, Kongmin to the right. Dukyung stayed center on the main stage, and Rojin headed to the protruding stage. Then, during the first chorus of Green Bee, Vanguard regrouped. But before the second verse of Green Bee could begin, the song was cut off. Kong Rojin and the members had exited via the lift. The second song, Wind Veil, was already playing throughout the venue, and Rojin, Sihu, Kongmin, and Dukyung were hurriedly changing their outfits. Oh, hurry, hurry. 30 seconds left. Run, run. They reappeared from the back of the stage with only their jackets changed. Fortunately, the rearranged songs flowed seamlessly, and the transition of Vanguard rejoining the stage also went smoothly. As they moved freely across the main stage, Vanguard enjoyed the performance. Kong Rojin and the members radiated the exhilaration of winning 4 awards in Part 1 all throughout their stage, and many idols stood and clapped, cheering for Vanguard. While some were clearly aware of the cameras, many others showed pure admiration. Regardless, Vanguard's stage was more glamorous and larger in scale compared to other idol performances. This was one of the conditions negotiated between GN Entertainment and the K-pop awards organizers. Whether it was in Part 1 or 2 didn't matter. The only rule was that Vanguard's performance had to look like a main event. Of course, within reasonable limits, without overdoing it. And there was more than enough. Justification. K-pop awards really gave a lot of attention to Vanguard. Fair enough. Honestly, Vanguard was amazing. Their momentum is still going strong even now. Whoever was watching the K-pop awards at this moment would probably admit it. The accomplishments of Vanguard. Just then, Kong Rojin and the members, along with dozens of dancers dominating the stage, suddenly stopped moving. The music also came to a halt. Tens of thousands of audience members thought the performance was over and screamed with all their might. Kyowiya dash. But there was one more act left. Just as Vanguard and the dancers quickly adjusted their formation, in the wide venue filled only with audience screams and silence after the music had stopped, the sudden sound of a Gaegeum melody began to spread. It was the moment Royal Procession revealed itself. Chapter 228, Fruit 9. The intro of Royal Procession filled the massive K-pop awards venue. The Gaegeum melody, the gradually quickening tempo. Vanguard and the dancers displayed the choreography cleanly without a single person out of sync, and among them, Dukyung came forward at the lead. Because the rap part was the start of Royal Procession. As he alternated between looking at the close-up camera and the tens of thousands of audience seats while rapping, the idols who stood up to applaud and enjoy Royal Procession were mostly expressing curiosity. What is this song? I've never heard it before. Same here. It was only natural. After Green Bee and Wind Veil, which were familiar to everyone, the currently playing Royal Procession was a song neither idols nor audience members had heard before. Then, a few of the idols caught on. This song is that one. What? You know? That teaser song recently uploaded on Vanguard's YouTube. That rhythm just now? It was in the teaser too. The mysterious teaser song that Vanguard had suddenly released turned out to be Royal Procession. Of course, the tens of thousands of audience members and the viewers watching the K-pop awards live were also beginning to realize it. Maybe that's why the spreading screams grew louder. A song or not, the mindset was to just enjoy it first. Whatever the case, including Kang Rojin, the members of Vanguard delivered a thorough, intense performance of Royal Procession. Although due to time and location constraints, they couldn't match the stage costumes to the song's concept. They're doing well. The song's really amazing too. It totally has a historical vibe, but also feels super trendy. This song's going to blow up too. Somehow, I feel like Rojin composed this one too. That guy's sense is seriously insane. It was the first time showing it to the world, but without a single mistake. Vanguard pulled it off perfectly, as if they had performed it many times. The stage, direction, and effects were extravagant, but it was still Vanguard's performance that overwhelmed everyone. The fact that tens of thousands of spectators cheered until the end of the song was the proof. At last, Puck, with a firework effect exploding on stage, the Royal Procession performance came to an end. Several cameras captured Vanguard in the center of the stage, breathing heavily, and only then did the frenzied audience enter Kang Rojin's field of vision, who had been completely immersed in the performance. It was good, right? Yeah, I'm satisfied. His feelings surfaced on his face. Even while bowing repeatedly, he smiled with his eyes. Sihu, Kangmin, and Do-kyung were no different. The cameras capturing Vanguard, who had incited a frenzy greater than a concert, shifted their angles to the main stage. Because the K-pop awards had to proceed to the next segment. As a famous broadcaster stepped onto the stage and began their awards speech, Kang Rojin and the members were back in the waiting room, changing outfits while shouting celebratory words. Or to be precise, it was the choreography team and staff who were cheering wildly for them. You totally killed it. The stage was amazing. Other groups were totally into it watching. So were the audience. Do-kyung was killing it today, huh? Kang Rojin and the members were bouncing around, their dopamine surging uncontrollably. Rojin was so high on excitement that he didn't even notice the AI simulation app had sent him a reward. This is fun. The stage really is the best. However, Vanguard didn't have much time. They had to fix their makeup and quickly return to their original seats. They got back to the seats among the idols just as one idol group was giving their acceptance speech. As Vanguard sat down, nearby male and female idols quietly offered their praise. The song was really good, seriously. That last song was the one from the teaser, right? Kang Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Do-kyung responded only with smiles or a modest thank you. About 30 minutes passed like that. The K-pop awards, which had been alternating between awards and artist performances at full speed, was nearing its end. SSS. The atmosphere shifted too. The excitement was still at its peak, but there was a sense of seriousness added. Soon, a popular male actor stepped onto the stage and announced the next award. Yes, it's finally time to announce the grand prize winner of the K-pop awards. While he was delivering his comments on the large monitors placed throughout the vast venue, swish. The groups nominated for the grand prize were displayed. Naturally, Vanguard was among them. For reference, this year's K-pop awards had 3 grand prize categories: Song of the Year, Album of the Year, and Artist of the Year. Sweeping all 3 would mean achieving the Grand Slam. Soon, the lighting in the entire concert hall dimmed slightly, and a sound effect heightened the tension. Then, we will now announce the first grand prize of the 2021 K-pop awards, Song of the Year. Kang Rojin, staring steadily at the stage, felt his heart pounding. Manager Kim Ki-baek had said the chances were high, and many around them had predicted Vanguard too, but just before the announcement, the nerves were inevitable. Call Vanguard, Vanguard. As Rojin kept chanting Vanguard in his mind, Sihu beside him whispered quietly, "Ugh, I feel like I'm gonna throw up." Kangmin and Do-kyung agreed. "I'm dizzy. I keep swallowing the acid coming up." It wasn't just Vanguard. The countless artists gathered in the concert hall felt the same. Add to that the tens of thousands of spectators and viewers watching the K-pop awards live, all hoping that their favorite artist would win. At that moment, Song of the Year award. Congratulations, Vanguard. Vanguard was called across the grand hall. The lights immediately focused on Rojin and the members, and the large monitors showed the surprised expressions of the Vanguard members. Thunderous applause and fans' screams erupted. Soon, information about the Song of the Year award appeared on several monitors. Minus 2021 K-pop Awards Song of the Year / Vanguard, Greenbee. Kang Rojin, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung went up to receive their 5th award. The previous awards were great too, but this time it was a grand prize. Vanguard had done it. The moment they were announced as the grand prize winner, a new record was set. Winning a grand prize in the debut year, Vanguard was the first to do it. 2, 3. Thank you. Among the members of Vanguard who received the grand prize trophy, the first to step up to the mic was leader Kang Rojin. He was bubbling over inside. Crazy, crazy, crazy. For real? We really won a grand prize? Wow, my legs are about to give out. But when delivering his acceptance speech, he barely managed not to show it. However, when it was Sihu's or Kangmin's turn to speak, they ended up choking up, and Dookyung stammered quite a bit, confused whether it was a dream or reality. Meanwhile, the Vanguard team in the waiting room was screaming with excitement, and manager Kim Ki-baek was clapping pretty hard with a faint smile. That makes it 5 awards, including a grand prize. They've already written a one-of-a-kind record. Only after repeatedly bowing toward the audience and cameras did Vanguard finally finish their acceptance speech with difficulty. But there was no need for them to return to their seats. The reason was simple. Album of the Year award. Vanguard. Wow, congratulations. The second grand prize, just announced, was also awarded to Vanguard. The live chat window exploded, and Kang Rojin and the members had to give another acceptance speech on stage. Sihu, going beyond. Choking up, had tears streaming down, and maybe it was contagious because Kang Rojin's eyes also turned red. 2 grand prizes belonged to Vanguard. At this year's K-pop Awards alone, they had won 6 awards. And before long, the final grand prize of the K-pop Awards was announced. We are now down to the final grand prize award of the K-pop Awards. It's an honor to present the Artist of the Year award, and let's bring out the winner now. All the cameras and tens of thousands of eyes in the concert hall were directed toward Vanguard, now overflowing with trophies. The final grand prize of the 2021 K-pop Awards, Artist of the Year. Congratulations, Vanguard. 7 awards, and all 3 grand prizes swept by Vanguard. It's been a long time since we've seen a grand slam. In other words, it was a grand slam. About an hour later, the biggest awards ceremony in the music industry this year, the K-pop Awards, was, in every sense, dominated by Vanguard. They were the main focus, the protagonists, and the phenomenon. In terms of achievements, impact, and hook power, no idol could even dream of keeping up. Thanks to that, right after the K-pop Awards ended, everywhere was overflowing with articles about Vanguard. Official K-pop Awards. Vanguard wins total of 7 awards, including 3 grand prizes. Vanguard achieves Grand Slam at K-pop Awards. Vanguard sweeps grand prizes in debut. Year, first time in K-pop history. They etched a new chapter in legend/photos. Video, Vanguard sets an unbreakable record at K-pop Awards, wins 7 awards including all grand prizes. Winning 7 awards alone was amazing, but sweeping all 3 grand prizes in their debut year, Vanguard was the first to ever do it. Shocked by this massive record, the media quickly pushed out articles, and among them were many about the surprise stage royal procession that Vanguard had performed. The surprise performance by Vanguard at K-pop Awards turns out to be the teaser song revealed earlier/video. Royal Procession hits 40 million views. Vanguard finally reveals it at K-pop Awards. Whatever the case, the media and public opinion screamed Vanguard all night long. The ripple effect was immense. Naturally, the entertainment industry was shaken by Vanguard. The atmosphere, already surging with Vanguard all night, exploded even more by the morning of the 21st. Sensing this nuclear-level momentum, GN Entertainment made a move. Around noon on the 21st, they uploaded a new video to Vanguard's YouTube channel. Vanguard Royal Procession Official MV. It was the official music video for Royal Procession. Of course, the timing was coordinated with Netflix Korea, and it was dropped right when the K-pop Awards buzz around Vanguard was erupting like a volcano. Issue talk. Immediately after K-pop Awards, Vanguard releases. Official MV4 Royal Procession hits 1 million views in no time. The Royal Procession MV boasted terrifying momentum. More than anything, the details written in the video's description drove fans even crazier. Kong Rojan's name appeared frequently under composition, lyrics, and producing, and the most eye-catching phrase was Tale of the Strange Moon X Vanguard collaboration. Then Netflix Korea joined in. Netflix Korea first revealed through its social media channels that Royal Procession was a collaboration with Vanguard, and on its official YouTube channel, they uploaded a pre-produced video. Want to join the tour of how Royal Procession was born? Feat Vanguard, Netflix Korea. The video contained everything from how Royal Procession came to be to the production process, meetings, interviews with Kong Rojan and other Vanguard members, and even MV rehearsals. With this, everyone learned that Royal Procession was the main OST of Tale of the Strange Moon, and a collaboration song with Vanguard. Exploding interest. For several days, the world literally burned with topics like Vanguard's record-breaking performance at the K-pop Awards, the Royal Procession MV, and Tale of the Strange Moon. The Royal Procession MV easily surpassed 10 million views, and the awards ceremony videos uploaded by either Tale of the Strange Moon or the K-pop Awards channels also hit millions of views. While this massive storm was raging, Kong Rojan was high action, immersed in acting as Choi Si-baek on the filming set of Tale of the Strange Moon. He was euphoric, but that didn't mean he could neglect his other schedules. Not that Rojan needed to do anything. The momentum of Vanguard, Royal Procession, and Tale of the Strange Moon was already rolling on its own. The buzz was so big that even international communities, including in Japan, were actively talking about it. It was around this time that the film industry media jumped in. On Thursday, November 25th, right at the center of this massive storm. Movie Talk, Blood Hunt premieres today, already sold out. The Rojan Effect? Blood Hunt was officially released. Chapter 229, World 1. Morning of November 25th, at a movie theater in Seoul. The women who had just gotten off the elevator looked at the theater lobby and showed quite surprised expressions. Wow, look at all the people. Crazy. I've never seen this many people crowding in at this hour. Same here, same here. Even though it was an early morning screening time, the theater lobby was bustling with a crowd several times larger than usual. What stood out was that there were more women. It was only natural. Today was the premiere of the movie Blood Hunt, and most of the people packed into the theater were Rojan's fans. Maybe because of that, quite a few people could be seen taking proof shots in front of the Blood Hunt posters, displayed throughout the theater lobby. Either way, it was quite a sight. It wasn't common to see such a crowd gathering at such an early hour. Soon, as the first screening time of Blood Hunt approached, the audience in the lobby began to move one by one. They entered the theater following staff directions. What was amusing was that each time a viewer entered the screening room, their eyes widened. Damn, it's already packed even for the morning show. Looks like Blood Hunt's viewer count is going to be insane. There were still many waiting in the lobby, but inside the screening room, it was almost full except for the front rows. Although it was an unusual sight, the audience quickly adapted, found their seats, and by the time the roughly 10-minute advertisement run ended, even the front rows had filled up quite a bit. I'm so hyped for the movie, especially because it's Rojan's first one. From the trailer, looks like there'll be more brutal scenes than expected. Right? It's kinda unexpected. I thought since Rojan wrote the script, it'd be lighter in tone. Wonder what Rojan's acting will be like. While many in the audience were chatting excitedly about Kong Rojan, SSS, the lights in the screening room dimmed. It meant Blood Hunt was starting now. Thanks to that, the hundreds of people who had been chatting energetically went silent, their eyes fixed on the giant screen, and powerful sound effects echoed through the spacious theater. On the big screen the audience was watching, the Blood Hunt title appeared. The first actor to appear wasn't Young Tae-soo, nor was it Rojan. Dash, please spare me. Dash, no can do. Do you know how much you're worth right now? Dash, please. In line with the theme of Blood Hunt, it opened with a kidnapping and brutal murder scene unfolding before the audience's eyes. That immediately escalated the tension and urgency, and it was only after that top actor Young Tae-soo made his appearance. After about 40 minutes of runtime, the expressions of the audience began to change. Oh, it's Rojan. Kong Rojin, whom they had been eagerly waiting for, appeared on the big screen. But soon after, the hundreds of viewers were either slightly opening their mouths in surprise or letting out quiet gasps of shock. What the? Rojin's acting is insane. Rojin's image transformation was more shocking than expected. At the same time, at the Tale of the Strange Moon historical outdoor set, while Blood Hunt was being screened across the country, Tale of the Strange Moon had been filming since early morning. The set had already been prepared in advance, and scenes featuring Kong Rojin and a few other actors were underway. Currently, there was a short break as the set was being adjusted for the next scene. Thanks to that, supporting actors dressed in historical costumes were scattered around, eating distributed snacks, while about 100 staff members were busy placing filming equipment according to the plan. Kong Rojin could be found in the waiting zone for actors, his hair tied in a top knot, wearing a light purple traditional robe. With his gat resting on his knees, he was focused on his phone. Nearby extras kept sneaking glances at Rojin, whispering among themselves, because Rojin's glowing visual in real life was dazzling. Truthfully, this had been the atmosphere ever since today's filming started. Regardless, Kong Rojin. He was completely immersed in searching. A quick glance showed that what was displayed on the screen ranged from, like a kaleidoscope, to recent achievements of Kong Rojin or Vanguard. For reference, Like a Kaleidoscope was still hot in both Korea and Japan. Like a Kaleidoscope, firmly holding its #1 spot on Netflix Korea and Japan with no intention of stepping down/photo. Vanguard sweeping the grand prize at the K-pop Awards and achieving the first ever Grand Slam had made headlines not only in Korea, but also in the Japanese media. Songs related to Rojin, like Dreamlike, were also deeply embedded in the upper ranks of the music charts. Then, as if his tied top knot was itchy, Kong Rojin scratched his head. Swish. He accessed Vanguard's YouTube channel. A smile quickly spread across his lips. Royal Procession MV passed 30 million views. The Royal Procession music video, which brought Tale of the Strange Moon into the spotlight with the collaboration announcement, had now surpassed 30 million views and was racing toward 40 million. It had received hotter responses than any other song Vanguard had done so far. However, Royal Procession was still practically in the first half. Once Tale of the Strange Moon launched globally, it would again attract attention from international audiences as the main OST. That'll be the second half. It could hit 100 million views or something. Whoa, 100 million views. Just as Kong Rojin changed the search keyword to today's release, Blood Hunt. Swish. Someone came up beside Rojin. Rojin. When he looked up, he saw PD Young Soo-ryong wearing a cap pulled down low, pointing at his phone with her index finger. Checking how Blood Hunt is doing? Rojin nodded with a faint smile. Yes, I was curious. It's your first movie, so of course you'd be curious. What do you think? Like, about the audience numbers or stuff like that? Honestly, I don't know. I really enjoyed it at the preview screening, but how the public will take it. Movies feel different from dramas, don't they? They do. I can't exactly explain it, but it's like a 100-meter sprint. And dramas are a long-distance race. Yes. Well, that sounds about right. With a shrug of her shoulders, PD Young Soo-ryong took out her phone and searched for Blood Hunt. There's no audience count yet, but the articles keep popping up. Audience reviews will probably go up after the first screening ends. It'll do well. How many big bombs went off before the release? Kong Rojin knew that too. The buzz so far had been tied to him, and Blood Hunt was enjoying the trickle-down effect. PD Young Soo-ryong, who had already experienced such things before, lowered her phone and continued. All those things lead to audience numbers. Sure, if the film itself sucks, it'll just flash and fade. But come on, it's a movie written by writer Rojin. No way that happens, right? If word of mouth spreads, 3 million will be a breeze. As Rojin nodded with an impressed, ooh, PD Young Soo-ryong gave her prediction. Why stop at 3 million? I think Blood Hunt could hit 10 million. Kong Rojin wasn't particularly surprised. He'd imagined it himself, after all. To be honest, when I made a bet with the Blood Hunt team, I bet on 10 million too. Later on, Kong Rojin resumed filming Tale of the Strange Moon, and a few hours later, the first screening of Blood Hunt ended. Immediately, those who had seen it for the first time went online. I have to upload my review right away. And my rating too. to write their evaluations of Blood Hunt and give it a rating. The flow on the first day of release is crucial enough to affect the film's future audience numbers, especially for a film like Blood Hunt, which had strong buzz. If a work draws massive attention before release but turns out to be an empty can when opened, it flops mercilessly, and at several times the speed, too. If it's the opposite, the firepower explodes. The ratings and reviews for Blood Hunt were fortunately solid from the start. No, maybe it would be more accurate to say the audience was raving. Kong Rojan checked the movie reviews in the late afternoon. Oh, the reviews are good. And the ratings too. Rojan's eyes curved into a bright smile, clearly in a good mood. It was a very natural reaction. He had written the screenplay himself, and it was his first film released to the world. And now, the audience was praising it this much. Blood Hunt / released on November 25, 2021. Rating 9.6. Viewer and netizen reviews / 471 participants. Fucking good / s ********. Haven't watched a movie that made time fly like this in a while also. Rojan's acting is insane. /Q ********. Rojan's half-crazy scene in the middle. His acting was killer, and he's super handsome. /5 *******. A bit brutal and scary, but the actor's acting prowess was crazy. Rojan's acting transformation is crazy. /G ********. No weak links in acting from Young Tae-soo or anyone else. And especially a major rediscovery of Rojan, no words needed. Just go watch /T ********. Rojan wrote this script? He's the real deal as a writer too. /1 ********. 10 million viewers totally possible /K ********. Now I get why director Yoo Ji-hyun was so obsessed with Rojan's work. Fuck /L ********. Any screenwriter or director would be dancing by now. And in reality, as Kong Rojan read through the audience reviews, the corners of his mouth never stopped turning upward. Sure, here and there were some harsh or mocking comments thrown in. While this place is a shrine to Rojan's fans, it was boring as hell /N ********. But over 99% of the reviews were full of praise. As some of the hate comments said, the initial boom might have been powered by Rojan's fanbase. However, watching the reactions all day long, the dominant opinion was that the movie was genuinely good. Movie Talk, Blood Hunt, shows signs of dominating the film scene. Rave reviews flood in on opening day /photo. Number 1 in ticket pre-sales, Blood Hunt. Audiences who watched it on release say the actors' performances were insane and it was fun. Both the media and public opinion had high expectations for Blood Hunt's performance. The morning of the 26th, one day later, in the meeting room of BG Pictures, the production company behind Blood Hunt, director Yoo Ji-hyun and the key members of the film gathered. They had been monitoring reactions to Blood Hunt all morning, and when the time finally came, a beam projector lit up the screen, the official site for the domestic box office. In other words, it displayed the previous day's audience numbers. The laptop was being operated by Jang Hak-seon, the manager at BG Pictures, and within a few minutes, the film titles and various figures were visible to everyone, including director Yoo Ji-hyun. And then, wow, we did it. I knew it would be like this. Congratulations, Director Nim. Audience numbers are overwhelming. The staff erupted. They cheered, clapped, and gave director Yoo Ji-hyun thumbs up. Finally, with a soft sigh of relief, he cracked a smile. A natural reaction, all things considered. November 25, 2021 audience count. 1. Blood Hunt / release date. November 25 / audience. 470,551 / total audience. 470,551. 2. Addict / release date. November 25 / audience. 79,210 / total audience. 79,210. A staggering 470,000 plus viewers in just one day. An overwhelming solo run that left competitors in the dust. No, it was fair to call it a rampage. On top of that, pulling 470,000 on a weekday made Blood Hunt's performance comparable to other historic films that reached 10 million viewers. At this rate, 10 million. It's not just a dream anymore, right? The numbers were similar. Meanwhile, at GN Entertainment. Of course, GN Entertainment had already confirmed the explosive opening numbers for Blood Hunt. By now, it wouldn't be just GN Entertainment. Culture Drawer must be in a frenzy as well. In fact, the success benefited BG Pictures and Culture Drawer even more than GN, because it was Kang Rojan's screenwriting capabilities that were front and center. GN Entertainment was in charge of actor Rojan, but at this point, it didn't matter. Kang Rojan's main and side jobs were interconnected organically. Whatever succeeded would end up boosting the rest. No matter what it was, GN Entertainment kept track of Blood Hunt, as well as Vanguard's single album and the status of Royal Procession. More than anything, the activities for Vanguard's single album were approaching, so they needed to tighten the somewhat relaxed schedules of the members again. The major event K-pop Awards and the first-half push of Royal Procession were now complete, so it wouldn't be a burden. Then the staff continued reporting to CEO Ha Seo-hwan. Preparations for the music video shoot of the single track Zephyr are complete, and we've started collecting tracks for Vanguard's second album, as you requested. As he slowly nodded, aligning Vanguard's current influence with its future, CEO Ha Seo-hwan spoke. Also, he suddenly uttered a massive project. Start planning Vanguard's world tour. Chapter 230, World 2. CEO Ha Seo-hwan's sudden declaration. He wanted them to draft the blueprint for Vanguard's world tour. There had been some talk of it for a few weeks, but the employees had thought it wasn't the right time yet. Huh? This soon? They were a little taken aback. It wasn't strange, just much sooner than expected. However, there was a firm conviction behind CEO Ha Seo-hwan's smile. Yeah, world tour. I don't think it's all that early. Though, not early? No, from a reasonable standpoint, it definitely was early. Vanguard was just about to release their next single album, and they were heading into their second year since debut. Still, none of the GN Entertainment employees tried to oppose CEO Ha Seo-hwan. No, they couldn't. Because when CEO Ha Seo-hwan decided to do something, it was going to happen. Even so, they quietly predicted a negative outcome. World tours don't cost just a few pennies. It might be fine in Asia like Japan, but the US is still going to be tough, right? If it flops, Vanguard's image that we've built up until now could be ruined too. If the world tour failed, the image damage to Vanguard would be one thing, but the money poured into it would go up in smoke. GN Entertainment was now firmly established as the undisputed #1 entertainment company, so it wouldn't go bankrupt, but the losses would be significant. Either way, not an easy path. But regardless, CEO Ha Seo-hwan remained calm. It's okay even if we fail. What matters is the vibe of being the first. Vanguard has set many records so far, and I believe a proper overseas expansion has to be done this way. In line with the group's concept, the message was that they had to keep taking a unique and unparalleled path. CEO Ha Seo-hwan had no intention of following in the footsteps of other groups. A challenge. Vanguard had always taken on challenges since debut, and they would continue to do so. Failure is just part of the process. As long as we use that process as fuel and charge forward again, that's enough. On the flip side, if this world tour, unprecedented for a group in its second year, succeeded, Vanguard would solidify their status as untouchable global stars. That didn't mean CEO Ha Seo-hwan was blindly leaping in. It was a conclusion drawn with Tale of the Strange Moon, Royal Procession, and others in mind. Plus, the advice of manager Kim Ki-baek also played a part. Rather than something lukewarm, something bold is better, even if it fails. Because making the media and public gasp was part of Vanguard's brand. Next year, Vanguard will begin their world tour. That's final. This decision from CEO Ha Seo-hwan was quickly conveyed to the members of Vanguard. Kang Rojan, Sihu, Kang Min, and Do Kyung were initially flustered when they heard about the world tour from manager Kim Ki-baek. World tour? Us? Are you joking? Sounds like he's serious, though. Not long after, their adrenaline started surging. To the members, too, a world tour was nothing short of a dream. And hearing that they'd be going on that dream schedule in their second year since debut, of course, they were ecstatic. Kang Rojan felt the same. World tour? We're going to perform all over the world? That's crazy. This is going to be epic. Excitement took over, and a flood of imagination followed. to the point his fingertips and toes were tingling. And as thoughts of the future tour popped up, he also remembered something he wanted to do. I'm going to learn every language of the countries we perform in. A resolution to study all the languages of the countries Vanguard would visit. For that, he'd need to earn even more coins, though he already had a decent amount. Then, perhaps finding the members' reactions cute, manager Kim Ki-baek let out a chuckle and changed the subject. And your single activity schedule is out. Vanguard reviewed their upcoming single album schedule, then each moved on to handle their individual commitments. Kang Rojin was busy as always. After finishing up interviews and variety show shoots related to the ongoing buzz around, like a kaleidoscope and Blood Hunt, he had to rush straight to the filming set of Tale of the Strange Moon. The chaotic days had begun again. Blood Hunt maintained its #1 booking rate both on weekdays and weekends, and Vanguard, while juggling their packed schedules, wrapped up practice for their single Zephyr. The music video shoot was next. Nice. That expression just now was great, Rojin Nim. And Sihu Nim, could you please go a bit brighter? Although it was a music video shoot for their new activities, the members of Vanguard were highly skilled, especially Kang Rojin. The repeated shoots had helped him grow through experience. A few days later, news of Vanguard's comeback spread through the world. Star issue, Vanguard returns with a single album, already ending their break. Vanguard announces comeback with a single. Fans say, overwhelming welcome. Blood Hunt was on a wild rampage. Chart is, Blood Hunt surpasses 4 million viewers in just 5 days since release. Blood Hunt, dominating theaters nationwide, reaches 4 million viewers in under a week. Box office guarantee, Rojin delivers again. Blood Hunt surpasses 4 million viewers amidst rave reviews/photo. It was a blockbuster success. Blood Hunt, like an out-of-control locomotive, showed no signs of stopping. Movie talk, Blood Hunt surpasses 4 million in just 5 days. Could this be the next 10 million viewer film? The atmosphere was already heating up to the point where talk of 10 million viewers was circulating. It started to become less of a projection and more of a reality a few days later. Holy crap, Blood Hunt surpasses 6 million viewers in just 9 days of release. At this rate, 10 million is basically guaranteed, right? At this speed, it's totally doable. Rojin is insane, hitting back-to-back home runs with like a kaleidoscope, and Blood Hunt Tale of the Strange Moon is gonna be fucking epic. Before even reaching the 10th day of release, Blood Hunt hit 6 million viewers, and the possibility of 10 million skyrocketed. Vanguard began their promotions for their single Zephyr from this point. 1, 2, 3. Hello, we're Vanguard. From then on, as single album promotions began, Vanguard's schedule once again became packed. The overlap of individual and group activities was intense, and with Kang Rojin filming Tale of the Strange Moon on top of that, he was several times busier than the other members. But Rojin, in his own way, felt at ease. Am I getting used to this? I feel like I could handle even more work. In terms of time, he barely had a moment to eat, but mentally, he was fine. At any rate, Rojin handled Vanguard's activities and filming for Tale of the Strange Moon without issue, and Rojin Hyung, come eat. Yeah, just let me finish this. What are you doing? Writing? No, composing. He meticulously managed his side job projects, too. Sure, he had to split his day into minute-by-minute plans, but a smile never left Kang Rojin's lips. The thrill of seeing massive results. He had already tasted it. In some ways, this had become a kind of addiction. Then, in mid-December, around the time the first snow of the season began to fall, massive cheers erupted at BG Pictures. Wow! Finally! Director, we've hit 10 million. 10 million. Congratulations. Haraha. 10 million. It's been so long since we've seen a 10 million film. Blood Hunt had surpassed 10 million viewers in its 3rd week after release. It was the first 10 million viewer film in a long time. And since Blood Hunt had drawn massive buzz around Kang Rojin and others, the media and public were in an absolute frenzy. Rojin becomes a screenwriter of a 10 million viewer film. Blood Hunt hits 10 million in its 3rd week. Blood Hunt joins the 10 million club. Director Yoo Ji-hyun, a miracle created by Rojin and the audience. Star Talk. Rojan's talent proven with 10 million viewers/photo. The protagonist, Kong Rojan, at first asked himself, "Am I seeing this right?" But soon after, he was jumping around, hugging the members who were congratulating him. 10 million. Who cares? We're having a team dinner tonight no matter what. Manager Nim. Dinner. Dinner. How often does a debut film surpass 10 million viewers? Rojan had set multiple records through Blood Hunt, as both a screenwriter and an actor. And Vanguard was also breaking records. Vanguard Royal Procession official MV. Minus 58,944,129 views. The official music video for Royal Procession had surpassed 50 million views and was heading towards 60 million. It was number one among Vanguard's YouTube videos and ranked at the top even among domestic view counts. Considering Vanguard's career stage and the fact that they hadn't officially expanded overseas yet, it was a remarkably bold record. It was a joyous time. No, an end of year filled with explosive news like nuclear bombs going off. However, unfortunately, Kong Rojan and the members didn't have time to fully enjoy the moment or feel catharsis in their skin. The end of the year in the entertainment industry is busier than any other time, especially for Vanguard, who had an insane year. Everyone wanted Vanguard, and their appearance fees were whatever they named. Among them, the one that wanted Vanguard, no, to be precise, Kong Rojan, the most desperately was the Blue Dragon Film Awards. The Blue Dragon Film Awards had actually been chasing Rojan for an appearance since Blood Hunt was released in November, and fortunately, it had been arranged. Film Festival, this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards. Rojan confirmed to attend. Will he sweep awards like at the K-pop Awards? /photo. The Blue Dragon Film Awards took place in late December. By then, Blood Hunt had surpassed 11 million viewers, and on the red carpet crowded with hundreds of reporters and onlookers. Swish. Kong Rojan appeared. A barrage of camera flashed, almost blinding. Pababababak. Screams. Wearing a white-toned tuxedo with neatly styled black hair, Rojan responded with a composed smile. Award shows don't make me nervous anymore. He was different from the Kong Rojan of the past. He had grown to the point that he could enjoy award shows with ease. The overflowing attention and cheers from the public were no longer burdensome, but simply enjoyable. That's why his steps down the red carpet were confident, and inside the Hall of the Blue Dragon Film Awards filled with top stars, Kong Rojan took his seat. Naturally, he sat with the Blood Hunt team. Director Yoo Ji-hyun, Young Tae-soo, and others greeted Rojan warmly, and Rojan was busy returning their greetings with deep bows. At that moment, Young Tae-soo gave him a thumbs up. Rojan, look at the actors sneaking glances at you. They all want to say hi. I'm planning to run away as soon as the ceremony ends. Run away? Ha ha ha. Okay, let's run away together. He'd grown close enough with Young Tae-soo to joke around like that. Soon after, director Yoo Ji-hyun whispered to Rojan. Rojan SSI, I'm planning a historical drama as my next project. Can I send you the script once it's ready? Rojan responded with a smiling eye. Yes, of course, Director Nim. And then, the Blue Dragon Film Awards began. SSSSH. As the lights dimmed, a famous comedian who was hosting appeared. The atmosphere quickly thickened. In the vast hall filled with top actors, Kong Rojan's name was called within minutes. Best New Actor Award. Congratulations to Rojan Nim. The Best New Actor Award went to Kong Rojan. It was the first award he received in the film industry. However, Rojan calmly delivered his acceptance speech without a hint of nervousness. Thank you. I'm happy to be recognized as an actor as well. Watching him, director Yoo Ji-hyun, top actor Young Tae-soo, and the Blood Hunt team had expressions that said he absolutely deserved it. And also, there's no way that'll be the end. They predicted that the busiest person at today's Blue Dragon Film Awards would be Kong Rojan. That prediction turned out to be dead accurate. Best Supporting Actor Award. Wow. Rojan Nim. Congratulations. Following the Best New Actor Award, he also won the Best Supporting Actor Award, making him a double award winner. What was even more interesting was that Kong Rojan wasn't only called up as an actor. 2021 Blue Dragon Film Awards Best Screenplay. Congratulations. Blood Hunt. Rojan went up on stage as a writer too and raised the trophy. He was the first person in the history of the award show to receive awards as both an actor and a screenwriter. And it made sense. There had never been someone who stood out with such impact in both fields. In other words, he was now carving a bold stroke in the film industry. Ultimately, at this year's Blue Dragon Film Awards, Blood Hunt won. Grand Prize. Blood Hunt. In terms of presence and award count, it was a monstrous force. At the center of it, of course, was Rogen. Rogen SSI. You've won 3 awards as an actor and a writer. How do you feel? I feel amazing. Kong Rogen. The very next day, GN Entertainment dropped a bombshell teaser about Vanguard's world tour to the public. Issue pic, GN Entertainment says, Vanguard likely to start world tour next year. The next day, Chapter 231, World 3/Final. It was nearing midnight. Someone entered a house with a good view of the Han River. It was Kong Rogen. In other words, this was his house. Rogen's neatly tailored white-toned tuxedo was slightly disheveled, and the tie that had been around his neck was nowhere to be seen. Regardless, his face still radiated a dazzling glow. Letting out a small sigh, Rogen placed the paper bag he had brought with him down near his feet. Right after the Blue Dragon Film Awards ended, Kong Rogen had come straight to his own home instead of the accommodations, and most likely the Blood Hunt team was in the middle of their after-party right now. Should I take a look? Muttering softly, Kong Rogen rummaged through the paper bag. It was the trophies he received today. A slight curve formed on his lips. They were brilliant, truly brilliant. He had collected a few more trophies today, and not just anywhere, but at the Blue Dragon Film Awards, the most prestigious in the Korean film industry. As a writer and actor, I've been properly recognized now. Sure, the fact that Blood Hunt surpassed 10 million viewers and generated a lot of buzz probably influenced the evaluation, but regardless, today's Blue Dragon Film Awards star was Rogen. Soon, holding the trophies he had brought, Kong Rogen moved. The bookshelf lined along the living room wall. Quite a few books were placed there, but he didn't have time to read. What Rogen was focusing on now were the trophies, not the books. Humming as he set them up. Before he knew it, the number of trophies from both his main and side jobs, collected from various award ceremonies, had grown significantly. After arranging the trophies he received today, Kong Rogen placed both hands on his waist. Nice. He nodded proudly. The trophies didn't completely represent all the hardships he had endured, but they were definitely symbolic rewards to some extent. Was there anyone in the current entertainment industry who had received such major awards across so many different fields? There probably isn't, right? Manager Nim said so too. As of now, Kong Rogen was one of a kind. Someone might emerge in the future, but if you go by what manager Kim Ki-baek said, this record wouldn't be broken for at least another 10 years. Rogen's smile deepened as he gazed at the splendidly arranged trophies for a few minutes. Swish. He moved toward the refrigerator. All right, I've got to have a drink today. He pulled out an ice-cold can of beer and took a refreshing gulp. Ever since he got the AI simulation app, he hadn't really enjoyed drinking much, but today was an exception. Soon, Rogen stood in front of the large window. The night view is amazing. The night view of the Han River was the perfect drinking companion, and as Rogen took another gulp of beer, his parents came to mind. Somehow, I made it this far. I wonder if you're watching. Well, meanwhile, the media was buzzing, either from the Blue Dragon Film Awards or the Vanguard World Tour teaser thrown out by GN Entertainment. Regarding the Blue Dragon Film Awards, they praised Kong Rogen and Blood Hunt for their wins, while the Vanguard World Tour sparked speculation and escalated discussions. Public opinion showed a similar trend. Vanguard World Tour? Already? This seems a bit much. GN's just getting too excited and rushing it. A world tour in their second year seems too soon. Is this finally Vanguard kicking the ball into their own net? No, it's totally possible. Vanguard's overseas popularity did rise. Still, a world tour is a bit. Both media and public sentiment were mostly negative. However, GN Entertainment held firm in its stance, and a few days later, on December 31st, the last day of 2021, they made an official announcement. Vanguard's world tour was confirmed. Even at year-end, Vanguard remained scorching hot like molten metal, and the new year arrived. 2022. Throughout January of the new year, Vanguard was busy with single album promotions and preparations for their second album. The second album, including the current single track Zephyr, was confirmed to have at least 5 songs. The key difference from their debut was that this time, the proposal came directly from Kang Rojin, not the company. You can use the songs I composed. Since his skills had already been proven, GN Entertainment welcomed it, but manager Kim Ki-baek showed a slightly regretful expression. Weren't those songs meant for your solo project later? That's true, but I can always write more songs. On the other hand, Kang Rojin didn't think much of it. With a world tour coming up, of course I have to focus more on the second album. And even if we use some of them now, I still have a few songs left. How many songs do you have? Roughly 11? When did you even write that many dash? Thus began the production of Vanguard's second album. Around this time, settlements were made for Rojin and the members. Naturally, it was on a much larger scale than the first settlement, and when Kang Rojin saw his bank account, he didn't react with shock, but let out a dry chuckle. How much even is this? A figure easily exceeding several billions. Compared to the other members, Kang Rojin was also steadily getting settlements from his side jobs. What should he do with all this money? As he pondered that, he suddenly recalled a dream he'd had during his darker days. Yeah, maybe I should buy a building? He had already bought a house, so now it was time for a building. The wish to someday become a building owner was no longer just a dream, but a reality. And so, January ended in a flurry, and in early February. Cut. Okay. A louder signal than ever echoed from PD Young Soo Ryong at the set of Tale of the Strange Moon. After her thunderous shout, Kang Rojin, dressed in an elegant traditional robe with his hair in a topknot, took off his gat and flashed a radiant smile. Thank you for your hard work. He bowed deeply to the 100-something staff and fellow actors. Even his tone and energy were higher than usual. For good reason. You were really the best, Rojin SSI. In both acting and the work itself. I'm really going to stake my life on the editing. You have to stay alive so we can film Season 2. Of course. Anyway, great job filming Season 1. Because the filming of Tale of the Strange Moon Season 1, which had begun in November, had just wrapped. Thanks to that, not only the 100-something staff but also the actors, including Kang Rojin, enjoyed a liberating moment. High-pitched greetings were exchanged all around. Soon, this was reported through the media and shared with the public, and later, when PD Young Soo Ryong declared editing was complete. Tale of the Strange Moon, Season 1 editing complete, global launch imminent. It was a few months later, in April 11th. A large hall was packed with reporters. Seated on the podium, they were looking at where PD Young Soo Ryong and the cast of Tale of the Strange Moon. Naturally, seated directly to Young Soo Ryong's left was Kang Rojin, dressed in a formal suit. Behind him hung an enormous poster of the completed Tale of the Strange Moon, with a rough-textured font and shadows, representing yokai, and in front of them stood Rojin and the cast, leaving a strong impression. This was a press conference that felt like a launch event for Tale of the Strange Moon. So it was only natural that explosive questions were directed particularly at the actors, especially Kang Rojin. However, Rojin calmly answered each question, and inwardly, he was struck again by how quickly time had flown, seeing this scene now before his eyes. It feels like just yesterday I was writing Tale of the Strange Moon, and now it's about to launch, and I'm even in the middle of writing Season 3. Time flies so damn fast. Then, from Kang Rojin's lips came the release date for Tale of the Strange Moon, which was set for a global launch. Tale of the Strange Moon will be released on May 1st. Please give it lots of love. And May 1st arrived in no time. Even before the official launch, the media was already heating up the atmosphere. Issue talk, long-awaited Tale of the Strange Moon launch just around the corner. Will Rojin's box office power work overseas too? At 30 minutes before release, Kang Rojin and the members could be found at the practice studio. They had cleared their schedules as much as possible to focus on practice for the world tour. However, at the moment, even the dozens of choreography teams gathered were all busy staring at their tablets or phones. The most excited one was Sihu. 25 minutes. Just 25 minutes left. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Kang Min and Du Kyung were also stuck close to Kang Rojin, openly expressing their excitement. Sihu Hyung's the one freaking out the most, but Rojin Hyung is just sitting still. Du Kyung, stop shaking your leg. It's a habit. Your hands are shaking too. Ugh. Seriously, I'm nervous, okay? Am I the only one? And Kang Rojin? Rojin Hyung. React. This Hyung's not even breathing. He thought he was fine, but now that it was right in front of him, his heart was pounding nonstop. I don't know. I really don't. My mind's blank. My brain's broken. Breathe, breathe. Stop shaking me. I'm getting dizzy. Soon, manager Kim Ki-baek and the management team joined them in the practice room. Has it started? Not yet. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Of course, from CEO Ha Seo-hwan in the CEO's office to every employee at GN Entertainment, all attention was on Tale of the Strange Moon. Naturally, Tale of the Strange Moon was a work of great significance for Vanguard as well, since there were collaborations and royal procession was tied to it. Whether the series succeeded or not, Vanguard's world tour would proceed, but if Tale of the Strange Moon exploded in popularity, Vanguard's overseas impact would multiply several times over. Naturally, the world tour would be a massive success. From idol to actor to writer, Kang Rojin's influence now extending overseas was just the icing on the cake. Because Tale of the Strange Moon carried that much significance, there were countless eyes watching its launch at that very moment. Numerous media outlets, entertainment companies, production companies, broadcasting stations, Netflix Korea, and of course, many of Kang Rojin's connections. Not to mention the public, including fans of Vanguard. It was right then. It's on. It's starting. With Sihu's shout, everyone in the practice room, including Rojin, turned their eyes to the screen. Tale of the Strange Moon was officially launched. And of course, it wasn't just in Korea. It was released simultaneously in 83 countries where Netflix is serviced. Technically speaking, this too was a first. While Netflix Korea had launched works globally before, this was the first time for a historical drama. Plus, it was a collaboration with the super popular idol group Vanguard. Regardless of the result, the die had been cast. Phew, whatever. It's not like watching it will change anything. Just hang in there, hang in there. Kang Rojin tried to stay as relaxed as possible. Whether it flopped or not, from this point on, it was uncharted territory. The results weren't likely to come out immediately. All he could do was wait patiently. But Rojin's expectations and assumptions were wrong. The ripple effect of Tale of the Strange Moon appeared in just a single day. It's #1 on Netflix Japan. Japan. It's #1 in Japan right now. Yes, just like Netflix Korea was going wild, the fastest result came from Japan. Breaking news. Tale of the Strange Moon starts strong from Netflix Japan. #1 just one day after release. Tale of the Strange Moon debuts at #1 on Netflix Japan. Japanese public response is positive/photo. The real shock came a few days later. Huge hit. Tale of the Strange Moon becomes the first K-drama to reach #1 on Netflix US. Tale of the Strange Moon had claimed the #1 spot on Netflix in the United States. Though other Korean titles had made it into the top 10, there had never been a case where a historical drama reached #1, and in such a short time too. Official, Tale of the Strange Moon beats all popular US dramas to rank #1/photo. From that point on, Tale of the Strange Moon began to spread widely across major international communities, including Reddit. Word of mouth upon word of mouth upon word of mouth. Even after 2 days, Tale of the Strange Moon, which had conquered Netflix US, did not budge from the top spot, and what followed was a string of unbelievable events. I live in the UK, and Tale of the Strange Moon is #1 here too. Wait, it's #1 in the UK too, not just the US? Hell yeah. This feels amazing. As time passed, Tale of the Strange Moon began to rank #1 in multiple countries. And about 2 weeks later, the jaw-dropping results came in. Official, Tale of the Strange Moon delivers. #1 in 80 countries. The world is now obsessed/photo. Global SNS and communities filled with talk of Tale of the Strange Moon. The Hanbok is so beautiful. Tale of the Strange Moon is insanely good. International review sites flooded with praise/photo. Breaking records upon records. #1 on Netflix in 80 countries. Tale of the Strange Moon brings historical K-drama to the world. Except for a few countries, Tale of the Strange Moon had swept 80 countries. A monster work had arrived. Overseas audiences were already demanding Season 2, and as Tale of the Strange Moon created a global syndrome. The world is hooked on Tale of the Strange Moon, and equally obsessed with its main OSD, Royal Procession. Interest also surged worldwide for the main OST, Royal Procession. Vanguard Royal Procession official MV. Minus 220 million views. Right after Tale of the Strange Moon took over the world, the music video for Royal Procession surpassed 200 million views. It became the first Korean video to hit hundreds of millions in views, and Tale of the Strange Moon was tearing across the globe. And naturally, the final destination of this terrifying tornado was Kang Rojin and Vanguard. Rojin, who bewitched the world. Vanguard's YouTube and SNS channels explode. Overseas fans increasing exponentially /photo. It was the emergence of a global idol. About 2 months later, Tale of the Strange Moon was still shaking the world. However, there had been many changes for Kang Rojin and Vanguard. Before officially expanding abroad, they had appeared on famous overseas talk shows and variety shows, including those in the US, and were featured on the main covers of top magazines like Noir. Invitations to fashion shows and events from various countries were a given. But that wasn't all. The Royal Procession MV had now surpassed 300 million views. Additionally, Royal Procession was #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, and other Vanguard songs had also entered the top 20. At this point, it was no exaggeration to say that Vanguard was a global powerhouse idol group. That's how immense their impact and influence had become. This was where it really mattered. The key was to ride this massive wave of global attention and firmly establish themselves as a true global idol group. The members of Vanguard were currently aboard a plane flying high in the sky. Their destination was Los Angeles, USA. Vanguard had already begun their world tour, having completed concerts in Korea and Japan. Their third stop was Los Angeles. Whether from the world tour or tight schedules, Sihu, Kangmin, and Dookyung were fast asleep. The only one with his eyes open was Kang Rojin. Since the flight time to LA would be quite long, Rojin was now Tadadek, happily typing away on his laptop. He was working on writing Season 4 of Tale of the Strange Moon, the series that had taken over the world. Even though Vanguard had risen to global status, Kang Rojin's attitude and work ethic remained unchanged. In fact, once this script was finished, he planned to jump right into another project. His hands were much faster than before. The touch of a master. Naturally so. Appearance, 200/200ths. Singing ability, 150/150. Rap, 150/150. Dance, 150/150. Eloquence, 150/150. Acting, 150/150. Lyrics writing, 150/150. Composition, 150/150. Arrangement, 150/150. He was max level itself. Even his appearance scored 200 points. Maybe that's why. Kang Rojin's natural visuals radiated with an endless glow. Then, swoosh. A man swapped seats with the staff member next to him and settled in beside Rojin. It was manager Kim Ki-baek. Wearing his usual faint smile, he leaned in and whispered to Rojin. I was planning to tell everyone when they woke up, but I figured it'd be better to let you know first, Rojin. About what? Remember we talked about it once? Coachella. Next year's Coachella main performance is confirmed. Wow. Coachella was one of the most prestigious music festivals in the world, held in the United States. It's often called the dream stage for countless international musicians, with top-tier global artists performing there every year. You know, right? If Vanguard takes the stage at Coachella, it'll be the first time for a Korean group. That's right. Vanguard was officially confirmed to perform at Coachella. The timing would be around April next year. Even just that was enough to cause a massive stir back home. But Kim Ki-baek didn't stop there. He opened his planner and continued speaking. During this LA schedule, you'll probably have to stop by Hollywood as well. The audition date came out? Yes. And I've scheduled meetings with Netflix US headquarters and 3 agencies. After Tale of the Strange Moon, Rojin had received offers from major Hollywood studios. Casting proposals. On top of that, Netflix's US headquarters also wanted Kang Rojin, and he had to meet with some of the world's top agencies. His side jobs, as a writer, actor, composer, and lyricist, were selling just as well as his main job in Vanguard's world tour. As the endless schedule rolled on, manager Kim Ki-baek closed his planner and asked, I know it's a bit sudden, But are you okay with all this? With a smiling gaze, Kong Rojin pointed to his laptop. No problem at all. I got this. Later, at a massive stadium in LA, a gigantic venue that could accommodate over 100,000 people had transformed into an overwhelming concert arena. A jaw-dropping main stage and thrust stage. Enormous monitors hanging from the back of the stage to the high ceiling, uncountable lights, and posters of Kong Rojin, Sihu, Kong Min, and Du Kyung-hung all over the place. And then, 100,000 seats filled with Vanguard's overseas fans. A sight so spectacular it was hard to tell if it was reality or a dream. These 100,000 overseas fans were screaming like mad for Vanguard in this stadium. Vanguard. Vanguard. Kaya. This was Vanguard's LA World Tour concert venue. The moment signs of Vanguard's appearance began to show, the 100,000 fans went wild. Behind the stage, Rojin and the members were fully prepped for their entrance. The dancers had gathered in one place with their hands clasped together. Wearing his stage costume, Sihu grinned at Rojin. Leader, give us a proper hype shout. Kong Min and Du Kyung quickly chimed in. Leader, ready to deploy. Go for it, Hyung. Real loud. Soon, the eyes of all the members and dancers landed on Kong Rojin. With a smile, Rojin spoke with a confident tone, as if to say, what's so hard about this? Whether it's another country or a different place, a performance is still a performance. Just like always, let's go have fun out there. Wah. The morale of the Vanguard team soared through the roof. At this point, Kong Rojin also muttered a bit of self-hypnosis. Have fun, yeah? Just enjoy it. Rojin didn't know it yet, but a small change had occurred in the AI simulation app. Desired occupation, global artist. And soon, Kong Rojin, leader of the global idol group Vanguard, ran out toward over 100,000 overseas fans. His visuals and aura were, let's go, let's go, let's go. Truly those of a world star. Chapter 232, Epilogue. Hello, this is Jang Tan, always wishing your day to be filled with meat. Bowing. It feels like just yesterday that I greeted you all with a new series, but here I am already writing the epilogue. Each day felt intense, but the overall time flew by quickly. Anyway, yes, that's right. Suddenly, I became crazy handsome, and the world became easy has come to an end. First of all, I want to thank all the readers who ran alongside Rojin until now. To start with, this suddenly, I became crazy handsome was the most challenging piece I've written so far. I've always approached every work with a sense of challenge, and honestly, none of them have been easy, but suddenly, I became crazy handsome felt especially unfamiliar because it was about a male idol. I'm sure the readers felt that way too. It wasn't going to be easy, but I thought it would be fun if I could infuse a male idol story with my own style. Though it's no secret that I made many mistakes while writing and went through a lot of trial and error. Despite that unfamiliarity, the early indicators were better than I expected, and fortunately, my challenge managed to cross the threshold into paid serialization. Still, it was a work that made me realize I have so much more to learn, so much more to see, and that I need to keep growing. Each day of serialization was tough, but I somehow managed to keep my promise to myself to finish without taking a break. For my next work, I'm thinking of writing something that I can make even more flavorful. But for today, I'll recharge my fuel by injecting some meat and dive even deeper into my thoughts. Not saying that just because I want to eat meat. Anyway, I want to thank those who supported this work daily, my fellow writers, and everyone who helped me. It was an honor to be able to share the story of Kong Rojin with you, dear readers. I give you a deep bow. Bows. See you in the next work, please. Translator's note. Hello, this is Dreamscribe. Thank you once again for joining me on the journey of Kong Rojin conquering the idol world. This is the second novel that I have translated to completion due to all the support I have received so far from all the users, specifically the patrons who support me, which makes it possible for me to translate in the first place, but also to all the commenters who commented, as I love to read everyone's comments and thoughts and messages after each chapter release. And as Author Nim has said, I will see you in Author Nim's new translated work and my other translated novels. Thank you. P.S. Do check out the other translations I'm working on. The Idol Who Hides Her Military Service. I got an omnipotent brain.